In her past life, Shen Wan, the true daughter of the family, was discarded like a tattered garment, treated by her family as if she were a stray dog. For 3 long years, she endured the disdain of her brothers as they coldly watched her suffer at the hands of the false daughter, ultimately being cast out to fend for herself. Upon opening her eyes again, she found herself back at the age of 18. This time, she resolved not to play the role of the submissive. She would not seek the approval of anyone. Her family scoffed at her. Without the Shen family, you'll starve on the streets, and no one will come to collect your remains. With a serene smile, she wielded her extraordinary metaphysical abilities, capable of discerning life and death and shattering the boundaries of yin and yang. The world's elite clamored for her prophetic words, and only then did her family and her brothers awaken to their folly, weeping and begging for her forgiveness. Li Han-ting, unceremoniously, opened the door and unleashed his fury. What kind of detritus dares to approach my wife? Begone. Chapter 1. The metaphysical luminary returns at 18 ***. Guarding against family treachery is indeed the most arduous task. On a tempestuous night, filled with torrential rain and thunder, Shen Wan was once again ruthlessly expelled from her home by the servants. Her frail body stumbled and fell down the steps. Ignoring the blood seeping from her scraped knees, she knelt in the downpour, her heart racing with fear of abandonment, crying out in anguish, "Father, I did not steal the Cartier from my sister Jiao Jiao." Standing beneath the eaves, Shen Jianming reprimanded her with a harsh tone. "Coming from the mountains, you're nothing but a thief. Kneel there and let the rain wash away your filthy heart. At dawn, I shall send you back to the mountains, and perhaps a taste of hardship will bring you to repentance." Upon hearing the threat of being sent back, the girl's face turned pale, trembling as she prostrated herself. "Father, please believe me, I truly did not steal." With a resounding bang, the door was slammed shut. She looked up, despair etched across her face as she gazed at the closed door, then down at her arms, marred with whip marks, her gaunt visage reflecting utter hopelessness. It was unclear how long she knelt there, the night deepening. Footsteps approached from behind. Exhausted, she turned her head. It was Shen Changfeng, the eldest son of the Shen family, returning home. Dressed impeccably in a suit, he held a black umbrella, his expression void of emotion as he passed by, not sparing a glance at the kneeling girl, as if her plight was nothing new to him. Desperate for salvation, she reached out to grasp his pant leg, but, recalling his aversion to dirt, she hesitated. Her trembling hand recoiled. "Big brother, please plead with father for me. I truly did not steal my sister's Cartier. I don't even know what Cartier is." Seemingly deaf to her pleas, Shen Changfeng strode past her. "Big brother." Shen Wan cried, lunging forward to clutch his ankle. He halted, not turning back, his voice cold and unyielding. "Release me, you're filthy. I cannot be sent back. That drunkard will surely kill me. Big brother, I beg you, please help me, just this once, as my final plea." After hours of kneeling in the rain, her strength waned, her voice a mere whisper by the end. Hearing her feigned, pitiful entreaties, Shen Changfeng recalled how she had stolen from the family when she first arrived, hiding her ill-gotten gains beneath the bed. Now, with her old habits resurfacing and her refusal to admit guilt, he was filled with revulsion. "You claim you didn't steal, but why does everyone accuse you of theft? If one person accuses you, perhaps it's a setup, but if everyone claims you've stolen, what then, Shen Wan? The Shen family has never produced someone of your deplorable character. You bring shame upon us. If you wish to prove your innocence, then perhaps you should just die." With that, he entered the house without a backward glance. Shen Wan remained frozen in despair, staring blankly at the door that had once again shut her out, shakily rising to her feet. Turning around, she noticed a uniquely shaped and valuable ornamental stone nearby. She recalled her first visit to this home, wanting to touch the beautiful stone, only to be scolded by Shen Jiao Jiao, who declared it far too precious to be sullied. Indeed, this stone was valuable. She must not tarnish it, or her family would be displeased. In a daze, Shen Wan stumbled toward the corner of the wall. Boom! A clap of thunder drowned out the girl's desperate vow to prove her innocence. The next day, the mortuary of a crematorium. The staff placed her into a body bag and prepared to push her towards cremation. A sharp voice echoed from within the coffin. "Crack the earth and shatter the soil, dispel evil and remove obstacles, break." With that incantation, the coffin lid suddenly shot open. "Holy cow, she's come back to life." The staff, paralyzed with fear, collapsed to the ground, watching in shock as a pale, emaciated hand emerged from the body bag. 10 minutes later, the staff finally accepted the reality that the girl had merely been knocked unconscious and was not truly dead. If I had known you weren't dead, I should have stitched the gash on your head properly. Should I take you to the hospital for treatment? Shen Wan touched the wound on her forehead, the stitches tight yet acceptable. No, thank you, the staff, noting her malnourished appearance, felt a pang of sympathy and offered her a bottle of milk. Do you have any family left? Friends? Do you remember their numbers? I can call them for you and have them come to get you. The person who brought her merely stated they didn't want the ashes and left, providing no other information. It was evident that this unfortunate girl was utterly alone. Shen Wan, too weak to stand, obediently drank the milk before lifting her gaze to the staff. If the corners of the sun and moon collapse, your parents will fall ill and face misfortune. Your moon corner is low, your mother's health is poor. A visit to the hospital with proper medication could remedy her condition, but delay could lead to surgery. A perilous situation. The staff looked utterly confused. Huh? What are you talking about, young lady? Consider my words as gratitude for your bottle of milk. Shen Wan replied, rising to leave. The crematorium was far from the city center. Shen Wan leaned against a tree trunk by the roadside, her pale face betraying a nonchalant demeanor. She glanced down at the whip marks on her hands, her youthful face radiating an uncanny chill. I have actually been reborn. She was Shen Wan, but she had returned as the metaphysical luminary from 30 years hence. Memories flooded back. She remembered being just 18, having lived in the mountains for 18 years. A year prior, she was suddenly discovered by Shen Huan, the wealthiest man in Jiangcheng, who claimed she was his long-lost granddaughter and brought her to the bustling city. In the year that followed, despite being reunited with her biological father, she was never truly valued. Any trivial family issue was pinned on her. Her adoptive father, a drunken gambler, and her meek, submissive mother had fostered her deep-seated insecurities, leading to a people-pleasing persona. Thus, upon arriving in Jiangcheng, she had groveled before every family member, living like a slave despite residing in the home of a tycoon, malnourished and emaciated. Her recent expulsion was due to her sister Shen Jiao accusing her of stealing a necklace. The entire Shen family disregarded her protests and branded her a habitual thief. Cold eyes watched as Shen Jiao whipped her, publicly humiliating her and shattering her dignity. Shen Wan recalled that, in a desperate bid to prove her innocence, she had slammed her head against the wall and lost consciousness. When she awoke, she found herself lying in the garden, ignored, rather than at the crematorium. Lifting her gaze, she caught sight of the crematorium staff approaching in a vehicle. My dear young lady, you truly possess a miraculous gift. I called my mother, who insisted she was suffering from stomach pains and staunchly refused to visit the hospital. However, your wise counsel prompted her to seek medical attention, and to our astonishment, she was diagnosed with inflammation. Fortunately, it was detected in a timely manner, and with medication, she will recover. How can I possibly express my gratitude to you? The staff member gazed at her with profound appreciation. Shen Wan's pale lips curled into a faint smile. Kind sir, would you be so gracious as to escort me back home? Chapter 2. Family affection? She no longer desires it. Shen Wan hitched a ride all the way to the doorstep of her home. Before her stood a magnificent and opulent European-style villa, its grand entrance both solemn and imposing, crafted from white marble sourced from Greece. Gazing around, she beheld a vast courtyard adorned with lush green grass and filled with exquisite flowers, emanating an indescribable grandeur. Her elder brother wore a shocked expression. Isn't this the residence of the wealthiest family in Jiangcheng? Young lady, do you work here? He mistakenly assumed she was a servant in the mansion of the affluent. Shen Wan gazed calmly at the grand villa. Once, she had yearned desperately for the familial affection and care that this home purported to offer. Yet, her obsequiousness and submissive attempts to please had only elicited disdain and aversion from its inhabitants. Whether in the countryside or the city, she had never experienced a moment of warmth. The only offerings from others had been indifference and humiliation. It was only after she had left home in despair and encountered her master, joining the mystical sect, that she realized her innate lack of familial ties. Some things were simply unattainable. Thus, even if she were to live another life, she would not desire them any longer. At this moment, it was precisely 8 o'clock in the evening. The Shen family villa was ablaze with light and filled with a festive atmosphere. Shen Wan entered the villa, standing outside the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, peering inside. The large living room was bustling with glamorous debutantes and young gentlemen from high society, all toasting and celebrating the 18th birthday of Shen Qianxue, the eldest daughter of the Shen family. Suddenly, Shen Wan remembered that today was also her 18th birthday. Yet, not a single soul seemed to recall it, not even her biological father, who knew well that she was the true heiress, while Shen Qianxue was but an impostor. She watched as her usually stern father, Shen Jianming, beamed with joy alongside her stepmother, Lu Meifong, as they wheeled out a grand French-style cake before Shen Qianxue, exclaiming, "Happy birthday, my precious daughter." Her brother, Shen Chongfeng, impeccably dressed in a tailcoat, elegantly played a melodious piano piece for Shen Qianxue, saying, "Happy birthday, fifth sister." Second brother, Shen Yuni, presented Shen Qianxue with a handcrafted AI smart robot pet, declaring, "Happy birthday, fifth sister." Third brother, Shen Moran, unveiled a highly effective scar-removing cream developed exclusively for Shen Qianxue, stating, "Happy birthday, fifth sister." Fourth brother, Shen Luoyu, brought along Shen Qianxue's favorite male singer, who personally serenaded her with a birthday song, exclaiming, "Happy birthday, fifth sister." Fifth sister, Shen Jiao, bestowed upon her a carefully selected designer necklace, proclaiming, "Happy birthday, fifth sister." Even the mischievous seventh brother, Shen Shuheo, presented a painting he had created, saying, "Happy birthday, fifth sister." The villa was a picture of familial bliss, exuding warmth and camaraderie. Shen Wan recalled that, during this time the previous year, she had still been in a coma. Upon awakening, not a soul remembered her birthday, and she was instead tasked with cleaning up the disheveled living room. At that time, she had naively consoled herself, thinking it was normal for people to forget her birthday since they had known Shen Qianxue longer, and she had dutifully set about tidying up. Reflecting on it now, she could only laugh at her own foolishness. Shen Wan collected her thoughts and pushed the door open. Upon seeing her enter, Shen Jianming's smile instantly darkened. "What are you doing here on such a joyous occasion? Get out." His rebuke silenced the birthday celebration, and all eyes turned to her, filled with disdain and contempt. Shen Jiao, who looked down upon her elder sister from the countryside, bitterly exclaimed, "Everyone here is wealthy. Are you trying to steal something again?" Upon hearing that Shen Wan might steal, several affluent young ladies instinctively covered their jewelry, casting disparaging glances her way. Observing Shen Wan bow her head in submission, the guest of honor, Shen Qianxue, approached to mediate, speaking sweetly. Wan might have stolen the necklace out of desperation for a birthday gift. Sixth sister, could you please forgive her? She won't do it again. Shen Jiao, determined to press on, retorted, "What right does she have to act poor? I detest thieves, especially since she has stolen from me more than once." Shen Wan found it amusing. Raising her gaze, she met Shen Jiao's eyes directly. "From the very first day I entered this family, I have never stolen a single thing." Shen Jiao was taken aback by the calm and steady gaze that Shen Wan directed at her. Shen Wan had always been meek and cautious in her presence, never daring to meet her eyes directly. What had changed today? Not only was she making eye contact, but she was also daring to retort. Shen Jiao laughed in anger. "You haven't stolen? How dare you say that? You are so desperate that you almost sold grandfather's gold watch." That made him so furious, he went to the villa and hasn't been seen since. Mention of the old gentleman only deepened the disdain in the eyes of the Shen family as they regarded Shen Wan. "You are nothing but a person of vile character. Stop pretending." Shen Wan remained calm. In the past, she had believed that if she merely endeavored to please her family, they would eventually accept her. The truth was far more disheartening. There had never been a place for her in this family. In her previous life, she had endured in silence, but this time, she would no longer tolerate it. With determined strides, Shen Wan advanced, gathering her strength to overturn the cake. In the astonished gazes of the onlookers, she also toppled the champagne tower. Everyone was taken aback by her sudden outburst. Shen Wan went on a rampage, smashing everything within reach, including the gifts meant for Shen Qianxue. The living room was left in utter disarray, and the Shen family was left seething with rage. "Enough! Shen Wan, what are you doing?" Shen Jianming bellowed in fury. Shen Qianxue's eyes were red with grievance. "My birthday party." Her brothers rushed to comfort her, casting venomous glares toward Shen Wan. "Have you lost your mind? Apologize to Qianxue this instant." Shen Wan rubbed her sore hands, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. "You all call me vile. If I don't cause some chaos, won't that just make me seem excessively compliant? So you think I'm a thief, do you?" Shen Wan's gaze shifted to a corner where a maid stood. Zhang Ma, the maid, called out, trembled slightly, and feigned calmness. "Miss Wan, how may I assist you?" Shen Wan replied coolly, "Will you confess willingly, or shall I review the surveillance footage?" Zhang Ma's eyes widened in shock. When had this country bumpkin learned about surveillance cameras? Wan, I've already advised Sixth Sister to not hold this against you. Just rectify your ways moving forward. Why drag innocent people into this?" Shen Qianxue feigned to soothe her but was, in reality, accusing Shen Wan of shifting blame onto Zhang Ma. Shen Wan turned her gaze back to Shen Qianxue. You incited Zhang Ma to frame me, fearing I, the true heiress, might reclaim my rightful place, aren't you? Her words sent shockwaves through the room. The guests stared wide-eyed, astonished. The outsiders were unaware of the truth, that Shen Wan was indeed the genuine heiress, as the Shen family had publicly claimed she was merely an adopted daughter. Could it be that she is the true heiress? What of Shen Qianxue then? Shen Qianxue's entourage could no longer restrain themselves, immediately interjecting, Schwer has always defended you. This thief. Not only have you ruined her birthday party, but you also have the audacity to turn the tables on her. Do you even have any shame? This family thief should be reported to the police and locked up for a few days to learn her lesson. Indeed, Schwer, you have a kind heart. Some people just won't shed tears until they see the coffin. I have long heard tales of Shen Wan's avarice and penchant for theft, and coming from the countryside. She is undoubtedly untrustworthy. Just look at her. She doesn't resemble a true heiress at all. Indeed, with her frail stature and sallow complexion, few would believe that Shen Wan was the legitimate heiress. Coupled with her past reputation for theft, not a single person in the room stood to support her. Shen Wan smiled with a facade of politeness. No need for your intervention. I've already contacted the police. They will arrive shortly. Upon hearing that she had reported them, Zhang Ma's face paled instantly, glancing anxiously at Shen Qianxue. Chapter 3. Archenemy. A fleeting shadow of darkness passed across Shen Qianxue's eyes. Yet her tone turned conciliatory as she spoke. Wan, today is my birthday banquet and all the prominent figures from Jiangcheng are in attendance. If you wish to cause a ruckus, it is permissible, but might you consider postponing it to another day? This is utterly preposterous. Shen Jiaming was incensed. Who instructed you to call the police? Haven't you already embarrassed the Shen family enough? Shen Wan's expression remained placid. Since the Shen family surveillance is as reliable as a meal, and no one believes me, then let the police investigate. What I have not done. I have indeed not done. Before entering, she had borrowed the phone of the crematorium's foreman to report the incident. The Shen family has never relied on the facts in their judgments. They simply concluded, based on the accusations of a few servants and Shen Jiaojiao's testimony, that she was a habitual thief. They inherently disbelieved in her innocence. She would no longer engage in the folly of proving her innocence through death. Enough is enough. Suddenly, Shen Changfeng seized her slender wrist tightly. Feeling the pain, Shen Wan retaliated by gripping his wrist firmly, her calm eyes fixated on this elder brother. Shen Changfeng went slightly in pain, instinctively pulling away from her grasp. His handsome face was shrouded in a cold gloom. Tonight is Qianxue's birthday banquet. Do not make it too embarrassing. Shen Wan scoffed. What I have lost is merely my innocence and reputation. Yet what Shen Qianxue stands to lose is her significant birthday banquet, is it not? Shen Changfeng frowned. For the first time, he sensed something peculiar about his younger sister, who had come from the countryside. Just last night, she had been kneeling before him, pleading. Now, she regarded him with a frigid and mocking gaze, as if wielding a sword aimed at his heart. Shen Changfeng felt a shift he could not articulate. His second brother, Shen Yuni, who had always disapproved of Shen Wan, approached and glanced at his watch. Eldest brother, I have matters to attend to at the hospital. I shall take my leave first. He paused, his aloof gaze intentionally or unintentionally directed at Shen Wan. The Shen family's affairs should be resolved behind closed doors. Making it public will only tarnish the reputation of fifth sister. Of course, this fifth sister referred not to Shen Wan, but to Shen Qianxue. At this juncture, their only concern was that Shen Wan would disrupt Shen Qianxue's birthday banquet, showing no regard for the innocence of their biological sister. Shen Wan had long seen through their intentions and would no longer wait expectantly for them to believe in her. Unfortunately, they were a step too late in trying to hinder her. The moment Shen Yuni opened the door, the police stood waiting outside. The wealthy young ladies mocked Shen Wan. Everyone knows you are a habitual thief. How dare you report this? When the police investigate, it will be you who ends up in prison. With a record of theft at your young age, your life is ruined. Shen Wan stood tall, unbowed, awaiting the police's investigation. Soon, under the police's scrutiny, it was revealed that the alleged thefts attributed to her were all fabrications by Zhang Ma, supported by surveillance footage. When the video surfaced, all those waiting for a spectacle were left dumbfounded. They had not anticipated that Shen Wan was indeed innocent. As Shen Changfeng watched the footage, showing Zhang Ma stealthily entering Shen Wan's room with Jiao Jiao's Cartier necklace, his brow furrowed in dismay. Yet, even if Shen Wan had not stolen anything, She possessed other grave flaws. These vices were deeply ingrained, etched into her character, and could not be altered. Zhang Ma hastily defended herself. I merely misplaced it while cleaning. I thought it belonged to Shen Wan. Shen Wan's expression remained indifferent. Are you not aware of whether I possess any jewelry? Though residing in the household of the wealthiest, she was impoverished and lacked any luxury items. Was this not evident to all? I believe Zhang Ma simply made an innocent mistake. She has worked for the Shen family for so many years. How could she? Shen Qianxue began, but Shen Wan interrupted. If after so many years she can still commit such a blunder, does that not further imply she was incited by someone? Shen Qianxue's face fell, her cherry-red lips slightly pouting, looking utterly aggrieved. Fifth sister is gentle and kind. She would never engage in such despicable acts. The brothers of the Shen family, protective of their sister, stood in front of Shen Qianxue, glaring at Shen Wan with murderous intent, as though she were their family's enemy. Having trained for many years, Shen Wan had developed a heart of steel, impervious to harm. Witnessing their unyielding defense of Shen Qianxue, she felt a chill, for she had long been frozen inside. Now that the truth has emerged, it can be proven that I have never stolen anything, Shen Wan declared loudly. From now on, anyone who dares to label me a thief shall face my wrath. She approached Zhang Ma and struck her twice across the face. Zhang Ma was left reeling, blood streaming from her mouth and nose, disbelief etched on her face. You, a country bumpkin, dare to hit me. Slap, slap. Shen Wan retaliated with 2 more strikes, coldly stating, you slandered me and colluded with other servants to ostracize me. Do you not deserve this punishment? If you wish to harbor resentment, direct it toward those who instigated you. Zhang Ma fell silent, realizing she could not afford to offend either side. Shen Wan then stepped before Shen Qianxue, who resembled a frightened little rabbit, hastily retreating behind her brothers, fearing Shen Wan would strike her as well. Shen Wan observed her brother's protectiveness and, without hesitation, raised her hand to deliver 4 swift slaps across the faces of all 4 brothers. Slap, 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 slap. They were utterly stunned, never expecting to be struck by her, especially in such a public manner. Shen Wan smirked slightly. What true daughter of the Shen family? I have never coveted such a title. Today, I sever all ties with your family. I shall no longer grant you the opportunity to inflict harm upon me. Dare to provoke me again and see what happens. With that, Shen Wan disregarded the bewildered gazes of those around her and strode toward the nanny's quarters. Although she was ostensibly the adopted daughter of the Shen family, in reality, she was no different from a servant. She retrieved the clothes she had worn when she first arrived at this household a year ago, a faded t-shirt and patched school trousers. When Shiri emerged in this shabby attire, the expressions of the Shen family members shifted, mirroring the disbelief and disdain they had displayed a year prior. Unfazed by their stares, Shen Wan held her head high and walked away without looking back. It was only then that her 4 brothers regained their senses, furious and intent on chasing after her. But Shen Jiaming called out, forget about her. Your sister is what matters most. Shen Chongfeng, coming back to reality, touched his sore cheek, his expression dark and brooding. What scheme was Shen Wan concocting now? Did she think that throwing a tantrum would earn their admiration? By disrupting Qianxue's birthday banquet? Was she not simply unable to bear seeing Qianxue happy? Her violent outbursts were merely an attempt to create chaos, to leave everyone in a predicament, which would bring her satisfaction. Such outrageous behavior was a ploy to draw them back to her. The country girl, it seemed, possessed a cunning mind capable of such manipulation. At her tender age, it was truly disheartening. As Shen Wan stepped out of the Shen family residence, she felt as though she had emerged from confinement, joyfully sprinting toward the outskirts of Jiangcheng. Master, wait for me. In her previous life, she had endured 3 years of hardship in the Shen family before finally losing hope and leaving. Now, she could hardly wait a moment longer. She was determined to find her master. A day later, at the dilapidated mountainside temple, Shen Wan gazed at the crumbling eaves and broken walls. With only a crumbling wall and a half-falling door remaining, her eyes wide with disbelief. When she had first encountered her master, he had brought her back to this temple. At that time, though the temple lacked visitors, it was certainly not in such a state of ruin. As Shen Wan began to calculate her fortune, a black Maybach slowly approached and halted beside her. 2 individuals alighted from the vehicle. A middle-aged man assisted a tall yet emaciated figure, a strikingly handsome man exuding an air of fragility. At first glance, Shen Wan recognized him instantly, her former nemesis, Li Hanting. Chapter 4. The Ill-Fated. When Shen Wan first met Li Hanting, he was already a top-tier magnate in the global business arena. The name Li Hanting represented power and wealth, a legendary figure perched at the pinnacle of the pyramid. Regrettably, Li Hanting was destined to be a man of short-lived fate, departing from this world at the tender age of 35, thus concluding his legendary life. The reason he was deemed her arch-nemesis was that even in death, his restless spirit clung to her, haunting her relentlessly. It was not until the climactic battle, when she expended her final strength to unleash a sealing array, that she beheld Li Hanting soaring through the air to catch her as she plummeted from above. To her astonishment, the young Li Hanting, barely in his 20s, exhibited such frailty. Shen Wan couldn't help but reflect on this. Uncle Li assisted Li Hanting as they approached, both visibly taken aback by the dilapidated mountain temple before them. "Uncle Li, are you certain the esteemed master my grandfather spoke of is truly here?" The youthful Li Hanting's voice, clear as shattered jade, resonated with an undercurrent of authority. Uncle Li nodded, his inquisitive gaze falling upon Shen Wan. However, upon noticing her shabby appearance, reminiscent of a child from the nearby mountains, he hesitated before inquiring, "Young lady, do you know where the master of this mountain temple resides?" Shen Wan replied, "What do you seek from my master?" Uncle Li's lips twitched slightly. "We are not searching for your master. We seek the owner of the mountain temple." It seemed the girl was intent on causing mischief. Perceiving the skepticism in his eyes, Shen Wan clasped her hands in a gesture of respect and replied coolly, "Esteemed Master Taishian, what guidance do you offer?" Given Li Hanting's near-lifeless state, it was likely he had come to seek her master's intervention to alter his fate. Uncle Li, half-convinced, queried, "Are you truly a disciple of Master Taishian? You appear far too young." The master had been wandering for years, his whereabouts elusive, merely instructing them to seek him here after 20 years. "Where is he?" Shen Wan, too, longed to know her master's location, yet the divination could not reveal it. "Well, since we are here, we might as well make ourselves comfortable." With that, Shen Wan moved and sat upon the weathered threshold, offering a faint smile to the two. "I am in charge of this mountain temple. If you have matters to discuss, I can assist." Before her words could fully settle, Li Hanting turned away, his expression devoid of emotion. "Young master," Uncle Li hurriedly called after him. "The old master insisted that you must pay respects at the mountain temple to ensure your safety." Li Hanting shot her a contemptuous glance. "You want me to pay homage to a pile of ruins? What a joke." Shen Wan bristled at his dismissive words. How dare he call the temple a ruin while casting her disdainful looks? Remembering the times he had haunted her in spirit, she felt her ears flush with heat. She slapped the half-rotten door, exclaiming, "Bah! You short-lived ghost, if you must die, do it far from my doorstep. What a bad omen." Uncle Li's eyes brightened. "Young master, it seems she truly is the master's disciple. She can see your fate at a glance." Li Hanting's gaze turned icy, his expression stormy. Had Uncle Li grown senile? Could he not discern that she was merely insulting him? "Little master, since you are the master's successor, is there a way to help my young master navigate this perilous situation?" Uncle Li looked at her earnestly. Li Hanting remained stoic, his thin lips pressed together, intrigued to see what she might conjure from her lips. Uncle Li seemed to sense the young master's skepticism and probed, "Since you are indeed the master's disciple, surely the master must have instructed you that the Li family would seek him for guidance after 20 years? Shen Wan's keen gaze swept over Li Hanting's face. His prolonged illness had rendered his skin paler than most, and his handsome features were sharply defined, with clear eyes and thin lips. Although he had a somewhat slender physique, his towering height compensated for it, and even appearing frail, he exuded an undeniable aura of restraint and allure. In life, he had been rather shameless, yet one could not deny that his visage was remarkably pleasing. He possessed both exquisite looks and noble features, but alas, his fate was dire. Without her master's intervention, he would have met an untimely end long ago. Observing his striking yet aloof demeanor, Shen Wan found it difficult to reconcile him with the shameless ghost of Li Hanting from her memories. She had once calculated his destiny, noting a calamity awaiting him at the age of 20, the white tiger calamity, which heralded bloodshed and misfortune. For an ordinary person, it might result in financial loss or severe illness. For a short-lived ghost like him, encountering the white tiger calamity could lead to an untimely demise. Truly the master's direct disciple.
Uncle Li exclaimed.
What must be done to avert the white tiger calamity for the young master? His face was a mask of reverence. Now convinced, Uncle Li believed this impoverished girl to be the master's student, for her words echoed the master's wisdom. Shen Wan replied nonchalantly, "It's quite simple. Just keep him by my side for 3 days, and the calamity shall be dispelled." Before her words had fully settled, Uncle Li dashed towards the Maybach, leaving behind a hasty remark, "Young master, I shall return for you in 3 days." His hurried departure bore the semblance of a retreat in haste. Shen Wan was left flabbergasted. "Hey, what if you leave him here to rot at my doorstep?" Li Hanting remained silent, reaching for his phone in his pocket only to find it absent. "Damn it," he muttered, realizing it was still in the car. The two exchanged glances, the silence stretching until it was broken by the growl of Shen Wan's stomach. Are you hungry?" she asked, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. While she was well acquainted with the deceased Li Hanting, the living Li Hanting was a stranger to her. Li Hanting said nothing, removing his tie with one hand and leisurely unbuttoning his shirt, preparing to shed his suit jacket. Shen Wan had witnessed this act numerous times and instinctively sprang into action, grasping the sides of his jacket to prevent him from removing it. Li Hanting, unaccustomed to such close contact, felt his breath quicken as the girl lunged toward him. Upon noticing his flushed face, Shen Wan abruptly realized her mistake, releasing his clothing and stepping back. "Why are you taking off your clothes?" "It's dirty," he replied casually, tossing his jacket onto the rotting wood and sitting down. Shen Wan had thought he intended to use it as a cushion, but it seemed otherwise. Facing his indifferent yet slightly perplexed expression, she asserted, "In the mountains, the temperature is low. Given your frail condition, it's best not to shed your clothing indiscriminately." Lian Ting. Her admonishment struck him as oddly uncomfortable. Shen Wan, unable to withstand her hunger, ventured to a nearby grave to forage for food. Li Hanting observed her delightfully consuming the offerings meant for the deceased, his brow furrowing. "Can you eat that?" As she savored a roast chicken, Shen Wan casually handed him an apple. "I asked the grave's owner. It's fine to eat." Li Hanting, "Isn't the grave's owner dead?" She was referring to a ghost. But he decided it was irrelevant. Had it not been for his grandfather's insistence on visiting the mountain temple, he would have dismissed such matters entirely. He merely needed to wait for nightfall, when someone would come to collect him. As for the girl, happily devouring offerings, he preferred to keep his distance. Chapter 5. The Ghost Wall. Seeing him shift positions, Shen Wan calmly remarked, "That rickety door is about to collapse. If you wish to avoid injury, you should sit back down." Li Hanting glanced at the precarious door, which, while dilapidated, seemed unlikely to fall. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the door collapsed, landing squarely on Li Hanting's back. Shen Wan watched him with amusement, showing no inclination to assist. Li Hanting pushed the broken door aside, only to be sliced by a sharp wooden splinter, drawing blood. He cast her a chilling glance, his expression one of incredulity. Could it truly be this sinister? As the sun dipped below the horizon, Gu Yish arrived at the location Li Hanting had previously indicated. Upon arrival, he spotted Li Hanting seated alongside a scruffy girl on the threshold of the crumbling temple. "Oh, isn't Li Xiao known for avoiding the company of women? How curious to see him seated with a young lady," Gu Yish teased. Li Hanting shot a cold glare at his friend, standing up only to be met with a wave of dizziness. Just as he steadied himself, he heard a faint sound nearby, a teasing teach, seemingly mocking his frailty. An inexplicable surge of anger flared within him. Lowering his gaze, he discovered that the girl's attention was entirely elsewhere. "Wow, this is really delicious. I must ask for more later." Lian Ting. With a scowl, he climbed into the car. Gu Yish, ever enthusiastic, invited, "Hey, beautiful girl, come join us." Shen Wan had yet to speak. Li Hanting initially refrained from responding, his voice cold as he commanded, "Drive." Gu Yish, wearing an expression of tender concern, implored, "Don't be so indifferent. It's unsafe to leave her alone in this desolate wilderness." Inwardly, Li Hanting scoffed at the thought. A person bold enough to consume offerings meant for the dead would surely instill fear, even in the ghosts. Under Li Hanting's penetrating gaze, Gu Yish reluctantly started the car. "Little beauty, we shall take our leave now. Nightfall approaches, so you should hasten your descent." Shen Wan smiled sweetly. "You will return." The two were puzzled by her words until the vehicle wound its way down the mountain. What should have been a 30-minute descent stretched into over an hour. Could it possibly be that they were trapped in a ghostly barrier? Gu Yish gazed into the enveloping darkness, a shiver running down his spine. A layer of frost enveloped Li Hanting's handsome visage. "Where are the ghosts?" "There are no such things as ghosts," he retorted. Gu Yish shot back. "I know you're an atheist, but come on, don't you think our current predicament resembles a ghostly barrier? I am certain we haven't taken a wrong turn." Li Hanting furrowed his brow, contemplating Shen Wan's words. Turn around and head back. They retraced their route. And the car's headlights illuminated the sight of the girl gesturing animatedly in the dark as if conversing with the air. Gu Yish felt a wave of despair wash over him. Why do I feel she's more terrifying than a ghostly barrier? Who is she talking to? After inquiring with the nearby spirits, Shen Wan learned that the mountain god temple had been in ruins for many years, long abandoned. And no one named Tai Xian had ever visited. She could only express her gratitude to the spirits and headed towards the car with the local specialties they had given her. Gu Xiao. Might I trouble you for a ride? Gu Yish was taken aback as he glanced at the back seat where Li Hanting sat. You spoke with her? Shen Wan deftly opened the passenger door and took a seat. Gu Yish leaned in, grinning. What is your relationship with Li Hanting? I've never seen you before. Yet you seem to know me. Shen Wan smiled enigmatically, without answering. Gu Yish was Li Hanting's childhood friend. The reason she recognized Gu Yish was that Li Hanting had appeared in her dreams multiple times after his death, frightening her into seeking a resolution. Once Shen Wan settled into the car, she closed her eyes to rest, mirroring Li Hanting's demeanor as they both chose not to engage with one another. Gu Yish had no choice but to drive in silence. Ever since Shen Wan entered the vehicle, the phenomenon of the ghostly barrier ceased, and half an hour later, they successfully descended the mountain. Upon opening her eyes, Shen Wan found herself at the entrance of the Shen family home. Seeing the familiar European-style villa and Shen Yuni standing at the entrance, she immediately understood that it was Gu Yish's doing. Why did you bring me back? Shen Wan shot him a cold glare. Gu Yish chuckled. I thought you looked familiar, but couldn't quite place you. It suddenly dawned on me during the journey. You're the new adopted daughter of the Shen family, aren't you? A month ago, you delivered a meal to Dr. Shen at our hospital. I've seen you. Haven't you forgotten? Recalling this, Shen Wan remembered that Shen Yuni was a doctor who often neglected meals while performing surgery. Concerned for her second brother's stomach ailment, she had learned a few recipes from the head chef, carefully selecting organic vegetables to prepare meals to his liking. Although he often refused to eat them or even disposed of them, she believed that her intentions would eventually be understood by him. During that meal delivery, Shen Yuni had erupted in anger, not only overturning her meticulously prepared dishes, but also publicly ordering her to leave. At that time, she had suppressed her grievances, squatting on the ground to salvage the food. It was then that Gu Yish had passed by and helped her tidy up. She had been so consumed by her tears that she hadn't even noticed him. Shen Wan's expression darkened. I never intended for you to bring me to the Shen family. Dr. Shen Yuni approached, offering Gu Yish a polite smile. Thank you for bringing her back. Gu Yish replied with a grin. Oh, we're all colleagues. No need for such formality. However, if you truly wish to express your gratitude, how about covering my shift on the 18th? The 18th? Shen Yuni shot a resentful glare at Shen Wan. He had prior commitments that day. And now it was all ruined because of her. You are indeed a troublesome spirit. He snapped, refusing to exit the vehicle. Shen Wan decisively got out and began walking in the opposite direction of the Shen family home. Gu Yish kindly warned Shen Yuni. Your sister seems a bit off her rocker. Shen Yuni frowned. What do you mean by that? Gu Yish pointed at the items Shen Wan was carrying. Do you know where I found her? In the desolate wilderness, and she was actually eating offerings meant for the dead. He joked, is your family mistreating her? Not providing this young lady with proper meals? Shen Yuni's expression darkened instantly, and without responding to Gu Yish, he strode off to catch up with Shen Wan. Shen Wan. Stop. He seized the plastic bag she was holding, and with a forceful tug, the bag tore, spilling its contents onto the ground. Upon seeing that the items inside were often used in sacrificial rites, Shen Yuni's face grew even darker. How could the Shen family treat you so poorly? Forcing you to steal offerings meant for the dead? Shen Wan, you've brought disgrace upon me today. The daughter of a wealthy family, reduced to pilfering from the dead. If word of this got out, he and the Shen family would be the laughingstock of the entire city. You truly are incorrigible, stealing from the deceased. Suddenly, without warning, Shen Yuni received a resounding slap across his face. Chapter 6, Second Brother? Unfazed. You hit me again. Shen Yuni clutched his face, eyes wide in disbelief. Shen Wan, have you lost your mind? I am your second brother. The force of the slap caught him off guard, the sting more intense than any reprimand he had endured at home. This was the first time in a year that he realized she was indeed as fiery as his fourth brother had described. She was no meek soul. Indeed, the facade of obedience she had maintained in the household for the past year was merely an act. Shen Wan was cut from the same mold as her unworthy and malicious adoptive father. It is unnecessary to verify the identity of someone who strikes without discernment and falsely accuses me, Shen Wan stated calmly. Furthermore, I have severed ties with you. You are no brother of mine. Shen Yuni, who prided himself on his temper, was now trembling with rage, unable to contain himself. As the daughter of the Shen family, who allowed you to steal offerings meant for the dead, what gives you the right to strike me for merely reprimanding you? Shen Wan remained composed. I struck you. What can you do about it? You. Shen Yuni glared at her, his chest heaving with indignation. The frustration he felt from her surpassing that of dealing with peculiar relatives of patients at the hospital. Shen Wan escalated the situation further by pointing at the offerings scattered on the ground, commanding him, pick them up. Shen Yuni thought he had misheard. Disbelief etched on his face. What? These were given to me by the elders. Do not waste food so carelessly, Shen Wan replied, her expression unyielding. What of the dead? Sometimes, the deceased possess more warmth than the living. Shen Yuni was exasperated. With so many high-end fruits and imported snacks at home, you choose to eat from the dead? You find it distasteful, and yet you still indulge in it. In his anger, he kicked the scattered apples away. A lonely spirit happened to crouch down to retrieve an apple and found itself on the receiving end of Shen Yuni's kick. Enraged, it lunged at Shen Yuni, seizing his throat and shaking him violently. What grudge do you have against me? I'll strangle you. Shen Yuni suddenly felt the air escape his lungs, his face reddening as he coughed violently. Shen Wan showed no inclination to assist him, lazily observing while he endured the torment from the spirit. Shen Yuni felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation, the world around him fading into stars as he reached out to Shen Wan for help. Call 120. He must be confused by Shen Wan's antics, experiencing acute respiratory alkalosis. Wherever she was present, nothing good ever came of it. Shen Wan paid him no mind. Merely addressing the empty space, I've provided you with food. The surrounding restless spirits surged forward, eagerly collecting the offerings left on the ground, showering her with expressions of gratitude. These forlorn souls, often neglected and starved, could only partake of stolen offerings at crossroads during the Qingming Festival and Ghost Festival. The notion of receiving incense was but a distant dream. Some, driven by unbearable hunger, would sneak into houses burning mosquito coils, furtively inhaling the smoke. Shen Wan cast a fleeting glance at Shen Yuni before turning away, disappearing into the shadows. Shen Yuni watched her retreating figure, an urge to follow her rising within him. Yet he could only bend down, struggling to don a plastic bag over his head, gasping for breath to alleviate his discomfort. Each time he became so engrossed in surgeries that he neglected meals, Shen Wan would promptly arrive with food, feigning concern for him. This time, however, she had turned a blind eye to his plight, unwilling even to feign compassion. A wave of dissatisfaction surged within Shen Yuni. Indeed, all her benevolence and gentleness had merely been a facade, now crumbling before his eyes. His elder brother was right. Having emerged from such a humble background, Shen Wan had adopted the vices of the lower class. Did she think she could manipulate the Shen family through a game of hard to get? Such delusions. If she sought to defy her family by running away, so be it. Let her learn the hard way that without the Shen family's support, she would struggle to find even a warm meal in this vast Jiang city. Within a day, she would undoubtedly return, tears in her eyes, pleading for their shelter. Shen Yuni's gaze burned with anger as he fixed it on her departing silhouette. They all knew that Shen Wan's greatest fear was being sent back to her adoptive family's home. Whenever her father broached the subject, she would tremble in terror, obediently complying. For aside from the Shen family, she had nowhere else to turn. Shen Yuni turned away, heading in the opposite direction. It was her own fault for being so ungrateful, daring to strike her second brother. He had already shown her more than enough mercy. In a nearby car, Li Han-ting and Gu Yiche witnessed the siblings' commotion. Gu Yiche was taken aback. Dr. Shen just walked away? He doesn't care about his sister? Even if she isn't his biological sister. It's unsafe for a young girl to be wandering the streets alone at this hour. Dr. Shen was known for his compassion in the hospital, often covering surgery costs for impoverished patients. Why was he so cold-hearted towards this sister? Li Han-ting pressed his lips together, his eyes momentarily flickering. Shen Wan's slap to Shen Yuni was indeed a blow to any man's pride. He had heard that every one of Shen Huai and S grandchildren was a genius. Such a display from Shen Wan was somewhat excessive. However, looking at it from another perspective, the Shen family was the wealthiest in Jiang City. Yet they allowed an adopted daughter to wear patched old clothes, gaunt and malnourished, clearly indicating that the family had failed to care for her. If she hadn't endured immense suffering, why would a girl venture into the desolate outskirts, preferring to consume offerings meant for the dead rather than return home? Additionally, he had noticed a wound on her forehead earlier. Perhaps this injury was related to the Shen family. Shen Yuni deserved that slap. Gu Yiche grinned and asked, Li Xiao, isn't it time for you to step up as the gallant protector? How about taking on that role? Li Hanting's handsome face remained impassive. Mind your own business, go home. 10 minutes later, as Shen Wan made her way to the park, she noticed a car trailing her like a persistent ghost, maintaining distance, yet doggedly following her. She halted, waving at the vehicle. It slowly rolled to a stop before her. Gu Xiao, what brings you here? Shen Wan feigned ignorance, glancing at the occupants. Li Hanting had his eyes closed, seemingly asleep. Yet, those long eyelashes fluttered slightly. He was definitely pretending. Gu Yiche flashed a bright smile. The moon is particularly large and round tonight. Shen Wan glanced at the overcast night sky, smiling in agreement. Indeed, you two seem to be enjoying a romantic moonlit outing at this late hour. Ah? A romantic outing? He and Li Hanting? Gu Yiche laughed even more heartily, playfully pulling the pretending to sleep Li Hanting into an embrace. Yes, Miss Shen. Would you care to join us? Li Hanting suddenly opened his eyes, shaking off Gu Yiche's hand. Before Gu Yiche could react, his arm was twisted. Ah! Li Hanting, are you attempting to commit murder against your friends? His scream pierced the night air like a wailing pig. Chapter 7. You spend my money to woo girls. Shen Wan initially thought Li Hanting had broken Gu Yiche's arm. After dragging him out of the car, she discovered it was merely dislocated. Fortunately, no serious harm had been done. Bear with it. She grasped Gu Yiche's arm and swiftly relocated the dislocated bone. Gu Yiche moved his arm around, astonished. Miss Shen, have you studied medicine? Shen Wan remained silent. The 5 arts of metaphysics include mountain, medicine, physiognomy, destiny, and divination. The mountain refers to cultivation techniques, encompassing alchemy, talismans, and health preservation. Medicine pertains to traditional healing practices, such as herbal remedies, acupuncture, and spiritual healing. Destiny involves the study of fate based on one's birth time, and the principles of yin and yang. Physiognomy includes studying the heavens, human features, and geography, while divination encompasses fortune-telling and selecting auspicious days. Her master had imparted all 5 arts to her. In her past life, after 30 years, she had become a world-renowned master of metaphysics, with countless influential figures vying to meet her, including many from the Shen family. Li Hanting studied Shen Wan in silence, his deep-set eyes reflecting a contemplative expression. Having been frail and sickly since childhood, he had encountered many doctors. Shen Wan's actions while assisting Gu Yiche indicated her proficiency in the field. His grandfather had mentioned that Tai Xian was not only a master of metaphysics but also a miraculous doctor. It seemed that Shen Wan had learned a thing or two. He believed in her medical skills, but when it came to metaphysics, he remained an atheist, firmly convinced that this world held no specters. If spirits did exist, why had his sister never appeared before him, nor had she ever entered his dreams? Once a person dies, they truly become nothing.
Li Hanting's gasa dimmatsligli.
Gu Yiche glanced at his watch, suddenly exclaiming, Oh my, it's getting late. We shouldn't linger outside. Let me take you home, Miss Shen. Shen Wan fixed him with a deathly stare. No need. The scenery by the artificial lake is quite lovely. I intend to take a look. Gu Yiche was puzzled. What could possibly be appealing about the dark artificial lake at this hour? Besides, a year ago, someone committed suicide by jumping into the lake. Aren't you afraid? Shen Wan's lips curled into a sly smile, precisely the kind of place heavy with the aura of the deceased that she sought. She glanced up at the taciturn Li Hanting, then, after a moment's thought, said, Give me your hand. Li Hanting's expression grew serious, his tone flat. What do you want? You're reluctant to spend 3 days with me, aren't you? If you wish to avoid any misfortune, hand it over. I can help you dissolve the white tiger's malign influence. At this, Gu Yiche burst into laughter. Haha, so you're a little fortune teller. However, his laughter quickly faded as Shen Wan ominously remarked, The hospital is rife with negative energy, making it the most conducive place for encounters with spirits. Though healers accrue great merits, they must also exercise caution. Gu Xiao, beware of the ill-fated encounters stemming from the underworld.
Gu Yiche shuddered. Stop joking.
I'll be good. Spare me. While he was not as staunch an atheist as Li Hanting, he was still skeptical of supernatural matters. However, having worked in a hospital, he had heard numerous eerie tales. For instance, there were reports of elevators descending to the morgue on their own at night, and strange cries echoing from the emergency room at midnight. Every Friday, a specific bed would invariably see a death. In unoccupied wards, the bells and machines would ring at midnight.
And so forth.
Although there were numerous rumors circulating, he had never encountered any of them, leading him to be only half convinced and dismissive of such matters. Now, however, as Shen Wan ominously proclaimed that he was to be haunted by a ghost, he couldn't help but feel a flicker of fear.
Hand. Shen van impatiently urgalienting.
When he remained unresponsive, she decisively bit her fingertip, boldly seized his hand, and, before he could react, swiftly inscribed a rune upon the back of his hand. Do not wash your hands for 3 days, Shen Wan instructed. This is a protective charm. Moreover, do not venture outside, remain at home, and come find me after 3 days. Li Hanting, his expression dark, stared intently at the bloodstain on his hand, his brow furrowing. Filthy. Shen Wan retorted, slightly exasperated. I am already low on vitality. Yet I still draw protective charms for you, and you dare to complain about it being dirty? Li Hanting replied slowly, 3 days without washing. It will be dirty. He had a severe case of obsessive cleanliness. Gu Yicheng burst into laughter, exclaiming that 3 days without washing his hands would be akin to a death sentence for him. Shen Wan shrugged. There is nothing I can do. I'm currently destitute, unable to afford yellow paper and vermilion. So, I had to resort to using blood for the charm temporarily. Sympathy flickered in Li Hanting's eyes. Suddenly, Shen Wan's face brightened. Oh right, the protective charm isn't free. It costs 3,000. Cash or mobile payment? Cash, please. I don't have a mobile phone. Li Hanting. Gu Yicheng was taken aback. Aren't you the adopted daughter of the Shen family? How can you be so poor that you don't even have a mobile phone? Shen Wan smiled faintly. I have an old-fashioned phone. I just didn't take it. For the first 18 years of her life, she lived in her adoptive father's rural home, completely unaware of what a mobile phone was until she arrived at the Shen family a year ago and discovered the world outside was so vibrant. As she didn't know how to use a smartphone, she was ridiculed by Shen Jiaojiao. Subsequently, Shen Jiaming handed her an old phone that could only make and receive calls. Li Hanting turned around and retrieved Gu Yicheng's wallet from the car, silently pulling out a stack of cash and handing it to Shen Wan. Gu Yicheng protested. All right, you're generous. You're spending my money to woo women. Just as Shen Wan beamed while accepting the cash, she heard Li Hanting coldly say, if I remain unscathed within 3 days, you'll get 3,000. If I fall ill or encounter any mishap, you will owe me tenfold. Shen Wan's fingertips stiffened, her expression darkening. Is this how you accumulate your vast wealth? Li Hanting's thin lips curved slightly, his mood seemingly improving. Truly, he was a clever disciple. Shen Wan. His smile was so enchanting that it reminded her of the ghostly presence of Li Hanting. Without hesitation, she took the money and fled. Although she had acquired some wealth, her upbringing instilled in her a habit of frugality. Even as a master of metaphysics, she would not squander money, believing every penny should be spent wisely. She made her way toward the artificial lake, intending to rest on a bench for the night and seek a place to stay at dawn. To her surprise, upon reaching the lakeside, she spotted a group of youths on motorcycles stealthily lighting cigarettes. Her gaze fell upon the most eye-catching one among them, adorned with bright yellow hair. Unexpectedly, she called out his full name. Shen Shuheo. Shen Shuheo jumped in shock, his hand holding the cigarette trembling violently, the glowing ember jabbing into his palm, causing him to yelp in pain. Who is there? Shen Wan slowly emerged from the darkness, stepping into the light of a street lamp. Upon recognizing her, Shen Shuheo's initially panicked expression morphed into one of fury. You country bumpkin. Are you stalking me again? He cursed, rushing toward her with the intent to shove her away. Chapter 8. The Madwoman. As Shen Shuheo charged at her, his face contorted with rage, Shen Wan recalled some past events. At 15, Shen Shuheo was the youngest child of the Shen family and her half-brother, ranked 7th among the siblings. When at home, he acted obedient and understanding, presenting himself as an exemplary youth with excellent grades and good upbringing in front of acquaintances. In reality, however, Shen Shuheo was a rebellious teenager, often mingling with a group of rascals. It was only when she accidentally stumbled upon Shen Shuheo in a small grove, kissing a girl, that she realized the duality of his character. After that incident, his attitude towards her changed. In public, he would warmly greet her as Sister Wanwan, but in private, he treated her like a servant. Whenever Shen Shuheo went to a bar, she had to stand guard at the entrance. When he dated various girls, She was responsible for keeping watch, enduring beatings from several of his ex-girlfriends in the process. Any mischief he committed at home was invariably blamed on her. In her naivety, she believed that as his elder sister, she should be forgiving, thinking he would eventually mature. Little did she expect that her kindness would be repaid with the harshest betrayal from Shun Shuheo. The year she left home, he was caught smuggling contraband, and to avoid criminal responsibility, he framed her for his crimes. The memories of that night flooded her mind. The entire Shin family pressured her to take the fall, with several brothers pleading with her to consider Shin Shuheo's future, claiming he was still a child and that having a criminal record would ruin his life. It was then that she finally woke up to the reality, but unfortunately, she was still sent to prison for a time. That period was filled with darkness, and the bullying from fellow inmates made her wish for death. Fortunately, a mysterious benefactor intervened, providing the police with evidence of Shin Shuheo's illegal activities, thus clearing her name. Just as Shin Shuheo reached adulthood, he was imprisoned, and by the time the Shin family sought to blame her, she had already lost all hope and left, never to return. Remembering this, Shen Wan raised her hand without hesitation and slapped the brother who had almost ruined her life. Shun Shuheo stood frozen, completely caught off guard. Smack! Only when Shen Wan delivered another resounding slap to his face did he snap back to reality, roaring in rage. Shen Wan, how dare you hit me? I'll tear you apart. Furious, Shen Shuheo lunged to strike her. Shen Wan swiftly sidestepped, her fingers precisely pressing on his acupoint.
Ah!
Shin Shuheo felt his upper body suddenly go numb, and his face burned with pain. What are you all doing? Get her! He shouted angrily at his friends. His companions, momentarily stunned by the unfolding chaos, immediately brandished pipes and knives towards her. Shen Wan remained remarkably calm, seizing Shin Shuheo's hair, snatching the lighter and cigarettes from his hand. Without hesitation, she opened the lighter and doused him with its contents. With a mischievous smile, she declared, "Do you know what the most excruciating way to die is? I believe it's by burning. As the flames engulf your body, the fat will become an excellent accelerant, and you will witness your flesh being consumed inch by inch in agonizing torment, until you are utterly destroyed." The group of rebellious youths was taken aback by her actions, especially by her chilling words, leaving them glancing at one another in fear, too intimidated to approach this madwoman. Shin Shuheo was terrified, his voice trembling. "Keep that cigarette away. Don't let it catch fire. I don't want to die, Sister Wan. I was wrong. Damn it, what's wrong with this country bumpkin? Why is she acting so irrationally?" Usually, he commanded her to do his bidding, and she complied without question. What had changed today? A country girl, daring to defy him? Observing the defiance in Shin Shuheo's eyes, Shen Wan realized that he had not genuinely repented. He was merely frightened of the sparks igniting his clothes. "What did you do wrong?" Shin Shuheo stammered. "I shouldn't have insulted you. And what else? I shouldn't have ordered you around. Shouldn't he have spoken ill of you behind your back? Shouldn't he have made you wash the servants' clothes? Shouldn't he have spat in your food? Shouldn't he have placed snakes in your bed? And shouldn't he have spread rumors about you having body odor?" Shin Shuheo rattled off his transgressions, and as Shen Wan listened, her face darkened, and she seized his ear. "When did I ever have body odor?" On her first day, she had already witnessed him spitting. Since then, she had not touched any food that Shin Shuheo offered her, merely pretending to partake. The snake in her bed did not frighten her. Having grown up in the mountains, she had encountered numerous snakes. As for the body odor, Shen Wan recalled how every time she appeared in the living room, the Shin family would have the servants spray air freshener and turn on the air purifier. At the time, she thought it was simply the Shin family's penchant for cleanliness. Now, it seemed that this foolish young man had maliciously spread rumors about her having body odor, which had only led to the disdain of the Shin family. Shin Shuheo exclaimed in a tone that suggested it was only natural. "My mom says that country folks rarely bathe and smell terrible." Shen Wan. When I was brought back to the Shin family, I was ecstatic, believing I had finally escaped the clutches of my adoptive father's hellish domain. In order to make a good impression on the Shin family, I had scrubbed myself clean from head to toe, along with my clothes, shoes, and backpack. If there was any scent at all, it was merely a faint soap smell, reflecting on the torment she had endured because of Shin Shuheo. Shen Wan struck his head lightly a few times. Shin Shuheo, cradling his head, protested with a look of grievance. "I'm not the only one who bullies you. Why do you single me out?" Shen Wan scoffed. "Look at that. Even a 15-year-old boy knows that their actions constitute bullying. Surely, the Shin family is not oblivious to it either." Suddenly, someone shouted, "Brother Hao, trouble's coming. There's a patrol." Shen Shuheo's eyes darted, signaling to the others. They quickly caught him and hoisted him onto a vehicle, speeding away. Shen Shuheo shouted at the top of his lungs. Help. Murder and robbery. His voice was loud enough to awaken anyone within several blocks. Shen Wan. It would be good to let Shen Yui open his eyes and see that this is what true ingrained behavior looks like. The patrol arrived swiftly, only to find Shen Wan alone at the scene. She did not offer an explanation and calmly followed them away. Back at the Shen villa, Shen Chongfeng had barely settled in after returning from work when he received a call, learning that Shen Wan had been arrested for robbing a minor. His expression darkened instantly, his face a mask of displeasure. Shen Wan, how much more trouble do you intend to bring to this family? Chapter 9. Brother, why are you barking like a dog? Lu Meifong said with a concerned look. Is there some misunderstanding? Although Xiao Wan has her faults, how could a delicate girl like her possibly commit highway robbery? Shen Yui, lounging on the couch with his legs crossed as he examined medical records, let out a cold laugh. How could she not? She is the most ill-mannered and morally bankrupt girl I have ever encountered. His face was still stinging, though ice had numbed it somewhat. Brother, don't worry about her. Let her spend a few days in confinement to reflect. Thinking of Shen Wan leaving the house without a backward glance, a peculiar sensation stirred in Shen Chongfeng's heart. I suppose I should pay a visit to the police station. There's no need for that. Shen Jiaming stormed over, irate. Chongfeng, arrange for her to be sent back to the countryside as soon as this wretched girl is released. The Shen family can no longer afford to bear such disgrace. Lu Meifong gently patted Shen Jiaming's back, saying, Dear, you must watch your blood pressure. Don't get too agitated. Xiao Wan's character has been shaped by her difficult upbringing. She is still young. We have time to correct her faults. How about we send her to a juvenile correction facility for a while to see if that helps? Shen Jiaming, touched, grasped her hand. Wife, you are truly kind. That wretched girl has bullied you time and again, yet you still wish her well. Lu Meifong replied compassionately. She is still a child. When she grows up, she will understand the good intentions of her parents. Shen Jiaming nodded in satisfaction. Addressing Shen Chongfeng, let us heed Aunt Meifong's advice and send Shen Wan to the juvenile facility. Having Shen Wan as a daughter was a monumental embarrassment in his life, a stain that could not be erased. He longed for her to be far away from him, never to darken his door again. The next day, Shen Chongfeng went to the police station early to post bail, expecting to see Shen Wan huddled in the detention room, waiting for his rescue. To his surprise, upon entering, he found a bright hall crowded with people, both staff and civilians, all gathered around Shen Wan, who was reading palms for others. Your heart line is tangled and chaotic. You must pay special attention to your heart health as you may face severe heart issues within the year. Early detection is key. Your career line is twisted and drooping, indicating multiple career changes with more failures than successes. Starting a business is not advisable. You wish to reconcile with your ex? Just by looking at your face, I can tell you are a romantic fool, destined for an unsatisfactory marriage, consistently encountering scoundrels. If you can rid yourself of this romantic foolishness, you will achieve great success in your career. Shen Chongfeng stood at the back of the crowd, listening to her rambling. He observed a woman, clearly frustrated, rebutting Shen Wan. My boyfriend treats me very well. He just likes to have some fun. Just tell me when we can get back together. Shen Wan gave her a dismissive glance. This woman had been brought back after harassing her ex in the middle of the night, lamenting all night about how wonderful he was and how she could not let go. Shen Wan had overheard enough to realize that this so-called goodness was merely sweet talk and empty promises, devoid of any substantial actions. He provided no emotional support, no financial backing, and no positive companionship. How could she still cling to him, especially considering he had even struck her? The romantic fool insisted. It doesn't matter. Love can ease the pain. The onlookers were left speechless. The romantic fool is hopeless. Shen Wan smiled faintly, throwing out her trump card. Men are detrimental to you. They block your financial path. Her words left the romantic fool silent. After 3 seconds, she clasped her hands together, her face radiating relief. Master, I understand. Those who affect my fortune can go to hell. Do you all believe this nonsense from a semi-literate? Shen Chongfeng interrupted coldly, his demeanor as indifferent as ever, showing no mercy to Shen Wan. You've robbed a minor, and your character is so appalling it's beyond imagination. I will not post bail for you. Prepare yourself for the juvenile facility. The juvenile facility is where young offenders are confined. Shen Wan's immoral behavior was despicable and sordid, and she deserved to be locked away for reformation. Before Shen Wan could speak, a police officer interjected. Hello, You must be the eldest brother of the Shen family, right? I apologize for calling you. After our investigation, we found your sister to be innocent. She was maliciously accused by a group of delinquent youths. And we have cleared her name. Shen Changfeng was taken aback. So, she has been here this whole time? The little master is remarkable at fortune-telling. Everyone is reluctant to let her leave, surrounding her for divination. The crowd chimed in on Shen Wan's behalf. At that moment, a group of uniformed staff entered. Who is Shen Wan? We are from the juvenile facility, here to take you for reform. Shen Wan calmly lifted her head to look at Shen Changfeng. Her eyes laced with sarcasm. As the eldest brother, was he so eager to send his own sister for reformation? He had even assumed she was the type to rob minors, showing no discernment, and had come to take her away without question. A flicker of discomfort crossed Shen Changfeng's face, but it quickly vanished. His stern expression was unyielding. Even if you did not rob a minor, your poor character is evident. As long as you go through reformation and reform yourself, there may still be a chance for you to return home. Shen Wan let out a cold laugh. I do not blame you for being blind and ignorant, you young fool. Shen Changfeng frowned, his expression peculiar. Just 2 days ago, she had been kneeling and pleading with him, and now she publicly insulted him as a young fool. Had she gone mad? Shen Wan, with an air of directness, presented her identification card, pointing at the string of numbers inscribed upon it. Look for yourself, she insisted. As she had just surpassed the age of 18 by a mere 2 days. The staff member at the juvenile detention center wore an expression of palpable embarrassment. Young Master Shen, unfortunately, we do not accept those over 18. I apologize. Shen Changfeng fell momentarily silent, his gaze fixed upon the date on her ID, which coincidentally was the same as Qian Shui's birthday. It dawned on him why Shen Wan had been behaving so peculiarly. It was because no one remembered her birthday. She was angry and envious, seeking to create a spectacle to draw attention to herself. Shen Wan, if you wish for others to treat you well, you must first extend kindness to them. Your lack of sincerity is the reason others look down upon you, Shen Changfeng remarked coldly. Shen Wan stared at him, bewildered. All she had done was prove her age, and she found his outburst absurd. We cherish Qian Shui, and thus we treat her well. You, however, are like an ungrateful wolf, and even though you share the same blood as us, you have been raised by malign individuals. The darkness within you can never be erased. Shen Wan widened her eyes in disbelief as he continued his lecture. She blinked earnestly and inquired, What are you barking about? Chapter 10. Kicked out of the house. Shen Changfeng felt a sudden surge of irritation. Have you never learned the concept of respecting your elder brother? Shen Wan smiled, her eyes curving with mirth. But I am illiterate. How could a simpleton like me read? Frustration welled within him. As they drove home, Shen Changfeng's face was ashen. His grip on the steering wheel tense. He occasionally glanced at Shen Wan in the back seat, feeling as though something was constricting his chest. He had expected her to remain defiant and continue her escapade, but to his surprise, she had obediently gotten into the car. She clearly wanted to return to the Shen family, intending to plead her case before him. What are you pretending for? Speak up. Why did you end up at the police station? Shen Changfeng broke the heavy silence with a probing question. Shen Wan remained silent, her gaze fixed on the cars whizzing by outside. His patience waned, and he pressed on. What unsavory deeds have you been up to? With a calm demeanor, Shen Wan retorted, Young Master Shen has always shown little interest in my affairs. Why the sudden inquiry? As the eldest son of the Shen family, a rising star in the business world, he was seldom home due to his commitments. He wielded considerable influence within the family, and whenever she bore the brunt of punishment, she would beseech him for assistance. Yet, each time her humble pleas were met with scornful remarks. He had declared that she was unworthy. My matters are hardly worthy of your time, are they? She replied, a serene smile gracing her lips. Shen Changfeng's dissatisfaction grew, and he coldly remarked, You are indeed unworthy. You orchestrated this scene merely to attract attention from the family. This isn't the first time you've caused such chaos. Shen Wan interrupted him dismissively. Did I ever ask the Shen family to bring me here? It was grandfather Shen Huayan who discovered I was his true granddaughter and traveled great distances to retrieve me from the mountains. Initially, fear of my adoptive father's threats and trepidation of an unfamiliar environment kept me from coming. It was Shen Huayan who assured me that the Shen family would be kind, that I would have 4 elder brothers to dote on and protect me. And what was the outcome? Upon my arrival, I became akin to a sworn enemy in their eyes. None of my brothers ever protected me. They were more concerned about favoring Qian Shui. fearing that my presence would overshadow her. Shen Chongfeng's anger flared and he coldly stated, "If you wish to return, just say so. I can send you back to your adoptive family tomorrow." The very thought of being sent back to her adoptive home terrified Shen Wan. Each mention of it sent her into a panic, her body trembling with fear. That hellish place was somewhere she believed she could never return. Yet, unexpectedly, the usually reactive Shen Wan responded with indifference. "Whatever." Shen Chongfeng slammed on the brakes, turning to her in disbelief. "What did you just say?" Shen Wan met his gaze with an unflinching stare, her composure unwavering. "The Shen family has never been my place. My elder brother excels at using my fears to threaten me, so do as you wish." The essence of her character had transformed. She was no longer the timid girl she once was. The threat of being sent back, a return to that hellish existence, no longer held any power over her. Shen Chongfeng scrutinized her with his icy eyes for a long moment, choosing silence as he resumed driving. Let her continue her charade. He had seen many types of people. Shen Wan's petty antics were hardly capable of deceiving him. Upon arriving at the Shen family villa, Shen Wan stepped inside to witness a scene of familial affection in the living room. Shen Shihao, who had nearly implicated her in a serious offense, was presenting his report card of straight A's to Shen Jiaming. Shen Jiaming beamed with pride, exclaiming, "My good son, each one of you is a paragon of virtue and talent. However, you've once again topped the school in the finals. Speak up, what reward do you desire?" "Father will grant it." Dressed like a studious scholar, Shen Shuhao dutifully replied, "Father, this is merely my duty as your son. My brothers are so exemplary. I will strive to learn from them and make you proud. Indeed, all my children are exceptional geniuses, except for that troublemaker Shen Wan." Shen Jiaming's tone turned venomous as he mentioned her name, his teeth clenched in anger. "I truly wish Qian Shuai were my biological daughter. Sister Wan." Upon seeing her enter, Shen Shuhao's eyes gleamed with malicious delight. Shen Jianming, already in a foul mood, reached a boiling point upon spotting her. "Why are you back? You morally corrupt wretch? Chongfeng, why didn't you send her to the detention center?" "Father, she is now over 18, they want to accept her," Shen Chongfeng replied. Fuming, Shen Jiaming retorted, "Then send her back to the countryside. I do not wish to see her face again." Feigning concern, Shen Shihao advised, "Sister Wan, you should quickly kneel and apologize to father, or he truly will kick you out of the house." His words dripped with malice, hidden from the others. Shen Wan saw through his intentions and suddenly smiled. "Home? This was never my home to begin with. How can you speak of kicking me out?"
"Sister Wan,
"You dared to commit robbery as a minor. If it weren't for elder brother bailing you out, you would be in prison. The family worried about you all night. How can you claim this ISN to your home?" Shen Shuhao feigned sorrow, his eyes betraying a wicked glee. Mentioning her robbery ignited the atmosphere like gasoline on a flame. Shen Jiaming snatched up a golf club, ready to strike Shen Wan. "I truly regret having you." Unfazed, Shen Wan mocked, "Oh, when did men acquire the ability to give birth? The one who endured 10 months of labor to bring me into this world was not my biological mother, but merely you, who enjoyed a fleeting moment." The room fell silent, everyone taken aback, especially Shen Chongfeng. He recognized Shen Wan's act but was astonished that she dared to speak such words before their father. Did she truly not fear being cast out? Forced back into that hell? Shen Jianming, consumed by rage, charged toward her, but Lu Meifang hurriedly intervened, adopting a tone of heartfelt admonition as she addressed Shen Wan. "Little Wan, how can you speak to your father in such a manner? Apologize at once." "Apologize? This wretched girl sees no fault in herself. Robbing minors. How could she even conceive such a thing?" Shen Jiaming bellowed, "Just wait until I teach you a lesson today." Shen Chongfeng, observing Shen Wan's unwavering demeanor, furrowed his brow. Just as the golf club was about to collide with her head, he finally stepped forward to intervene. "Father, the police have clarified that it was a misunderstanding. Shen Wan did not rob a minor. She has been wronged." This marked the first instance he had stepped forward to defend her. If Shen Wan were astute, she would recognize the magnitude of his benevolence. Chapter 11. Unveiling the Secrets of the Seventh Brother. Before Shen Jiaming could utter a word, Shen Shihao interjected with astonishment. "Wronged? How could that possibly be? She not only attempted robbery but also sought to commit murder. She did indeed steal my lighter and cigarettes, and the intention to set me ablaze is also a fact." Shen Wan smiled sweetly and retorted, "Shen Shuhao, your words suggest you were present at the scene." She was about to add that she had been there when Shen Shuhao nearly blurted it out. Lu Meifang quickly cleared her throat to interrupt, "Darling, This time Xiaohao has once again maintained his top ranking in the entire school. As a reward, how about we take him abroad for a vacation this summer? Shen Jiaming's anger began to dissipate, and he readily agreed. All right, my dear son, which country would you like to visit? Seeing the opportunity, Shen Chongfeng seized the cue stick from his father's hand and handed it to a servant. He glanced at Shen Wan and, in an authoritative tone, instructed, "What are you still doing here? Go back to your room and reflect properly." Shen Wan chuckled at this and sarcastically replied, "I have done nothing wrong. What is there to reflect upon?" Shen Chongfeng raised an eyebrow, incredulous. Is this the kind of vulgarity one expects from a young lady of high society? Coming from the countryside, you lack decorum. Shen Jianming, maintaining a stern countenance, chastised Shen Wan. Your elder brother has graciously given you an opportunity. Do not overstep your bounds. Disregarding their astonished expressions, Shen Wan nonchalantly settled onto the leather sofa, crossing her legs with composure, and remarked, "Aren't you all curious as to why I was apprehended?" Shen Shuheo narrowed his eyes, sensing that Shen Wan was about to reveal that he had also been present. Indeed, in the next moment, she pointed at herself and declared, "Last night, I encountered Shen Shuheo in the park, where he was with a group of delinquents. Lan, are you implying that a well-behaved student like me associates with ruffians?" Shen Shuheo appeared undeterred by the potential damage to his reputation, his eyes betraying a brazen confidence. "I did not leave my home last night. I was studying in my study until late and only bathed before going to bed. The servants can testify to this. Lan, if you choose to neglect your studies, why tarnish my name?" He wore a look of feigned victimhood. Lu Meifong embraced her son. "Xiao Wan, I understand you have never liked me, nor Xiaohao. But he is still your half-brother. How can you bear to cast aspersions upon him? We have all witnessed his dedication."
Indeed.
Xiaohao has only ever focused on his studies and has never associated with unsavory characters. I, as his father, know his character best, Shen Jiaming concurred. Shen Chongfeng added, "Seventh brother has always been diligent and exemplary in his studies. Shen Wan, are you envious of him?" Shen Shuheo fixed his gaze on Shen Wan, a smirk creeping onto his lips, his eyes gleaming with a sense of triumph as if to warn her of the consequences of opposing him. Even if Shen Wan were to witness his rebellious side, no one in the family would believe her. For in this household, she had always been isolated and unsupported. Shen Wan unhurriedly began to unveil the hidden truths about Shen Shuheo. 10 months ago, the prized poodle raised by Shen Jiao went missing, and you blamed me for its disappearance. In reality, it was dragged to the basement by Shen Shuheo and killed, its remains buried beneath the peonies in the backyard. Even now, bones can still be unearthed. Shen Shuheo has bullied classmates and humiliated female students. The exemplary grades you all take pride in? He paid someone to take the exams for him, and the teachers, intimidated by the Shen family's influence, turned a blind eye. His favorite pastime involves gathering a group of dropouts to race cars on the streets at night.
Oh.
And the incident 3 months ago involving him helping an elderly woman who fell? That was a fabrication. The truth is he struck her, leaving her crippled, and shifted the blame onto her. The so-called exemplary child you all admire is, in fact, a complete deviant. With each word Shen Wan uttered, Shen Shuheo's expression darkened. Upon hearing the final revelation, he erupted in fury. "You, a country bumpkin, dare to slander me." The Shen family had never witnessed Shen Shuheo in such a state of distress, and they were momentarily taken aback. Only Lu Meifong, aware of the truth, urgently tugged at Shen Shuheo, signaling him to maintain his composure. "My dear, I can hardly bear this. I never anticipated Xiao Wan would harbor such animosity towards us. Fabricating lies without hesitation. Xiaohao is such a good child. You should know that best, my husband." Without hesitation, Shen Jiaming chose to side with his wife and son. Pointing an accusatory finger at Shen Wan, "You are projecting your misdeeds onto Xiaohao. Have you no shame? These matters can be easily verified." Shen Wan cast a glance at the cold-faced Shen Chongfeng, wondering if this would pose a problem for her elder brother. Shen Shuheo's complexion turned crimson as he desperately protested. "Elder brother, you must believe me. She is slandering me out of jealousy." Shen Chongfeng furrowed his brow, remaining silent. The seventh brother, known for his gentle and steady demeanor, was perceived as a studious recluse. Yet, his frantic explanations now sparked suspicion. Shen Wan continued, "I have been wronged simply because I uncovered Shen Shuheo's secret." Shen Shuheo's expression shifted. "Do not speak nonsense. The secret, could it be that one?" He was certain that no one in the family knew of it. How could Shen Wan possibly know? She must be trying to deceive him, exaggerating her claims. Shen Wan chuckled, I haven't even revealed it yet. How do you know I am speaking nonsense? You. In the basement on the south side of the backyard lies the answer you seek, Shen Wan declared succinctly. Shen Shuheo's complexion altered drastically, panic evident in his eyes. How did Shen Wan know the secret of the south side basement? Shen Shuheo. Do you dare to open the basement door for everyone to see? Shen Wan shot him a sly grin. This secret was one she would only learn about 3 years later when Shen Shuheo's criminal activities came to light. In that basement, he concealed unspeakable things. And these items gradually emboldened him until 3 years later, the newly adult Shen Shuheo became a crime lord, with the amount involved exceeding hundreds of millions. In a fit of rage, Shen Shuheo lunged at her. Shut your mouth. There is nothing there. Do not attempt to frame me. Shen Wan effortlessly sidestepped him and delivered a swift kick. Shen Shuheo stumbled, falling awkwardly. Unwilling to relent, he rose and attempted to strike again. Shen Chongfeng, for once, stepped forward to shield Shen Wan, his face stern and authoritative. Seventh brother, the south side basement is for your experiments. What are you feeling guilty about? Has Shen Wan hit the nail on the head? You've been hiding something shameful? Chapter 12. Shen Shuheo is apprehended. Fuming, Shen Shuheo exclaimed, Elder brother, how can you believe Shen Wan's words? She is nothing but a liar. She is envious of my academic success and is deliberately defaming me. Shen Wan. Shen Shuheo pointed at her, his face a mask of indignation, breathless as he lamented. Besides me, the entire family dislikes you. I am the only one who welcomed you. How could you treat me this way? His theatrics painted Shen Wan as a cold-hearted, ungrateful sibling. Shen Wan remained unfazed. Indeed. You act sweetly in public, calling me sister, but behind my back, you treat me as a servant. Shen Shuheo, as a man, you must take responsibility for your actions. Consider this a form of saving you, otherwise you would face life imprisonment. Originally, it was a death sentence, but the Shen family used every connection to plead for a commutation to life imprisonment. Her words immediately caught Shen Chongfeng's attention, prompting him to turn and head toward the backyard. Elder brother. Shen Shuheo was flustered and hurriedly pursued after them. Although Lu Meifong was unaware of what her son had hidden, upon witnessing his distress, she immediately followed, attempting to explain, Chongfeng, wait a moment. Ziaha is simply fascinated by anatomy. I suspect he might be quietly experimenting with small animals in the basement. It's nothing alarming. Even Uni, who studies medicine, has dissected small creatures and cadavers. Perhaps we should refrain from entering, so as not to provoke any aversion to learning in him. Upon hearing this, Shen Chongfeng halted his steps. With reddened eyes, Shen Shuheo apologized. Brother, I'm sorry. My dream is to become an exceptional forensic pathologist, which is why I've been studying these things. I promise I won't do it again. Shen Chongfeng breathed a sigh of relief, realizing it was merely this. If you aspire to be a forensic pathologist, such studies are inevitable. I will buy you some laboratory mice. They will be clean and free from infectious diseases. Oh, my foolish son, Shen Jiaming lamented. Why would you want to be a forensic pathologist? It's dirty, exhausting work, dealing with corpses. How arduous. His heart ached for his son, but he assured him, as long as you enjoy it, your father supports your choice. Shen Wan observed their family interaction with cold eyes, feeling like an outsider amidst their mutual trust. However, she had already anticipated that the Shen family would trivialize the matter. Calculating the time with her fingers, she concluded that it was time for their arrival. Sir, madam, trouble is brewing. The butler rushed in, breathless. A few police officers have arrived outside. The Shen family turned in unison toward Shen Wan, all assuming they had come to apprehend her. Shen Jiaming sneered. Let them in. Take this troublemaker away. Shen Wan smiled sweetly. If I'm the troublemaker, then you all must be the mess. The Shen family was taken aback. Shen Wan, if you've done something wrong, you must face the consequences. What exactly did you do last night to attract the police? Shen Chongfeng glared at her coldly. Shen Wan shrugged. I merely disclosed some facts voluntarily. Shen Shuheo, who had just begun to relax, felt his heart plummet, an ominous premonition clouding his mind. The police arrived promptly. Shen Jiaming pointed at Shen Wan with an air of moral superiority, declaring, whatever crime she has committed, the Shen family has nothing to say and will not hire a lawyer for her. Let her be sentenced as she deserves. The police produced a search warrant and read aloud. Based on our investigation and multiple witness testimonies, we suspect Shen Shuheo is in possession of contraband. We are here to search the Shen residence. At this revelation, Shen Wan beamed with delight. while Shen Jiaming, Lu Meifeng, Shen Changfeng, and Shen Shuheo were all left stunned. Particularly, Shen Shuheo's complexion turned ashen. Despite his efforts to maintain composure, his trembling voice betrayed his panic. What contraband? I have no idea. The police responded. Several minors who were racing with you have been apprehended, and they were found in possession of significant amounts of contraband. They all confessed that you provided it. Shen Shuheo's eyes widened, and he erupted in anger. Damn it. I always took them to various entertainment venues, claiming brotherly loyalty, and they turned around and sold me out. What heartless fools. Shen Chongfeng's dark eyes fixed intently on Shen Wan. The police's arrival had to be connected to her. Yet, his younger brother's basement was his personal sanctuary. With a password only he knew. How could Shen Wan possibly know that contraband existed in that private space? But at that moment, he could not afford to ponder such matters. My brother is merely a 15-year-old child. If he has committed any illegal acts, he must have been deceived or incited by someone. Shen Chongfeng sternly instructed Shen Shuheo, you must not say anything until the legal representatives arrive. I believe in your innocence. Shen Shuheo understood that his brother was protecting him and nodded eagerly. Under the watchful eyes of the police, he reluctantly opened the basement door. As it creaked open, they were greeted by walls lined with an array of firearms. Shen Jiaming was left dumbfounded. Howard, where did you acquire these items? Shen Shuheo cried. Father, these are merely replica firearms, not real ones. The police continued their search, uncovering a trove of psychoactive substances. These drugs were explicitly banned by the state, as they released dopamine, inducing excitement and pleasure, yet containing prohibited ingredients that had long been outlawed. As the evidence piled up, Shen Shuheo's face turned pale, and he felt his legs weaken. Lu Meifeng caught him, exclaiming, Zaiha, what kind of friends have you made? Did they leave these here? Shen Shuheo, please come with us, the police said, revealing a silver bracelet. Lu Meifeng panicked, pleading, Officer, my son is only 15. He is still a child. He knows nothing and must have been framed. She then cast a pointed glance at Shen Wan. It's you, isn't it? You envy my son, and deliberately set him up. Shen Wan remained unperturbed. Before I came to this family, the seventh brother already had a penchant for collecting contraband. I was far away in the countryside. How could I have orchestrated this? Lu Meifeng clutched Shen Jiaming's arm, sobbing uncontrollably. Darling, our son would never engage in illegal activities. He has been framed. You must contact legal counsel to save him. Shen Jiaming shot a murderous glare at Shen Wan, embracing Lu Meifeng to comfort her. Do not worry, my love. Changfeng is already in touch with the company's legal team. They will surely clear our son's name. Even if they contacted legal counsel, Shen Shuheo would still be taken away. As he departed, he cast a venomous glare at Shen Wan, filled with intense hatred. If looks could kill, she would have been slain 1,000 times over. Shen Wan, you will not have a good end. Mark my words. As Shen Shuheo was shoved into the police car, he could no longer contain his vitriol. Shen Wan dismissed him lightly. Yes, yes. Remember to wait for good news while you're in juvenile detention. Chapter 13. Unwelcome Stay. Before Shen Shuheo's words had faded, the police car drove away with him. Son! Lu Meifeng cried out, chasing after it, but in her high heels, she could not keep up. Defeated, she turned back to confront Shen Wan. Shen Wan, if you have any grievances against me as your stepmother, speak them. Why did you frame my son? He is only 15. How could he comprehend what contraband is? Shen Wan replied with an air of indifference. How is his wrongdoing my fault? Lu Meifeng retorted fiercely. You know he is naive and could be deceived into hiding contraband in the basement. Why did you not inform us sooner? If you had, Zaiha wouldn't he have been arrested? You not only failed to tell us, but you also called the police, intending to send your own brother to prison. Lu Meifeng accused Shen Wan with tears streaming down her face. Has her conscience been devoured by a dog? This vile woman, she thought, should have been dealt with from the start. Now she has harmed her son, and if Zaiha is imprisoned, she will never let this go. If anything happens to him while he is inside, I will make you pay. As Lu Meifeng grew increasingly agitated, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Shen Jiaming anxiously held his wife, glaring fiercely at Shen Wan. You better pray that Howard is unharmed. Otherwise, I will make you pack your bags and leave, sending your wicked adoptive father to fetch you. He hurriedly carried Lu Meifeng back to their room to rest. Shen Changfeng, while making calls to the legal team, kept a watchful eye on Shen Wan. In light of the turmoil that had unfolded, Shen Wan remained disturbingly calm. Of course, this was her own doing. She had anticipated the events that would transpire. After hanging up, Shen Changfeng, feeling somewhat agitated, coldly questioned her. Why are you so ruthless towards the seventh brother? How can there be such profound hatred among family members that you would recklessly harm a minor under 18? Shen Wan lifted her head. Her small face, pale and drawn from malnutrition, appeared lifeless. With an impassive gaze, she calmly retorted, Family? Are we truly family? Why wouldn't we be? Shen Changfeng sensed a hint of urgency in his tone and paused before saying, You have already been inscribed in the Shen family genealogy. You are one of us. Strangely enough, witnessing Shen Wan's calm demeanor only intensified his frustration. She had never exhibited such poise before, behaving as if the matters at hand were of no concern to her, akin to an outsider. Shen Wan had always been deeply invested in her family. Even the most casual remark could provoke her anxiety and attempts to please. If she wished to endear herself to the family, she ought to maintain her facade. How could she reveal her true self after merely a year? He found this transformed version of Shen Wan disconcerting, as though she were an entirely different person. With a slight smirk, Shen Wan retorted unapologetically, Shen Changfeng, do you not feel a twinge of guilt when you utter such words? Over the past year, I have endured countless dismissive glances and neglect within the Shen household. I have never received the treatment befitting a family member. Your attitude towards me is akin to that of a foe. Do you not also see me as a country bumpkin unworthy of being your sister? Now you feign kindness?
Relatives, ah.
What a farce. Your family is the true kin, while I remain an outsider. Shen Changfeng's expression darkened, and after a few moments of silence, he replied, Even if the entire family disapproves of you, you should not exact vengeance upon the seventh brother. He is merely 15. And what of it? Being a minor is not a get-out-of-jail-free card. Shen Wan scoffed. If he has committed a crime, he must face the consequences of his actions. If everyone were to shield wrongdoers as you do, this world would indeed be doomed. Shen Changfeng frowned. The situation is not as dire as you portray. The seventh brother is still young. With proper guidance, he can return to the right path. Shen Wan chuckled lightly. Indeed, he is young. If the Shen family cannot instill proper values, then perhaps he should be sent to a juvenile facility for reformation. I am merely looking out for the seventh brother's best interests. Shen Changfeng was left speechless. Originally, they had intended to send her to a juvenile facility, but by a twist of fate, it was the seventh brother who ended up there. He was about to say something further when he noticed Shen Wan turning to leave. He instinctively called out, Where are you going? Without looking back, Shen Wan replied, That is none of your concern, Master Shen. Shen Wan. Shen Changfeng's tone was sharp, his expression grave. How long do you intend to sulk before you move on? You must still be brooding over the family forgetting your birthday. Didn't you make a scene about it? Shouldn't you be satisfied now? How much longer do you wish to continue this? Shen Wan turned around and raised her middle finger at him. Get lost. Shen Changfeng's face darkened completely. A look of exasperation etched across his features as he repeated, Good. Even if you were to perish out there, I would not cast a glance your way, nor would I retrieve your body. Then I thank your ancestors for their blessings. Shen Wan laughed heartily. Her steps lightened as she made her way out. Shen Changfeng watched her leave, his expression stormy, his chest heavy as if something were lodged within. Upon exiting the Shen family villa, Shen Wan immediately headed to a real estate agency. There was no way she could return to her adoptive family after leaving the Shens. She needed to become self-sufficient, starting from her previous line of work. The first order of business was to find herself a place to stay. As the agent noticed her entrance and prepared to dismiss her, Shen Wan promptly presented her identification. I may look young, but I am of legal age. The 17 years of a life akin to a living hell with the Shens, coupled with a year of subservience, had left her petite in stature. Though she was an adult, she appeared more like a 14 or 15-year-old, with both her physical development and appearance remaining youthful. Once the agent confirmed her age, they inquired, Are you looking to buy or rent? We have an abundance of properties available in various styles. With a smile, Shen Wan asked, Do you have any haunted houses? The agent's lips twitched in disbelief. Most clients sought properties with good feng shui. Why would she be asking for the opposite? There were indeed houses where deaths had occurred. But what kind of haunted house did she want? One with a murder case, preferably where several people have died. The more sinister, the better. The agent replied, You might be surprised, but we do have such properties. However, are you truly brave enough to stay in one, being a young girl? Shen Wan nodded. I'm poor. Well then, you are openly acknowledging your financial state. This villa in Shanghai Bay had witnessed 5 murders in the past decade, with each occupant meeting a bizarre end. Over the span of 10 years, the death toll had reached over 10, making it our most notorious haunted property, guaranteed to bring death. Shen Wan's eyes sparkled. How much? The original price is 80 million, but it's currently available for just 88,000. You could own a standalone villa with a pool and garden. 88,000. What a bargain. Shen Wan rummaged through her pockets, discovering a mere 3,000. She then negotiated with the agent to temporarily rent the villa for 1,000 a year, promising to buy it once she had the funds. Before signing the contract, the agent warned her repeatedly, this haunted house has gone uninhabited for the past 3 years due to the frequent murders. The neighbors have all moved away. At night, Shanghai Bay is pitch black and quite frightening. Are you absolutely certain you want to rent here? Young lady, do not choose this house out of greed. It could cost you your life. Shen Wan smiled politely. No worries. I have a strong constitution. Seeing that she was resolute, the agent finally agreed to the contract. Shen Wan paid the first 1,000 in rent, successfully obtaining the keys, and then spent 100 at the supermarket for some essentials. With her funds running low, she decided against taking a taxi and walked to the villa in Shanghai Bay. By the time she arrived at her new home, night had fallen. Shen Wan looked around and noticed that Shanghai Bay was engulfed in darkness, with even the streetlights malfunctioning. Standing before the imposing villa, it loomed like the mouth of a monstrous beast, ready to swallow her into the abyss of darkness. She set down her plastic bag, knocked 3 times on the door, and said slowly, I am the new resident. From now on, we shall coexist under the same roof, without interference, each minding our own business. After speaking, she inserted the key into the lock, only to find that it was broken. The door swung open with a gentle push. Shen Wan took out a lighter from her bag to light a candle before stepping inside the villa. The house had been vacant for years, and a musty, stale odor filled the air. It was not entirely empty. The previous owner's furniture remained, stained with oxidized blood. The wooden floors, long neglected, had begun to rot, exposing the bare, cold cement beneath. Cobwebs clung to every corner, littered with the remains of countless flies. Each breath she took was tainted with decay, mingled with a nauseating scent of blood. Broken glass lay scattered across the carpet, and the walls of the living room bore the remnants of splattered blood. Shen Wan surveyed her surroundings. The sofa and table were coated in a thick layer of dust. If she wished to rest comfortably, she would have to clean the dust off the sofa first, leaving the rest for daylight. She picked up the candle to search for the power switch, only to discover it was also broken. Shen Wan's lips curled in a wry smile. Well, for $1,000 I can rent a villa. Who needs anything more? The agent had assured her that the water and electricity were functional, and she could have someone come to fix it the next day. Grabbing a towel, she made her way to the kitchen, intending to fill a basin with water to clean the dusty sofa. This villa was expansive, with the kitchen divided into 3 sections, a traditional kitchen, an open kitchen, and a dining area. As she held the candle, a sudden gust of wind swept through, extinguishing the flame. Unfazed, she proceeded in darkness, gradually reaching the sink, where she turned on the faucet to wet the towel before wringing it out and turning back. Suddenly, she collided with something solid. Looking up, she found herself face to face with a ghostly visage, glowing green in the dim light. Get the hell away from me, she yelled, instinctively throwing a left hook at the apparition. Ah! A scream echoed through the darkness. Shen Wan followed up with a high kick, forcefully sending the figure flying. What kind of specter dared to frighten her? She casually draped a towel over her shoulder, excitement coursing through her as she rolled up her sleeves and leapt into action, throwing a few punches at the figure that was making a racket. Suddenly, a voice erupted from the darkness. In an instant, a bright light illuminated the scene, revealing everyone in the kitchen corner, including Shen Luoyu, who was being pinned down by Shen Wan. Shun the Emperor of Sight. Are you alright? The crew, alarmed by the bruised and battered Shen Luoyu, rushed over to separate Shen Wan, cautiously helping him up. Shen Luoyu was in a pitiful state, sporting 2 black eyes, a swollen cheek, and a bleeding lip. Concerned crew members flocked around him to check on his injuries. At the crucial filming location, who had allowed irrelevant individuals to intrude, the director was furious. It was only then that Shen Wan realized there were a dozen crew members present, silent and tense, as they had been filming just moments before. The person she had struck was none other than her nominal brother, Shen Luoyu. Since childhood, he had been entrenched in the entertainment industry and had now risen to the level of a leading actor. Shen Wan suddenly recalled that at this time, Shen Luoyu was involved in a horror film about ghosts. This film would later explode in popularity, raking in a staggering $3.5 billion at the box office, earning him the title of Best Actor and making him the youngest film emperor in the industry, solidifying his status as a top-tier star. So, this was the very location where they were shooting. Who hit me? Damn it. Why aren't we following the script? Shen Liu, dazed from the blows, finally regained his senses and roared in anger. It was her, his assistant exclaimed, pulling Shen Wan forward. It's you. Bright lights suddenly shone on Shen Wan's face. The assistant, recognizing her, gasped, Brother Yu, it's your sister. Shen Liu misheard. What do you mean, my sister? Who the hell hit me? The assistant clarified, Brother Yu. It was indeed your sister who struck you. Shen Liu, struggling to open his swollen eyes, finally recognized her as the very person he despised, Shen Wan. You little brat. Why is it you again? Enraged, he stood up to confront her, but a sharp pain shot through his abdomen where she had kicked him, causing him to grimace and return to the ground, glaring at her. How many times must I tell you not to come to the set? Are you deaf? This useless Shen Wan will only bring me trouble. The last time she visited the set, she had injured someone, and her antics had nearly ruined the drama's early reputation. Now, as he was stepping into the film industry with this being his first leading role, she had come to wreak havoc once more. Shen Liu was livid, and the crew shared his fury. Shen, the Emperor of Sight, was performing beautifully. We were all immersed in that terrifying atmosphere. If it weren't for her bursting in, that scene would have undoubtedly become legendary. They had heard that Shen Wan was the adopted daughter of the Shen family, and her presence was unwelcome. What a stroke of bad luck to have such a sister. They murmured. Just look at how she has beaten up the Emperor of Sight. He might not be able to film for a week. The crew was abuzz with gossip. Shen Liu shouted at Shen Wan. This is not a place for you. Get out. Shen Wan calmly pulled out her rental agreement from her pocket and thrust it before him, articulating each word. This is my home. You trespassed without permission. You should be the one to leave. Chapter 15. You are unworthy to be my biological sister. What kind of joke is this? Shen Liu snapped, not even glancing at the contract before snatching it away and tearing it to shreds, hurling the pieces at her. Do not test my patience. Now. Immediately. Get out of here. Shen Wan's gaze darkened as she clenched her fists and decisively delivered a heavy left hook to him. Her fist collided with Shen Liu's jaw, forcing him to stagger back 2 steps. Brother Yu, are you okay? His assistant rushed forward, but suddenly found his pockets empty as Shen Wan snatched his phone and dialed the police. Hello. I'd like to report an intruder who has trespassed into my home and assaulted me. The address is Villa 44, Shanghai Bay. Why are you just standing there? Stop her. The director shouted urgently. Several crew members rushed to seize the phone, but alas, they were too late. Shen Wan tossed the phone to the assistant and glanced at the incredulous Shen Liu, her smile devoid of warmth. If you have any guts, don't leave. Shen Liu was furious. What do you want, you little brat? The director hurriedly intervened, attempting to mediate. Since she is your sister, we are all family, right? Why make this so unpleasant? Little sister, apologize to your brother quickly. It was your fault for interrupting our shoot and injuring the lead actor. Even though Luoyu is your brother, we could hold you accountable, and if it's serious, you might even face jail time. This Shen family's adopted daughter was someone he had heard of before. She had visited Shen Liu's set. He hadn't expected her to be such a troublemaker. For the sake of a smooth shoot, he felt compelled to explain the seriousness of the situation to her. Shen Wan found it amusing. Did they think she was still the naive, law-ignorant girl? Firstly, you trespassed into my home without my consent to film here, a severe infringement of my privacy rights. Secondly, my act of self-defense was merely a reaction to being startled by that ugly face. It is you who should be apologizing. Shen Wan retorted with a cold smirk. How dare you turn the tables on me? Shen Liu's expression darkened. What nonsense was this little brat spouting? Ugly face? His face had been made up with special effects makeup, which might appear frightening, but he was undeniably one of the most handsome figures in the entertainment industry. Even with ghostly makeup, he was still a striking visage. The assistant picked up the torn rental agreement from the ground and, upon examining it, realized it was indeed her rental. Brother Yu, we misunderstood her. The director quickly pulled Shen Liu aside, whispering, Liu, our film has just begun shooting. If the police get involved, it will surely affect us. Talk to your sister and persuade her to withdraw the police report. Let us not make this so messy. Shen Liu seethed with anger. Director Zhang, she knew I was filming here and rented this place to cause trouble. Why should I lower myself to talk to her? Every time this little brat appeared on set, something bad happened. If she didn't withdraw the report, the next day as headline would be Shen the Emperor of Sight trespasses and films illegally, summoned by police. The director patiently urged him, sometimes one must endure for the sake of peace. Shen Luyu touched his sore jaw, unable to swallow his resentment. Yet, Director Zhang was right. He couldn't afford to have such an embarrassing incident making headlines. Taking a deep breath, he approached Shen Wan and spoke tersely, "Cancel the police report immediately. Or you may find it difficult to return home." His condescending demeanor made Shen Wan feel nauseated. "Shen Si Xiao, do you know why I rented this place?" Shen Luyu scoffed. "ISN, to create chaos?" Shen Wan rolled her eyes. "Don't flatter yourself. I'd rather live in a haunted house than go back to your Shen family." Shen Luyu laughed in anger. "You really have a knack for lying. Fine. Even if you run away from home, why choose my filming location? What a coincidence. Who would believe that? Just admit you want to disrupt the shoot, and I might respect your honesty." "Shen Wan, you're hopelessly stubborn and can't stand to see others do well." Shen Wan chuckled lightly, unapologetically replying, "I rented this place simply because I'm poor. It only costs 1,000 a year. Who would believe it? The sister of Shen, the Emperor of Sight, is so broke she can only afford the cheapest haunted house." Her declaration stunned everyone present. They all knew Shen Wan had been publicly introduced as the Shen family's daughter a year ago, claimed to be an adopted child.
Now,
She had publicly revealed her true identity as the biological sister. Moreover, the illustrious daughter of the wealthiest family in Jiangcheng, the sister of the renowned Shen Shidi, is living such a destitute life. Regardless of others, even a mere trickle of generosity from Shen Shidi would afford her a life of luxury and comfort. Yet, she now finds herself renting a haunted house for a mere 1,000 yuan. The onlookers wore expressions of disbelief, akin to having witnessed a sensational revelation. Shen Luyu's countenance darkened abruptly. He detested the notion of others discussing his family's private matters. Shen Wanming was well aware that he did not acknowledge her as his sister. Yet she chose to unveil the truth before outsiders. What was her intention? To force him into recognizing her identity in such a manner? She was delusional. With a gaze as frigid as ice, Shen Luyu coldly stated, "I, Shen Luyu, have only 2 biological sisters, Shen Qianxue and Shen Jiaojiao. What are you, to presume to call yourself my sister?" Whispers of speculation arose among the crowd. Which of them is telling the truth? Surely, it must be Shen Shidi. The Shen family declared over a year ago that Shen Wan is merely an adopted daughter. How dare such a mere adopted child flaunt the airs of a true heiress? To be taken in by Jiangqing's wealthiest family is akin to a stroke of fortune. She should be grateful and not act so brazenly toward Shen Shidi, even striking him. Such family feuds are quite thrilling. Listening to the accusations, Shen Wan did not feel anger. Instead, a faint smile graced her lips.
Shen Si Xiao.
"Remember your words. I am not your sister." Back when the Shen family refused to acknowledge her identity, all 4 of her brothers deemed her unworthy of being their sister. They repeatedly proclaimed to the outside world that she was merely an adopted daughter, unrelated to them. It was only after she joined the mystical sect and became a renowned master of metaphysics that the Shen family came knocking, pleading for her to rectify the downward spiral of her 4 brothers' fortunes. Only then did they dare to claim her as their biological sister, using the bond of blood to morally coerce her. Now, she intended to compel her 4 brothers to publicly renounce her identity, to reject her. Unfathomably. Shen Luyu replied without hesitation, "You were never my sister to begin with, and you are unworthy." Chapter 16. Shen Shidi's Fall from Grace. Shen Wan clapped her hands in approval. "Indeed, your family can cling to that pretentious adopted daughter for a lifetime." Furious, Shen Luyu could not bear to hear her speak ill of Shen Qianxue and erupted, "Dare you utter another word against 5th sister? She has sacrificed greatly for you and this family. While anyone may criticize 5th sister, you, Shen Wan, are the last person who should." As the atmosphere grew tense, the 2 siblings appeared ready to clash. Director Zhang hurriedly intervened. Now, let us all calm down. Shen Xiaomei. We were unaware that this haunted house had already been leased. Had we known, we would have certainly informed you in advance. Since the situation has arisen, let us sit down and resolve it amicably. How about this? I will offer you 300 yuan if you withdraw your report and allow us to continue filming. Shen Wan pointed towards the door, succinctly stating leave. Director Zhang's expression soured, feeling somewhat humiliated by being reprimanded by this younger generation. If 300 is insufficient, how about 1,000? That should cover your rent for a year. Shen Wan retorted, "Surely, filming a horror movie hasn't rendered you incapable of understanding basic communication?" Director Zhang and the crew were left speechless. Shen Luyu, exasperated, thought the girl had transformed into someone unrecognizable, daring to address him with such insolence. Observing her calm demeanor, indifferent to his authority, incensed him further. With no other option, Director Zhang had to concede that Shen Wan indeed rented the villa and ordered the crew to dismantle their equipment. Midway through the process, the police arrived. Shen Wan pointed at the group, feigning distress. "Officers, they trespassed into my home and nearly frightened me to death." The crowd was taken aback. "Shen Wan, you weren't displaying this demeanor just a moment ago." Shen Liu, infuriated, could only explain to the officers that he was acquainted with Shen Wan. The police inquired, "Do you know each other?" Shen Wan shook her head vehemently, denying any connection. "No, I don't know her at all." Shen Liu's face darkened. Because the crew was filming illegally and Shen Wan refused to mediate, all involved were taken into custody. This film, which had begun with great fanfare, attracted numerous paparazzi and onlookers who captured the moment Shen Liu was led away by the police. Within 3 minutes, he was trending on social media, with headlines such as "Shen Shidi arrested by police," "Shen Shidi suspected of criminal activity," and "Shen Shidi's fall from grace." Meanwhile, at the Shen family villa, everyone was in a tizzy over Shen Shuheo's detention. Based on the evidence the police had, the 7th young master was likely to be sent to a juvenile detention center. As the lawyer explained, suddenly, Shen Jiaojiao burst in, brandishing her phone and exclaiming, "Oh no! 4th brother is in trouble." Shen Jiaming was taken aback. "What? Jiaojiao? What are you saying?" Weibo is blowing up. The trending topics say 4th brother was taken away by the police, complete with pictures and proof. The Shen family gasped in shock, momentarily forgetting about Shen Shiheo, as they hurriedly pulled out their phones to check Weibo. Shen Chongfeng, however, found it hard to believe that his 4th brother could fall from grace. Despite being in the entertainment industry, he had always maintained his integrity. How could he possibly be in such a predicament? In the world of celebrity scandals, a fall from grace usually involved either infidelity or tax evasion. Shen Jiaojiao anxiously suggested, "Could 4th brother be involved in tax evasion?" Shen Jiaming replied sternly, "Do not speak such words lightly. Your 4th brother has never engaged in any illegal activities." Let us see what the trending topics say. Shen Chongfeng frowned. There are reports that 4th brother was taken away while filming at Shanghai Bay. And it seems not just him, but crew members as well. Doesn't he appear to be a significant issue? I'll go to the police station to investigate. Upon arriving at the police station, he immediately spotted the bruised and battered Shen Liu, his expression darkening.
"Who did this to you?"
Shen Liu stammered, "Big brother."
"Please don't ask."
If Big Brother found out it was that wretched Shen Wan who had struck him, he would be utterly humiliated. Shen Chongfeng's cold demeanor was now laced with fury. "I ask you again, who did this? In the whole of Jiangqing, who dares to lay a hand on you?" Director Zhang cautiously raised his hand. "Mr. Shen, it was your sister, that Shen Wan." In disbelief, Shen Chongfeng turned to Shen Liu. "Shen Wan came to confront you?" Shen Liu's eyes widened in shock. "Big brother, I'm in this state, and you only care about whether she came to see me? What on earth happened?" Shen Liu recounted the entire incident with indignation, causing Shen Chongfeng's frown to deepen with each word. She would rather reside in a haunted house than return home. Shen Liu rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Big brother, is that the crux of the matter? Why should we concern ourselves with that wretched girl's well-being? The most pressing issue is how to extricate me from this mess." Shen Chongfeng sighed. "Have you been driven mad by her? She merely rented a house. The formal lease commences tomorrow. The party responsible for this is the former owner of the Shanghai Bay property." His words struck a chord. Amidst everyone's eagerness to indulge in gossip, they had overlooked the lease dates on the contract, which indeed began tomorrow.
Shen Liu,
upon retrieving the broken contract from his assistant, confirmed this fact. Damn it! The thought of being played by Shen Wan ignited a furious desire to return and confront her. "First, let us attend to your injuries at your 2nd brother's hospital." Shen Chongfeng paused. "As for Shen Wan, leave her to me." Shen Liu queried, "Big brother, it seems that girl has undergone a transformation. Did she cause a ruckus after 5th sister's birthday banquet?" "It's nothing, just some minor matters. Focus on treating your wounds, and we will discuss it later." Shen Chongfeng's eyes were cold and deep as he recalled Shen Wan's silhouette when she left home. It seemed less like a tantrum and more like a definitive departure. Shen Wan, why the sudden change? He could not fathom it. The Shen family had rescued her from a cruel adoptive father's grasp. Shouldn't she be filled with gratitude towards them? Over the past year, although she has engaged in numerous absurd antics and displayed a character of poor moral standing, she nearly brought harm to 5th sister. Despite their disdain for her, they have not truly expelled her from their home. What gives her the right to feel aggrieved, as if the entire world owes her something? The current chaos in the household is merely her act of vengeance. First it was seventh brother and now fourth brother. Who will be next? Shen Changfeng rubbed his temples. Having spent all day preoccupied with seventh brother's affairs, only to find fourth brother injured and detained at the police station. Urgent public relations matters also needed addressing to clarify that the events of the evening were merely a misunderstanding. After instructing the arriving secretary on subsequent matters, Shen Changfeng expressionlessly drove toward Shanghai Bay. Passing a sporting goods store, he intentionally stopped to purchase a stainless steel whip for fitness. He intended to make Shen Wan aware that the authority of elders is not to be trifled with. Chapter 17, Homicide. She has repeatedly tested his limits. And this time he would no longer tolerate it. When a child misbehaves, they must be educated. Yet, Shen Wan is now an adult. She is no longer the timid girl of her teenage years. If verbal admonishment proves ineffective, then perhaps a more physical approach is warranted. A good thrashing should surely bring her to her senses. With the intention of teaching her a lesson, Shen Changfeng drove to Shanghai Bay. At this moment, it was well past 3 in the morning. The entire villa area of Shanghai Bay was shrouded in darkness, emanating an eerie atmosphere. Once a wealthy enclave, it had been marred by the notorious murder case at Villa No. 44, where each successive owner met with bizarre demise within its walls, causing other residents to flee in fear. Shen Changfeng had once harbored grand plans for redeveloping Shanghai Bay, but the infamy surrounding Villa No. 44, compounded by the mysterious deaths, led to the abandonment of those aspirations. Little did he expect that Shen Wan would choose to reside in such a place. Was she not effectively slapping the face of the richest family in Jiangcheng? Arriving at the entrance of Villa No. 44, Shen Changfeng exited his vehicle, gazing coldly at the silent abode of death. Activating the flashlight on his phone, he stepped inside without a trace of fear. Shen Wan, I know you are here. Do not hide. Come out, he called as he entered. The living room was in disarray, dust and bloodstains strewn everywhere. Frowning, he was reminded of the first day Shen Wan was brought back to the Shen household. Clad in faded, worn clothing, she timidly stood behind their grandfather, too frightened to breathe in front of the entire family. He recalled her sole request upon arriving at the Shen family, more candles in her room. Upon further inquiry, he discovered that she had a fear of darkness and needed a candle lit by her bedside to sleep at night. Each time she was punished and sent to the basement for reflection, she would cry in terror. How could a girl who was so fundamentally afraid of the dark show no fear now? Shen Changfeng furrowed his brow slightly. Was her fear of darkness merely a facade? After all, what sane person would choose to live in such a cursed place? Shen Wan, he called repeatedly, but there was no sign of her. Instead, he noticed a plastic bag left on the table. A cursory glance revealed only basic toiletries within. Did she genuinely intend to make this haunted house her home? The villa had 3 stories, and after searching the first floor with no success, he ascended to the second. The walls and floors were stained with dark blood. Shen Changfeng frowned in disdain as he stood at the top of the stairs, calling her name once more. But still, there was no response. I told you she could never truly live here. With a swift motion, he cracked the glass of a window with his whip and departed. On the rooftop, Shen Wan lay sprawled on a rattan chair, sound asleep. Hearing the shattering glass, she could not muster the energy to open her eyes, lazily murmuring, "Elders, I am simply too tired. Let us discuss matters at dawn." With that, she turned over, scratched her rear, and drifted back to sleep. She slept soundly until the break of day. The air was indeed refreshing. Shen Wan rose, stretching, and stood on the rooftop to gaze upon the breathtaking view of Shanghai Bay's lake. The setting was serene and auspicious, leaving one to wonder how a string of murders could occur here, with the perpetrator still at large. Suspicious indeed. The real estate agent had warned her that the true terror of a haunted house lies not in its past, but in the possibility of the murderer returning to the scene. Moreover, with so many deaths over the past decade and no culprit found, the agent had expressed concern for her safety, promising to check in monthly to ensure she was still alive. Taking a deep breath, Shen Wan performed a set of bagua boxing moves before leisurely making her way downstairs. Upon reaching the second floor, she saw shattered glass scattered everywhere. Her expression darkened. Which scoundrel did this? The villa was eerily quiet, devoid of even a ghostly presence. The heavy atmosphere felt oppressive, and as she stared at the broken window, she pondered who the little thief might be. Meanwhile, in the meeting room, Shen Changfeng was conversing with seventh brother when he suddenly sneezed. "Eldest brother, you must not have slept well because of my troubles. You've caught a cold." Shen Shihao, having spent a full day and night in detention, looked worn and was sporting dark circles under his eyes as he plaintively complained. When will I be allowed to leave? Shen Chongfeng pinched the bridge of his nose, realizing it was likely due to last night's late-night escapade to the haunted house. Seventh brother, the evidence is irrefutable. Even with my connections, you will only be sent to a juvenile facility for a year. The prospect of being confined for a year sent Shen Shuheo into a panic. A year?
How can that be?
I need to find Shen Wan, that country bumpkin. If it weren't for her meddling, I would never have ended up in a juvenile facility. He vented his frustration. Eldest brother, think of another way. I cannot go to a place filled with delinquents. Shen Chongfeng's deep, penetrating gaze fixed upon him. Shen Shuheo felt a chill run down his spine under that scrutinizing look. Why do you regard me with such eyes? I ask you, how did Shen Wan come to know about your situation? Shen Shuheo shook his head, equally perplexed. I have no idea. I was the only one who knew the basement's code. It feels as if I've seen a ghost. How did she know everything so clearly? Shen Chongfeng observed the sinister expression on his brother's face, a stark contrast to the obedient and studious sibling he once knew, which left him somewhat disheartened. Prior to the meeting, he had visited seventh brother's school, confirming Shen Wan's claims regarding his bullying of classmates, intimidation of girls, and hiring someone to take exams for him. Who could have guessed that the once well-behaved younger brother had fallen so far? Seventh brother, you must go to the juvenile facility and receive proper education and rehabilitation. Shen Shuheo suppressed the malevolence in his eyes, feigning compliance. Eldest brother, I understand my mistakes. I was merely deceived by that online friend. Shen Chongfeng inquired. Have you taken those psychoactive drugs? Shen Shuheo shook his head vigorously.
No.
I was afraid of the side effects and didn't take a single one. I had my blood tested. Eldest brother, you must trust me. Very well. I believe you were misled. After your release, you must avoid those substances like the plague. And no more toy guns. The toy guns collected by seventh brother had been examined by relevant authorities and found to be capable of being converted into real firearms with precise assembly. Shen Shuheo nodded obediently. This time, Shen Wan saved you. Otherwise, if left unchecked, you would eventually meet your end. Once I am out, I will be sure to express my gratitude to Sister Wan, Shen Shuheo declared, gritting his teeth. Just as Shen Chongfeng concluded the meeting, he received a call from home. Learning that fifth sister had suddenly collapsed from heart palpitations, he hurried to the hospital without hesitation. Chapter 18. The Shen family is like a sticking plaster. In the VIP ward of the hospital, Shen Qianxue lay pale on the hospital bed, attached to monitoring equipment. Fortunately, you were brought to the hospital in time. Otherwise, if something had truly happened to you, 10 Shenwans would not suffice to compensate. Shen Yuni, dressed in a white coat, grumbled while administering her four. The tone sounded as if it were reproachful, yet concern and worry adorned his countenance. Shen Qianxue's pale lips moved slightly as she feebly uttered, Second brother. I truly am fine. It's merely a sudden increase in my heart rate, nothing of great significance. What is paramount is fourth brother and seventh brother. How are they faring?
It is all my fault.
After the birthday banquet, I was whisked away by my friends to seek solace abroad. Upon seeing news about fourth brother, I hurried back at once. Shen Yuni, wearing a mask of concern, replied, Fifth sister, you are well aware of your frail health. You cannot afford to be startled. Yet you continue to exhaust yourself. You must rest well. As for their matters, eldest brother is looking after them. Just then, Shen Chongfeng burst into the room in a flurry. Fifth sister, how are you? Shen Qianxue managed a gentle smile. Eldest brother has arrived. I am fine. It is second brother who is overreacting. Overreacting? When fifth sister returned home and heard about little seven's capture, she suffered a heart attack on the spot, nearly causing a disaster. Shen Yuni interjected. Fortunately, I was home and took her to the hospital immediately. Only after confirming that Shen Qianxue was unharmed did Shen Chongfeng breathe a sigh of relief. Fifth sister, how is seventh brother? Shen Chongfeng inquired. Seventh brother will have to spend a year in a juvenile detention center.
What?
Both Shen Yuni and Shen Qianxue were taken aback. But he is just a child. Shen Yuni exclaimed angrily. It is all that Shen Wan's fault. Had she not reported it, seventh brother would not have been sent there. How could he possibly endure such a place? Shen Qianxue's eyes turned red as she sobbed. It is all because of me. The two brothers were filled with compassion for her. Fifth sister, you are overthinking it. How could it be your fault? It is Shen Wan's wrongdoing. If grandfather had not brought her back a year ago, things would have been peaceful in our home, and we would have lived happily. Ever since her arrival, our household has been in turmoil. It is her fault, Shen Yuni said coldly. Sometimes I truly wish she would disappear far away and never show her face before our family again.
Oh?
A voice unexpectedly chimed in from behind. Shen Yuni felt a chill run down his spine and turned to find Shen Wan standing at the door of the hospital room. Shen Changfeng instinctively positioned himself in front of Shen Qianxue. What do you intend to do? Second young master. How surprising that you, a man of intellect, engage in such underhanded dealings. Is this not the behavior of a petty person? Shen Wan leaned languidly against the doorframe, her large, dark eyes gleaming with amusement. She had encountered an elderly man practicing Tai Chi who had suffered a heart attack while she was out for a morning walk, and upon bringing him to the hospital, she happened to overhear Shen Yuni speaking about her. Shen Yuni sneered, "Who is the petty one here? If it were not for you, seventh brother would not have been sent to the detention center. What right do you have to criticize me? Shen Shiheo deserves his punishment." Shen Wan replied with a nonchalant smile. Shen Wan, Shen Qianxue spoke weakly, "I understand that you despise me because I took your place. I am willing to return it. Please do not target my family any longer." Upon hearing this, Shen Wan's smile broadened, unabashedly tearing apart her pretense of virtue. "If you truly wish to return it, you should have done so a year ago, shouldn't you?" Shen Qianxue's complexion paled further, resembling a snowflake that might melt away at any moment, utterly fragile. Shen Yuni grew angry. Fifth sister staying at home was a decision made by everyone. What right do you have to drive her away? Are you daft? She herself said she wanted to return it to me. Did I force her? Shen Wan retorted. Shen Qianxue trembled as she reached out to grasp Shen Yuni's white coat. Her eyes reddening. "Second brother, this is truly what I owe to Wan Wan. Let me return it to her, so everything can return to its rightful place." As she spoke, the monitoring device began to beep rapidly, indicating her heart rate had escalated. Shen Yuni, filled with concern, grasped her hand tightly, reassuring her, "Fifth sister, rest assured. Our family will never allow you to leave. If anyone is to leave, it would be her. She is a stranger to us." Second brother. Shen Qianxue buried her face in his embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Shen Wan remained calm. She had witnessed such dramatic scenes countless times. Shen Qianxue had often claimed she would return the position to her, but it had merely been empty words, never followed through. Each time Shen Qianxue spoke of returning it, her brothers were overtaken with pity, their gazes toward her filled with hostility. Shen Wan cast a glance at Shen Changfeng, who was gazing intently at her. There it was again, that familiar look, sharp enough to pierce through her soul. "Yuni, take good care of fifth sister," Shen Changfeng commanded before pulling Shen Wan's hand and striding out. Shen Qianxue suddenly emerged from Shen Yuni's embrace, momentarily stunned. "Eldest brother, where are you taking her?" "To deal with her, of course." "Fifth sister, you should lie down and not get too agitated," Shen Yuni reassured, not worried in the slightest. "Eldest brother is not as easy to talk to as I am." Shen Wan dares to confront him, but she would not dare act against eldest brother, for he wields considerable authority before us siblings. Shen Yuni even envisioned the splendid scene of eldest brother confronting Shen Wan. It would surely be a sight to behold. Shen Changfeng dragged Shen Wan to the rooftop garden before releasing her grip. "What do you intend to do to Qianxue?" he demanded sternly. Shen Wan laughed. "I was merely passing by. Why is young Master Shen so anxious?" Shen Changfeng's expression turned icy, his gaze sharp enough to seem as though it could pierce her heart. "You wish to suggest this is akin to a ghostly encounter, merely a coincidence, is it? What else could it be?" Shen Wan retorted sarcastically. "I truly cannot escape the clutches of the Shen family no matter where I go." Shen Changfeng, who had been seething with anger, found himself laughing at her words. "You followed fourth brother and Qianxue, seeking an opportunity to harm them. How could you shamelessly turn the tables and accuse others of being clingy? All along, had she not been the very embodiment of that clinginess? Young Master Shen, your imagination is quite rich. It is a pity you do not write novels." Shen Wan regarded him with disdain. "I would rather you and your Shen family stay far away from me. To harm them? Have you watched too many palace dramas?" Observing her demeanor while she spoke, Shen Changfeng realized she was not jesting. The irritation and disdain she expressed toward the Shen family were far too genuine to be feigned. "You truly wish to leave the Shen family?" Shen Wan scoffed. "What other choice do I have? Remain and continue to be bullied by you? When has the whole family ever bullied you? It has always been you bullying others." Chapter 19. The Life-Saving Benefactor. Shen Changfeng began to enumerate her transgressions, On your very first day in our home, you ran out at night without a care, causing the entire family to search for you. It was during that time that Chen Shue encountered her misfortune, leading to her ongoing ailment. Not only do you feel no remorse, but you still wish to harm her? Shen Wan, how can you be so malicious? Listening to his accusations, Shen Wan could not help but chuckle. Why would I run out at midnight? You can ask your dear sister that question. Shen Chongfeng frowned. What does it have to do with Chen Shue? Shen Wan ceased to engage in further dialogue with him and turned to leave. Shen Wan. Shen Chongfeng's gaze was fixed on her determined back, a sense of inexplicable discomfort swelling within him. Each time she found herself in trouble, she would humbly plead with him, but this time was different. It was as if she no longer recognized him as her elder brother. As Shen Chongfeng took a couple steps after her, he heard her cold voice emerge from the distance. Young Master Shen, it seems you are the one entangling me now. Do not be truly annoying like a clingy bandage. With her back to him, she departed the rooftop. I detest Shen Wan, Shen Chongfeng muttered, his brow furrowed, a flicker of disappointment igniting within him. Disappointment? How could he feel disappointed in Shen Wan? From the very beginning, he had regarded her with disdain. Now, hearing her utter the word detest, he ought to have felt relieved, freed from the burden of this troublesome person. Yet, why did his heart feel suddenly hollow?
It was not as it should be.
Just as Shen Wan descended from the rooftop, she noticed black-clad bodyguards scouring the area. Before she could react, 3 or 4 of them came charging toward her. Were they not here for a friendly encounter? Shen Wan assumed a defensive posture, ready to engage at any moment. To her surprise, 4 bodyguards approached her, scrutinizing her attire. Upon confirming that it matched the description provided by the old gentleman, they immediately bowed and respectfully stated, "My employer wishes to invite you for a brief meeting to express his gratitude for your life-saving actions." Shen Wan was taken aback. So it was the elderly man she had rescued by the lakeside. At that time, his complexion had been ashen, his lips tinged with purple. She had been too focused on saving him to observe his features closely. Now, upon closer inspection, he indeed appeared to be a wealthy elder. The bodyguards led her to the entrance of a VIP hospital room, gestured for her to enter, and then stood in 2 orderly lines, guarding the door. As Shen Wan stepped inside, she found not only the elderly man but also a young man clad in a tailored suit. The moment he turned around, she recognized him instantly, Liu Beichen. He was a formidable figure in the business world, rivaling Li Hanting in reputation, and a renowned philanthropist who had donated substantial sums to aid others. She recalled Liu Beichen mentioning in an interview that he had been inspired to pursue philanthropy by his grandfather, who had passed away from illness when Liu Beichen was 25. His grandfather, a devoted humanitarian, had profoundly influenced him. The mention of such a virtuous individual softened Shen Wan's previously stern expression. "Thank you for saving my grandfather," Liu Beichen said with a warm smile, his face radiating gratitude. "The doctor informed me that had you arrived a few minutes later, my grandfather might have faced grave consequences." As he spoke, he extended a signed blank check, stamped with an official seal. "This is but a small token of my appreciation for your life-saving deed. Please accept it." Mr. Liu dedicated his life to charitable endeavors, embodying a spirit of benevolence and warmth that radiates positivity. It was fate that allowed our paths to cross. Preventing his life from prematurely ending, Shen Wan replied, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she declined the check. Liu Beichen regarded her with surprise. Not because she recognized him and his grandfather, but due to the astonishing fact that she had declined an amount that could drastically alter her life. Despite her youthful appearance and modest attire, she exhibited an unexpected resilience that commanded his respect. With newfound admiration, Liu Beichen offered her a gilded personal card. "Should you ever find yourself in need, do not hesitate to call me. Since you do not wish to accept the check, I will donate 10 million in your name to impoverished regions." Shen Wan accepted the card, glanced at him, and smiled brightly. "It seems that you are the one who needs assistance." Liu Beichen, puzzled, inquired, "Me?" "Indeed," she replied, "the expression in your eyes, though vibrant, carries a hint of inebriation, suggesting a potential misfortune in your financial endeavors. Your gaze, while intense, appears somewhat clouded, indicative of possible losses." Liu Beichen chuckled gently. "What should I be wary of?" "Be mindful of potential financial pitfalls and ill-fated investments," she advised. "If you have any impending projects, I recommend reconsidering them. Otherwise, setbacks could adversely affect your fortune for the next 5 years." "Ah, I see. I shall take note of that," Liu Beichen responded. Though he did not take her words to heart, as he was already on the cusp of a significant investment with the wealthiest family in Jiangcheng, just awaiting the contract's signature. By the way, may I ask your name? Liu Beichen queried. Shen Wan. She replied with a faint smile before turning to leave the room. As he pondered her name, a realization struck him.
Feuli.
He called, summoning his secretary, who promptly entered. Please investigate Shen Wan. She mentioned her name is Shen Wan. Before long, the secretary returned with the information that Shen Wan was the adopted daughter of Jiangcheng's wealthiest family, taken in a year prior. Liu Beichen's understanding deepened. No wonder her name sounded familiar. She is the foster sister of Mr. Shen. The secretary's expression grew contemplative. However, I have discovered that Shen Wan is not favored within the Shen family. Her brothers seem to harbor disdain for her. Might her warnings about your investment stem from a desire for revenge against Mr. Shen? Liu Beichen's expression remained calm. Regardless of her standing within the Shen family, the fact remains that she saved my grandfather, making her a benefactor to our family. Very well, inform Mr. Shen that I will increase my investment in our collaboration. The secretary hesitated. But, sir, wouldn't that be? Liu Beichen smiled. Since the Shen family has treated her poorly, I shall demonstrate through my actions that she is deserving of their respect. After a moment's pause, the secretary could not resist asking, why not provide Shen Wan with direct benefits instead of taking this roundabout approach? You do not understand. She is not a mercenary individual. She possesses a purity of spirit that is commendable. My increased investment will surely prompt the Shen family to treat her with the kindness she deserves. Meanwhile, outside the hospital, Shen Wan, the embodiment of purity, was joyfully purchasing 3 grilled sausages for 5 yuan, savoring her modest meal. Back in the hospital, Shen Chongfeng returned from the rooftop to find the frail Shen Qianxue. He restrained himself, unable to inquire about the events of Shen Wan's first night at their home. How did your conversation with Wan go? Shen Qianxue asked weakly. Is she still intent on punishing us? Shen Chongfeng recalled Shen Wan's parting words, a persistent nuisance, and frowned. Seeing his troubled expression, Shen Qianxue's eyes glistened with tears. If only Wan and I had not exchanged lives. The status of the 5 daughters of the Shen family rightfully belongs to her. It is only natural for her to resent and hate me. Qianxue, Shen Chongfeng said, taking her hand earnestly. Regardless of Shen Wan's identity, you are my beloved sister, cherished for 18 years. Her eyes shimmering with emotion, Shen Qianxue appeared more delicate and pitiable. Thank you, big brother, for treating me as family. But if this continues, Wan will harbor resentment. This is her home, and she is your true sister. Shouldn't I return to my biological parents? Qianxue. Shen Chongfeng declared firmly. The Shen family is your true home. We will never permit you to return to that vile man's household. He had encountered Shen Wan's adoptive father, a disheveled man reeking of smoke and alcohol, whose appearance was utterly repugnant. Having grown up in the Shen family, where she was adored, Shen Qianxue had blossomed into a beautiful young lady. Returning to that grotesque man's home would surely lead to her downfall. But Shen Qianxue's expression was one of sorrow. There's no but, Shen Chongfeng asserted resolutely. Rest assured, everyone here loves you and recognizes you as family. Do not dwell on other matters. I will handle everything. With tears in her eyes, Shen Qianxue nodded obediently. After soothing her to sleep, Shen Chongfeng exited the room, only to encounter Liu Beichen face to face. A moment of surprise passed between them, and after a brief exchange, Shen Chongfeng learned that it was Shen Wan who had saved the elder Liu, thus explaining her presence in the hospital. What a coincidence! As he recalled his earlier confrontational demeanor towards her on the rooftop, his agitation grew. Liu Beichen remarked, I have instructed my secretary to prepare the documentation for our new collaborative project. Shen Chongfeng paused. What new project? Your sister refused my check. So I opted for this method to express my gratitude, Liu Beichen casually noted. Miss Shen is a good person and a benefactor to my family. I hope Mr. Shen will treat her with the respect she deserves. Shen Chongfeng felt a twinge of discomfort. Was Liu Beichen implying that he had not treated her well? Liu Beichen maintained a polite smile. I am but an outsider. I cannot judge your relationship with her. However, I have certainly heard many rumors about her status within the Shen family. That is a matter for my family to address. Shen Chongfeng's expression darkened, as he presumed that Shen Wan had embellished her grievances in front of others. Mr. Shen, my increased investment is solely for your sister's benefit. I merely ask that you do not let her down. Before Liu Beichen could finish a statement, Shen Chongfeng interrupted with a frosty demeanor. If that is the case, Then I believe there is no necessity for our continued collaboration. I, Shen Chongfeng, have never relied on anyone, least of all on Shen Wan to secure a partnership. Even Liu Beichen's typically gentle temperament was ruffled by this remark. Was it true, as the rumor suggested, that the Shen family treated their benefactor as a mere servant? Shen Chongfeng furiously retorted. So, Shen Wan has bared her grievances to you? She herself expressed a desire not to be a burden at home and insisted on performing menial tasks. Who has forced her? Observing his demeanor, Liu Beichen's expression turned icy. He now understood why Shen Wan had employed such convoluted reasoning to urge him to invest cautiously. With a person of Shen Chongfeng's skewed values, collaboration would surely lead to misfortune. Liu Beichen replied with a veneer of civility. Very well, if Mr. Shen is unwilling to cooperate, then so be it. Shen Chongfeng was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a swift abandonment of their partnership, yet the words had been spoken, and there was no turning back. He coldly advised, let me remind you, Mr. Liu, Shen Wan is cunning and adept at theatrics. Do not be deceived by her seemingly simple demeanor. Liu Beichen responded with an air of indifference. I only believe in the benevolence I have witnessed. She is kind-hearted and charming, far from the wretched portrayal you present. With a scoff, Shen Chongfeng departed. Liu Beichen observed his retreating figure with a steely gaze and promptly called his secretary to cancel their collaborative project, seeking a different means to repay Shen Wan's kindness. At 3 in the afternoon, Shen Wan returned to Shanghai Bay, laden with various household supplies. Upon reaching her doorstep, she was taken aback by the transformation before her. The once overgrown entrance of Villa 44, choked with weeds and draped in cobwebs, was now immaculate, the entire villa gleaming with newfound brilliance. The door stood ajar, and upon entering, she saw workers painting the walls, while the old furniture had been replaced with brand new sofas and tables. Have I wandered into the wrong house? Shen Wan exclaimed, bewildered. Connect the utilities and reinstall the glass windows on the second floor, a worker remarked as he descended the stairs and spotted her. Miss Shen, you're back. Recognizing him as Liu Beichen as secretary, she soon understood, exclaiming in a mix of amusement and disbelief. What is your boss up to? The secretary respectfully presented her with a prepared purchase contract. The boss saw how much you admired this villa and bought it in your name as a small token of gratitude. He had even suggested to Liu Beichen that they could offer her property in a different neighborhood, better than a haunted house. However, Liu Beichen insisted on acquiring the villa that aligned with her preferences. Of course, if you fancy another villa in a more affluent area, he can procure that as well. Shen Wan sighed. A gentleman should acquire wealth through rightful means. I cannot accept what does not belong to me. The secretary chuckled. But this is rightfully yours. You saved the old master and mitigated the boss's investment losses. The boss is immensely grateful. This gesture is but a mere fraction of the investment loss. The villa was quite inexpensive, costing only 87,000, and with the new furnishings and various life essentials, the total hardly surpassed 3 million. Then please extend my gratitude to your boss, Shen Wan said, finally accepting with a smile. Chapter 21. She is Master Shen. The secretary, curious, inquired. I heard Villa 44 is notorious for being haunted. How does a young lady like you dare to reside here? Aren't you afraid of ghosts? Despite the villa's polished appearance, it still exuded a chilling, eerie ambience, so cold that air conditioning was unnecessary even in the summer heat. Shen Wan smiled faintly. What is there to fear about ghosts? The most terrifying thing is the human heart. In her childhood, she had often been confined to the woodshed, which was dark and foul-smelling due to its proximity to the pig pen, filling her with dread. Later, she realized that darkness and ghosts were not to be feared. It was the human heart that posed the true danger. By the way, Miss Shen, is there anything else you need for the villa? Just let me know, and I will arrange it. Shen Wan surveyed her surroundings and found the villa well-equipped with all necessary amenities, made from the finest materials. She expressed her gratitude to the secretary. You have thought of everything. I lack for nothing. The secretary replied. This isn't my doing. It was our boss who meticulously drafted the list, and I followed it for procurement. Your boss is quite attentive, Shen Wan mused, deciding to express her thanks. She retrieved a pen and paper and wrote down an extensive list of medicinal herbs. The secretary looked astonished. What is this? Shen Wan explained. Old Master Liu has congenital heart disease, which cannot be completely cured. However, this prescription can ensure he lives comfortably in his later years, provided he adheres to it and avoids the distress of heart-related ailments. The secretary, holding the prescription, was flabbergasted. Miss Shen has studied medicine? Shen Wan assured him. If you're concerned about the prescription, you can consult a traditional Chinese doctor to verify it before taking it. She then produced a brush, red ink, and yellow talismans. The secretary watched in awe as she skillfully painted 3 talismans, his astonishment growing. Miss Shen can also draw talismans? Regardless of authenticity, the sight was undeniably impressive. These are 3 safety talismans. One for old Master Liu, one for Mr. Liu, and the last one is yours. Shen Wan folded the talisman into a triangle and gently handed it to him with a warm smile. The secretary beamed. I have one too. Shen Wan nodded. Be cautious not to travel southeast. Upon hearing this, the secretary felt a shiver run down his spine, for he always took the southeastern route to work. He cautiously asked, Does Miss Shen mean? You are in danger of a blood disaster. Carry the talisman with you and avert your path to avert it. The secretary felt a chill. If I carry this talisman, does that mean I will be perfectly safe, even without a seatbelt? Shen Wan replied, If you wish for a feast, it is entirely up to you. After returning to the Liu residence, the secretary presented Liu Beichun with the prescription and 2 talismans. You say this prescription is written by Miss Shen, and the talismans are also drawn by her? Liu Beichun was taken aback. The background check indicated she had only a few years of schooling and poor academic performance. Surely, she must be scribbling carelessly. He casually set the prescription on the table. The elderly man with a white beard was captivated by the prescription and remarked, Young master, let me see that prescription. Liu Beichun handed it over, explaining, Old Yi. While my grandfather's rescue is timely, the doctors mentioned it would affect his future quality of life and proposed heart surgery, which he refuses. Thus, I sought your expertise to find a solution to alleviate his condition. Old Yi was a renowned traditional Chinese medicine expert from the capital, and had it not been for a scholarly exchange in Jiangcheng, he might not have been able to secure his presence. Yi Zhongwen scrutinized the prescription closely, and his previously calm demeanor transformed into one of excitement. Noticing his unusual fervor, Liu Beichun inquired, Is there something wrong with the prescription, Old Yi? Yi Zhongwen looked up. Exhilarated, this prescription is audacious in its herb selections, but is remarkably effective for treating your grandfather's condition. It is precisely what is needed. What? Liu Beichun and Secretary Li exchanged bewildered glances. Yi Zhongwen continued, The herbs are bold yet perfectly tailored to your grandfather's ailment. Who is the genius behind this prescription? Is she attending this academic conference? Liu Beichun's eyes sparkled with joy, not expecting such a significant surprise from his benefactor. His grandfather was saved. Her name is Shen Wan. It appears she is not attending the conference. Yi Zhongwen sighed. What a pity. I would love to meet such a meticulous and bold genius. With the prescription she provided, you need not worry about your grandfather's illness. Liu Beichun was overjoyed and immediately instructed Secretary Li to deliver a token of gratitude to Shen Wan. At Shanghai Bay, Villa number 44, Shen Wan was engrossed in her talisman drawings when Secretary Li arrived. Observing the living room quickly filling with an array of exquisite gift boxes, she was taken aback, asking, What is this? Secretary Li respectfully replied, These are rare and precious medicinal herbs collected by our boss. Upon learning of Miss Shen's remarkable medical skills and her disinclination for mundane luxuries, he instructed me to bring these herbs, believing they will be of use to you in the future. The boxes were filled with rare herbs unavailable in the market. Shen Wan chuckled. President Liu is quite extravagant. I shall graciously accept. A few of the herbs would indeed be beneficial for her. 18 years of a life worse than that of a dog had left her health in tatters. When she encountered her master years ago, he had expended countless precious herbs to restore her health, once lamenting that without such herbs, her frail frame would not survive 3 years. Though she could not find her master now, she had not forgotten the medical skills he taught her. She could now diagnose and treat her own ailments. Miss Shen, no. Master Shen, I have a rather awkward request, Secretary Li said, scratching his head bashfully. On my way here, I instinctively took Southeast Road, but recalling your words, I took a longer route. Later, I heard on the radio about a runaway truck on Southeast Road that crushed someone. I broke into a cold sweat. Had I been there at that time, I surely would have encountered a calamity. Master Shen, I now understand your prowess. Would it be possible for me to purchase 3 more of those safety talismans? I wish to keep them for my family. Shen Wan readily handed him 3 talismans, saying, No need for payment. You've gone out of your way to deliver these to me after work. Secretary Li accepted the talismans in astonishment. Observing the serene and unassuming demeanor of Master Shen, he began to comprehend why she dared to reside in a haunted house. He suddenly envisioned the Shen family discovering that Shen Wan was indeed a formidable figure. Would they be so furious as to spit blood, regretting mistaking a pearl for a mere pebble? The day the Shen family learns the truth will surely be a spectacle to behold. Chapter 22. The Living's Een Marriage. At the traditional Chinese medicine academic exchange conference, Gu Yish leisurely sipped champagne, spotting the tardy Shen Yui. He approached with a smile. Dr. Shen, weren't you supposed to cover for me today? What brings you here? Shen Yui replied irritably, I've been waiting for this academic exchange for ages. If it weren't for Shen Wan, I wouldn't have needed to cover for you. To attend this conference, he had to find someone else to take his shift, promising to cover 3 night shifts in return. 3 night shifts. Merely thinking about it made his heart ache. However, for the sake of this conference, it was worth it. Gu Yish sighed. Indeed, old Yi is a master of Chinese medicine. Our opportunity to engage with him is a rare stroke of luck accrued over several lifetimes. As they conversed, Yi Zhongwen took the stage, and a prescription appeared on the large screen behind him. It was the very prescription Shen Wan had given to the Liu family. Yi Zhongwen intended to publicly present this prescription at the conference. After obtaining Shen Wan's consent through Secretary Li, he snapped a photo. Upon viewing the prescription, the audience gasped in astonishment. Some remarked, the dosage of these herbs is excessive. Combining several conflicting herbs could lead to disastrous consequences. Others opined, Old Yi surely intends to use this prescription as a cautionary example. I wonder which quack authored it. Yi Zhongwen proclaimed loudly, you all believe this prescription could be fatal, correct? Indeed, the herbs are in excess and incompatible. Consuming it would surely lead to death. However, that is not the case. Yi Zhongwen then switched to a different patient case image, concealing the patient's identity, but explaining the ailment. Upon seeing the cause of the ailment, and then the prescription, the practitioners were astounded. Though the prescription appeared fierce, it was, in fact, gentle and nourishing to the heart, beneficial to the patient's well-being. Shen Yui's expression turned to one of shock. Who authored this prescription? Yi Zhongwen replied, in today's society, there are many criticisms aimed at traditional Chinese medicine, claiming it has failed. In truth, it is not traditional Chinese medicine that is lacking but the quality of the herbs. Today's herbs cannot compare to those of yesteryears. Their efficacy has diminished significantly. This genius has ingeniously countered the deficiencies of the herbs, prescribing them appropriately for the patient. Old Yi, who is this genius? Gu Yish inquired curiously. Yi Zhongwen responded, I have heard her name is Shen Wan. Due to Old Ye's slight accent and his excited tone, everyone misheard. Shen Wan, the daughter of the Sheng family in Longqing? Upon hearing this, Shen Yui's gaze softened. It was indeed the prescription of his junior, Shen Wan. No wonder, she had always been a prodigious talent in medical school. And it was only fitting she could produce such an excellent prescription. I hope to meet this genius at the next medical academic conference, Yi Zhongwen thought. Eager to meet her. Had time not been pressing, he would have sought out Shen Wan immediately. Following the discussion of complex medical cases, the talk of the conference turned predominantly to Shen Wan. Shen Yui listened in silence, a sardonic smile creeping onto his lips. Shen Wan and Shen Wan, what a difference a name makes, a stark contrast indeed. Meanwhile, Shen Wan sat on the sofa tinkering with a second-hand device she had procured from the market, skillfully accessing a paranormal forum and swiftly registering. Since she aimed to be self-sufficient, her preferred choice beyond fortune-telling was addressing supernatural events, a hobby she relished. She was more than willing to engage with spirits. While many atheists exist in the world, there are also ordinary people who believe in the supernatural. When they encounter phenomena that science cannot explain, they turn to paranormal forums for assistance. Shen Wan's goal was to take on jobs through this forum. The posts in the paranormal forum were limited, with most being fabricated by users seeking attention. She casually browsed a few pages until her gaze landed on one post. My parents want me to marry a ghost for 100,000 yuan. Should I agree? Shen Wan clicked on the post to read more. The girl wrote, 3 days ago, my parents suddenly told me my birth chart matched with that of a deceased person. Their family offered 100,000 yuan for a ghost marriage, claiming it wouldn't harm me, just a simple ceremony to fulfill their son's wishes. Fellow users, should I accept? The post included a selfie of the girl. The responses from netizens poured in. Wow, 100,000 yuan. Ask if it matters what gender. I could accept that. After all, 100,000 yuan is a good deal for me. Don't listen to them. Ghost marriages sound terrifying. What if you end up haunted? Stop spreading fear. Where are the ghosts in this world? Shen Wan's gaze sharpened as she fixated on the girl's selfie. The girl smiled and posed for the camera, oblivious to the bloodied figure of a man standing behind her. This ghost marriage was a ruse, The girl had likely been targeted long ago. Shen Wan sent a private message to the girl, urging her to leave her home immediately. The girl, online, replied promptly. Why? That ghost has been following you. By the way, he has a black mole on his left cheek. Upon reading Shen Wan's message, the girl recalled the man's memorial photo, instantly feeling a chill run down her spine, and she screamed as she fled her home. Shen Wan instructed her where to wait and hurried to meet her. Zhang Xia sat on a park bench, anxiously glancing around, tightly clutching her phone, visibly uneasy. Hello, I'm the one who messaged you, Shen Wan said, recognizing her and approaching. Zhang Xia appeared startled. How do you know he has a black mole on his face? Are you a relative or a friend? Shen Wan's sharp gaze swept over her forehead. The area between her eyebrows was dark, an ominous sign. Do you know what it means for a living person to marry a ghost? Is it merely a simple ritual? Shen Wan. Typically, a marriage is conducted between two deceased individuals. An arrangement involving the living is akin to a burial for the living, which essentially beckons death upon you. Zhang Xia's expression shifted. Impossible. Shen Wan extended her hand towards her, signaling for a handshake. Upon grasping her hand, Zhang Xia instinctively recoiled, exclaiming, Your hand is so warm. It is not my hand that burns. Rather, it is the heavy presence of yin energy surrounding you, rendering your body cold, hence your perception of my warmth. Shen Wan stated bluntly, Is there a preference for sons over daughters in your family? Zhang Xia bowed her head, pausing in silence for a few moments. Who exactly are you? Life is not easy for women. I simply wish to prevent you from being deceived into an early demise. Shen Wan continued. The fee for a living-in marriage cannot possibly be this amount. The 100,000 should be a ruse concocted by your parents. Zhang Xia, still skeptical, asked, Is it truly as mystical as you claim? My father said it was merely to fulfill an elder's wish, a simple marriage ceremony. Am I really going to die? Shen Wan's expression turned serious. The other party is a ghost who met an untimely death, harboring unresolved resentment. Do you not fear being haunted by this restless spirit and suffering domestic violence? Chapter 23. A Burden of Debt. Zhang Xia appeared horrified. What is a ghost that died an unnatural death? It sounds terrifying. Shen Wan explained in simple terms. It refers to someone who has met their demise unexpectedly, their spirit unwilling to part from this world, filled with grievances. Zhang Xia, anxious, stammered. What do you mean he is following me?
Can you see him?
Shen Wan nodded. In the selfie you posted on the forum, he stands behind you. His body a gruesome sight, having fallen to his death from a great height. You can truly see him? What should I do? Zhang Xia nearly broke into tears. My parents have already promised to the other party. They've received the money and expect me to go to their home tonight for the marriage ceremony. Master, please save me. I do not wish to die. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Wan remarked, Your greatest obstacle is not the ghost, but your parents. Mentioning her parents caused Zhang Xia to deflate like a deflated balloon, helplessly sighing, My parents would never return the money. My mother said she would use the 100,000 as a down payment for my brother's car. Shen Wan gazed at her. Eliminating the ghost is not the challenge. The true difficulty lies in whether you genuinely wish to escape this parasitic family. I do. I dream of it. Zhang Xia's eyes glistened with tears. But I have no means. I dropped out of middle school to work. Every month, I give my entire 3,000 yuan salary to my parents. I have attempted to run away, but they find me each time, berating me for being unfilial. As long as you can muster the resolve, I will assist you. Shen Wan extended her hand. Zhang Xia, gazing at someone younger than her brother, lamented, Can you truly help me? You look no older than a teenager. Ability is not determined by age. Trust me, Shen Wan spoke with sincerity. Zhang Xia hesitated before cautiously placing her hand in Shen Wan's. Suddenly, something materialized in her palm. Zhang Xia opened her hand to reveal a folded yellow talisman. What is this? A talisman for peace, Shen Wan explained. Tonight. Carry the talisman with you. Proceed step by step, and leave the rest to me. Zhang Xia clutched the talisman tightly, nodding vigorously. If I can escape this calamity, I will heed your words and flee this parasitic family. Afterward, Shen Wan instructed Zhang Xia to take her home. Zhang Xia was born into an ordinary family, her parents running a modest business. The Zhang family, blessed with both sons and daughters, should have reveled in familial joy. However, Mr. and Mrs. Zhang favored their son over their daughter, often resorting to beatings and verbal abuse, even forcing her to work without completing her education. Zhang Xia recounted her years of suffering along the way, while Shen Wan listened quietly. Upon arriving at the doorstep, the door was ajar, and voices could be heard from within. Where has this burden of debt wandered off to? Have you found her? I did look. She wouldn't dare back out, would she? Mr. Zhang roared. I've raised her all this time. Now is her time to repay me. Let her try to run away. If I catch her, I'll break her legs. Mom and Dad, you promised to buy me a car and a house. You wouldn't go back on your word, would you? Zhang Xia's brother, Zhang Yaozu, was only concerned about whether the car and house would materialize. Mrs. Zhang chuckled. Of course, we wouldn't go back on our word. Once we send your sister over tonight, they will transfer the remaining 900,000 yuan. Then we'll take you to buy it. Hearing this, Zhang Xia couldn't contain her anger and stormed inside, demanding 900,000? I thought it was only 100,000. Upon seeing his daughter return, Mr. Zhang sighed in relief, but immediately scolded her. You little brat, where have you been? The ceremony is in just 2 hours. Hurry up and put on your wedding dress. Zhang Xia, feeling utterly wronged, protested. Dad, are you truly planning to buy my life for $1 million? Mr. and Mrs. Zhang exchanged astonished glances. Mrs. Zhang hurriedly grabbed her hand, attempting to soothe her. What do you mean, buying your life? It's just a ceremony. It won't cost you your life. Is a mere ceremony worth $1 million? Zhang Xia's tears finally fell, and she cried out in distress. You are clearly sending me to my death. Mom and Dad. Am I not your child? Mr. Zhang, filled with disdain, retorted. Your brother has just graduated. He will soon marry and have children, which incurs substantial expenses. As his sister, shouldn't you help him? It's truly disappointing to have raised you. How can you be so selfish? Zhang Xia, in tears, responded, selfish? You didn't let me attend a prestigious school when I was accepted. I've labored for a decade to cover my brother's expenses. And now you want to exchange my life for his wedding and family? What do I mean to you? Mr. Zhang coldly replied, a daughter is merely a burden. Your brother, however, is different. He can carry on the Zhang lineage and provide for us in our old age. Can you do that? Even if we marry you off. With your worth, we'd only get a paltry 10,000 in bride price. What good is that? Now someone is willing to pay $1 million for a marriage. You should be grateful. Enough of this nonsense. Go change into your wedding dress. Someone will come to take you to the ceremony in an hour. Without further ado, Mr. Zhang pushed Zhang Xia towards her room.
Who are you?
Mrs. Zhang finally noticed Shen Wan standing at the door. Shen Wan smiled politely and replied, I'm a friend of Xia Jia. I heard she found a good family, and I'm here to be her bridesmaid. A bridesmaid? Mrs. Zhang thought little of it and ushered her inside, saying, then please encourage Xia to stop crying. It's an auspicious day. No need for bad luck. Yes, I will encourage her. Shen Wan entered the room, observing Zhang Yaozu sprawled on the couch, engrossed in a video game, with snacks and cut fruits scattered on the coffee table. As the eldest daughter, Zhang Xia had never had her own room. She resided on the balcony, separated from the living room by merely a board, containing only a wrought iron bed and a large canvas storage box for her clothes. A vibrant red traditional wedding dress lay on the bed, while Zhang Xia sat nearby, weeping inconsolably. Why do they despise me so much, yet still choose to give me life? Shen Wan handed her a tissue, recognizing their true ugly faces sooner would spare you from future guilt. She scanned the surroundings, sensing lingering energy, but saw no sign of the restless ghost. It seemed the ghost had been summoned back. As the time for the marriage ceremony drew near, Shen Wan instructed her to change into her attire, assuring her that she would accompany her. With Shen Wan by her side, Zhang Xia felt somewhat calmer. When her mother beheld her daughter dressed in vibrant red, she beamed with delight, exclaiming, oh, usually you look so plain, but in that wedding dress, you have a touch of charm. My dear, once you go over, please do not throw a tantrum or cry. After the ceremony, I promise you won't have to endure such hardship anymore. Chapter 24. Wife, I am here. Zhang Xia stared at her mother's familiar yet alien face, the last remnants of hope turning to ash, her heart chilled to the bone. They were fully aware of the grave danger she faced, yet still opted to send her to her demise for $1 million. Hypocrisy, it was utterly hypocritical. My dear parents, from the moment I gained awareness, I comprehended that your affection for me was lacking. Throughout these years, I have striven to excel, solely in hopes of earning your recognition and perhaps a modicum of your affection. Yet such concerns have become trivial, for I am to be wed, and soon I shall belong to another family. Mr. Zhang scoffed. It is good that you understand. Once you leave, you must heed their words. They will not endure your whims as your own parents have. Zhang Xia turned her gaze towards her brother, who was sprawled on the sofa, and recalled the secret that Shen Wan had just confided in her. She spoke, "Indeed, my brother will bring home his boyfriend to honor you both. Now I can rest easy." Initially indifferent, Zhang Yaozu sprang from the sofa, pointing at her in a fit of rage. "Zhang Xia, what nonsense are you spouting?" Mr. Zhang, incensed, retorted, "You wretched girl, you are on the verge of leaving home, and yet you tarnish your brother's reputation. Are you courting death?" Zhang Xia merely smiled and shrugged. "Believe it or not, a glance at my brother's phone will confirm it. Mom and Dad, I wish you both a peaceful old age." With a triumphant expression, she exited the house, reveling in her revenge against her parents. Zhang Yaozu, furiously charging at her, intended to strike his sister. However, Shen Wan, grinning, pointed behind him. "Your father has taken your phone."
Dad.
Zhang Yaozu, forgetting his intent to hit, surged forward to reclaim his phone. As Shen Wan and Zhang Xia descended the stairs, they encountered a driver clad in black, standing before a dark sedan. Two solitary black roses were tied to either side of the car, creating an eerie spectacle. "Miss Zhang, please step inside," the driver urged, opening the door. Zhang Xia grasped Shen Wan's hand. "She is my specially chosen bridesmaid. May she accompany me?" The driver nodded nonchalantly. "That is permissible." As they entered the vehicle, they overheard Mr. Zhang's furious voice from upstairs. "Who allowed you to engage in such vile acts? Cease this immediately." Inside the car, Zhang Xia's expression shifted from one of grievance to surprise. "Wan, how did you know about my brother's inclinations?" Shen Wan chuckled. "It is evident from his appearance. Your brother possesses delicate features and sparkling eyes, clearly cherished by a man. Moreover, his gaming demeanor suggests he is sharing a joyful moment with his boyfriend." Zhang Xia could not help but applaud. "Serves him right. My parents, who prioritize sons over daughters, have always neglected me, lavishing affection on my brother. And now it appears he will not carry on the Zhang lineage. What exquisite retribution." The two laughed heartily, while the driver regarded them with sympathy. Little did this woman realize the fate that awaited her. Had she known, her laughter would surely cease. An hour later, the car halted before a villa. Under the driver's guidance, they entered the abode. The morning hall was set within the living room, surrounded by black and white wreaths, and a somber black and white portrait of a smiling man hung on the wall, exuding an unsettling aura. The room was devoid of furniture, with two black coffins occupying the space. One contained a corpse, its features meticulously arranged, while the other remained vacant, evidently awaiting the groom's bride. This was Zhang Xia's first encounter with such a scene, rendering her pale and trembling. Following Shen Wan's instruction, she asked, "I suddenly need to use the restroom. Could you direct me?" The butler, dressed in black, gestured in the appropriate direction. Zhang Xia hurriedly dragged Shen Wan towards the restroom, where they swiftly changed outfits. As Shen Wan donned the red bridal gown and veil, she reminded Zhang Xia, pressing into her hand a business card belonging to Liu Beichen. "When they allow you to leave, do not hesitate. Walk straight out without looking back. Once outside, call this person and have him come for you." Zhang Xia, hands trembling, hesitated. "Master Wan, shall we not escape together?"
There is still time.
Shen Wan shook her head. "It is too late. Your fate has likely already been sealed with the marriage documents, or else he would not be here. Leave it to me, trust me." Gazing into Shen Wan's determined eyes, Zhang Xia nodded, gripping her hand tightly. "Master Wan, I shall wait for you outside. If you do not emerge by dawn, I will call the authorities." Shen Wan smiled. "Very well." As they exited, Zhang Xia deliberately lowered her gaze to avoid drawing attention. Fortunately, the inhabitants of the villa did not regard her, but rather summoned Master Wan. Standing aside, Zhang Xia intended to observe, only to be met with the butler's dismissal. "Miss, you may take your leave now." "Oh, all right," Zhang Xia acquiesced, feeling anxious. She wished to glance back, but recalled Shen Wan's warning and steeled herself to continue forward. A chilling sensation enveloped her. It felt as though a pair of eyes were watching her intently. Bow to heaven and earth. Shen Wan, peering through her veil, vaguely saw the servants lifting the corpse from the coffin, preparing to conduct the wedding ceremony. How archaic it was to replicate ancient matrimonial rites in this day and age. Bow to the high hall. Yet the high hall was empty, the villa profoundly silent and eerie. The couple bows to each other. Just as Shen Wan inclined her head, she was abruptly forced down. "You must bow lower than the second young master. Touch me again, and I shall resign," Shen Wan threatened. The butler signaled to the servants. Conceding, "Let us not waste time. Place her in the coffin." Shen Wan feigned ignorance, asking, was it not merely a ceremony? Why must I lie in the coffin? The butler coldly replied, did your parents not inform you? The ceremony is merely the first step, as the second young master's wife. You must accompany him in the coffin until his burial is complete. Only then is your duty fulfilled. Before she could respond, two burly men seized her and hurled her into the coffin. The lid was promptly shut, and the sound of nails being hammered echoed from outside. Shen Wan remained composed. Indeed, a living person paired with a ghostly marriage meant being buried alive. Using a living being as a burial companion alongside the deceased was an abomination. With a crash, a basin shattered before the coffin, its fragments strewn across the floor. The butler sighed in relief, urgently calling, commence the procession. Shen Wan lay within the coffin, feeling it being lifted, swaying as it was carried outside. She pondered the identity of the deceased, Hua Xiaoqing. Just as the name escaped her lips, a wave of coldness enveloped her, and a chilling voice echoed in her ear. Wife, I am here. Chapter 25. The Pathetic Young Master. Shen Wan's expression shifted dramatically. She found herself alone in the coffin, yet that ghostly voice lingered ominously, as if another presence lay beside her. Between the living and the dead, may evil be dispelled. She silently recited, swiftly forming hand seals. The icy sensation dissipated instantaneously.
Bang!
The sound of the coffin hitting the ground reverberated outside. Then came an angry reprimand. How could you carry the coffin in such a manner? If it affects the second young master's burial, the head of the family will not spare you. What are you dawdling for? Lift it up. The coffin must not touch the ground before we reach the grave. Otherwise, it spells disaster. The man carrying the coffin stammered. It was not my fault. The coffin suddenly became heavier. Nonsense. It's your distraction that caused it to fall. The second uncle, observing the dark coffin, gritted his teeth and bowed towards it. Second young master, grievances have their source. Whoever caused your demise, let them bear the consequences. If we fail to bury you successfully, your body shall be cremated to ashes. With that, he signaled the others to lift the coffin once more. They exerted their utmost strength, yet the coffin remained immobile, as if firmly anchored to the ground. The men, now in a state of panic, exclaimed, Second uncle, what do we do? The second uncle glared at the ebony coffin, his resolve firm. We must try again. If we cannot lift it, we shall face dire consequences. Uncle, should we summon a yin-yang master to investigate? This is exceedingly eerie. The robust men displayed expressions of trepidation. Uncle furrowed his brow. The clay pot has shattered, indicating that the young master was willing to be buried. Why the sudden change of heart? At that moment, a chilling voice emanated from the coffin beside them. Hua Xiaoqing, should you continue your capriciousness, I shall scatter your ashes. Uncle's complexion shifted dramatically as he struck the coffin lid, enclosing Shen Wan in a fit of anger. Who permitted you to speak? Lift it up. The brawny men suddenly exclaimed in delight. Uncle, taken aback, felt cold sweat trickle down his forehead. Truly, the chosen one of the master. The young master has swiftly heeded his wife's words. Uncle hastily urged everyone, quickly now, do not delay the burial. Lift steadily. Should anything happen, I shall flay your skins. 8 sturdy men cautiously and steadily carried Hua Xiaoqing's coffin ahead. The coffin containing Shen Wan was far less formidable, merely crafted from ordinary wood and not particularly heavy, requiring only 4 individuals to bear it. After approximately an hour of jostling, they finally came to a halt. Upon reaching the grave site, the burial ceremony commenced. The coffins were laid side by side for interment. Before the earth was sealed, Uncle approached Shen Wan's coffin and said, My dear, I apologize. Your duty is to accompany the young master in the afterlife. Rest assured, I shall transfer the remaining 900,000 to your parents. You may depart in peace.
All right.
Seal the earth. Half an hour later, Shen Wan could no longer hear the sounds from outside. Sensing their departure, she finally spoke softly. Crack the earth. Shatter the soil. Dispel the evil. Break. A resounding crash echoed as the coffin lid flew from the earth. The grave erupted, creating a gaping hole. Shen Wan emerged from the coffin, inhaling deeply. Fortunately, it had not been sealed with cement, or given her current abilities, breaking free would have posed quite a challenge.
Who are you?
A frigid voice resonated. Shen Wan looked up to see a bloodied, ghostly figure perched upon the tombstone. The specter was none other than Hua Xiaoqing. He sat with one leg crossed, staring at her with an icy demeanor. They assign me an ordinary girl born in a ghostly year, month, and hour. I have seen what she looks like. And you are not her. Shen Wan stood, brushing off the dirt from her attire and calmly replied, "I am Shen Wan." "Shen Wan?" Hua Xiaoqing scoffed. "I do not know you, but you have already become my nominal wife." Shen Wan's lips twitched slightly. "You speak nonsense." Hua Xiaoqing frowned. "Impertinent wretch. You claim to be polite, yet you did not spare Zhang Xia, who offended you. She must accompany you in death. She was not my choice. My family arranged this, believing it would quell my grievances. Has your resentment been quelled?" Hua Xiaoqing shook his head. "My grievances run deep, yet I know not their origin." Shen Wan remarked coolly. "Just now your uncle mentioned, grievances have their source, and debts have their owners. It is evident you were wronged, merely having forgotten your memories before death, but the resentment lingers. He is not my uncle. He is the second steward of my family." Hua Xiaoqing shifted his tone, his blood-red eyes scrutinizing her intently. "Are you a metaphysical practitioner?" Shen Wan nodded, moving to inspect the inscription on the tombstone, initially expecting a detailed account of the deceased's life. She was surprised to find only a name, Grave of Hua Xiaoqing. Shen Wan couldn't help but exclaim, "You appear to be the scion of a wealthy family. Why is your burial so humble?" Hua Xiaoqing wore an expression of indifference. "I am merely an illegitimate child who cannot even enter the ancestral grave. Being buried in my family's backyard is already a stroke of fortune." An illegitimate child? Shen Wan racked her brain, recalling that the Hua family was one of the 4 prominent families in the capital. Hua Xiaoqing raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. "You dress as though you hail from the countryside, yet you possess some knowledge. If he were indeed from the Hua family..." It was unsurprising that Hua Xiaoqing had fallen to such depths. She had encountered the Hua family before. They were a prestigious lineage with strict customs, still adhering to the traditions of male supremacy and clear distinctions between legitimate and illegitimate offspring. Hua Xiaoqing, being an illegitimate child, would naturally have a meager funeral upon his death. "Who informed you that pairing you with a ghost bride would quell your resentment?" Shen Wan stated. "To bury a living person alongside the dead is a sin. Fortunately, I realized it in time. Otherwise, an innocent girl would have perished due to your actions. As I said, it was arranged by my family. I had no knowledge of it. When I became aware, I found myself appearing uncontrollably beside Zhang Xia." Shen Wan placed a hand on her forehead. "Once the marriage contract is signed and the ghostly wedding is arranged, your soul will be irresistibly drawn to the living Zhang Xia. Once she breathes her last, you too will be recognized as married in the underworld." Hua Xiaoqing regarded her with rapt attention. "I do not wish to wed this Zhang Xia. However..." He leaped down from the tombstone, instantly appearing before her. "If my other half were a little master, I would be willing." Hua Xiaoqing's blood-red eyes sparkled with an enchanting smile, appearing capable of ensnaring souls. Shen Wan widened her eyes as he drew closer. Unable to restrain herself, she finally exclaimed, Chapter 26, Regretful Marriage.
Ugh.
Shen Wan slapped his face aside with a swift motion. "Hua Xiaoqing, my apologies, but your appearance is simply too unappealing." Hua Xiaoqing chuckled. "Unappealing? Do you have any idea how handsome I was in life? I stood at a height of 185 centimeters, with an 8-pack of abs, a model of beauty." Shen Wan regarded his current ghastly visage with exasperation. His head was cracked open, likely due to a fall from a height, with a third missing, revealing a ghastly mix of brain matter and blood. One eye bulged out, as if threatening to pop from its socket. His face was a gruesome sight, flesh torn asunder, exposing sinew and tissue. His mouth was in a state of decay, utterly unrecognizable. As for his limbs, they were contorted and broken, drenched in blood like a zombie. "Young Master Hua." The words barely left her lips when Hua Xiaoqing's expression soured. "Do not address me thus. I detest that title. You may call me Xiaoqing." Although he was nominally the second young master of the Hua family, he understood that none in the Hua family acknowledged his existence. Each time he heard servants refer to him in that manner, he could sense their disdain and contempt. An illegitimate child. The title of young master Hua was not a compliment, but a mockery. Shen Wan's lips twitched slightly. "Mr. Hua, though your death was grotesque, as a ghost, you may still choose to transform into your former self at will." Hua Xiaoqing glanced down at himself, his chest a gruesome sight, and his left hand twisted backward at a 90-degree angle. He moved slightly, and gradually, his horrific appearance transformed back into the tall and handsome figure he once was. Observing this, Shen Wan's expression softened a fraction. Indeed, he was quite the handsome gentleman, albeit a short-lived one. "Is there anyone else like me?" Hua Xiaoqing inquired curiously. Shen Wan remained silent, pondering that today marked the 3rd day. She wondered how things were faring with Li Hanting. He was so fastidious about cleanliness. If he washed his hands, it could lead to complications. Meanwhile, at a French manor, Butler Li observed as the young master donned disposable gloves, elegantly indulging in his meal. Suppressing a smile as he stated solemnly, "Young master, we have traced Master Shen's latest residence. She is currently residing in a haunted house at Shanghai Bay, which Liu Beichun gifted her." Li Hanting set down his cutlery, a hint of surprise flashing across his handsome features. "I heard the Liu family is devoted to charity. How could they think to gift a girl a haunted house?" Butler Li replied earnestly, "It seems it is Master Shen's own preference." Li Hanting, he couldn't help but recall the image of her taking offerings from the grave that night.
Well,
Consuming offerings for the dead and residing in a haunted house certainly aligns with her character. "Li Shu, prepare water. I wish to bathe," Li Hanting said, casually removing his disposable gloves. Butler Li's expression changed in alarm. "Young master, you mustn't. Did Master Shen not inform you that this blood talisman cannot be washed away? Wait until you see her before cleansing." Li Hanting remarked with a hint of indifference, "It has already been 3 days. If I do not wash my hands soon, I fear I might resort to self-harm." Heaven knows how he has endured these 3 days, with each washing involving nothing more than the painstaking use of cotton swabs to clean his hands, followed by the constant donning of disposable gloves, which he changed every 10 minutes. He was perplexed by his own behavior. As an avowed atheist, how could he permit Shen Wan to draw with blood upon his hands? Such a lack of hygiene. Yet, the very thought of her mentioning his insufficient vitality and her intention to draw talismans for him made him reluctant to wipe it away. After enduring for 3 long days, the time had finally come. He not only needed to wash his hands, but also to scrub until his skin peeled. In the back mountains, Shen Wan and Hu Xiaoqing conversed as they descended. Through their dialogue, she learned that this very mountain, along with the grand villa ahead, had been designated by the Hu family for Hu Xiaoqing's personal residence. He recounted that his body had been discovered at the mountain's foot. He had a habit of hiking on weekends, and even he believed he had inadvertently fallen to his demise. According to the Hu family's burial customs, a broken clay basin was required, yet each time Hu Xiaoqing's basin was shattered, it remained intact. To prevent the death of an illegitimate child from adversely affecting the Hu family's fortune, they sought the counsel of a geomancer. The geomancer declared that his spirit was burdened with resentment and required a woman born during an auspicious year, month, and hour to perform a ghostly marriage to quell his grievances and facilitate a smooth burial. After careful consideration, the Hu family chose Zhang Xia to bind the 2 souls in matrimony. As Shen Wan observed the dark aura of resentment emanating from him, it was evident that he had not only met a tragic end, but had also been wronged by another. "Where are you taking me now?" Hu Xiaoqing lamented. "I am already dead. Why has no one come to escort me to the afterlife?" Shen Wan could only chuckle in disbelief. "You are a spirit of violent death, and your lingering grievances prevent you from departing just yet. We must first locate the marriage contract. Only by destroying it can your bond with Zhang Xia be nullified. Indeed, the one who officiated our marriage was you. You are my wife," Hu Xiaoqing jested with a cheeky grin. Shen Wan's eyes narrowed. If it weren't for the tragic nature of his demise, she would have delivered a resounding slap. "Do you know where the marriage contract is kept?" Hu Xiaoqing nodded. "It is among the belongings related to me in the villa. They would not reclaim it for the family." Understanding his meaning, Shen Wan led the way down the mountain. And upon reaching the villa, they found it deserted. Even the funeral altar in the living room remained untouched, exuding an eerie aura. Pointing at his own portrait, Hu Xiaoqing lamented, "Who chose this photograph for my memorial? I have posed for countless magazines, yet they selected the one for my ID, where my face appears round and unflattering." Shen Wan replied with a sigh, "Is that truly the crux of the matter? Quickly, find the marriage contract. I will go seek Zhang Xia." As expected, Zhang Xia had not ventured far, hiding in the grass outside the villa. Upon seeing Shen Wan emerge unscathed, she rushed forward with excitement. "Master Wan, I'm so relieved you're unharmed. I was worried sick." Shen Wan explained the situation, aiming to annul the marriage. Zhang Xia nodded, but her complexion paled at the mention of Hu Xiaoqing's ghost. "He is here? I am frightened," Shen Wan reassured her. "The spirit you fear is merely someone who has been longed for. Thinking of it this way, is he not less terrifying? A typical ghost, aside from lacking a physical form, is not so different from when they were alive." Though Hu Xiaoqing was heavy with resentment, he could not even recall the circumstances of his death. "Rest assured, he will not harm you." Zhang Xia cautiously followed Shen Wan into the villa. Are you mentally prepared? Shen Wan inquired. Zhang Xia nodded. Hui Xiaoqing, reveal yourself. A translucent specter gradually materialized before the floral tribute. Zhang Xia's eyes widened in shock. A ghost. A ghost. Hui Xiaoqing stylishly flicked his bangs. Have you ever seen a ghost as handsome as I? Zhang Xia candidly replied, there are many handsome men on television. But I have never seen one as oily as you. In chapter 27, the dissolution commenced. Hui Xiaoqing, exasperated, handed the marriage contract to Shen Wan. Upon opening it, she found, as anticipated, the thumbprints of both parties. Zhang Xia seemed to recall something. No wonder I woke up in the middle of the night the other day to find my mother pressing my hand down on something. It must have been this marriage contract. Master Wan, how can such a mother exist? She knows full well that signing this contract would lead to my demise. Does she not feel a twinge of compassion? With tears welling in her eyes, Zhang Xia reflected on the years of toil she endured for her parents, only to have them barter her life for monetary gain. I cannot bear it any longer. Once dawn breaks, you can report them to the authorities, Shen Wan suggested. They would be disgraced, and the sum of 1 million could be reclaimed. Before Zhang Xia could agree, Hui Xiaoqing interjected. No, that cannot happen. If the Hui family learns of the failed ghostly marriage, they will not take it lightly. Not only might your family face repercussions, but even you could be implicated. Shen Wan retorted, I am not your wife, so cease with such claims. Hui Xiaoqing insisted earnestly, the Hui family would never allow such a scandal to be publicized. As long as you remain unharmed, I would never force a marriage upon you. After a moment of silence, Zhang Xia spoke, Master Wan, I wish to sever all ties with my family. If my parents discover I am alive, they will surely demand I return to serve them and sacrifice my life for my brother. I cannot do that. Let them believe I have perished. I will change my name and live elsewhere. Shen Wan respected her choice and instructed Hui Xiaoqing to fetch paper and ink to draft the divorce decree, which both the living and the ghost signed. This decree, binding as it was, severed all ties between Hui Xiaoqing and Zhang Xia, ensuring their fates would no longer intertwine. With the yellow talisman held between her fingers, Shen Wan ignited it upon contact with the divorce decree. She tossed the marriage contract into the flames, reducing it to ashes. Your marriage has been annulled. Upon your arrival in the underworld, your records will reflect that you are single. Zhang Xia was taken aback. So, there truly is an underworld? Shen Wan chuckled, of course. After death, the soul returns to the realm governed by the afterlife. Hui Xiaoqing's expression darkened, a cloud of sorrow hanging over him. Mr. Hui, do you have any lingering questions? Shen Wan inquired. Hui Xiaoqing sighed. I cannot recall what transpired before my death. Ah, I see. Then take your time to ponder. Miss Zhang, we shall take our leave. Without hesitation, Shen Wan turned to depart. Hui Xiaoqing protested. Wan, you are my wife in this ceremony. How can you abandon me? Shen Wan halted, turning back to glare at him. Say that once more, and I shall remind you that I am not your wife. You are now free. You may investigate at your leisure, for the living cannot see you, and you can come and go as you please. Hui Xiaoqing shook his head. Confusion etched on his handsome features. I am dead. Even if I uncover the truth, what will it matter? I have never been valued in that family. Even if my death was suspicious, no one would care. Observing his despondent demeanor, Shen Wan couldn't help but recall her own feelings from the past. In her family, she was as invisible as Hui Xiaoqing in his. I can assist you in your investigation. Before she could finish her sentence, Hui Xiaoqing leapt forward with excitement. Really? Yes. But I will require payment, Shen Wan replied. Do you have any money? Hui Xiaoqing nodded. Of course I have money. Under his guidance, Shen Wan ascended to the master bedroom on the second floor. There, in the wardrobe, stood a safe. Hui Xiaoqing revealed, the code is 95,841. It contains cash, bank cards, gold bars, and gems. You cannot use the bank cards as I am deceased. Any fluctuations in the account will surely lead the Hui family to you. Feel free to take the cash and gold bars. By the way, that diamond necklace is a wedding gift for you. Upon opening the safe, Shen Wan found it filled with stacks of cash, roughly estimating around 1 million. She took only 30,000, refraining from touching the exquisite diamond necklace. Aren't girls fond of shiny diamonds? Why do you not want it? Hui Xiaoqing asked in surprise. Shen Wan calmly remarked, I shall only take what is rightfully mine. One's heart must not succumb to greed. Excess greed leads to debts, and deep debts give rise to consequences. If one cannot settle these in this life, they shall continue to be repaid in the next. Therefore, what does not belong to her, she shall never take. Ho Xiaoqing regarded her with newfound respect, contemplating for a moment before reaching into his pocket to retrieve a sum of cash and some gold bars. Upon descending the stairs, Ho Xiaoqing presented all of it to Zhang Xia. Zhang Xia, bewildered, exclaimed, "What? Why are you giving me so much money? This must be over 100,000. And with the gold bars, it totals at least 200,000. Ho Xiaoqing replied, somewhat sheepishly, "Were it not for my family's involvement with you, you would not have nearly faced being buried alive. This is my personal compensation. Please accept it." Zhang Xia turned to Shen Wan, uncertain whether to accept. Shen Wan smiled and said, "This is a gesture of spiritual compensation. You may receive it." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xia promptly expressed her gratitude and accepted the cash. "Master Wan, had it not been for your rescue, I would be buried alive by now. This is my token of thanks," Zhang Xia insisted, pressing the gold bars into Shen Wan's hands. Shen Wan did not refuse and graciously accepted. "Mr. Ho, will you continue to reside in your own home? Or will you accompany me?" Ho Xiaoqing answered without hesitation, "I shall go with you." Zhang Xia, finding herself without a place to stay, followed Shen Wan back to Shanghai Bay. Initially, both were taken aback to learn that she resided in a notoriously haunted house in Jiangcheng. Shen Wan glanced at Ho Xiaoqing and teased, "A ghost like you fears a haunted house?" Ho Xiaoqing gave her a thumbs up. "Even as a ghost, I fear haunted houses. Are the souls of the deceased still in there? Should I greet them?" Shen Wan assured him calmly, "They are all gone. It is just me." Ho Xiaoqing and Zhang Xia breathed a sigh of relief. Upon returning home, Zhang Xia hurried to the kitchen, eager to prepare a meal for her. Shen Wan, amused, urged her to take a break, insisting she was not hungry. Nonetheless, Zhang Xia still prepared a lavish feast to express her gratitude. Ho Xiaoqing, with nothing to occupy him, engaged in casual conversation with Zhang Xia and learned that her brother had come out as gay. His eyes sparkled with intrigue, and a palpable air of gossip surrounded him. He promptly vanished from the villa. When he returned after dinner, he exclaimed, "Guess what I saw?" Zhang Xia, composed, replied, "Even if my brother has come out, my parents would not reproach him. After all, in their eyes, he is their lifeline, their precious gem." Chapter 28. Li Hanting's Mishap. Ho Xiaoqing laughed heartily. "Your brother was nearly taken away." Zhang Xia gasped. "What happened?" Ho Xiaoqing explained, "When I arrived at your house, I coincidentally saw a van from the mental hospital come to take your brother away." Zhang Xia was taken aback. "Is my brother insane?" "No. Your father claimed your brother was ill and needed treatment for being gay. He would be retrieved once he was better," Ho Xiaoqing clarified. "Then, your brother's boyfriend arrived, and together they beat up your father and ran off with the bank card. Before I left, the mental hospital's van took your father away for treatment." Zhang Xia fell silent for a long moment before muttering, "He deserves it. My parents have spoiled my brother since childhood, never allowing him to do anything, whatever he desires. They satisfy. Now he has taken all the family's money and run off with his partner. I wonder if my parents regret it."
Ho Xiaoqing,
Wishing not to dampen her spirits, responded honestly, "Your parents say your brother was deceived, which led to this." Zhang Xia sighed, "Forget it. I do not wish to hear any more about them." Ho Xiaoqing then leaned closer to Shen Wan and quietly whispered, "Wan, you are a master of metaphysics. Can you predict the future for her family?" Shen Wan replied, "Zhang Yaozu will fall ill, be abandoned by his boyfriend, and lose both wealth and love. As for her parents, they will reap what they sow. Their latter years will be plagued by misfortune, and every venture will result in losses, ultimately leading them to a life of scavenging." Ho Xiaoqing was taken aback. "So dire?" Shen Wan glanced at him. "When a child is born, they either repay kindness or seek revenge. Miss Zhang is evidently here to repay kindness, but her parents only know how to indulge their son, valuing males over females and mistreating their daughter. Naturally, driving away their daughter's fortune will lead to their own downfall."
Just then the doorbell rang.
It was Butler Li, who rushed in and said, "Master Shen, you must come with me at once. My young master is in trouble." "What happened?" Shen Wan inquired. After dinner, the young master took a shower and accidentally washed off the blood talisman. As soon as it fell away, he collapsed. He has now been rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment, and I am worried. So, I came to find you to see if you can help him through this crisis." Shen Wan replied straightforwardly, "Stay here. I will step out for a moment." Ho Xiaoqing and Zhang Xia nodded in agreement. Only Butler Li looked bewildered, wondering who else was in the house besides Master Shen and a young woman. "Where are you headed?" "The hospital. VIP ward." When Shen Wan and butler Li arrived, Li Hanting had already been transferred to the ward. Observing the numerous bandages covering his body, all inflicted by shards of glass, Shen Wan quickly assessed his injuries, understanding the situation. After washing away the protective spell, Li Hanting had felt dizzy and collapsed against the glass door, resulting in his body being lacerated by the shards. He had undergone surgery to remove the embedded glass. Upon seeing Shen Wan, Li Hanting's lips twitched slightly as he self-deprecatingly remarked, "Is this misfortune also a form of the white tiger killing?"
Shen Van raturta, Li Shao.
Do you lack common sense? Even if you do not have common sense, you ought to watch television. You cannot shower right after a meal. It is no wonder you blacked out and fell. Li Hanting muttered, "I just thought my hands were filthy." Moreover, was Uncle Li intentionally bringing Shen Wan here to aggravate him? Did he think his injuries were not severe enough? Shen Wan approached him, without further ado, and pressed a talisman into his hand. Li Hanting looked at it, noticing it was a delicately folded triangular talisman. "What is this?" he inquired. "It is a protective peace talisman," Shen Wan explained. "Previously, I was unable to afford talisman paper, so I used blood to draw the spell. Now that I have talisman paper, you can carry it with you." As she spoke, she took the opportunity to pulse check him. To her surprise, Li Hanting's body was even weaker than she had anticipated, and after this injury and blood loss, he was doubly weakened. "Uncle Li, please take note," Shen Wan instructed, reciting a string of medicinal herbs. Uncle Li hurriedly jotted them down on his phone. "Master Shen, is this a prescription for the young master?" Shen Wan nodded. "Following this prescription will provide internal balance, and for external practice, he should engage in Tai Chi and Ba Duan Jin to strengthen his body." Uncle Li eagerly agreed. "I will supervise the young master." Li Hanting fixed his deep gaze upon her. "Will I die?" "Everyone dies. It is not as if an old monster can live for 1,000 years, she replied. "What I mean is, will I not live past 30? Li Hanting said calmly. "My grandfather mentioned that this was what your master, Tai Xian, once said." Shen Wan remained composed. "Success depends on human effort, while fate is determined by the heavens. Since your master led you to me, it signifies that your life is not meant to end here. If I can help you through this ordeal, I will express my gratitude." "No need. You have already thanked me," she replied, her gaze lingering on him, her eyes swirling with complex emotions. He had risked his life to save her on more than one occasion, although at times it seemed he sought danger to her. It was both a debt of gratitude and affection. Thus, in this life, she would do everything in her power to ensure Li Hanting's survival. Afterward, she would distance herself from him. Her master had warned her that her ties with family were shallow. The closer her relationships, the more disasters she would attract. She was destined for solitude, unable to forge deep connections with others. Li Hanting, curious, asked, "You have already thanked me? Is it about the 3,000 yuan?" Compared to the sum given by Liu Beichen, his 3,000 was insignificant. Shen Wan smiled. "It is nothing. Rest well. Once you are discharged, I will return to help you dispel the white tiger killing. Until then, focus on healing and refrain from wandering." As she gently instructed him, a rare warmth surged within Li Hanting's heart. Shen Wan did not linger unnecessarily. She turned to leave the hospital room and heard Li Hanting's voice behind her, expressing gratitude. She did not look back but merely smiled faintly, her spirits lifted considerably. However, that was the extent of it. Just a few steps out, she was spotted by Xin Yui, who rushed over as if he had caught a prize, seizing her arm. "Why are you back at the hospital? Are you planning to harm Qianxue under the cover of night?" Shen Wan, with an impassive expression, shrugged off his grip, refusing to cast him a glance as she strode towards the elevator. "Stop right there." Shen Yui caught up, his face a mask of anger. "Because of you, Qianxue has already suffered enough. What more do you want?" Shen Wan halted her steps and looked at him mockingly. "Second young Master Shen, if you work at the hospital, why not take a moment to check your brain? It's been a vegetable for so long. Delaying any further could result in a disaster." Shen Yui's expression darkened. "Don't think I can't tell you're insulting me." "Indeed, I am," Shen Wan replied with a sardonic smile. "You." Shen Yui, infuriated, took a deep breath and pointed an accusing finger at her. "If I hadn't caught you, would you have gone after Qianxue again? How can your heart be so dark, so malicious?" Shen Wan regarded him with a look of contempt. "Fine, since you claim Shen Qianxue is aggrieved, enlighten me. Where exactly is her grievance?" "She has occupied my identity for 18 years, lived in luxury within the Shen family for 18 years, and you all have never mistreated her. It was one thing when she was unaware of her true identity, but now that she knows, she merely claims she wants to return my identity." Yet her actions betray her. She believes herself to be the wronged party. Pray tell, where is her grievance? Is it in the fact that a few brothers are more attentive to her? Is it because her allowance has increased? Is it because her foster parents are kinder to her? Shen Yui's brow furrowed as he listened. Your presence has made Qianxue feel like she is no longer a part of the Shen family, that she is an outsider. Naturally, she feels aggrieved. She is the most innocent of all, yet because of you, she lives in constant fear, walking on eggshells, terrified of being cast out. Shen Wan scoffed. So, who is being cast out now? Does your entire family really have the heart to expel her? Shen Yui, your sanctimonious demeanor is revolting. Shen Yui was beside himself with rage. Then what are you doing at the hospital at this late hour? Aside from plotting harm against Qianxue, I cannot fathom any other reason. Shen Wan let out a cold laugh, uninterested in engaging him further. When the elevator doors opened, she stepped inside without a second thought. Don't walk away. You need to clarify this. Shen Yui attempted to follow her into the elevator, only to be met with a kick from Shen Wan. Chapter 29. A Makeup Birthday Celebration. Is that sufficient?
Ah.
Shen Wan. Shen Yui was nearly driven to madness as he picked himself up from the floor. Unfortunately, he was a moment too late. The elevator doors closed. Her arrogant expression seared into his memory forever. Trembling with anger, Shen Yui seethed. This arrogant girl had struck him once again. He was her second brother, an elder. How dare she? Master Shen. Butler Li pursued him, but found the elevator had already descended. The young master said he would escort Master Shen home. Butler Li turned to press the button for another elevator. Sir, were you just looking for Shen Wan? Shen Yui recognized him as the butler by the side of the Li family's young master and politely inquired. Butler Li glanced at him, also recognizing his identity, and replied coolly, yes, is there something you need? Shen Yui's expression shifted slightly. Is Shen Wan here at the hospital to see you? Butler Li replied indifferently. Miss Shen is here to see my young master. Is there an issue with Dr. Shen? No, not at all. Shen Yui was taken aback. Could it be that Shen Wan was genuinely not here to cause trouble for Qianxue? He refused to believe it. Shen Yui hurried to the surveillance room, demanding to review the footage of Shen Wan's visit to the hospital. As the images played, he was rendered utterly speechless. He had assumed Shen Wan had come specifically to trouble Qianxue. However, the footage revealed that Shen Wan had indeed arrived with Butler Li and had gone directly to the VIP ward of the Li family's young master without ever visiting Qianxue's room. Not even passing by it once. Shen Yui's complexion soured. For the first time, he had misjudged Shen Wan. Dr. Shen, you look rather pale. Would you like me to call in another doctor? Shen Yui waved his hand dismissively and staggered out of the surveillance room, contemplating Shen Wan's words, feeling an unexpected pang of discomfort. Shen Wan, it seemed, also had her share of grievances, a hint of pitiable vulnerability to her. No, that couldn't be right. It was all an act. They had thoroughly investigated the kind of person she was before she arrived at their home. A child raised in a malicious foster family would undoubtedly possess a similarly malevolent nature. Hadn't that man just referred to her as Master Shen? Shen Yui frowned. What an unusual title. Yet, more importantly, how had Shen Wan come to associate with the Li family? Given her background, it was unlikely she could have caught the eye of the Li family's young master. How could a girl from the countryside, virtually illiterate, possibly attract his attention? But the reality was before him, leaving Shen Yui confounded. Had she clung to the Li family now that she had lost the Shen family? That was a possibility. But what qualifications or abilities did she possess that would endear her to the Li family? He had noted the butler's respectful attitude toward Shen Wan. Shen Yui was at a loss until he returned to the hospital room, where Shen Qianxue's voice brought him back to reality. Fifth sister, what were you just saying? Shen Qianxue's expression was gentle. Second brother, I was suggesting that we throw a birthday party for Wan tomorrow to surprise her. What do you think? Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Yui replied, what is the point of going through all that trouble? Second brother, we overlooked Wan's birthday because it coincided with mine, which is why she was so upset and left home. If we celebrate her birthday and give her a grand surprise, I'm sure she will be touched. Shen Yui pondered for a moment. Qianxue's words held some merit. Shen Wan's recent transformation was undoubtedly due to the neglect of her coming-of-age celebration. Reflecting on Shen Wan's earlier remarks, Shen Yui finally nodded in agreement. Qianxue, you truly are understanding. If only Shen Wan could comprehend your goodwill. So, second brother, you agree? Yes, I will call eldest brother right away. As long as he consents, I have no objections. Shen Qianxue beamed as she hugged him. You're the best second brother. Shen Yui smiled, thinking that after celebrating Shen Wan's coming of age, she ought to be less tempestuous and abandon her perpetual expression of being the most wronged. Upon exiting the hospital room, Shen Yui immediately called Shen Chongfeng to explain Qian Xue's intentions. Shen Chongfeng, recalling Shen Wan's resolute demeanor on the hospital rooftop, also felt they owed her a slight debt. Celebrating her coming of age was not a significant burden for them. All right, but let us not hold it at home. Given the situation with the seventh brother, father, and aunt probably wouldn't want to see her. Shen Yui considered this and suggested, "We can reserve a hotel for her celebration. I'll contact the younger siblings. Fourth brother likely wouldn't want to see her either. So, I want to invite him to avoid any conflicts." "That works," Shen Chongfeng agreed, thinking that since they were giving Shen Wan a coming-of-age celebration as her elder brother, he should also prepare a gift. When it came to gifts, both Shen Chongfeng and Shen Yui hesitated. It had been a year since Shen Wan had come to their home, and as her older brothers, they didn't even know what she liked. Shen Chongfeng recalled her having stolen their grandfather's gold watch before and speculated that she might want a watch of her own. After all, she hadn't received much education and couldn't operate a smartphone, but surely she could tell time on a watch. He decided to buy her a lady's watch, which was not expensive for him, merely a few thousand yuan. Shen Yuni casually took a jar of whitening cream from his laboratory. He believed that Shen Wan's skin was rough and her complexion rather dark. Surely, this gift would delight her. As for Shen Jiao, upon hearing that they were to celebrate Shen Wan's coming-of-age ceremony, she flatly refused to attend, deeming it inauspicious. Unbeknownst to Shen Wan, the three siblings of the Shen family reserved a hotel, intending to make up for Shen Wan's missed coming-of-age celebration by organizing a small birthday party. The following day, Shen Wan engaged in conversation with Hua Xiaoqing, reminiscing about events from his life. Hua Xiaoqing remarked, "I cannot recall the memories of the day the incident occurred, but I do remember the day prior. It was Thursday, and I had just completed the last magazine shoot of the month. With no upcoming engagements, I requested a leave from my manager, intending to enjoy a few days of rest at home." At this point, Hua Xiaoqing's expression changed. "Wait, I wasn't planning to go hiking that week. I only wanted to rest. How could I have ended up dead on the mountain?" Shen Wan inquired, "Are there any surveillance recordings from the entrance to the mountain?" Hua Xiaoqing shook his head. "No, after my death, my spirit lingered near my family. They attempted to check the surveillance footage, but the nearby cameras had long been out of order." As he spoke, he noticed Shen Wan staring intently at him, making him uneasy. Wan, your gaze is more frightening than a ghost." Shen Wan bluntly asked, "Can you guess why your spirit lingers near your family?" Hua Xiaoqing responded without hesitation, "Who else would I linger near?" It dawned on him, and his expression darkened. "You mean the one who caused my death is my family?" Shen Wan analyzed, there are only two explanations for a spirit to remain close to the living. First, it may be due to love, an attachment that cannot be severed. Thus the spirit remains where the obsession lies. Second, it could be because the individual is the one responsible for your death. The spirit, burdened by resentment, lingers near the perpetrator. Given your assertion that the Hua family is indifferent to you, it seems you have no attachment to them. Hua Xiaoqing's ethereal form was enveloped in a surge of dark energy, fueled by resentment. Trembling with anger, he exclaimed, "If you don't believe me, that is fine. I have no intention of clinging to the Hua family. Since I came of age, I have been self-sufficient and have never spent a dime from them. Who is it? Who wants to harm me?" His father, Hua Xiaoqing, turned pale, having always denied his existence, viewing him as a significant failure in his life. If he were to die, surely he would be the one most pleased. Shen Wan asked, "Besides your father, who else is around you?" "My father, my elder brother, and some elders of the Hua family, and, oh, the second butler as well." Hua Xiaoqing paused. If it were related to his family, then perhaps it was unnecessary to investigate further. The pursuit would be futile. The phrase futile resonated deeply with Shen Wan. Indeed, their deaths were of no consequence to their family. Chapter 30. Shen Wan, what madness has overtaken you? Shen Wan could empathize with Hua Xiaoqing's disappointment in his family whenever she encountered misfortune. The Shen family's response was always indifference. "Do you wish to continue the investigation?" Shen Wan asked him. Hua Xiaoqing looked perplexed. "I'm not sure, Wan. If it were you, knowing the outcome would be unsatisfactory, perhaps even despair-inducing, would you still proceed?" Shen Wan replied calmly, "I would."
Why?
Some matters can be glossed over. But when it comes to one's own life and death, one cannot afford to be vague. Shen Wan continued, "There was a time I was weak and submissive, enduring bullying in silence, yet such patience only invites further torment. If I were to be harmed, I would undoubtedly seek out the true culprit and exact vengeance. Hua Xiaoqing was taken aback by her words. You seem so young, yet how can you be so fierce in your resolve? To lie in a coffin, knowing you might be buried alive and remain unfazed, you truly are a formidable person. Shen Wan smiled. Life is but a few fleeting decades. I would rather be a madwoman than a soft target. Better to embrace madness than to be driven to it by others. Moreover, why should the one who caused my demise be allowed to roam free? Hua Xiaoqing suddenly realized, you're right. I've already been harmed. So why should I endure any further? I remember now. After requesting leave from my manager on Thursday, I didn't return home, but went to the hotel to pack my belongings. Although I have a house in Jiangcheng, returning home was inconvenient due to the shoot. So, I booked a room nearby. I can't recall what happened after I arrived at the hotel. Hua Xiaoqing suddenly remembered something. Oh, my luggage isn't at home. Which means it must still be at the hotel. I booked the room for a week, and it's about to expire tomorrow. Shen Wan suggested. Let us go check the hotel room. Perhaps we can find a clue. They soon arrived at the entrance of the five-star hotel. As Shen Wan stepped out of the taxi, she spotted Shen Yuni standing at the entrance, hands on his hips, seemingly waiting for someone. Surprised to see her, he remarked. Didn't we agree on 7 o'clock? Why are you here so early? He had arrived ahead of time to set up for the birthday party. And it was still midday. Big brother is truly unreliable. Why have Shen Wan come so early? The surprise is ruined. Shen Wan ignored him and walked straight into the hotel. Why are you ignoring me? Shen Yuni's face flashed with irritation. Perhaps she was still upset from last night's incident at the hospital, remembering he was her elder brother. Shen Yuni thought he should be magnanimous and not hold a grudge against her, so he approached her in a conciliatory manner. Alright, I misunderstood you last night, but you could have clarified things. Besides, you did kick me, so we're even. But your presence at the hotel for the birthday party shows you genuinely care about this matter. Shen Yuni chattered beside her. Hua Xiaoqing looked puzzled. Who is this lunatic? Do you know him? Shen Wan remained silent and pressed the button for the 16th floor as directed by Hua Xiaoqing. The party is on the 6th floor. You pressed the wrong button, Shen Yuni said, canceling the 16th floor and pressing the button for the 6th. Finally acknowledging him, Shen Wan's expression remained cold. Are you insane? Shen Yuni frowned. I dislike your current attitude. I specifically took leave to come to your birthday party, and you're showing me a sour face? Shen Wan chuckled. My birthday party? Young Master Shen, you must be mistaken. Didn't my brother inform you? Shen Yuni's face changed. Then what is a girl like you doing at the hotel? The 16th floor has luxury suites. You wouldn't be. Shen Wan's expression turned icy. Her gaze sharp as she fixed it on him. It was as if he uttered another word, and she would deliver a sharp retort. Instinctively, Shen Yuni covered his face and took a couple of steps back. I'm doing this for your own good. Unnecessary, Shen Wan replied coldly. Shen Wan. Shen Yuni raised his voice, realizing the attention of others in the hotel lobby was now on them. His face flushed, he lowered his voice and said, Since you're still unaware, I'll tell you now. Qianxue is genuinely concerned for you. She arranged for us to prepare this birthday party to surprise you. Despite your disdain for her, she is still considering your feelings. Before Shen Yuni could finish, Shen Wan coldly interrupted, Did I ask her for this? We have lowered ourselves to celebrate your birthday, and you have the audacity to act high and mighty, ungrateful. Shen Yuni felt a surge of anger, irritated by her unyielding attitude, as if they were the ones being overly sentimental. Meanwhile, Hua Xiaoqing was astonished. Qianxue? Isn't she the sister of the renowned Shen Shidi? Wait, Wan, you're the foster daughter the Shen family took in from the countryside a year ago? Shen Wan glanced at him, her eyes seemingly asking, Have you heard of me? Hua Xiaoqing replied, I once did a magazine shoot with Shen Shidi at a studio and saw his sister, Shen Qianxue, visit him. They mentioned you. And it seemed that Shen Shidi held a strong disdain for you, scolding you rather harshly. I happened to overhear in the adjacent makeup room. Shen Wan chuckled softly. See? In the eyes of the Shen family, I am nothing but a joke. Given the circumstances, why continue feigning kindness toward her? It is utterly revolting. Am I speaking to a deaf person? Without uttering another word, Shen Yuni grasped her hand and led her into the elevator. Shen Wan's expression was one of icy indifference. Let go. Shen Yuni glanced at her countenance, feeling a surge of irritation. Why are you being so obstinate? Both my brother and I have lowered our pride. What more do you want? Shen Wan raised her gaze, her eyes devoid of warmth or gratitude, instead exhibiting an unsettling calmness. Very well, then take me to the party venue. According to Shen Yuni, They had reserved a Western restaurant for her birthday celebration. Upon entering, Shen Wan immediately noticed that the decor was entirely tailored to Shen Qianxue's preferences. To add insult to injury, she glanced at the prepared menu, which also catered to Shen Qianxue's culinary tastes. Unaware of her peculiar expression, Shen Yuni declared with pride, "What do you think?" Although it lacks the opulence of the celebrations at home, it is still quite exquisite, a high-end affair. You've probably never seen such a lavish birthday party in the countryside, have you? Shen Wan merely smiled. Seeing her smile, Shen Yuni puffed out his chest even more. You should be grateful to Qianxue. This is all her doing. Suddenly, a menu flew straight at him, striking his face with force. Blood gushed from his nose. Shen Yuni erupted in fury. Shen Wan, what the hell is wrong with you? I came early to set up for you, putting in so much effort. And this is the attitude you give me? Chapter 31. Self-destruction. Shen Wan regarded him with an amused expression. So all this effort was merely to bring about my demise.
Was it?
As he dabbed at his nosebleed with several tissues, Shen Yuni retorted angrily, "What nonsense are you spouting? You know I have a severe allergy to seafood. As a doctor, you must understand the dire consequences of such allergies, right? You're allergic to seafood?" Shen Yuni's gaze shifted slightly, still attempting to argue. Then you could have just mentioned it. We can still change the menu. Why are you directing your anger at me? Am I wrong for organizing your birthday party? Truly, a case of biting the hand that feeds you, utterly failing to recognize goodwill. Shen Wan scoffed. You don't even know what I like to eat or what I cannot eat, and yet you pretend to care for me? Shen Yuni countered. With so many people in the family, how could I possibly remember everyone's preferences? I remember, Shen Wan stated calmly, enunciating each word. I recall that Shen Dashao is allergic to eggs, that you are allergic to peanuts and wheat, that Shen Sen Shao absolutely detests the smell of fish, and that Shen Si Shao must maintain his physique and avoid greasy foods. You claim you forgot about my seafood allergy? 3 months ago, I mistakenly consumed seafood and broke out in hives, nearly going into shock. You even chastised me in the hospital, telling me that someone born poor like me would never eat seafood in this lifetime. Have you forgotten so quickly? Shen Yuni's countenance darkened. That was ages ago. Why are you still fixated on it? And why do you refer to us as Da Shao and Shao? It sounds particularly jarring. The current Shen Wan exuded an air of cool detachment, likely a deliberate tactic to elicit concern from her brothers. Shen Yuni refused to let her attitude go, adopting a paternalistic tone. I am your brother. You've consistently been on my head. Do you have no sense of decorum? Upon hearing this, Shen Wan laughed, retorting without hesitation, when I called you brother. Did you ever acknowledge me? I once toiled day and night to learn cooking just to please you, preparing meals according to your tastes and dietary restrictions and delivering them to you in the hospital, come rain or shine. What did you say back then? You told me to stay far away and not obstruct your view. Now that I've distanced myself, you want me to return and call you brother again? When a person becomes despicable, they become invulnerable, especially when they are self-deprecating. Shen Shao, you are invincible. She raised her thumb at him, her sarcasm overflowing. Shen Yuni's expression soured completely, as if she had struck a nerve, and he yelled in embarrassment and anger. Did I ask you to deliver meals? Who told you to meddle? If I'm hungry, can't I just go to the hospital cafeteria? Do I need you to make a fool of me? Inadvertently, he had let slip his true feelings. It wasn't until he saw Shen Wan's mischievous expression that he realized his blunder, hastily explaining. That's not what I meant. I just didn't want to trouble you. The truth was he felt both burdened and disdainful. Had he been honest, she might have respected his candor. Shen Wan lightly scoffed. You can't even admit it. You're just like the rest of your family. Shen Yuni's expression darkened ominously, rendered speechless, and after a long pause, he finally managed to say, if you're still hung up on the fact that I reprimanded you for delivering food, I can explain. That day, my patient was on the operating table. I have no interest in your excuses, Shen Wan interrupted him bluntly. For the past year, your entire family has refused to acknowledge my existence, viewing me as a stain. So no matter how hard I strive, I will never earn your recognition. I shall no longer engage in foolish acts to curry favor with you. I will not provoke you, and you should not provoke me. Let us coexist peacefully. Shen Yuni felt an inexplicable unease arise within him. What did she mean by peaceful coexistence? You share the blood of the Shen family. Can you truly sever those ties? Shen Wan countered. So, what do you think I should do? With an air of entitlement, Shen Yuni replied, everyone just needs time to come to terms with your existence. You merely need to revert to your former self, avoiding such hostility. Shen Wan laughed. Unfazed, So, your suggestion is for me to transform back into that subservient Shen Wan who sought to please your entire family, is it? That is not what I meant. Shen Yuni said, his brow furrowed in irritation. In any case, just don't be so sharp and unapproachable. This version of Shen Wan made him feel alienated, uncomfortable. Shen Wan coldly retorted, you are simply pathetic. Shen Yuni. The manager and waitstaff watched the tension-filled exchange between the siblings, too apprehensive to breathe. Hua Xiaoqing swung on a crystal chandelier, his gaze fixed intently on Shen Wan. It turned out she was similarly afflicted. No wonder she chose to assist him. They were kindred spirits, both unwanted by their families, both regarded as blemishes. Hua Xiaoqing turned to glare at Shen Yuni, his anger intensifying. This hypocritical scoundrel. I'll show him. He leaped down and landed before Shen Yuni, delivering 2 powerful punches to his chest.
Ugh.
Shen Yuni doubled over, caught off guard, a sharp pain radiating through his chest. That sensation returned, reminiscent of the night he had experienced respiratory alkalosis. Hua Xiaoqing exclaimed, Wan Wan, watch me avenge you. He then kicked Shen Yuni's backside twice.
Bang.
Shen Yuni lurched forward, directly crashing into a meticulously arranged champagne tower, causing it to topple over with him.
Shen.
Are you alright? The restaurant's manager and staff scrambled to assist him, chaos erupting around them. Shen Yuni, covered in shards of glass, wore an expression of humiliation and rage as he was helped up. Shen Wan, look what you've done. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be in this state. He didn't hesitate to blame her. Shen Wan, her face devoid of emotion, replied, I advise you, members of the Shen family. I am no longer the Shen Wan you once manipulated. I have never coveted the power of the Shen family, and I never will. You have never acknowledged my existence. So, let us continue in this manner. All she had ever desired was a semblance of familial love, a haven from the storms of life. That would have sufficed. Unfortunately, every tempest she had ever faced was brought upon her by them. From now on, I shall walk my own path while you tread yours. We shall no longer be intertwined. She finished speaking and left the Western restaurant without looking back. Only then did Shen Yuni, caught off guard, react, bellowing, Shen Wan. Stop right there. What do you mean by your sunshine path and Arnaiha Bridge? Without the Shen family, you won't be able to survive in Jiangcheng. You will surely regret your hasty words today. Chapter 32. Cause of death remains a mystery. The manager approached cautiously, second young Master Shen. Would you like me to call an ambulance? Shen Yuni, infuriated by their involvement, retorted, why call an ambulance? I am a doctor myself. Furthermore, why are you recommending a seafood feast? Is this not a Western restaurant? Are there no other options? The manager inwardly rolled his eyes, maintaining a polite smile. The menu was arranged by Miss Qianxue and has been approved by you, implicitly suggesting that this debacle was of their own making, not theirs. How could they have known that the guest of honor would be allergic to seafood? Shen Yuni, breathless with rage, took a moment to compose himself before apologizing to the manager. Perhaps Qianxue, like him, had overlooked Shen Wan's seafood allergy. However, this birthday celebration had been cut short. He messaged Shen Chongfeng and Shen Qianxue to inform them of the cancellation, simply stating, Shen Wan is unwilling to come. Meanwhile, Shen Chongfeng, upon receiving the news, darkened visibly, tossing a women's watch from the table into the trash. They had already humbled themselves to be kind to her, and still, she refused to attend. Truly, she was acting like a spoiled heiress. Shen Qianxue sent a message of concern, asking, Second brother, is Wan still angry with me? Should I buy an expensive gift to apologize? She should forgive me, right? With a heavy heart, Shen Yuni replied, Shen Wan is currently a stubborn bull, fifth sister. You, with your kind heart, would only be bullied if you went to her now. Leave her be. Such a person is destined for a life of hardship. After sending the message, Shen Yuni looked around the disheveled restaurant. Regretting why he had taken a day off to celebrate Shen Wan's birthday, it was indeed a thankless endeavor that left him wounded. He silently vowed that the next time he encountered Shen Wan, he would ignore her entirely. On the 16th floor of the hotel, in a luxurious suite, Hua Xiaoqing opened the door for her. The room was vast, cluttered with his discarded clothes strewn across the floor, bed, and table. As Shen Wan stepped in, she could barely find a place to stand. You appear so composed, yet your private space is in utter chaos? Hua Xiaoqing replied earnestly, the term chaos cannot be misapplied. My living space is in disarray, not my private life. These are two separate matters, all right? As Shen Wan surveyed the room, she sighed. You claimed you would return to the hotel on Thursday evening to tidy up, but the scattered clothes indicate otherwise. Think carefully, did you even come back to the hotel? Reluctantly, Hua Xiaoqing squatted down to ponder. Shen Wan inspected the room. His belongings remained untouched, his phone still here. The Hua family, well aware of the suspicious nature of your death, seems unwilling to investigate further, not even bothering to pack your luggage. They refuse to probe into the cause of death, yet worry about affecting their family fortune by arranging a posthumous marriage. How much disdain must the Hua family hold for him? I honestly can't recall, Hua Xiaoqing admitted helplessly. Shen Wan picked up his phone, asking, what is the password? 8 8s. Unlocking the phone, she was greeted by a wallpaper featuring him as a teenager alongside an imposing middle-aged man. Hua Xiaoqing casually remarked, this is the only photo I have with my father. I worked hard for a year to achieve the top rank in school just to convince him to take this picture with me. Shen Wan studied the photo of his father for a moment before asking, how old is your father this year? 46, Hua Xiaoqing replied honestly.
Why?
Judging by your father's features, his life is likely to end at 46.
What?
Hua Xiaoqing's expression shifted dramatically. Are you implying my father will die this year? Shen Wan queried. Do you know your father's birthday? Hua Xiaoqing quickly recited a date. Shen Wan calculated, at 46, there is a death tribulation. If he can survive it, he may live until 89, but if not, this year may be his last. Hua Xiaoqing, lost in despair, asked, can you help my father with this death tribulation? Although he does not acknowledge me, I still wish for him to live well. Shen Wan replied bluntly. If your father can arrange for a geomancer to conduct a posthumous marriage, I believe he is likely aware of the death tribulation he faces this year. He will surely seek a solution. Hua Xiaoqing pondered this, realizing that the Hua family revered metaphysics and consulted geomancers for divination before any significant undertaking. Even checking the almanac for a simple outing. His father should be fine. Afterward, Shen Wan examined his call log. Apart from calls from his manager, there was only one entry marked sister. On Thursday night, this was the only person who called you. You spoke for over 30 seconds, indicating you had just arrived at the hotel and were called out before you could rest. But why didn't you take your phone? Shen Wan found it puzzling. Hua Xiaoqing looked bewildered. Sister is my second sister. She is the only one in the Hua family who treats me a bit better. She usually checks on my work and asks about my daily life. But I truly don't remember receiving her call on Thursday night. Shen Wan sighed, actually. I have a method to help you recall your memories from before your death, but what? You will have to relive the pain of your death repeatedly during the recollection, meaning that each time you remember, your soul will endure excruciating torment. Then forget it. I fear the pain. Hua Xiaoqing adopted a resigned demeanor. Take your time. I'm in no rush. Shen Wan, seeing his reluctance, decided to collect his phone and important belongings, taking the room card and pretending to be his assistant to check out at the hotel lobby. Since you do not wish to utilize that method during your leisure time, visit the Hua family more often. You might uncover some clues, Shen Wan advised. If you find anything, I can help you acquire the Black Order flag. Hua Xiaoqing inquired curiously, what is the Black Order flag? Shen Wan explained. Every grievance has its source, and every debt its owner. With the Black Order flag, not even the divine can obstruct your quest for vengeance. Oh, I understand. It's a get-out-of-jail-free card. Hua Xiaoqing examined her closely. By the way, you're younger than I am, yet you possess so much knowledge about metaphysics. I'm curious. Don't you need artifacts to see spirits like in the movies? Are you naturally endowed with yin-yang eyes? Shen Wan smiled faintly. I wasn't he before. Perhaps after dying once and returning to life, I gained the yin-yang eyes. As for metaphysical techniques, with my current limited abilities, I certainly cannot perform spells at will. I rely on years of practice to exert my mental powers, which are akin to the blue bar in video games. They are finite. Without a blue bar, I must rely on my health bar. After all, I have tread this path once before. Walking it again will make me more adept. Chapter 33. The Little Ghost's Retribution. Hua Xiaoqing, intrigued, asked, you died once? His gaze fell upon her forehead, noting the haphazard stitches. No wonder she was more fortunate than him. At least, she was still alive. Upon leaving the hotel, Shen Wan made a beeline for a second-hand car market. Hua Xiaoqing, thinking she intended to buy a small car, exclaimed, you can go to my garage. There are 3 small cars and 2 sports cars. Choose whichever you like. Shen Wan shook her head and walked directly towards a second-hand electric tricycle. Hua Xiaoqing was taken aback. A tricycle? You're a master of metaphysics. Why would you not care for your image? What kind of master rides a tricycle? It lacks any prestige. Shen Wan replied calmly, you don't understand. A tricycle can carry a lot and transport people, plus it has a canopy, so even if it rains, I won't get wet. Hua Xiaoqing chuckled, bemused. Why are you so stingy? Shen Wan chose to ignore him, hastily purchasing a second-hand tricycle for 1,500 and set off once again for the feng shui shop. Despite her reluctance to spend much on the tricycle, she showed no hesitation in acquiring an array of bizarre items, filling the vehicle to the brim in a remarkably short span of time. Items such as the Bagua mirror, copper coin sword, Sanqing bell, and soul-guiding banners were merely the beginning. She even procured incense, candles, and gold and silver offerings for rituals. What do you intend to do with all this? He inquired. Shen Wan replied softly, You're under my care now, and you won't be needing meals, will you? Hou Xiaoqing looked at her with disdain. Are you suggesting I eat candles? Even a dog wouldn't touch that. Before he could finish his sentence, Shen Wan seized the opportunity and swiftly shoved a candle into his mouth. As he was about to protest, he found the taste of the candle surprisingly delightful, far more appealing than meat. He devoured it in mere moments, his eyes now fixated on the remaining candles in the tricycle, swallowing hard. So delicious, he mused, woof, woof. I'm a little dog. Give me another one. Amused, Shen Wan tossed him another candle, explaining, after death, food from the mortal realm tastes like wax to you. But spirits can absorb the fragrance of incense and candles, which is beneficial for your ethereal forms. These are meant for you, but do not indulge excessively. One a day is sufficient. Hou Xiaoqing relished the candle, gnawing on it as he sat in the tricycle, accompanying Shen Wan back to Shanghai Bay. Master Wan, you've returned. Zhang Xia, who had taken the initiative to complete the household chores, lay on the sofa engrossed in her phone. Upon seeing Shen Wan, she immediately sprang up to assist with the items. Master Wan, I just came across a post on a paranormal forum about raising small spirits to attract good fortune. The poster claimed it was highly effective. Ever since he started, his career has soared, and he even won the affection of his goddess. He mentioned that many celebrities and influencers now customize their own little spirits for good luck. Is there any truth to this? Could it really be that miraculous? As she spoke, she handed her phone to Shen Wan. Glancing at the post, Shen Wan furrowed her brow upon seeing the doll depicted in the images. Scrolling down, she spotted a photo of the poster grinning while holding the doll, and she confidently declared, whether it can attract fortune is debatable. But he is already beginning to suffer the consequences of raising a small spirit. Hou Xiaoqing leaned in for a closer look, lamenting. Raising small spirits is quite common in our circles. From raising little spirits to ancient guardian dolls and worshipping fox spirits, it's all around. Rumor has it that these practices can enhance luck and beauty. I used to think it was all nonsense, but now that I've turned into a ghost myself, I suspect there may be some truth to the whispers. Zhang Xia's face brightened with longing. If it can bring good fortune and enhance beauty, who wouldn't he be tempted? Shen Wan interjected sternly, You only see one side of the coin. Do you know how these small spirits are created? Both women shook their heads. Firstly, the dark art of raising small spirits originates from Southeast Asia. Sorcerers seek the bodies of stillborn infants to craft these spirits, igniting the infant's corpse with a secret sorceress candle at the chin, extracting corpse oil for special processing. Some even use ashes of children. Once successfully created, these spirits require daily offerings and sincere incense. Fierce spirits must be fed with blood. Should one day you fail to satisfy the spirit or abandon it, the backlash will be catastrophic. Pointing at the doll in the images, Shen Wan instructed, Look closely at its eyes. Do they not appear alive? Zhang Xia observed, her spine tingling with an uncanny sensation, as if the doll were staring right through her. If it were merely an inanimate object, how could it evoke such a chill? The poster was already showing signs of misfortune. If he did not send this small spirit away soon, his demise would be grim. Shen Wan pulled out her phone and left a comment beneath the post. SW. The small spirit you raised is turning against you. I can resolve this and save your life. Moments later, the poster replied, Luo Tuoxiangzi. What kind of lunatic are you? This is my treasure. It's extremely well behaved. Ever since I got it, my fortune has soared. Below, others chimed in. Rebar hero. Is that true, poster? I've been incredibly unlucky these past few years. If it works, I'd like to get one too, treating it like an ancestor. To which Luo Tuoxiangzi replied, Of course it's true. DM me for more details. Shen Wan discerned that not only did the individual worship a small spirit, but they were also the seller, using the post as an advertisement. Sure enough, soon after, another reply appeared, not out of curiosity but in condemnation. Yao Yao Lin. Everyone, don't believe him. Never raise a small spirit. It will truly turn against you. Within a minute, that comment was deleted by the poster. Shen Wan caught the deletion and refreshed her feed, receiving a private message. Yao Yao Lin, can you really resolve the issue with a small spirit? SW, yes. Yao Yao Lin, I raised a small spirit, and it seems to be turning against me. It makes noise every night, preventing me from sleeping and sabotaging my career, causing me to lose several jobs and incur significant losses. People around me say my personality has changed. It's truly terrifying. What should I do to send it away? SW, send me your address. I will come to you. Half an hour later, the individual hesitantly responded. Yao Yao Lin, you're not a scammer, are you? A real master wouldn't TV online. Shen Wan's lips twitched slightly. Even masters need to eat, after all. SW, times have changed. We must adapt. It's normal for you to be skeptical. How about this? I'll first teach you a protective chant. Recite it 3 times before bed tonight. If you sleep well until dawn, you can send me your address in the morning. Meanwhile, on the other side of the internet, the popular flower Lin Xia appeared haggard as she read the message, hesitating momentarily before replying with a simple okay. Chapter 34. The Handprint. Xia, it's your turn to shoot. At the sound of her assistant's voice, Lin Xia set aside her phone, composed herself, and adjusted her outfit as she approached the camera to commence the day's advertising shoot. However, the director called for a halt. What kind of makeup is this? Come over and touch it up. The makeup artist rushed forward to retouch Lin Xia's makeup, and upon seeing her pallid complexion, could not help but inquire, Xia, have you not been resting well lately? You look a bit unwell. Lin Xia forced a chuckle. Yes. I've had some insomnia. I apologize for the trouble, but could you apply a bit more powder? After the makeup was touched up, the shoot resumed. Lin Xia picked up the endorsed beverage as scripted, but just as she was about to take a sip, a small shadow darted past her peripheral vision.
Ah!
She instinctively let out a scream, retreating 2 steps. The drink slipped from her grasp, crashing heavily onto her foot, yet she hardly felt the pain. Her eyes widened in terror, as if she had encountered something horrifying. The director, displeased, remarked, Lin Xia, you've only just risen to fame. Acting like a diva is uncalled for. Lin Xia's gaze was fixed on the small ghost clinging to the director's back, her blood seeming to freeze in her veins as fear overwhelmed her, rendering her incapable of uttering a single coherent word. Sensing the unease, her assistant hurriedly apologized to the director and the financier. I'm so sorry. Today Xia isn't feeling well. She rushed to Lin Xia's side, but upon touching her, was startled. Xia, why are your hands so cold? Lin Xia's lips turned pale, and after several tremulous moments, she managed to stammer a few words. We must leave quickly. The assistant helped her to the makeup room for a rest.
Give me my phone.
Upon receiving her phone, Lin Xia's hands trembled uncontrollably as she finally managed to access the forum's private messages. Reading the protective golden light chant sent by SW, she hurriedly recited it. After the first recitation, her cold, rigid body experienced a remarkable relief. A warmth spread throughout her being, dispelling the chilling, eerie presence. Lin Xia exhaled a sigh of relief, tears of joy streaming down her face. It really works. Upon recalling the torment she had endured from the mischievous spirit every night recently, she could no longer afford to wait for the morrow, fearing that the midnight hour might bring forth even more sinister occurrences. Thus, she promptly sent a private message to SW, revealing the shooting location. As soon as Shen Wan received the message, she hastily armed herself and rode her scooter out the door in a flurry. Upon hearing the address, Xiaoqing followed suit. After all, this was an advertising agency where numerous shoots took place. He had previously done a magazine shoot there as well. The individuals summoned here were either models or actors. And in the entertainment industry, everyone aspired to achieve stardom. However, the number of those who could ascend to greatness in one fell swoop was exceedingly rare, akin to a phoenix feather, prompting some to resort to dubious methods. Some engaged in spirit-raising, while others sought to borrow luck. As long as it ensured their rise to fame, they would go to any lengths. Xiaoqing had become quite accustomed to this. As Shen Wan arrived at the advertising agency's entrance on her scooter, she was promptly reprimanded by the security guard. Hey, you can't set up shop here, move along. Shen Wan replied nonchalantly, I'm here to find someone. The guard scrutinized her, taking note of her plain attire, and looked at her with disdain. There's no one here you're looking for. Don't block the entrance. Go somewhere cooler. Shen Wan, unwilling to engage in a dispute, casually dialed the number left by Yao Yao Lin. 10 minutes later, a flustered assistant rushed out to meet her. The guard appeared rather awkward. You must be Sister Xia's friend? The assistant inquired. Sister Sia isn't doing too well. She locked herself in the makeup room. The shoot is a bit rushed today. Could you please help calm her down? Shen Wan nodded in agreement. Yet, Hua Xiaoqing was taken aback. Sia? The person looking for you is actually Lin Sia. She looked exceptionally pure and charming. 3 months prior, she had skyrocketed to fame due to a minor web series, becoming a popular starlet. Who would have thought that even someone as innocent as Lin Sia would resort to nurturing a spirit? Truly, appearances can be deceiving. The assistant led Shen Wan to outside Lin Sia's makeup room, where she knocked on the door. Sister Sia, your friend has arrived. In the next moment, a slender, pale hand reached out from the crack in the door, pulling Shen Wan inside. Upon entering, Shen Wan noticed Lin Sia's disheveled appearance, clearly distressed and panicked, indicating that she was utterly terrified. You must be SW? Lin Sia exclaimed in disbelief, but you look like a child. It was no wonder she misjudged. Given Shen Wan's malnourished physique, despite being 18, she appeared merely 15 or 16, quite youthful. Without waiting for Shen Wan to speak, Lin Sia slumped onto the sofa, her face a mask of despair. It's over for me. I'm finished. Shen Wan paid no heed to her disheartenment, instead surveying the surroundings, her gaze landing on Lin Sia's personal belongings, all marked with small, childlike handprints. Lin Sia buried her face on the table, weeping. Let me go. I feel like it's going to kill me. I regret everything. Oh, who can save me? Shen Wan replied calmly, Miss Lin. I'm here now, aren't I? Lin Sia lifted her head, her makeup smeared from crying, filled with skepticism. You? Before you came, I searched for the golden light spell online. You merely stumbled upon helping me. It doesn't truly resolve my issue. How could I have been foolish enough to trust someone online? Shen Wan ceased her chatter, extracting a small vial from her pocket and spraying its contents directly into Lin Sia's eyes. Ah! What did you spray on me? Lin Sia exclaimed, hastily covering her eyes. Cow tears. What? It said that cow tears can see ghosts. Are you trying to kill me? Lin Sia panicked, reaching for a bottle of mineral water on the table, intending to wash it away. However, when she opened her eyes, she was horrified to find the mineral water bottle. The table, skincare products, cosmetics, mirrors, bags, and even her clothing covered in eerie black handprints. The prints were small, unmistakably the marks of a child's hand. Ah! Lin Sia's face drained of color, and she screamed before fainting. Shen Wan rushed forward to support her. Sister Sia, what's wrong? Open the door. Outside. The assistant heard the commotion and hurriedly knocked, but the door was locked. Just as the assistant was growing frantic, a gentle voice inquired from outside. What's going on? The assistant turned to see a familiar figure and brightened up, respectfully addressing, Greetings, Shen Shitty. Sister Sia is feeling unwell. Her friend just went in, and I heard her scream. Now the door is locked, and I'm worried something has happened to her. Upon hearing this, Shen Luoyu realized the urgency and, gathering all his strength, kicked the door with a powerful leap. Creak. The door suddenly swung open. However, he found himself airborne. Chapter 35. Shen Wan kneel and apologize. Shen Luoyu, unable to halt his momentum, saw Shen Wan standing behind the door and shouted, Catch me. Shen Wan merely responded with a casual, oh, and deftly sidestepped. Bang. Shen Shitty fell comically to the ground in front of everyone. The assistant, startled, rushed to help him. Shen Shitty, are you alright? Ah, you're bleeding. Do you need to go to the hospital? Shen Luoyu pushed the assistant away, furiously climbing to his feet and bombarding Shen Wan with questions. Did you not hear me ask you to catch me? Are you deaf? He had already sustained injuries from her previous beating and now, due to her negligence, had taken a hard fall. Injuries were trivial, but the humiliation was monumental. Shen Wan didn't even glance in his direction, simply addressing the assistant. Miss Lin is fine. She just fainted from fright. Please fetch a glass of warm water. The assistant hesitantly checked Lin Sia's breath and, relieved to find her still alive, didn't he rush to fetch water but instead questioned Shen Wan. I told you to comfort Sister Sia. What did you say to her that caused such a scare? Shen Wan, composed, replied, in front of outsiders, are you sure you want to expose your employer's secrets? The assistant was momentarily speechless, glaring at Shen Wan before turning to Shen Luoyu with a flattering demeanor. Shen Shitty, would you like me to call an ambulance? No need, Shen Luoyu replied, wiping the blood from his nose, his expression darkening. The assistant reluctantly exited to fetch water. She assumed this glass of water was for Sister Sia, but Shen Wan took it, dipped her finger in the water, muttering incantations, then flicked the droplets onto Sister Sia's face. What are you doing? The assistant was dumbfounded, hastily trying to intervene. I'm calling 120. Shen Wan grasped Lin Xia's wrist, noticing her breathing had steadied before releasing her hold. Are you out of your mind? Shen Luoyu glared at her with disgust. How many times must I say it? Don't come looking for me at my workplace. Are you my diehard fan? Or do you think your presence makes others regard you more highly? Before Shen Wan could respond, Shen Luoyu continued his tirade. Last time at Shanghai Bay, you caused the entire cruise shoot to halt, forcing the director to find a new location. Now you're following me to the advertising agency. What do you want? Shen Wan, still calm, turned to the assistant. Please inform him of my purpose for coming. The assistant glanced between the two, cautiously stating, Shen Shidi. It seems you've misunderstood. She is a friend of our Xia, and it was Sister Xia who asked her to come here. What a joke. A country bumpkin without connections in Zhongcheng. How could she possibly know the rising star Lin Xia? Shen Luoyu derided, his disdain palpable. The assistant replied earnestly, It's true. Sister Xia did ask her to come, and I went to pick her up. Really? Shen Luoyu's face shifted from green to red. Not only that. He quickly pieced it together, sneering, You know my schedule better than my diehard fans. You clearly knew I would be here today, and intentionally showed up to embarrass me. The assistant was left utterly bewildered, curiously asking Shen Wan, What is your relationship with Shen Shidi? None whatsoever, Shen Wan replied flatly. Shen Luoyu chuckled with derision. Ah, indeed. You claim it is of no consequence, yet you are secretly longing for the entire world to know that you are my sister. The assistant wore an expression of shock, as the realization dawned upon her that this girl was none other than Shen's adopted daughter, the foster sister of the illustrious Shen Shidi. Upon recalling Shen Wan's notorious reputation, the assistant's demeanor shifted to one of wariness. When did you become acquainted with Sister Xia? As her personal assistant, I have never heard of any friendship between you and her. She pondered if Sister Xia had fallen victim to Shen Wan's deceit, given that she had been glued to her phone lately. Shen Wan remained unperturbed. You shall understand once Miss Lin awakens. Shen Luoyu, disregarding any semblance of decorum, addressed the assistant. Do not trust her. She is exceptionally skilled at deception. Your artist is naive and innocent. She may very well have been duped by her. Just moments ago, the two were in the makeup room. If their relationship were merely platonic, why would Lin Xia scream and then faint? It was undoubtedly Shen Wan's doing. The assistant, alarmed, promptly summoned security to detain Shen Wan. You have no right to infringe upon my personal freedom. Shen Wan shot a piercing glance at the two security guards. The guards, unable to withstand the intensity of her deep, dark eyes, hesitated to approach her. You were the only other person in the makeup room when Lin Xia collapsed. Now that she lies unconscious, the blame falls squarely upon you. Shen Luoyu sneered. Do you think everyone is as accommodating as I am? Not all will allow you to bully them without consequence. Shen Wan, your schemes have unraveled. Shen Wan briefly glanced at the unconscious Lin Xia, calculating that it would be at least a dozen more minutes before she regained consciousness. She opted to accompany the guards to the security room in order to avoid listening to Shen Luoyu's incessant barking. To her surprise, Shen Luoyu was relentless, following her eagerly into the security room. As Shen Wan found herself encircled by the guards, Shen Luoyu reveled in the satisfaction of revenge. Shen Wan, today is your day of reckoning. Once Lin Xia awakens and implicates you, her company will surely prosecute you to the fullest extent of the law. Shen Luoyu, delighting in Shen Wan's predicament, added, You caused seventh brother to be sent to a juvenile detention center. Now it is time for you to experience confinement. Shen Wan stretched lazily, her expression one of indifference. What is that incessant buzzing? It is unbearable. The guards stifled their laughter. Shen Luoyu's handsome face flushed with anger. You truly are unyielding. Should anything happen to Lin Xia, who is currently the most cherished star at Huaiyue Entertainment, you will undoubtedly face severe repercussions. Shen Luoyu smirked. If you were to kneel and plead with me now, I might intercede on your behalf with the president of Huaiyue to lessen your suffering. He assumed Shen Wan would cower as she had in the past, but her current demeanor was cold and dismissive, much to his dismay. Shen Wan did not deign to acknowledge him, nor did she respond. Suddenly, Shen Luoyu felt like a foolish clown, shouting into the void as she offered no reaction. I've already informed the president of Huaiyue. He should be arriving shortly. Are you truly unconcerned about facing prison? Shen Wan remained unfazed. Do as you wish. Incensed, Shen Luoyu cursed 3 times before storming out. By the time he reached the makeup room, Lin Xia had already been taken away by an ambulance, leaving the president of Huaiyue questioning the assistant about the incident. Shen Luoyu approached directly, stating, "It has nothing to do with her." It was Shen Wan who caused Lin Xia's unconsciousness. Chapter 36, Jealousy. The president of Huaiyue was taken aback. "Shen Wan? Luoyu, you do not mean your foster sister?" Shen Luoyu nodded. "Indeed, it was she who harmed Lin Xia. I witnessed it with my own eyes. She is currently being held in the security room. You should prosecute her and ensure she serves time." The president quickly discerned Shen Luoyu's disdain for Shen Wan and decided to act without hesitation. "Xia is our most promising star. She cannot be harmed. Since you have stated this, I will handle it accordingly. Secretary, call the police." Just as the secretary reached for the phone, they received a call from Lin Xia in the hospital. "Please do not harm Miss Shen Wan. She is my esteemed guest." The secretary, on speakerphone, was taken aback, and Shen Luoyu's expression shifted dramatically. He seized the phone, exclaiming, "She is the one who caused your unconsciousness." From the other end, Lin Xia's weak voice responded, "No, it was Miss Shen who saved me. I heard you locked her in the security room. Please do not do this. I am on my way back now. Kindly escort her to my makeup room, and we shall discuss it upon my return." With the principal party advocating for Shen Wan, Shen Luoyu and the president of Huaiyue found themselves at a loss for words. Shen Wan was escorted back to the makeup room with smiles from the security staff. Shen Luoyu stood at the door, his expression darkening. "What spell have you cast on Lin Xia? Or do you hold some leverage over her that compels her to heed your every word?" Shen Wan had engaged in such underhanded dealings before, selling other secrets to the tabloids. He suspected she had some incriminating evidence against Lin Xia, which compelled her to speak on Shen Wan's behalf. Shen Wan ignored him entirely, striding into the makeup room and slamming the door behind her. Shen Luoyu was left with nothing but frustration, his countenance growing ever more sullen. Moments later, Lin Xia hurried back, momentarily taken aback by Shen Luoyu's presence at the door. She rushed forward, grasping his hand with gratitude. "Shen Shidi, thank you for having such a wonderful sister to assist me. I cannot express my gratitude enough." Shen Luoyu was utterly bewildered. Lin Xia's expression of sincere appreciation bore no semblance to someone under duress from Shen Wan. It seemed entirely genuine. Lin Xia exchanged few words, merely offering pleasantries before entering the makeup room, leaving Shen Luoyu in a state of confusion. "Master Shen." Upon entering, Lin Xia was overwhelmed with emotion, crying as she said, "I apologize for doubting you because of your age." Shen Wan merely smiled faintly. "It is of no consequence. How is your health?" Lin Xia replied, "I am fine now. As soon as I heard that you were confined, I rushed back. Thankfully, you are unharmed." "Master Shen, those dark handprints, could they all have been left by it?" The identity of it was all too apparent. Shen Wan nodded. "Yes, there should be more than just here. It is likely in your car, your home, wherever you have been or touched. All those places bear its ghostly fingerprints." Lin Xia felt overwhelmed, her mind racing as fear gripped her. "Is it trying to kill me? I never imagined things would escalate to this extent." She wept, her tears cascading down her cheeks, teetering on the brink of despair. Shen Wan regarded her intently. "You are pregnant, aren't you?" This was not a question but a statement of certainty. Lin Xia paused, her gaze shifting warily toward the door. Thankfully, it was locked, and the soundproofing was adequate. "Yes, I only recently discovered my pregnancy." Lin Xia responded quickly. "Is it tormenting me because I am pregnant?" "Indeed," Shen Wan affirmed. "In its eyes, once your baby is born, it will steal the affection you once lavished upon it. It harbors jealousy towards the child growing within you. It does not seek your demise. Rather, it aims to induce a miscarriage." Lin Xia's eyes widened in shock. How could it be so malicious? Noticing Shen Wan's unusual gaze, she hastily corrected herself. "No, I mean, if it died from a miscarriage, how could it bear to harm another child, subjecting someone else to the pain it endured?" Shen Wan explained, "Children abandoned by their mothers harbor immense resentment. You welcomed it into your home and devoted yourself to it wholeheartedly. It felt your love entirely. But the arrival of another child would divide that affection, possibly leading to its abandonment. Thus, it seeks to eliminate your child." Lin Xia gently caressed her belly. "I will never forsake my child for a mere ghost. Moreover, my career is now stable. I no longer require its assistance. Master Shen, how much will it cost to help me rid myself of it?" Shen Wan remained silent for a moment before responding. "It is not difficult to send it away. We merely need to locate it first." Lin Xia cautiously surveyed her surroundings. "It was not here? You recited the protective golden light charm. It cannot approach you, and is not lurking nearby at the moment." Shen Wan remarked, "It should have returned home. I need to accompany you back to capture it."
All right.
Let us return at once. Lin Xia eagerly led her back to the upscale apartment. Upon entering, the room was filled with ominous black handprints, almost coalescing into a suffocating aura of malevolence. Shen Wan furrowed her brows slightly, glancing at the indifferent Lin Xia, estimating that fear had likely washed away her tears. Otherwise, upon seeing her home covered in a myriad of ghostly handprints, she would surely faint again. As Lin Xia reached for a pair of disposable slippers, she was startled by a pair of men's leather shoes on the shoe rack and instinctively attempted to push Shen Wan out of the house. Perhaps we should postpone the capture for another day. However, she was a moment too late. A gentle voice emanated from the bedroom. Where, you returned home rather early today. A man, elegantly dressed in pajamas, emerged from the bedroom. Upon seeing the two at the door, he paused, an unmistakable flicker of panic flashing in his eyes. He instinctively turned his head away and said, I wasn't aware you would bring a friend home today. Lin Xia was equally perplexed about how the man, who was supposed to be shooting in another city, had returned home and could only awkwardly explain to Shen Wan, he is my boyfriend. As she spoke, she scrutinized Shen Wan's expression. Noticing that Shen Wan remained unfazed, she sighed in relief. Thankfully, she did not recognize who the man was. Lin Xia hurriedly ushered the man back into the room, and the two began to whisper to each other in secrecy. However, Shen Wan could likely surmise their conversation, for this man was none other than Fang Junwen, a renowned actor celebrated in the entertainment industry as the epitome of a devoted husband and father. Fang Junwen married young at the pinnacle of his career, and his persona as a loving husband and father catapulted him to newfound fame in middle age. He was once lauded for his willingness to abandon his career for his wife, and despite being over 40, he continued to garner immense admiration and adoration from countless fans. Hailed as a good man both within and outside the industry, who would have imagined that this seemingly devoted husband in public would secretly cohabit with a rising star and father a child? Chapter 37. Discarded casually. Approximately 10 minutes later, Fang Junwen emerged from the bedroom, having changed into a black windbreaker, donning a cap and mask, and swiftly departed the apartment. Lin Xia followed him out, offering Shen Wan an apologetic smile. My boyfriend has some matters to attend to at work. He left early. When do we commence? Shen Wan inquired meaningfully. Is your boyfriend aware of your pregnancy? Lin Xia was momentarily taken aback, her expression darkening. What does this have to do with capturing the spirit? Shen Wan gently reminded her. One knows the face, but not the heart. Fang Junwen appeared honest and dignified, yet in reality, he was merely an irresponsible scoundrel. Lin Xia stared at her, her brow furrowed. Why did it seem that she had already recognized Junwen? This didn't add up. She had heard that Shen Wan hailed from the countryside and likely had little knowledge of the entertainment industry beyond the esteemed actor Shen. Why then did she suggest that one knows the face but not the heart, implying that Junwen was untrustworthy? After a moment of hesitation, Lin Xia could not help but ask, is there something amiss with my boyfriend? Shen Wan regarded her, smiling faintly. Let us set a trap to capture the spirit first. We shall address your pressing concerns thereafter. The fact that Fang Junwen was married with children was common knowledge, and Lin Xia could not possibly be oblivious to it. Thus, it was not mere ignorance but rather an act of willful blindness. To press the issue further would verge on insensitivity. Lin Xia nodded, a look of fear crossing her face as she scanned her surroundings. Is it at home? Not at the moment, but there is residual malevolence, Shen Wan stated. Take me to see what you have been offering. Lin Xia resided in a duplex apartment, and she kept the spirit in the secondary bedroom on the second floor, a place Fang Junwen typically did not frequent, facilitating her daily offerings. As she opened the door, a wave of dense malevolence rushed forth, causing the indoor temperature to drop significantly. Lin Xia hesitated at the threshold. I'm scared. You weren't afraid when you summoned it. Why are you afraid now? Shen Wan remarked coolly. Lin Xia's face flushed with embarrassment. I thought it was benevolent. I had no idea it would wish harm upon my child. Indeed, when it acts in your favor, it is a good little spirit. However, once it opposes your will, it transforms into a malevolent ghost, Shen Wan teased with a smile. Didn't he the seller warn you when you summoned it that you must offer your utmost respect? Lin Xia grew frustrated at the mention. They did, but I've been diligently providing it with delicious food and toys every day. Just because I'm pregnant. It not only fails to bring me good fortune but also disrupts my work, causing me to make frequent errors during filming. I no longer wish to keep it. Master Shen, please take it away. I will pay any price. Shen Wan smiled silently as she stepped into the room. The space contained only an offering table, at the center of which sat a smooth, glossy wooden doll, its sheen hinting at its origins from corpse oil. Surrounding the doll were various foods and drinks, with 3 burnt incense sticks in the incense burner, indicating that offerings had not been maintained for several days. The sides of the offering table were cluttered with an array of toys, all favored by boys. Lin Xie cautiously followed her inside, awkwardly stating, "I haven't been in here since my work started going poorly." Shen Wan casually picked up a stick of incense, noting its dampness. Caring for a spirit required fresh offerings daily and sincere incense burning. Failure to do so, even for a single day, could result in severe repercussions. This one has shown a modicum of kindness. It has not harmed you directly, but merely caused disruptions in your work as a warning. Lin Xie, both angry and alarmed, retorted, "Is that considered kindness? It is downright malicious." Shen Wan regarded her with a cold gaze. If it had truly been ruthless, you would have already been reduced to ash. Lin Xie's complexion changed instantly. Is it truly that terrifying? It is evident that you have previously devoted care to it. It has looked after you. Otherwise, had it truly been vicious, both you and your unborn child would have perished long ago, Shen Wan explained. What it desires now is your undivided and exclusive affection. It does not permit anyone else to share your love. That simply cannot be, Lin Xie said, her face troubled. My boyfriend and I intend to marry, and I must protect my child. If I must choose between the two, I will choose my child. As for it, I can only express my apologies. Master Shen, please find a suitable person to care for it. There will surely be someone who will cherish it more than I. Shen Wan's lips twitched slightly. Do you think this is akin to keeping a pet, that you can simply discard it when you no longer care? Lin Xie's face flushed as she waved her hands. That is not what I meant. But given my current circumstances, I have no choice. Had I not been pregnant, I would certainly have continued to care for it. But alas, it insists on competing for my affection with my child, even resorting to deadly measures. Shen Wan sighed. Women must keep their eyes wide open. Having their own careers is essential, for men will only hinder them. Ha! Lin Xie laughed at her remark. Master Shen, you look so young, yet how can you possess such wisdom about emotional confusions? You have yet to experience the sweetness of love, so you cannot understand its beauty. Shen Wan, Lin Xie's persona should not be that of a naive maiden but rather that of a foolish girl, unable to comprehend reason. I will stay at your home tonight to capture it. I will provide you with a protective talisman to carry on your person. Remember, do not recite the golden light charm, lest it be deterred from returning. Lin Xie nodded in agreement. Thereafter, Shen Wan retrieved her equipment and began to set up the trap to capture the spirit. To avoid alerting the spirit to any unusual activity, the talismans needed to be placed discreetly. Once all preparations were complete, the two commenced their lengthy wait. Lin Xie could no longer withstand the eerie silence that enveloped the room. She took the initiative to shatter the cold atmosphere, saying, Master Shen, I've heard that you are the adoptive sister of the renowned Shen Shidi. I've heard of you before, but I was unaware of your expertise in metaphysics. Shen Wan replied indifferently, I simply hadn't attained enlightenment before. Can you predict fortunes, in addition to exorcising spirits? Lin Xie inquired, her cheeks flushing slightly. I wish to learn about the fate of my relationship with my boyfriend. Shen Wan smiled. Are you referring to Fang Junwen? Lin Xie's expression instantly changed, and she sprang up from the sofa, exclaiming, So you recognized Junwen long ago? He has a household name, ISNT. I've heard he has nicknamed the good man of the entertainment industry and is very devoted to his wife and daughter, correct? That's not true. Lin Xie hastily retorted. That's merely a public persona. We celebrities must maintain a carefully crafted image. Junwen has long since lost affection for his wife. Chapter 38. Capturing a Little Ghost. Lost affection? Lin Xie continued, her face full of concern. Junwen and his wife have been living apart for quite some time, but due to their numerous fans, the company insists he maintain his image as a good husband for profit. She lamented, Junwen is very lonely. No one understands the turmoil within him. He claims I am the most special girl he has ever met and that I give him a different feeling. Shen Wan listened with a furrowed brow. If he truly loves you, why would he hide you? Is a love that cannot be publicly acknowledged truly love? Lin Xie laughed. I know you think I'm foolish for pursuing a married man, but love knows no bounds of time or circumstance. I never intended to be a third party. I just happened to be there when he needed someone. He loves me and I love him. Why shouldn't I bravely pursue my own happiness? Shen Wan replied, her expression serene. Love may transcend time, but it must also be grounded in principles of honor and morality. Are you aware of the fate that befalls a public figure entangled in such a situation? Lin Xia's demeanor soured slightly. The one who is unloved is the true third party. Besides, Junwen has promised me he will divorce his wife by the end of the year and marry me. Faced with such a love-struck individual, Shen Wan could only offer a respectful blessing. I wish you well. Lin Xia blinked. Can you predict our fate together? Shen Wan chuckled. I only exorcise spirits. Lin Xia beamed with happiness. I don't need a fortune-telling. I already know that Junwen and I will be very happy together. As time drew near, Shen Wan instructed, you should return to the guest room. I will pretend to stay in your bedroom.
Ah?
Lin Xia hesitated. You mean you'll sleep in the same bed as Junwen? No, I'll just drape your coat and sit at the vanity. Lin Xia sighed in relief, explaining. It's not that I mind you, it's just that I have a cleanliness obsession and dislike outsiders sleeping in my bed. Shen Wan smiled faintly, silently musing. You dislike outsiders in your bed, yet you share it with another woman as husband. How is that not a contradiction? Lin Xia retrieved a coat. Shen Wan donned it and handed her a protective talisman, instructing her to keep it close and not to emerge regardless of what she might hear. As midnight approached, the night was deep and still. Shen Wan sat at the vanity, her head bowed as she calculated with her fingers.
Suddenly,
a sound akin to marbles falling to the ground echoed from upstairs. The noise intensified, resembling countless marbles clattering chaotically, producing a continuous and jarring sound. Shen Wan remained unfazed, continuing her calculations. Then, the sound abruptly ceased, replaced by a chilling sensation that crept up her spine. As she slightly raised her head, she caught sight of a small ghostly figure behind her in the mirror, its body a sickly gray, with a malevolent expression. Mommy, you can only love me, it said, stretching out its long, ghostly hand towards her abdomen. Shen Wan turned her head sharply, finding nothing there. When she looked back, the mirror was filled with the grotesque visage of the ghost, its face twisted in a manner that suggested it meant harm. You are not my mommy, the ghost shrieked. Shen Wan swiftly slapped a talisman onto the mirror. The little ghost struggled for a moment, but managed to break free, darting through the mirror world and up the stairs. Shen Wan pursued it, witnessing the ghost leap into a puppet and vanish. Just as she wished. Spirit confining formation. She tugged on the red thread behind the door, and several talismans encircled the altar. As the ghost realized it was trapped, a gust of wind surged, sending the red thread spiraling and the talismans fluttering. Shen Wan's gaze sharpened. With her left hand grasping the red thread, she swiftly launched a copper coin with her right, striking the puppet directly. The red thread tightened instantly, entangling the puppet along with the talismans. The ghost, now ensnared in the puppet, became furious, causing the room to fill with a chilling wind that rattled the altar. Fruits, snacks, and incense burners tumbled to the ground. Accompanying this chaos were the ghost's piercing screams. Downstairs, Lin Xia heard the commotion, her face paling as she hurriedly covered her ears, pleading, "Don't find me. Just leave." In a moment of distraction, the protective talisman slipped from her hand and fell to the ground. In that instant, Lin Xia felt as if she had plunged into an icy abyss. "Mommy, it hurts," the childlike voice cried. "Mommy, I'm your biological child. Mommy, save me. I don't want to die. I don't want to be abandoned." The sound of the child's innocent sobs flooded her ears. Lin Xia trembled, her eyes wide with terror turning vacant. She rose, stepping on the talisman, and expressionlessly pushed open the door, walking to the kitchen to retrieve a sharp kitchen knife, slowly making her way upstairs. "Stop your wailing, obey me, and I will send you where you need to go," Shen Wan said, inching closer to the puppet. The puppet thrashed wildly, and a yellowish fluid mixed with putrid blood began to seep from its orifices. The altar was soon submerged in the grotesque mixture, scattering the toys as they surged towards her. Shen Wan frowned slightly. Just as she intended to act forcefully, she sensed someone approaching from behind. Instinctively, she turned her head. A gleaming kitchen knife whizzed past her. Had she not dodged, her head would surely have rolled. "Miss Lin?" Shen Wan recognized Lin Xia standing behind her, knife in hand. Her expression blank and cold, clearly under the ghost's control. "Where is the talisman? Don't harm my baby," Lin Xia screamed, raising the knife to strike at her neck. Shen Wan had no time to think. She continued to pull on the red thread with her left hand while grabbing Lin Xia's wrist with her right. However, under the ghost's influence, Lin Xia exhibited incredible strength, her eyes gradually turning pitch black, resembling a terrifying abyss. "I will kill you." Lin Xia exerted her strength, the knife drawing ever closer to Shen Wan's neck. A sinister smile curled on her lips as she swung the knife with force. Chapter 39. I no longer want you. Seeing this, Shen Wan hesitated no longer, directly seizing Lin Xia by the throat.
Ah!
Lin Xia cried out in pain. Shen Wan calmly addressed the puppet. If you do not release your hold on her, I will end her life. Suddenly, the tempest within the room ceased, and an eerie silence enveloped them. Lin Xia's pitch-black eyes gradually regained their whites, and upon seeing Shen Wan gripping her, she let out a terrified scream. Shen Wan, what are you doing? Shen Wan released her. In fright, Lin Xia darted towards the door. Shen Wan replied indifferently. You were just possessed by a little ghost and nearly took a kitchen knife to kill me. Lin Xia looked down to see the knife still clutched in her hand, her complexion turning pale as she trembled and discarded it. How could this happen? Have we caught it now? Shen Wan glanced at the motionless puppet doll, then back at Lin Xia and said it's subdued, but it seems it has something to say to you.
No.
Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Xia firmly refused. I have nothing to say to it. Master Shen, please take it away quickly. 2 streams of blood tears slowly flowed from the doll's hollow eye sockets. Shen Wan sighed lightly. Come with me. I will help you transcend, offering you the chance to reincarnate. You will have a new mother who will love you. The puppet doll emitted a buzzing sound, seemingly in disagreement. Lin Xia, filled with dread, hastily said, just leave. I already have my own child. I don't need you anymore. A tender yet urgent voice emerged from the doll. Mommy, I will bring you good fortune, help you become wealthy, and make you a top-tier female star.
Mommy, please don't abandon me.
Lin Xia closed her eyes and, with a heart of stone, replied, I'm sorry. Mommy, do you really not want me anymore? The little ghost's voice sounded despondent. Through the puppet doll, Shen Wan seemed to see a pitiful little ghost curled up inside, crying. Lin Xia did not wish to linger with the ghost any longer and said, if you still listen to me, then obediently follow Master Shen. She promised to find you a better mother. The little ghost fell silent. After a long pause, it murmured, brother can't survive. Upon hearing this, Lin Xia exploded with anger. You're leaving, yet you curse the child in my womb? Since bringing you here, I have never wronged you. To curse my child in such a way is truly excessive. The little ghost did not utter another word, allowing Shen Wan to collect it into a coin, wrapping it with a yellow talisman. The puppet doll cracked in response, shattering into countless pieces that fell to the ground. Lin Xia breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing this, unable to suppress her joy as she asked, Master Shen, does this mean it has been sent away? Shen Wan regarded her with a knowing glance. Yes, it agreed to come with me. This little ghost has a good nature. It's not as malevolent as you think. Lin Xia impatiently interrupted, good nature? It was about to leave and still curse my child. It's simply wicked. Thank you, Master Shen. For taking it away, I no longer have to worry about being tormented by it. As she spoke, Lin Xia promptly transferred 100,000 yuan to her. By the way, Master Shen, I hope you can keep this matter confidential. You know, I am a star, a public figure. I wouldn't want this to get out. Half of the 100,000 was a hush fee. Shen Wan replied calmly, I have professional ethics. Rest assured. Lin Xia smiled as she saw her to the door and then proceeded to clear out everything from the second-floor guest room. After tidying up the space, she felt a sense of peace and called Fong Junwen. Fong Junwen had not gone far and was nearby at a hotel. He arrived at her place as soon as he received the call. Upon entering, the two embraced tightly. Fong Junwen, looking quite eager, pushed Lin Xia onto the sofa, and they kissed passionately. Junwen, I have a surprise to tell you, Lin Xia said, perched on his waist, her eyes sparkling seductively. Fong Junwen held her waist tightly, his eyes filled with desire. Baby, let us discuss the surprise later. You know, I've been going crazy missing you these past few days. As he spoke, he slightly leaned forward, biting softly into her softness.
Ah.
Lin Xia trembled, her face flushed as she said, Darling, you need to listen to me first. What I'm about to tell you will surely make you very happy. What is it? Fong Junwen continued his exploration of her body. Lin Xia leaned closer, whispering in his ear, I'm pregnant.
What?
Fong Junwen's expression changed dramatically, halting all movement. Disbelief etched across his face. I always used protection. How could you be pregnant? Lin Xia, still oblivious to the grim look on the man's face, continued with a dreamy expression. It was the last time you got drunk. You wanted me several times in the middle of the night, and the last time, you weren't wearing anything. Anyway, I'm pregnant with your child now. Junwen. With our looks, our baby is sure to be beautiful, right? Fong Junwen straightened up, a stiff smile appearing on his face. Yes, you're beautiful. So the baby will be beautiful too. So, when are we getting married? Lin Xia snuggled into his arms happily. Fang Junwen replied without hesitation, baby, do you know that getting married and having children can be catastrophic for a star? Especially since you're still in the prime of your career. If it gets out that you're married and have a child, your fans will surely abandon you, and your agency will give up on promoting you. I don't want you to sacrifice your career for me. Lin Xia, touched, said, darling, you're so good to me. But this is the fruit of our love. I want to have it. There are many ways. I could say I'm going abroad for studies and secretly have the baby there. So the outside world wouldn't suspect I had a child. What else wrong? Are you unhappy? Lin Xia finally noticed Fang Junwen's odd expression. Fang Junwen smiled as he ruffled her hair. Of course, I'm very happy. I just feel this is too unfair to you. I only want you to be my Mrs. Fang openly. If you know I'm feeling wronged, then I won't feel wronged anymore, Lin Xia said, feeling blissful. Immersed in the sweetness of love, she failed to notice the man holding her bore a dark expression, his brows shadowed with deep gloom. And the possessiveness in his gaze had vanished, replaced by indifference. Meanwhile, Shen Wan returned to Shanghai Bay and immediately released the little ghost. The little ghost, appearing ashen and dejected, looked far less menacing, instead pitifully huddled in a corner. Did you say her child will die?
Shen Wan asked.
Chapter 40 Shen Wan, you are not human. The little ghost nodded. Yes, it will die. This confirmed Shen Wan's suspicions. Not to mention that Lin Xia's birth palace indicated she would not have children in this lifetime, but Fang Junwen, the old scoundrel, would never allow her to carry the child to term. The little ghost wept bitterly, not understanding. Why doesn't mommy want me anymore? What did I do wrong? Shen Wan knelt down in front of him, speaking gently. It's not that you are bad, it's just that human desires are insatiable. The mortal realm is not a place for you to dwell. Soon, I will help you transcend and leave peacefully. Rest assured, in your next life, you will encounter a good mother. The little ghost finally ceased its turmoil, nodding vigorously. Shen Wan expended a significant portion of her spiritual energy and ultimately helped the little ghost transcend. Watching it transform into a scattering of starlight, merging into a stream of light that vanished into the night, Shen Wan finally felt a weight lift off her shoulders as she collapsed onto the sofa. Master Wan, you look utterly exhausted. I made you some old hen soup. Drink it to replenish your strength. Zhang Xia brought the soup to her. Shen Wan expressed her gratitude. Thank you. After a busy night, I am indeed a bit hungry. By the way, where is young Master Hua? Hasn't he returned? Originally, they had gone to the advertising company together, but when she was locked in the security room, he had disappeared without a trace. Hadn't shown up at home since. Zhang Xia shook her head. I haven't seen Mr. Hua return. Then let us not worry about him for now. I need to get some good sleep. I have things to do tomorrow. The next morning, Shen Wan took the prepared items and hopped onto a tricycle to visit Lin Xia. Yesterday, Lin Xia's shoot was interrupted, and today she continued filming at the advertising company. Shen Wan made an appearance once, and this time, no one obstructed her. She passed through effortlessly. Without the threat of the little ghost, Lin Xia's filming proceeded smoothly, even garnering praise from the director for her excellent state today. Just as Lin Xia finished greeting the director, she spotted Shen Wan's arrival, and her previously cheerful demeanor suddenly turned icy. She strode over briskly, grabbing Shen Wan and pulling her into the makeup room. Master Shen, I thought I had already transferred the money to you. Why do you still seek me out? Shen Wan replied coolly, after sales service. She handed Lin Xia a spray bottle filled with liquid. Lin Xia looked perplexed. What is this? Purified water, Shen Wan explained. It contains grains, white liquor, coarse salt, sandalwood, incense ash, willow branches, and rootless water. Lin Xia frowned. What a hodgepodge. Why are you giving me this? Purified water can cleanse your space and objects. Spraying it on items touched by the little ghost will eliminate the lingering negative energy. Were it not for the payment, Shen Wan would hardly concern herself with such trifles. Lin Xia, seemingly indifferent, replied, anything it is touched, I certainly want to keep. I'll just throw it all away, no need for your special trip. Shen Wan noticed the pride in her eyes and maintained her nonchalant expression. Oh, then remember to dispose of the apartment as well. After all, it is filled with ghostly handprints. Lin Xia's expression shifted, and she awkwardly accepted the purified water. Thank you for your thoughtful consideration, Master Shen. Shen Wan uttered no further words and turned to leave the makeup room. Upon exiting, she unexpectedly encountered Shen Qianxue. Shen Qianxue was equally surprised to see her, her gaze dimming momentarily before she regained her smile. Wan, what brings you here? Are you here to visit fourth brother? Shen Wan had no inclination to engage in conversation and turned to walk away. Wan. Shen Qianxue relentlessly pursued her, affectionately wrapping her arm around Shen Wan's. I heard fourth brother is filming the promotional video for Jiangqing's most beautiful scenery today. It truly brings honor to our Shen family. Grandfather even sent a video congratulating fourth brother. Shen Wan replied with a flat expression, what does that have to do with me? Shen Qianxue watched her cautiously, a hint of grievance in her demeanor. Wan, are you still angry? But fourth brother hasn't he taken it out on you for hurting him? Her words immediately sparked murmurs among the onlookers. No wonder I saw injuries on Shen's renowned actor's face. The makeup couldn't he conceal them. It turns out this Shen Wan did it. I heard Shen Wan has caused quite a stir for Shen's actor. What a troublemaker. Having such a troublesome sister-in-law is simply a stroke of bad luck. Shen Qianxue leaned closer, her voice soft and melodious. Wan. Fourth brother's filming of the Jiangqing promotional video is something to be proud of. Shall we go congratulate him together later? By the way, this is a gift I prepared for fourth brother. Let me take it to him for you. Just tell him later that you bought it for him, and he will surely be delighted. Without waiting for a response, she shoved the gift box into Shen Wan's arms. Shen Wan did not accept it. With a thud, the gift box fell to the ground. The sound of porcelain shattering echoed clearly. Shen Qianxue gasped, ah. This is the sweet white glaze tea set I custom-ordered from a porcelain master half a month in advance. What will I do if it's broken? As she spoke, her eyes brimmed with tears. Wan, even if you don't like me, you shouldn't let your frustration out on a gift meant for fourth brother. This tea set is something fourth brother has liked for a long time. I had to pull strings to get it custom-made, and now it's broken because of you. How am I supposed to explain this to fourth brother? The urgency in her voice made her tears fall like raindrops. Nearby staff rushed to comfort her. Miss Shen, don't worry, we all saw it was Shen Wan who broke the tea set. It has nothing to do with you. Exactly, Miss Shen. Your kind heart won't let fourth brother blame you. The fault lies solely with Shen Wan, the troublemaker. Look at Shen Wan's indifferent expression. It's truly disgusting. She breaks things and doesn't even apologize. What shamelessness. Shen Qianxue picked up the broken gift box, her eyes red. It was my own fault for not holding it properly. If fourth brother asks, I won't say it was you who broke it. It was my mistake. And it has nothing to do with you. Shen Wan smiled sweetly. It was indeed your mistake. This remark elicited discontent among the staff, who rallied to defend Shen Qianxue. I clearly saw you didn't catch the gift box, and that's why it fell. Yes. Miss Shen was only trying to help you maintain your relationship with Shen's actor, and yet you ruined her goodwill. It's inhumane. How dare you shift the blame onto Miss Shen? She is so kind. If we hadn't seen it with our own eyes, you could have bullied her to death. Everyone, please stop. Shen Qianxue, with tears in her eyes, feigned a humble demeanor. Wan, it wasn't intentional. I apologize to you. I was trying to help. I didn't mean any harm. Shen Wan retorted. You clearly knew your fourth brother dislikes me, yet you had me take your gift to deceive him. Wouldn't that only make Shen Lu hate me more? Shen Wan continued unreservedly. You broke the gift yourself, yet you cast the blame upon me, claiming it has nothing to do with you while subtly leading everyone to believe I bullied you and broke the gift. And you all, what are you staring at? Shen Qianxue bumped into me and caused the items to fall, yet I'm the one labeled shameless? It's like going to a jade shop. The reasoning is simple. Shen Qianxue knew the gift box contained fragile teaware, but thrust it into my arms without even letting me catch it. Isn't that clearly an attempt to set me up? As soon as she finished speaking, someone who had been duped at a jade shop stepped forward. Shen Wan is right. A year ago, while traveling, I spotted a jade bracelet in a mall, and the unscrupulous vendor handed it to me directly. Before I even touched it, he broke it himself. I ended up losing 38,000. It seemed to make some sense. Shen Wan did not know what was inside, but Shen Qianxue, fully aware that it was fragile and custom-made, should have been more careful. Even if Shen Qianxue's actions were wrong, her intentions were good. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Seeing the tide turning against her, Shen Qianxue quickly explained, Wan, you're right. I didn't consider it carefully. I apologize to you. Truly. She immediately bowed to Shen Wan, appearing earnest. Truly deserving of being a Shen family heiress, her character is admirable. The most wrong person was Shen Qianxue, who had her meticulously chosen gift for Shen's actor ruined, yet she was the one apologizing to Shen Wan, a perceived nuisance. Amid the murmurs, the crowd began to criticize Shen Wan and praise Shen Qianxue's beauty and kindness. Shen Wan raised an eyebrow. cheerfully stating, "I do not accept your apology." Shen Qianxue was taken aback. She had heard whispers that Shen Wan seemed like a different person these past few days. Now it appeared to be true. In the past, Shen Wan was remarkably inept with words, incapable of articulating such grandiloquent phrases, let alone refuting her. "What must I do for you to accept my apology?" Shen Wan gestured toward the window, indicating she should leap from the 8th floor. Shen Qianxue gasped in astonishment. "But this is the 8th floor." Shen Wan smiled serenely. "You adore portraying yourself as both beautiful and benevolent, so if you genuinely wish to apologize, why not jump from here and demonstrate your sincerity?" Shen Qianxue's brows knitted tightly. Her previous sense of grievance replaced by displeasure. "You are deliberately making things difficult for me." "Indeed. Shen Wan, do not overstep your bounds. How could a foster child demand that the daughter of the Shen family jump from a building to atone? What audacity!" The crowd quickly rallied to defend Shen Qianxue. Shen Wan replied indifferently, "Yet your earlier actions were not a challenge to me? You merely cast the blame for the broken items onto me with a few careless words, inciting the onlookers to verbally bully me under your orchestrated rhythm, and that is not a hardship?" She scoffed. "If I were still the timid Shen Wan of old, would your few remarks have provoked me to leap from the window?" In those days, whenever a member of the Shen family deemed her in the wrong, regardless of the triviality, it felt as though the sky had collapsed upon her. Back then, she was fragile and meek, too frightened to refute accusations, let alone prove her innocence. Hence, she could only resort to self-harm to vindicate herself. A flicker of something unusual passed through Shen Qianxue's eyes. Indeed, the old Shen Wan would have been flustered and panicked. But now, she gazed at Shen Wan, who stood there in simple attire, exuding an air of tranquility in her movements. It seemed that such accusations could no longer inflict any harm upon her. Just as Shen Qianxue was about to speak, she caught sight of a familiar figure around the corner, her expression shifting to one of guilt and apology. "Wan, I am sorry. I did not anticipate that my efforts to support your relationship with fourth brother would cause you such discomfort. I genuinely wished to improve your relationship, but you are right. I overstepped my bounds, and I should not have used the gifts I purchased to coax you into deceit." With that, she retrieved a bank card from her Chanel bag. "This card is for my father. It has a limit of 1 million each month, and I haven't used it much this month. There is no password. Please take it and use it." The crowd instantly displayed expressions of shock and envy. 1 million a month? That could buy my life. "Miss Shen, do you need a servant? I can serve you tea and massage your shoulders." Shen Wan regarded the card she offered with indifference. Shen Qianxue's little scheme was transparent to someone like Shen Wan, who had lived for decades. It was merely an attempt to flaunt that she was the true daughter of the Shen family, appearing both kind-hearted and showcasing her affluent status. In stark contrast, Shen Wan, who was publicly declared a foster daughter, seemed woefully inadequate. "Fifth sister, do not give it to her." Shen Luoyu's voice rang out from behind. Before Shen Wan could turn around, she was rudely shoved aside. She stumbled, nearly losing her balance. Upon realizing it was Shen Luoyu who had pushed her, Shen Wan did not hold back. She retaliated with a swift kick to his backside.
Bang!
A man over 6 feet tall was knocked down, embarrassing himself in front of everyone. "Fourth brother!" Shen Qianxue exclaimed in shock, rushing to assist Shen Luoyu. Anger flared in Shen Luoyu's eyes as he turned to glare at Shen Wan. "You!" Shen Wan met his gaze with an impassive expression. He recalled the earlier incident when she had bested him in a fight, his expression shifting as he suppressed his fury and rose from the ground. Chapter 42. Begging? "You are unworthy." He snatched the bank card from Shen Qianxue's hand and shoved it back into her Chanel bag. "You ungrateful wretch. What do you think you are doing giving her this?" Shen Qianxue, in a sweet voice, replied, "Fourth brother, I merely wanted to ease the tension between you two. I meant no harm." Shen Luoyu emphasized loudly, "I, Shen Luoyu, have only you and Jiao Jiao as my sisters. The rest can stay away. I do not acknowledge anyone else." As far as he was concerned, Shen Wan was merely a stranger sharing the same bloodline. Although Shen Qianxue was not his biological sister, she was akin to one in his heart, and she was indeed an important part of the Shen family. "Fourth brother," Shen Qianxue said, her eyes glistening with emotion as she gently tugged at Shen Luoyu's sleeve. Shen Wan remained indifferent. Such words, once piercing and heart-wrenching, would have had her instinctively reflecting on her inadequacies. But now it mattered not. Regardless of how many hurtful words the young masters of the Shen family hurled at her, she felt utterly unperturbed. Shen Luoyu noted her distant demeanor, as if she were merely an outsider watching the unfolding drama unaffected by his words.
Shen Wan,
He bellowed, unable to contain himself. I am fully aware of what transpired. Chen Shue was acting out of goodwill to help you, yet you retaliated. I will tell you now. I will never acknowledge you as my sister.
you are not worthy.
Shen Wan chuckled, then listened closely. You, along with your entire Shen family, are not deserving of being my kin. Do not ever come crawling back to me for forgiveness. Crawling back for forgiveness? Shen Liu laughed mockingly. You? Pray tell. What makes you think you are worthy of our supplication? Before you indulge in such daydreams, do remember the vast chasm that exists between our stations. You dare speak of begging? How presumptuous. Qianxue, let us go. Do not engage with such a person. Shen Liu pulled Shen Qianxue away, casting a provocative glance back at Shen Wan. Shen Wan merely found it amusing. In her past life, after she had gained fame as a master of metaphysics, she had not forgotten how Shen Liu had once knelt in the rain, pleading for her assistance. When the Shen family's financial crisis struck, several of the children faced calamities. Shen Liu had suffered the worst. He had been on the verge of becoming an acclaimed actor, a top star in the entertainment industry, but his reputation plummeted due to tax evasion. In a desperate bid to regain his former glory, he sought help from sorcerers in Southeast Asia, even summoning malevolent spirits. With disastrous results. He suffered severe backlash from the spirits, losing his reputation, career, and even his wife, with his life now hanging in the balance. Remembering her during his lowest moment, he had shamelessly knelt outside her door, begging for 7 days and nights, crying out, "Sister, fifth sister, save me." One could see why he was called an actor. His performance was commendable. Shen Wan remained unfazed as she calmly exited the advertising company. To her surprise,
She was called to a halt just outside.
benefactor. It was Liu Beichen. He hastily approached her after opening the car door. I was just about to send my secretary to find you. Shen Wan replied politely. What does President Liu need from me? Liu Beichen produced a talisman from his suit pocket. The talisman appeared charred, as though it had been scorched by fire. Shen Wan understood at once, her expression remaining composed. As long as the calamity has passed, that is sufficient. Liu Beichen exclaimed with excitement. Benefactor? No. Master Shen. Initially, I thought this was merely a drawing of yours, but it truly saved my life. Just last night, while driving home, I collided head-on with a cement truck that ran a red light. My car was utterly wrecked. Yet I emerged unscathed, with only a minor scrape on my brow. Even the traffic police remarked on my good fortune. Only I know that at the moment of impact, I distinctly felt warmth emanating from the talisman in my pocket. After I was rescued and retrieved it, it was already charred. It surely saved my life. Master Shen. Thank you. You have not only saved my grandfather, but also me. You are our family's great benefactor. Liu Beichen, overwhelmed with gratitude, bowed deeply, nearly kneeling before her. Shen Wan smiled gently. I truly appreciate the new home you have renovated for me. It has saved me a great deal of trouble. My family, the Lius, possesses real estate in various cities as well. Master Shen, may I inquire which city you prefer? I can arrange several villas for you, all tailored to your liking. Shen Wan waved her hand dismissively. There's no need. The Shanghai Bay is quite satisfactory. Liu Beichen felt a twinge of regret at being unable to bestow a villa upon her, fully aware that she never casually accepted favors. After a moment of contemplation, an idea struck him, and he remarked, my company recently embarked on a significant documentary project. I would like to invite Master Shen to officiate the opening ceremony, ensuring a smooth filming process. Shen Wan turned to glance at the advertising company building behind her and realized, is this your company? Liu Beichen nodded with a smile. Indeed. By the way, what brings you here, Master Shen? To find someone, Shen Wan replied with a cheerful smile. The opening ceremony is fine, just a simple task. However, I have a question. Please, Master Shen, go ahead. Has the spokesperson been confirmed? Liu Beichen answered honestly, I've heard there are 2 candidates. One is Shen Liu, and the other is Qiao Guang. Shen Wan was aware of Qiao Guang, her rival, and both were from Jiangcheng, thriving in the entertainment industry. The media often compared the two, with their fans frequently embroiled in fierce disputes. Initially, Shen Liu's fans dominated, while Qiao Guang suffered from one-sided attacks. At this time, Qiao Guang's momentum was not as strong as that of the well-connected Shen Liu. Qiao Guang, born into modest circumstances, was a true grassroots figure who rose to become an acclaimed actor. Seeing her lost in thought, Liu Beichen assumed she intended to endorse his fourth brother and chuckled. Shen Liu has won the Best Actor award, enjoys high traffic, and is more popular than Qiao Guang. It is only natural for him to secure this endorsement. Shen Wan replied, he is unfit for the role. Liu Beichen, intrigued, asked, Master Shen, I am not being gossipy. I am merely curious as to why he is unfit. Is it because he has treated you poorly? Shen Wan laughed lightly. He poses a risk of scandal. Do you believe such an individual, lacking integrity, can represent Jiangchen? Liu Beichen comprehended her implication immediately, stating, Understood. I shall discuss this with the higher-ups and conduct thorough background checks on both candidates. Master Shen, would you care to observe their audition? They both have a segment today. Shen Wan, recalling the expression on Shen Luyu's face upon seeing her, agreed. Chapter 43. Targeted. The security guard was taken aback to see their boss smiling as he entered with Shen Wan. The look in the guard's eyes toward Shen Wan had shifted markedly, and he promptly bowed, greeting, Good day, Mr. Liu. Liu Beichen smiled warmly as he approached the elevator and pressed the button for the desired floor. The selection of the Jiangchen Cultural Tourism Ambassador was of utmost importance, having undergone rigorous scrutiny by a panel of experts. Only Shen Luoyu and Xiao Guang remained in the final round. Today, the decision regarding who would become Jiangchen's ambassador would be made. Shen Wan pondered. Although the ambassador had yet to be chosen, it seemed that everyone had already concluded that Shen Luoyu would be the one. Even Shen Luoyu believed so. Otherwise, Shen Qianxue would not have prepared gifts in advance to congratulate him. In the previous election, Shen Luoyu had indeed been chosen as the ambassador, which had significantly boosted Jiangchen's tourism. However, following his scandal, Jiangchen was vilified, with netizens mockingly dubbing its residents as tax evaders, a moniker that lingered for over a decade. Whenever people from other cities heard of Jiangchen, they only thought of tax evasion. Shen Wan slightly curled her lips. As a native of Jiangchen, she could not allow someone like Shen Luoyu to become its representative. In the broadcasting hall, the final evaluation was set to commence in 10 minutes. Shen Wan and Liu Beichen took their seats at the judging panel, while Shen Luoyu had yet to arrive. Xiao Guang, however, had been there early, quietly awaiting his turn. With only 3 minutes remaining, Shen Luoyu leisurely entered the hall, accompanied by Shen Qianxue. Neither sibling noticed Shen Wan seated at the judging panel and discussed amongst themselves where to celebrate afterward. Fourth brother, I've already reserved a high-end restaurant for dinner. After your work, the whole family will gather to celebrate. Shen Qianxue exclaimed, her smile radiant. Shen Luoyu affectionately ruffled her hair. All right, you go wait in the lounge. Observing the sibling interaction, Liu Beichen couldn't help but sneak glances at Shen Wan's reaction. Initially, he had believed Shen Wan was merely a ward of the Shen family. But after a thorough investigation by his secretary, he realized she was the true daughter of the Shen family who had fallen into obscurity. It was baffling that her 4 brothers neglected their legitimate sister, not only failing to cherish her but also subjecting her to bullying and emotional distress. However, seeing Shen Wan's composed demeanor, seemingly unfazed by the pair, he felt a slight relief. Mr. Liu, Shen Wan suddenly spoke up. Liu Beichen turned to her with a bright smile. Master Shen, what is it? Shen Wan also turned to him, her smile unabashed. Your gaze upon me just now was quite intense. Liu Beichen was momentarily flustered, if it weren't for the dim lights at the judging panel. My face would surely have turned crimson. I apologize, Master Shen. It was my rudeness, Liu Beichen quickly offered. Shen Wan merely chuckled, her attention shifting back to the stage where the 2 contenders stood. At that moment, Xiao Guang stood beside Shen Luoyu, appearing somewhat overshadowed. His attire not quite measuring up to the designer-clad Shen Luoyu. Shen Luoyu basked in the spotlight, exuding confidence, like a proud peacock. The final evaluation commenced. With the panel scoring both candidates, the eventual victor would become Jiangchen's ambassador for the next decade. As predicted, the situation unfolded much like in the previous life. Shen Luoyu's scores began, with a resounding lead over Xiao Guang's. Xiao Guang performed admirably in the latter half, slightly closing the gap. In the previous life, Liu Beichen had awarded the final 10 points to Shen Luoyu, causing Xiao Guang to miss out on the ambassador position. This time, however, an unpredictable factor, Shen Wan, had emerged. Along with Liu Beichen, who was swayed by her perspective. They both watched coldly as Shen Luoyu delivered a lengthy monologue, centered solely around himself. Unable to contain herself, Shen Wan interrupted, Mr. Shen, may I ask if this is your personal performance showcase? Shen Luoyu, recognizing the familiar voice, glanced toward the judging panel. Due to the lighting, he could not discern the panelists' faces from the stage, as they would only be revealed at the final stage. He thought little of it. Assuming Shen Wan could never possess the capability to sit on the panel, and thus responded politely, of course not. This is the selection event for Jiangqing's ambassador. Shen Wan offered no quarter. If that is the case, why are you persistently showcasing yourself from every conceivable angle? Shen Luoyu detected the hint of hostility in her voice. His lips twitching in irritation, yet he maintained a smile, responding, I believe a city ambassador should embody a positive image and possess a unique personal charisma, along with a certain level of fame and influence. Only then can the city's reputation be elevated. Therefore, my self-presentation is justified. Do you have any objections, esteemed panelist? By the end of his statement, his tone was noticeably laced with tension. Shen Wan replied coolly, Indeed, the image and charisma of an ambassador are vital. But may I inquire about your professional capabilities? Shen Luoyu chuckled. Forgive me, esteemed panelist, but this is the first time I have encountered someone questioning my professional competence. I began my career as a child star at the age of 5, and by 18, I had secured the Best Actor award. As he boasted of his accolades, Shen Wan remained unfazed, stating, What I mean is, should you become Jiangqing's ambassador, where do your professional capabilities lie? Since you have solely focused on showcasing yourself from the start, how much do you truly understand about Jiangqing's characteristics and cultural background? Shen Luoyu was momentarily taken aback. Stammering slightly, Jiangqing is an exceptional tourist city with a history spanning over 1,000 years. Of course, I am well aware of that. Shen Wan smiled. Her understanding of Shen Luoyu was far more profound than his own self-awareness. Indeed, Shen Luoyu possessed a remarkable talent for acting, having risen to fame from a young age. However, he harbored a flaw. He fancied himself a prodigy, boasting an impeccable memory. Each time he filmed, he never needed to review the script in advance. A mere glance before shooting sufficed. Today, he had been preoccupied with Shen Qianxue, arriving on set just in time, without a moment to peruse the materials. Moreover, he was overly confident about his chances of becoming Jiangqing's spokesperson, believing wholeheartedly in his selection, thus neglecting adequate preparation. When confronted by her question, Shen Luoyu felt a twinge of embarrassment, but swiftly regained his composure. He had already showcased his knowledge in the first round. Today was an evaluation of individual capabilities, and he believed he had nothing to worry about. May I inquire, esteemed judge, are you intentionally targeting me? Why do you only question me? As an acclaimed actor, Shen Luoyu was not one to easily back down. He had always been accorded respect by others. Today, however, he found himself cornered, eager to discover the identity of the individual opposing him. Furthermore, he recalled that there were only 20 judges today, and this one appeared to be an extra.
Who are you?
Chapter 44, Shen Sigi's Public Embarrassment. Shen Luoyu's gaze was icy as he fixed his eyes on the pitch-black panel of judges. I suspect you are not a judge, but rather an intruder causing disruption. The more he listened to the voice, the more familiar it sounded, as if Shen Wan were seated there. Regardless, he was determined to uncover this person's identity today, who was obstructing him from becoming Jiangqing's spokesperson. Being a spokesperson would allow him to earn a substantial income as an image ambassador each year. Organizers, I demand the disclosure of this person's identity. Shen Luoyu shouted. The other judges were naturally aware that this individual had been brought in personally by Mr. Liu. They all turned to look at Liu Beichen. Liu Beichen quietly sought Shen Wan's opinion. Master Shen, would you prefer to step back for a moment? Shen Wan confidently replied, let it be public. With her words, a spotlight illuminated the panel of judges. Shen Luoyu squinted as he looked over, and when he recognized Shen Wan confidently seated among the judges, his expression changed dramatically. So it is you. You little brat, I knew you were targeting me. Who allowed you to enter the broadcast hall? In his fury, he momentarily forgot that they were still recording, pointing at Shen Wan and shouting, You get out. Excuse me, are you asking me to leave a consultant I specifically invited? Liu Beichen's voice was cold and unyielding. Shen Luoyu's expression shifted. Mr. Liu, Shen Wan is your invitee? A consultant?
How can that be?
She is just a country bumpkin. How could she be a consultant? This is no trivial matter. Liu Beichen's demeanor was sharp and resolute. Miss Shen is indeed my invited consultant. Her expertise has been acknowledged by all judges. Do you have any objections? He had anticipated that Shen Luoyu would question Shen Wan's presence among the judges. Hence, he had introduced her to the other judges before entering the broadcast hall. Initially, he had only intended to present her as the consultant for the opening ceremony. But unexpectedly, one judge, noticing her youth, had publicly challenged her. Even more surprising was how effortlessly Master Shen had diffused the challenge, earning admiration from all judges and even Shen Luoyu. Shen Luoyu looked incredulously at the other judges. They all nodded in agreement. Her knowledge of Jiangqing's 500-year history surpasses even our own as judges. Miss Shen has shared many historical insights that even I, as a professional, am scarcely aware of. I yield to her expertise. Even as a judge, she is more than qualified. Hearing the judges laud Shen Wan, Shen Luoyu's expression turned sour. How could Shen Wan possibly be the cultured professional they described? She had received scant education in the countryside, practically rendering her semi-illiterate. Were the judges genuinely praising a semi-literate as cultured? Was this a jest? Shen Luoyu's gaze fell upon Liu Beichen. What baffled him even more than the judge's perception of Shen Wan as a cultured individual was Liu Beichen's defense of her. What spell had Shen Wan cast over these people? Mr. Shen, since you assert that your understanding of Jiangqing was assessed in the first round, allow me to pose a few questions. I believe you will certainly answer them with ease, Shen Wan said with a smile. Shen Luoyu clenched his teeth. Fine, ask away. What cultural depth could a country bumpkin possess? He was determined to see what significant questions she could possibly pose. Shen Wan inquired as a renowned tourist city. How many 5A, 4A, and 3A scenic spots does Jiangqing have? The question elicited laughter from the judges and the audience alike. This question is far too simple. Anyone from Jiangqing knows the number of scenic spots, they murmured. Indeed, Miss Shen appears to be going easy on Shen Luoyu. Panic washed over Shen Luoyu instantly. This seemingly simple question was one he genuinely could not answer. Though he hailed from Jiangqing, he had traveled extensively across the country since childhood, hardly remembering how many scenic spots Jiangqing possessed. Shen Wan, fully aware of this, had asked the question, clearly intending to trap him. Such a simple question, Mr. Shen. Are you unable to answer as a resident of Jiangqing? Shen Wan smiled sweetly. Even if you seldom reside in Jiangqing as a candidate for spokesperson, you should have reviewed the city's materials in advance. Her words effectively closed off any possibility of excuses. The resentment in Shen Luoyu's eyes was nearly overflowing. Faced with the judge's skeptical gazes, he steeled himself and recounted from memory. There are 5 5A scenic spots, 8 4A scenic spots, and 13 3A scenic spots. Nearby, Xiao Guang overheard his blunder and couldn't help but snicker. This has stabilized him. How about that? I got it right. Shen Luoyu, seeing Shen Wan remain silent, assumed he had guessed correctly and boldly retorted, as a Jiangqing native, how could I possibly be ignorant of my own hometown? Consultant Shen, you underestimate me. Upon uttering those words, Shen Wan smiled, while Liu Beichen's expression turned one of disdain, and the judges regarded him with knowing glances. Only the assistant below was anxiously fidgeting, stamping his feet, and repeatedly whispering, Brother you got it wrong. Shen Luoyu, noticing the judges whispering among themselves with varied expressions, finally realized something was amiss. Before he could respond, Shen Wan turned to Xiao Guang. Mr. Qiao, please, you tell us. Xiao Guang cleared his throat, straightened his back, and earnestly stated, Jiangqing has 7 5A scenic spots, 9 4A scenic spots, and 16 3A scenic spots. Shen Wan then looked at Shen Luoyu. This is the correct answer. Mr. Shen. Either your memory has temporarily failed you, or you are simply not well acquainted with your hometown. I was just momentarily nervous, and that caused me to misremember. Ask me anything else, and I will surely answer correctly, Shen Luoyu insisted stubbornly. He was not about to be intimidated by Shen Wan. Shen Wan continued. Jiangqing has historically been a cradle of talent. Please name 5 cultural figures born here. This was common knowledge. Even elementary school students were aware of Jiangqing's rich historical figures. Miss Shen has opted for an open book examination, the judges thought. This question was even simpler than the previous one, having been ingrained since childhood. And there was no way he could fail to answer. The judges looked on with anticipation, knowing that among the two, Shen Luoyu's fame was unparalleled, making him a fitting candidate for the spokesperson role. As long as he could answer correctly, there might still be hope for him. Shen Luoyu began by naming 2 figures, then hesitated on a third, struggling to recall any more. His complexion grew increasingly grim, beads of nervous sweat forming on his forehead as he furrowed his brows. Utterly unable to produce a single name after a prolonged silence, his eyes inadvertently darted towards the judging panel, where he beheld Shen Wan's enigmatic smile, a visage that only served to further muddle his already chaotic thoughts. She was being deliberate. She intended to humiliate him. Shen Luoyu's complexion grew increasingly pallid, as his mind fixated solely on the desire to tear apart her hypocritical facade. The judge who had once held the highest hopes for Shen Luoyu now regarded him with profound disappointment. Shen Luoyu, Jiangqing is your hometown, and yet you remain utterly ignorant of it. I regret to inform you that you are entirely unfit to serve as Jiangqing's ambassador. Chapter 45, Slander.
I
am not Shen Luoyu. His face flushed crimson with embarrassment, grappling for a suitable retort but finding none. He could only cast the blame for all his misfortunes upon Shen Wan. Shen Wan, you intentionally sought revenge on me for merely scolding you a few times after you broke the gift that Qianxue gave me. He pointed an accusatory finger at Shen Wan in front of everyone. The implication was clear. It was not that he lacked excellence, but rather that Shen Wan was engaging in personal vendetta. Before Shen Wan could utter a word, Liu Beichen rose to his feet, stating, as Jiangqing's representative, "Yet you possess no understanding of its history, Shen Liu. Do you truly believe you are qualified to assume this role? Do you, in fact, deserve it?" Shen Luoyu glared at his cold, impassive countenance, his teeth clenched in fury, his eyes ablaze with resentment directed at Shen Wan. Fine, I concede that my preparation was lacking, but that is not my fault. Shen Luoyu seethed. If it weren't for Shen Wan's assault leading to my mild concussion, I would not have faltered. Shen Wan, do tell everyone whether you were the one who struck me. Shen Wan blinked innocently, her face adorned with feigned remorse. I sincerely apologize, Shen Shidi. I never anticipated that a mere girl could render you brain dead. Should I escort you to the hospital for a checkup? A timely intervention is essential, especially when it concerns matters of the mind. Her words elicited laughter from everyone present, save for Shen Luoyu. What an apology! It was patently an insinuation that Shen Luoyu was intellectually deficient. Realizing this, Shen Luoyu charged towards the judging panel, intent on exacting vengeance. Liu Beichen interposed himself before Shen Wan, his demeanor icy. You have just lost the competition. Do you wish to forfeit your integrity as well? The judges here are well acquainted with one another. Shen Shidi, do you wish to tarnish your name in this industry? Shen Luoyu, his face a mask of humiliation, retracted his fist, his teeth grinding in rage toward Shen Wan. If you have the audacity, never return to the Shen family for the rest of your life. With that, he stormed out of the studio in a fit of rage. Once Shen Luoyu departed, only Qiao Guang remained. Having witnessed Shen Luoyu's failure, the judges were apprehensive about selecting an illiterate representative for Jiangqing and posed numerous questions to Qiao Guang. He answered each one with utmost seriousness. Ultimately, there was no doubt that the city's ambassador would be Qiao Guang. In the artist's lounge, Shen Qianxue was oblivious to the events that had unfolded in the studio. Upon seeing Shen Luoyu return, she enthusiastically approached him with a water cup in hand. Fourth brother, congratulations on becoming the ambassador. Are you going to take your promotional photos soon? I've prepared several outfits for you, all of which are quite splendid. Shen Luoyu silently sank onto the sofa, his expression darkening to an almost charcoal hue. Fourth brother, what's wrong? Shen Qianxue, still unaware of the gravity of the situation, continued to smile. Aren't you excited about being selected as ambassador? Isn't this something you have always aspired to? What a proud and prestigious role to hold. Could you please keep your mouth shut? Shen Luoyu suddenly erupted, seizing the water cup from her hands and smashing it against the mirror with a resounding crash. The cup and mirror shattered into countless pieces. Shen Qianxue, startled, turned pale and froze, unable to utter a word. She had never witnessed her fourth brother in such a rage. Even when stalked by obsessive fans or when they invaded his hotel room, he had never reacted this way. Why was Shen Luoyu so incensed? Shen Qianxue knelt down to pick up the shards of glass, silently. Shen Luoyu was on the verge of exploding with anger, but upon seeing her endure the aftermath quietly, he abruptly came to his senses. The true culprit behind his failure to secure the ambassadorial position was Shen Wan. Why should he take his frustrations out on his innocent fifth sister? Qianxue, please get up and stop picking that up. Be careful not to cut yourself, Shen Luoyu said, his face etched with regret. I'm sorry, Qianxue. I shouldn't have directed my anger at you. It's entirely my fault. He hurried to assist her. Shen Qianxue looked up, her eyes glistening with tears, appearing exceedingly aggrieved. Fourth brother, although I am unaware of what transpired, I have always stood by your side. You are the best fourth brother in the world. Shen Luoyu felt a pang of guilt, gently patting her shoulder. You were frightened just now, weren't you? Shen Qianxue, with reddened eyes, forced a smile. Fourth brother, I'm fine. Fourth brother, are you feeling unwell today? Upon hearing this, Shen Luoyu gritted his teeth in anger. Shen Wan has caused me to lose the title of Jiangqing ambassador. Shen Qianxue gasped. How is that possible? How could she have the ability to undermine you? That wretched girl somehow got acquainted with Liu Beichen and brought her into the judging panel. With just a few words, she utterly tarnished the judge's impression of me. Presumably, Qiao Guang has already secured the ambassadorship. The thought of Qiao Guang, who was inferior to him in both family background and acting accolades, taking the role only intensified Shen Luoyu's heartache. His fans had begun celebrating his ambassadorial role over 2 weeks prior, even preparing various support materials in anticipation. Now that the ambassadorial position had gone to Qiao Guang, not only would he be ridiculed by rival fans, but he would also face derision from within the industry. The more he pondered these matters, the angrier he became, violently pounding on the sofa. That wretched girl. If she won't let me have peace, I shall ensure she suffers as well. Shen Qianshua's expression shifted slightly. Shen Wan was acquainted with Liu Beichen, fourth brother. How did she come to know him? What is their relationship? Liu Beichen hailed from Longcheng, a paragon of the upper class, overseeing vast real estate and advertising empires. Numerous affluent socialites had their eyes on him. The fact that Shen Wan knew him was astonishing. Shen Luoyu fumed. I have no idea how they know each other, but Liu Beichen seems to treat her quite well. Constantly defending her. Damn it. Lately, anything related to Shen Wan feels like a curse. I've already warned grandfather not to bring such people home. Shen Wan is like a harbinger of misfortune. Anyone associated with her is doomed to a lifetime of bad luck. Hearing her brother's tirade, Shen Qianxue chuckled lightly. No wonder Wan is reluctant to return home. It seems she has found support among the wealthy. Shen Luoyu appeared, as if awakened by her words. Fifth sister. You are absolutely right. Liu Beichen must have some hidden proclivity for girls like Shen Wan, who are both uncouth and lowly. I suspected her behavior at home was merely an act, but now, with a wealthy benefactor backing her, her true self has emerged. Fourth brother. That is not necessarily the case. I don't think Mr. Liu is like that. Perhaps Shen Wan is clinging to him, disregarding her dignity. What a shameless girl. Chapter 46. The Revenge of the Delusional Fans. Shen Qianxue chuckled, attempting to comfort him. Fourth brother, this ambassadorship isn't significant. It pales in comparison to the high-end international luxury brands you represent. You are the reigning emperor of rain, after all. I hear that Qiao Guang's endorsements are meager. Even with this one, it won't compare to the mere fraction of what you possess. Consider this ambassadorship a gift from you to Qiao Guang. With so many endorsements under your belt, you needn't concern yourself with one that yields little reward. Her words soothed Shen Luoyu's heart immensely. His fifth sister was correct. He held over 40 endorsements, and gaining one more was merely a flourish, while losing one would not lead to his ruin. Shen Luoyu let out a haughty hum, declaring, however, I will not let Shen Wan off easily for this matter. He picked up his phone and sent several messages in the fan group. Then, mysteriously set the device down. Prepare yourself for the storm of madness from my devoted fans, you little wretch. Meanwhile, after Shen Wan held a solemn opening ceremony for the promotional video, she intended to leave but was detained by the judges, who engaged her in a lengthy discussion about the history of Zhongcheng. Liu Beichen observed the normally stern cultural elites who were now behaving like attentive students before her, and couldn't help but smile. It was only when Shen Wan politely expressed her need to depart that the judges reluctantly allowed her to leave. Master Shen, I did not expect you to possess such profound knowledge of Zhongcheng's history. Even the judges are left in awe, Liu Beichen remarked, moving closer. Shen Wan responded with a faint smile. It's merely a small hobby of mine. During her time recuperating under her mentor's care in a mountain temple, she indulged in reading various texts, from metaphysics to cultural geography and historical classics. She was never picky and absorbed all that she could. This habit persisted, and whenever she arrived in a new city, she would first familiarize herself with its historical background. Liu Beichen's gaze sparkled with admiration, as if he had discovered a remarkable treasure. I shall take my leave now. As Shen Wan mounted her three-wheeled vehicle, Liu Beichen's eyes widened in astonishment. Truly, a master emerging untainted from the mire. Even her mode of transportation was so distinct. Master Shen, wait. Liu Beichen hurried after her, gripping his phone shyly. May I add you on WeChat? Shen Wan raised an eyebrow. Liu Beichen quickly explained, I will transfer your fee for the opening ceremony via WeChat. I cannot let you work for free. Shen Wan chuckled, producing a business card with a QR code. It was merely a small ritual. A lucky number will suffice. Just send me 666 yuan. Liu Beichen nodded, silently removing the last 3 zeros and promptly transferring the amount. Shen Wan accepted the payment with satisfaction and then sped away on her vehicle. Feeling pleased with her earnings, she decided to visit the market to buy ingredients for a pot of braised pork ribs with radish. Upon returning home, as soon as she stepped inside, Zhang Xia rushed towards her, exclaiming, Wan, we have a serious problem. What is it? Shen Wan inquired, as Zhang Xia handed her a phone. What greeted her was an ID photo from her underage years, horrifically altered into a black and white memorial portrait, with bloodstains edited at the corners, presenting an eerie and unsettling visage. You have been doxxed by Shen Liyu's fans. They claim you are responsible for him losing his endorsement, and they've dug up every detail of your past. The insults they hurl at you are appallingly vulgar. Zhang Xia's expression was filled with concern. Master Wan, you must be cautious when going out. Some radical fans have threatened to confront you in person. I fear they may cause you harm. Perhaps it would be best to stay indoors. Shen Wan scrolled through the messages nonchalantly. It's nothing. They even edited my photos to make me look like a ghost. If only they had made it truly terrifying. It's rather juvenile. Zhang Xia was both exasperated and amused. That's not the point. Are you not worried about them causing trouble for you in real life? If they come, let them come. I will show them what a true ghost looks like, Shen Wan replied, setting down her ingredients and calculating with her fingers. It was evident that the personal attacks from the fans had been incited by Shen Liu. They would indeed come for her, and it would be tonight. Once darkness falls. You should retire to your room and not emerge, no matter what you hear, Shen Wan advised Zhang Xia in advance. Zhang Xia, unconvinced, retorted. I am not afraid of those fans. If they dare to strike you, I will retaliate. Shen Wan laughed. When night falls, I will summon a group of wandering spirits to entertain them, so there will be no need for us to intervene personally. Zhang Xia's eyes lit up. Of course. Why did I not think of that? If only Hu Xiaoqing were here, his tragic demise would surely terrify them. Is he not back yet? Zhang Xia replied candidly. He returned briefly at noon, saying he needed to keep watch at home, then slipped away again. Afterward, the two enjoyed a hearty meal, finishing off 2 kilograms of ribs. Shen Wan set out on her 3-wheeled vehicle for a 10-minute stroll by the lakeside, where she found 4 or 5 wandering spirits. She appeased them with incense and candles, instructing them to merely frighten the fans. Zhang Xia, having grown accustomed to Hu Xiaoqing's ghostly presence, was not so frightened by the others and eagerly proposed to witness the spectacle that night. Together, they settled on the 2nd floor with a watermelon, extinguishing the lights and peering down into the living room. As night descended, the radical fans indeed arrived with rotten eggs and wilted vegetables. I heard from my brother that Shen Wan resides here. What a lunatic! Who would live in such a haunted place? Shen Wan is undoubtedly a wicked individual. She is the reason my brother lost his endorsement. We must avenge him.
Yes.
Shen Wan must learn the consequences of crossing my brother. Their group numbered over a dozen. Most of them young girls in their teens, with only a few slightly older, barely in their 20s. Remember when we go in, find Shen Wan first and smash all the rotten eggs on her face. You capture her most embarrassing moments and send them to my brother. The older fan commanded. We must ensure that Shen Wan, this wretched girl, knows the price of bullying my brother.
All right.
The others cheered. The lead fan kicked open the slightly ajar door, storming in with her entourage. Where are the lights? Why is there no power? Never mind, Shen Wan should be asleep by now. Let us find her. Shen Wan watched as they rummaged through her home, using their phone flashlights to search. 5 wandering spirits hung from the high chandelier, awaiting her command. As the fans intrusively invaded her space, tossing cushions and decorative items aside, Shen Wan clapped her hands. The 5 spirits revealed ghastly smiles and leapt down. Chapter 47. Unfollowing. The 5 ghosts silently trailed behind the group of girls, who suddenly sensed something amiss. Why does it feel like there are more of us? Let us count. The lead fan illuminated the rear with her phone flashlight. Gathered together, they appeared to number around 20, although only 17 had come tonight. As they counted to 17, the lead fan sighed in relief, only for a chilling voice to emerge from the back of the room. 18. The lead fan froze, as did the others. 19, 20, 21, 22. 5 unexpected figures had inexplicably appeared. The lead fan's complexion shifted. 22? What is happening? Who invited more people? Pingjie, you organized this. Why didn't he invite anyone? Some fans began to feel uneasy as the voices sounded strange, almost as if they belonged to a different dimension, ethereal and eerie. This place has a notorious reputation as a haunted house. It can't be. Don't scare yourselves. Pingjie snapped. If Shen Wan can live here, what are you afraid of? She bullies our brother. Don't you want to avenge him? Our brother has no one else. If we don't seek justice for him, she will continue to bully him. With Pingjie's words, the other fans rallied, emboldened. Pingjie turned to the shadowy figures at the back of the group, commanding, You must be stray fans, right? When did you sneak in with us? Anyone here for vengeance is family. You all step forward. Don't scatter. We need to unite and find Shen Wan.
Alright.
The 5 ghosts synchronized their movements, instantaneously materializing before Pingjia. Each ghost bore a uniquely gruesome fate. Their twisted forms drenched in blood, some even crawling with maggots. The 5 specters grinned at her, their mouths stretching grotesquely to the roots of their ears.
Ah.
There's a ghost. Sister Ping's complexion shifted dramatically, and she turned to flee in terror. Holy moly! It's truly a ghost. My goodness. Help. The fans, upon witnessing the terrifying visages of the 5 phantoms, were struck with horror. Their faces drained of color as they shrieked and scrambled out of the living room in a frenzied dash. The 5 ghosts, following Shen Wan's instructions, seized the vegetable baskets strewn on the ground and pursued them. Humans could hardly flee faster than ghosts could glide. Despite the desperate exertions of a dozen fans, the 5 specters easily caught up, hurling putrid eggs and rotten vegetable leaves at them with resounding thuds. Please stop throwing, it's so foul. I'm going to be sick. Wah wah wah, mommy, I will never pursue idols again. I'm being punished by ghosts. The fans, clutching their heads in panic, fled with their bodies smeared in the stench of rotten eggs and decaying vegetables. These were merely the casual fans. The focus lay on the prominent figure known as Sister Ping. The 5 ghosts scoured the area until they finally found Sister Ping, trembling and curled up in the flower bed, clutching her head. The specters exchanged malevolent glances and, with wicked grins, unleashed the remaining foul eggs upon her. Please, I beg you, do not kill me. I was wrong. I shall never dare again. Sister Ping knelt on the ground, desperately pleading for mercy, her gaze averted, yet she could distinctly see 5 pairs of black, decayed feet hovering ominously around her. Terrified, she let out a scream and fainted, her eyes rolling back. Only then did the 5 ghosts drift away. One carrying several incense sticks, contentedly bidding farewell to Shen Wan, suggesting that they should be sought for similar delightful mischief in the future. Meanwhile, Shen Luoyu was restless, fully aware that the fans were about to create trouble for Shen Wan, and she had spent the entire night anxiously awaiting good news, clutching her phone tightly. Upon returning home, Shen Chongfeng found her nestled on the sofa, grinning like a scheming villain. He raised an eyebrow in mild disapproval and cautioned, "You mentioned in the family group that fans should trouble Shen Wan. Take it easy, don't stir up trouble." Shen Luoyu huffed in response, who told her to meddle. "She cost me my endorsement. She deserves to be beaten by the fans. By the way, brother, I recall that Liu Beichen seems to have a partnership with you, right? Do you know why he is so supportive of Shen Wan?" Shen Chongfeng's face remained impassive as he replied coolly, "Shen Wan inadvertently saved Liu Beichen's grandfather." Realization dawned on Shen Luoyu, and she leapt up from the sofa in fury. "No wonder. I thought Liu Beichen, a prominent CEO, would never be so kind to someone like Shen Wan. It turns out she got lucky and saved old Master Liu." Now it all makes sense. She's no cultured individual, but merely benefiting from Liu Beichen's influence, with all the judges leaning in her favor. She must have spoken ill of me to Liu Beichen, which is why I lost my endorsement. Shen Luoyu seethed. It would be too lenient to just have my fans teach her a lesson. Shen Chongfeng didn't say much more, advising, "Fourth brother, be mindful of your image. Don't let her cause you to trend for the wrong reasons." "Brother, I understand. Thankfully, you managed to suppress the news about my losing the Jiangqing endorsement. Otherwise, I would have been utterly humiliated." "All right, get some rest," Shen Chongfeng said as he headed upstairs. Shen Luoyu smiled. "I'll wait until the fans send me photos of Shen Wan being beaten before I sleep. Brother, you go ahead and rest. Good night." However, as time passed, instead of receiving joyful news from her fans, she noticed one after another leaving the group. What's going on? 7 or 8 have left all at once. Shen Luoyu was bewildered, and soon 4 or 5 more fans exited the chat. Panic set in. This group was composed of die-hard fans. Only those who consistently provided her with data and purchased endorsements could join. These loyal fans remained steadfast through any storm. Yet now, they were abandoning her one by one. Shen Luoyu quickly messaged, "Babies, why are you leaving the group?" Usually, whenever she chimed in, her fans would respond instantly. But after several minutes with no replies, she realized something was amiss. Shen Luoyu reached out to the major fan. "Rain, Ping Ping, weren't you all supposed to confront Shen Wan today? How did it go? Why have so many fans left?" Just as she sent the message, she saw the red exclamation mark indicating she had been blocked. What the? Shen Liu could no longer sit still, pacing anxiously in the living room. She privately messaged several diehard fans and big spenders, but either they blocked her or remained silent. What the hell? Have they all gone ghostly? Why is no one responding to me? The more she thought about it, the more frantic she became. And she decided to grab her car keys and race to Ping Ping's house. Ping Ping was not only her diehard fan, but also a member of her studio, often conveying messages to the fan group that Shen Liu couldn't say herself, such as when dealing with rivals.
Chapter 48. Li Hunting tempts her.
Ping Ping. Shen Liu banged on the door. After a few minutes, Ping Ping finally opened the door, looking pale and startled at the sight of him, instinctively trying to shut it. What are you doing? Shen Liu quickly wedged his foot in the door, pushing against it to prevent her from closing it. Ping Ping, trembling in fear, stammered, "Rain, go." I'm quitting. I resign. Shen Liu, exasperated, retorted, "Damn it. How much has Shen Wan given you?" At the mention of Shen Wan, Ping Ping grew even more anxious, her face ashen as she muttered, "I can't do it anymore. I can't." Shen Liu frowned, scrutinizing her. Her hair was still damp, indicating she had just come out of the shower. "Why do you smell so foul?" Shen Liu pinched his nose and asked, "Never mind that. What happened with Shen Wan?" Ping Ping began to cry. Shen Liu was taken aback. He knew Ping Ping to be a fierce warrior in his fandom. She had once single-handedly taken on 8 rival fan groups overnight, earning the title of Queen of Bickering. To see her so frightened now was perplexing. Shen Liu pressed her. "What on earth happened when you went to confront Shen Wan?" Gripping his collar in sheer terror, Ping Ping exclaimed, "Shen Liu, I'm no longer your fan. I don't love you anymore. Stay away from me." Shen Liu was perplexed. "If you want to quit being a fan, give me a reason. What did Shen Wan do to you?" Trembling, Ping Ping replied, "There are ghosts around Shen Wan." Shen Liu rolled his eyes dramatically. "Can't you even lie properly? Just say Shen Wan paid you a hefty sum to abandon me. Why put on a show in front of me? It's embarrassing and clumsy." Ping Ping cautiously glanced behind him, and when she saw there was nothing, she lowered her voice. "I'm not lying. There are truly ghosts in Shen Wan's house. They came after us." "Stop," Shen Liu said irritably. "If you've taken her money, you're no longer my diehard fans. Shen Wan is the one I despise the most. You've accepted her money to betray me. Such fans I don't need. No need for you to resign. You're fired." Ping Ping looked at him with disappointment, finally murmuring, "Forget it. Don't provoke Shen Wan anymore. Take care of yourself. I can't afford to mess with someone who lives in a haunted house and consorts with evil spirits. As for Shen Liu, if he wishes to court disaster, that's his choice." Shen Liu stormed off, returning home to check his phone. To his dismay, with Ping Ping gone, the other fans followed suit. Shen Liu major fans departing in droves. Shen Liu combat fans running away from home. Ping Ping infamous. Seeing the trending news online only fueled his anger. And he blamed Shen Wan for it all, convinced she was the root cause of this upheaval. Shen Wan, having enjoyed a restful night, woke up at dawn and, as per her usual routine, practiced boxing on the rooftop to keep fit. This time, Zhang Xia accompanied her. After a session of bagua boxing, both of them felt invigorated. After finishing breakfast, the doorbell rang. Zhang Xia opened the door to find Butler Li. He glanced around the living room, ensuring there was no danger, before letting out a sigh of relief. "Master Shen, my young master has returned home. If you have some time today, could you possibly help him dispel the white tiger Sha?" Master Shen nodded, curiosity piquing as he inquired, "What were you looking at just now?" With a smile, Butler Li replied, "This morning, the young master saw some unfavorable news about you online and was worried that some overzealous fans might come to attack you. So he sent me to check on you early."
Shen Wan chuckled, "I'm fine.
"Please take me to see him." As they reached the entrance, Shen Wan noticed the absence of a vehicle and exclaimed, "Did you walk here?" Butler Li, with an air of mystery, smiled and said, "Master Shen, follow me." After walking a few hundred meters, Butler Li stopped in front of a villa. Shen Wan exclaimed in surprise, "Uncle Li, you can't be telling me that Li Hanting has moved to Shanghai Bay?" Butler Li chuckled. "It's not exactly a move. The Li family has always owned property in Shanghai Bay. However, ever since the series of homicides occurred in the villa you reside in, this property has remained vacant." "Then why has he moved in now?" Shen Wan asked, intrigued. Butler Li replied earnestly, "The young master said that wherever Master Shen resides, the feng shui must be favorable. So he had me prepare the villa in advance, and he's moved in immediately upon his discharge." Shen Wan raised an eyebrow in surprise. "He now acknowledges me as a master?" Ever since the young master received the talisman you provided, he has finally been able to sleep soundly, Butler Lee expressed gratefully. I think he wants to be closer to you for a sense of security. Shen Wan mused, that phrase sounds oddly familiar. It seems that the late Li Han Ting once mentioned feeling a unique sense of safety when near her. Yet, that hardly justifies his lingering presence. Observing the proximity of the two villas, she felt reluctant to dismiss him outright, especially since he was residing in his own home. Master Shen, please come in. Butler Lee warmly ushered her inside. Upon entering, Shen Wan was greeted by a minimalist and tranquil decor that exuded sophistication. Li Han Ting sat on the sofa clad in a black silk robe, engrossed in managing corporate affairs on his tablet. His impeccably straight posture and slender frame radiated an effortless elegance. From Shen Wan's angle, the man's handsome profile was flawless. Her gaze gradually descended to his slightly pale lips, and her mind involuntarily recalled how those lips had a penchant for teasing her collarbone, gently nibbling on her own, and had once coldly traversed every inch of her skin. Clearing her throat, Shen Wan felt a sudden warmth flush her cheeks, prompting her to cough instinctively. Master Shen has arrived. Li Han Ting looked up from his concentration, his deep-set eyes bright and attentive. Please take a seat. He casually set down his tablet, inviting her to sit. As she settled down, her eyes inadvertently caught a glimpse of the well-defined muscles beneath his robe. Goodness! Who would have thought that beneath such a lean exterior, he concealed such a physique? She swallowed hard, momentarily lost in thought. What does Master Shen prefer to drink? Juice?
Coffee or tea?
Regaining her composure, Shen Wan replied with a serious demeanor. Tea, please. She thought to herself. This man should have at least dressed properly before inviting me over. Showing up in a robe is quite unseemly. Li Han Ting's penetrating gaze swept over her slightly anxious demeanor, and he smiled. It seems that since our first meeting, Master Shen has been apprehensive of me. With a snap, Shen Wan shot up from her seat, exclaiming, Who's afraid of you? Li Han Ting observed her flustered reaction, amusement dancing in his eyes. You seem quite agitated. Shen Wan's lips twitched slightly, but she composed herself and retorted, I'm not agitated at all. Why would I be? I'm not going to eat you, just relax. Li Han Ting soon realized that the young woman's demeanor was clearly rooted in concern that he might act inappropriately, displaying an excessive level of caution. Shen Wan muttered under her breath, It would be strange if I weren't. Excuse me? Nothing, she replied hastily. What is it that the young master summoned me for? Accepting the tea from Butler Lee, she took a delicate sip. Li Han Ting stated earnestly, You mentioned that my fate is entangled with the white tiger Sha. What should I do to resolve this? Others can carry a talisman to mitigate the white tiger Sha. But given your constitution, merely having a talisman is insufficient for complete resolution, Shen Wan stated bluntly. The talisman I provided will offer protection for a period, ensuring you remain unharmed for at least a week. And after a week? Are you in a hurry?
Li Han Ting smiled faintly.
I do prefer not to meet my end prematurely. I'm entrusting this matter to you, Master Shen. Shen Wan continued, apart from carrying the talisman, it would be wise to establish a yin-yang 5 elements array at your residence. This array will facilitate the flow of the 5 elements, stabilize the energy of the home, and harmonize the yin and yang, ensuring peace and enhancing your fortunes. Li Han Ting quickly decided, let us set it up here. When shall we begin? Here? Shen Wan frowned. Is Shanghai Bay unsuitable?
Li Han Ting questioned.
Shen Wan cleared her throat. I recall that the young master has other villas in different districts. Shanghai Bay has become a site of dread in Jiang City. Are you not concerned? Li Han Ting's handsome visage remained unfazed, from what I gather. Master Shen seems to disapprove of my residing in Shanghai Bay. Shen Wan smiled sheepishly. Not at all. It's your property. Stay wherever you wish. I'm merely curious as to why you would choose to inhabit a place that others avoid like the plague.
Li Han Ting es agasa osteari.
His lips curving slightly. It's quiet here, which I appreciate. Shen Wan thought to herself. In this vast Shanghai Bay, nestled between mountains and lakes, only their 2 villas remain occupied, so indeed it is peaceful. Observing his earnest expression, Shen Wan felt a twinge of uncertainty but refrained from voicing her doubts. Instead, she produced a list and handed it over. These are the items needed to set up the yin-yang 5 elements array. Once you have everything prepared, just call for me. As she turned to leave, Li Han Ting suddenly called out, Wait. Shen Wan turned back. What is it? Is there something else? His strikingly handsome face bore an unusual expression, tinged with a hint of unspoken sorrow. After a moment, he inquired, Are you all right? What could possibly be wrong with me? Shen Wan replied without a second thought. Li Hanting's furrowed brow relaxed as he smiled. As long as you're fine. Shen Wan was left bewildered. It wasn't until she exited his house that she pulled Butler Li aside to discreetly ask, "What was your young master hesitating to say?" Butler Li turned back towards the villa, straightened his expression, and lowered his voice. "The young master lost a sister 6 years ago due to malicious rumors. He is genuinely concerned that you might suffer a similar fate." At that moment, Shen Wan understood. No wonder he had been anxious, his eyes shadowed with unshakable worry. His sister. She had never heard him mention having a sister before. It made sense now why he sometimes gazed longer at younger girls. Perhaps it was a reminder of his beloved sister. "Uncle Li, I apologize for bringing up such a painful topic. But did your young master's sister pass away due to online bullying?" Butler Li shook his head, visibly pained. It was not online bullying, but rather school violence. Shen Wan felt a jolt of shock. Butler Li sighed. She was truly a wonderful girl, bright and kind-hearted. It's unimaginable what happened. Let us not dwell on it. He couldn't help but grow emotional, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Uncle Li, I'm sorry for touching on your sorrow," Shen Wan said softly. "It's quite all right, Master Shen. By the way, the young master has already arranged for public relations to eliminate the negative comments about you online. Should anything similar occur in the future, just reach out to my young master." Shen Wan realized that upon entering earlier, he had indeed been on his tablet, coordinating with public relations to address the issue. "Please thank Li Hanting for me," Shen Wan promised. "I will resolve as White Tiger Shah and ensure that the elderly does not have to grieve the loss of his son."
Butlé li nuddam faticali.
Upon returning home, Shen Wan diligently prepared the items required for the ritual and the formation, ready to proceed with the arrangement to dispel the negativity as soon as Li Hanting's materials were complete. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, she suddenly received a phone call from Lin Xia. On the other end, Lin Xia was in emotional turmoil, weeping uncontrollably, and implored her to visit the apartment. Shen Wan rode her scooter to Lin Xia's residence. The apartment door was ajar, and as Shen Wan pushed it open, she was greeted by a chaotic scene in the living room, resembling a site ravaged by bandits, with items shattered and strewn about. Lin Xia sat on the floor, sobbing inconsolably, her eyes swollen like walnuts. Without needing to inquire, Shen Wan understood the situation and quietly approached to support her. "Master Shen." Lin Xia flung herself into her arms, weeping despondently. "Fang Junwen no longer wants me or our baby. Wah. Let us move to the couch. The floor is too cold," Shen Wan suggested gently. Lin Xia, with snot and tears streaming down her face, only managed to smear her distress onto Shen Wan's clothing. "He wants to break up with me and has insisted that I terminate the pregnancy." Lin Xia lamented. "That scoundrel promised he would divorce his wife.
Today.
He told me it's utterly impossible for him to do so, and he will never acknowledge me or our child. Master Shen, what should I do?" Shen Wan felt helpless regarding the fate of the child, for either choice, keeping or terminating the pregnancy, was fraught with its own moral dilemmas. After a moment of contemplation, she inquired, "What do you wish to do?" Lin Xia grasped her shoulders tightly, desperation etched on her face. "Surely, as a master of metaphysics, you must possess some incantation to turn his heart back to me? Perhaps a charm to make him fall back in love? Or even a love hex? If I could cast such a spell, he would trust me completely and love only me. Master Shen, please grant me these charms." Shen Wan rubbed her forehead. "Miss Lin, you are overestimating the efficacy of such things. The human heart is the most unpredictable entity. Even if such sorcery exists, can you bear the backlash it may bring? The consequences would be far heavier than raising a ghost." "I don't care." Lin Xia clung to her, wild-eyed with fervor. "I cannot be a single mother. My child cannot be without a father. No matter the cost, I want Fang Junwen back." Chapter 50. Moral Coercion. Shen Wan firmly declined. "I'm sorry, but I cannot assist you with such matters." Before she could finish, Lin Xia stared at her in disbelief. "Master Shen, as a woman, can you not empathize with my plight? I merely wish for him to reconsider. What wrong have I done? Do you want to witness my child born into a world without a father?" Lin Xia's barrage of questions prompted a sardonic chuckle from Shen Wan. "Please understand, the one who has harmed the child is not me, but you." Shen Wan retorted bluntly. "Do I owe you anything? It seems as though I am the one responsible for your predicament. I do not wish to delve into your moral compass. But why are you attempting to impose yours upon me? I have no obligation to bear your burdens. Had I known it would come to this, I would have acted differently." Lin Xia's eyes widened, tears streaming down her cheeks. "But what am I to do? If I had a better alternative, would I seek you out? Now, Only you and Fong Junwen are aware of my pregnancy. He has fled, leaving me no choice but to turn to you for help. Lin Xie grasped her hand, her expression one of pitiful desperation. Master Shen, I know you must have a way to make Junwen return to me. I implore you. Think of my child. Shen Wan withdrew her hand, responding coolly, I'm sorry. She stood to leave. Lin Xie, in a panic, exclaimed, Do you wish to witness 2 lives lost? Shen Wan turned, smiling softly, You won't.
What?
Lin Xie bit her lip, determined. If even you refuse to help me, then I cannot go on living. Once the public learns of my unwed pregnancy and my interference in another's marriage, I will be slaughtered by their scorn and online bullying. Instead of waiting for that day, I might as well leap from this window and end it all. Shen Wan's cold gaze swept over her anxious and opportunistic face. Maintaining her composure, You are merely trying to coerce my assistance through such extreme rhetoric. Suicide? You would never. Miss Lin. You have clawed your way up from the depths of the entertainment industry to gain a modicum of fame as a rising star. How could you bear to throw it all away? Let me be clear. I will not perform the kind of sorcery you desire. Even if I could, I would not. I would rather dismantle 10 temples than destroy 1 marriage. Regardless of the state of Fong Junwen's marriage, as an outsider and a principal practitioner of metaphysics, I cannot ruin a union and take upon myself the burden of your moral degradation. Lin Xie was taken aback, her face reflecting a mix of shame and anger at being exposed. I hear you come from humble beginnings. Your life in the Shen household must be difficult? When coercion failed, she resorted to temptation. If you can ensure Junwen divorces his wife and comes to me, I will offer you 1 million. Though 1 million is not a fortune in the Shen family, it could certainly afford a more comfortable life, sparing her the indignity of living under the scrutiny of the Shen family. What say you? Lin Xie was convinced that 1 million would sway Shen Wan. Shen Wan remained unfazed. Even if you offer me 10 million or 100 million, my interest remains non-existent. Lin Xie seethed with frustration. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Miss Lin, I advise you against further transgressions. Having uttered her warning, Shen Wan departed without a backward glance. Lin Xie, infuriated, called after her. Do not think that because I address you as Master Shen, you truly consider yourself one. You learned a few tricks in the countryside. Do not act as though you are above me. Miss Shen, you will regret passing up this 1 million. As Lin Xie finished her tirade, her emotions surged, and she picked up her phone to call Fong Junwen, only to find herself blocked. Every avenue, phone number and WeChat had been severed. Fong Junwen. Lin Xie seethed with rage and resentment, her hand resting on her abdomen, filled with venomous hatred. Fine, you want me to terminate the pregnancy? I shall take your check and seek out the most powerful sorcerer to ensure our child is lost, transforming him into a vengeful spirit to haunt you for eternity. As Shen Wan emerged from Lin Xie's apartment, waiting at a traffic light, she witnessed a severe car accident across the street. A mother and daughter on an electric bike were struck by a red Ferrari, leaving them broken and scattered across the road. The little girl died instantly, her soul drifting helplessly alongside the scene. Seeing this, Shen Wan hurried over. Unexpectedly, Shen Yuni drove by, having witnessed the accident, and rushed to aid the mother. Shen Wan? What are you doing? Shen Yuni called out sharply as he observed her approaching the lifeless form of the little girl. Ignoring him, Shen Wan gently placed her jacket over the girl's nearly shattered head. Mind your own business and come help me, Shen Yuni barked. Shen Wan glanced at the mother he was attempting to resuscitate. She would survive. Then, she approached the red Ferrari. The driver, a brash young heir, showed no remorse or fear for having taken a life. Instead, he was enraged over the damage to his car. Damn it, I just bought this new car.
Ugh.
What a couple of worthless brats. They deserved it. The rich young man spat, contempt dripping from his words as he aimed a loathsome glare at the girl's body. The onlookers felt a mix of anger and helplessness, knowing he hailed from a wealthy, powerful family, while they were mere ordinary people, unable to confront him. Shen Wan recognized the young man as Sheng En, the notorious son of the Sheng family, known for his debauchery and the countless young women he had exploited. In the present day, Sheng En, despite barely having reached adulthood, has already established himself as a notorious troublemaker. His brazen arrogance incites the ire of those who witness his antics, yet not a soul dares to confront him. Hey, I've just had a collision in Jiang City. Send someone to clean up the mess swiftly. Yes, my sports car is damaged. Procure me a new one, he declares, one hand shoved into his pocket. A disdainful expression plastered on his face, as he speaks on the phone. Suddenly, he feels a chill run down his spine. Turning to glance behind, before he can fully discern the identity of the newcomer, 2 fingers jab directly into his eyes.
Ah!
Sheng'en screams in agony, unable to react, as a relentless barrage of fists descends upon his head. Who the hell dares to hit me? Stop, it hurts. The spectators stand in stunned silence, instinctively ceasing their recording. And, emboldened, join in the fray. Sheng'en, overwhelmed and rolling on the ground while clutching his head, is unable to identify his assailants, and soon, he is left bruised and unconscious. Shen Wan, Shen Yuni, after escorting the injured mother onto a stretcher, rushes over to restrain her, gripping her wrist tightly to pull her away. Have you lost your mind? Who gave you the right to strike? Shen Wan shakes off his grip, a cold smile gracing her lips. What are you talking about? I'm striking the scum that doesn't even qualify as a human being. Sheng'en's illegal actions will be dealt with by the law. Why do you feel the need to intervene? Do you think of yourself as a chivalrous heroine, coming to the aid of the oppressed? Shen Yuni wears a frustrated expression, unable to comprehend her audacity. Shen Wan feigns realization. Oh, I see now. You've recognized that this murderer is the brother of your junior sister, Shen Wan. You wish to shield him, don't you? Her words redirect the attention of the crowd entirely towards him. Shen Yuni, feeling the weight of their scrutinizing gazes, shivers with indignation. Shen Wan, what nonsense are you spouting? While he indeed recognized the culprit as Sheng'en, the brother of his junior sister, he questioned what it had to do with Shen Wan. What right did she have to meddle? If Shen Wan were to discover that her sister led an attack on her brother in public, how would she perceive him? Seething with frustration, Shen Yuni reaches out to drag Shen Wan away, intending to escort her to the car and leave the scene. However, Shen Wan, disregarding him entirely, turns and strides towards the roadside. Shen Yuni, assuming she was departing, refrains from pursuing her and hastily drives back to the hospital. On the roadside, a little girl stands in confusion, attempting to flag down several passers-by, but none pay her any mind. With her head hanging low, she wonders where her mother has gone. Little one, Shen Wan kneels before her, meeting her gaze with a gentle smile. I will help you find your mother. Really? The 5-year-old, seeing someone finally acknowledge her, bursts into tears. Sister, I don't know where my mother is. I feel so cold and scared. Shen Wan takes her icy hand in hers, leading her towards a nearby taxi. As for Sheng'en, he is taken to the hospital by the authorities, battered and bruised. At the hospital, the girl's mother lies severely injured. The rescue efforts drag on for 3 to 4 hours. Shen Yuni emerges from the operating room, having changed out of his blood-stained sterile gown, and immediately spots Shen Wan seated in the corridor. He frowns, his tone harsh. What are you doing here, instead of going back? Shen Wan merely inquires, how did the surgery go? Ask that woman, Shen Yuni responds incredulously. She suffered a severe head injury. Although she has been stabilized, whether she awakens depends on her own willpower. If she doesn't wake up, she'll be a vegetable. Why do you care about these matters? Mind your own business. Dr. Shen, the hospital director is looking for you. Gu Yicheng approaches, calling out. Shen Yuni, intending to reprimand Shen Wan further, instead dismisses her with a curt order to leave, before hurriedly heading to the director's office. Gu Yicheng strolls over, a puzzled expression on his face. Miss Shen, what brings you here? Shen Wan counters, which ward is the mother, injured in the car accident in? Gu Yicheng replies honestly. She's in the ICU. She'll need to be observed for a few days. Dr. Gu, could you please take me to see her? As she speaks, she noticeably feels the little hand she's holding grow even colder. Gu Yicheng smiles, certainly, but you can only view her from outside. You can't go in. All right. Standing outside the glass wall, the little girl spots her mother, connected to numerous tubes, and immediately begins to cry, Mom. Mom, what's wrong? She breaks free from Shen Wan's grasp, dashing through the glass wall toward the ICU room, yearning to touch her mother's face, but her hand passes through. Sister, I can't reach my mom. Is she going to die like Dad? The child weeps uncontrollably. Shen Wan sighs. Gu Yicheng, curiosity etched on his face, inquires. Do you know this woman?
No, Shen Wan replies.
Oh, speaking of which, this woman truly has a tragic story, Gu Yicheng continues. I just returned from the director's office, where I overheard about her identity. Her name is Lu Peijian, a single mother. Her husband died in a car accident 2 years ago, and the other party compensated her with 800,000, but her in-laws seized the entire amount, leaving her with nothing and expelling her and her daughter from their home. With her family being far away, She has a brother who refuses to let her return with the child, believing that a married daughter is like spilled water. She has been struggling to survive alone with her child. She is still unaware that her daughter has died in the accident. If she learns the truth, she may lose the will to live. Alas, misfortune seems to seek out those already burdened with calamity, Shen Wan reflects. What did your director want with Shin Yuni? Gu Yicheng replies, I gathered that there was a call from Long City looking for him, but I'm unclear on the specifics. Suddenly, the little girl rushes out, gripping Shen Wan's hand and wailing, Is my mom dead? Why, isn't she moving? Shen Wan opens her mouth to respond, but the girl, noticing Gu Yicheng in his white coat, rushes to grasp his hand. Uncle, please save my mom. Gu Yicheng, unable to see her, merely feels a fleeting sensation as though something had grasped his palm. Dr. Gu, Shen Wan fixes her gaze on him. Do you believe in ghosts? Gu Yicheng feels a chill run down his spine, chuckling awkwardly. Don't be ridiculous. This is the ICU. Do you know how many people pass away here daily? Her gaze unnerves him inexplicably. Gu Yicheng, wanting to escape, is abruptly halted as Shen Wan grabs him. I have a consultation to attend. He protests, wishing to avoid her strange conversation. Shen Wan beams. This isn't the place for discussions, Dr. Gu. Let us head to your office. I have something important to discuss. What important matter? Gu Yicheng feigns a laugh. Let us talk properly. Don't tug at my clothes like that. He is unceremoniously dragged back to the office. With a resounding slam, the door closes. Gu Yicheng notices the unair-conditioned office feels unusually cold. Speak your mind. It feels strange with the door closed. Shen Wan cuts to the chase. The little girl who died in the car accident is right here.
What?
Gu Yicheng's expression falters, struggling to maintain a smile. That's not a joke to make. Shen Wan addresses the air. Little one, please think of your most beautiful self, alright? The little girl, still maintaining the horrific visage from her death, has a gaping head wound, and the bloodied sight would surely scare Gu Yicheng into a heart attack. The girl nods through her tears, and gradually, her appearance transforms back to how she looked before the injuries. Shen Wan then pulls out a small spray bottle and aims it at Gu Yicheng's eyes. What are you spraying? He exclaims in shock. Cow tears, she replies. Gu Yicheng's face pales, realizing the legend that cow tears allow one to see spirits. Before he can respond, a figure of a little girl materializes in the previously empty corner. Shen Wan had anticipated the situation, catching him from behind. She noticed Gu Yish's complexion had turned ashen. Shen Wan remarked to herself, I knew he was easily frightened, but I didn't expect him to be this susceptible. Dr. Gu? Shen Wan playfully slapped his face a few times, managing to rouse him from his stupor.
Ghost.
Gu Yish shouted in terror upon opening his eyes. Shen Wan softly admonished. Please refrain from yelling. You might frighten the child. She is merely a little girl. Upon seeing the tear-streaked face of the girl in the corner, Gu Yish quickly covered his mouth and whispered, Miss Shen, am I dreaming? With a smile, Shen Wan replied, Would you like me to slap you and see if it hurts? Please, no. I believe you. Gu Yish hastily straightened his posture, rubbing his still throbbing cheek, incredulous. I never imagined that ghosts could exist so vividly before me. If I were to write a thesis on this, I might win a global award. Shen Wan sighed. We must focus on the matter at hand. Right. The matter at hand. Do we need to find a way to send her to reincarnation? Gu Yish rubbed his hands together, visibly excited. I've never done this before. What is the procedure? Shen Wan replied. Her mother is still in the ICU and in critical condition. Realization dawned on Gu Yish. Are you implying she wants me to save her mother? It's not that I'm incapable. Her injuries are severe. Even if she survives, she will most likely be in a vegetative state. The little girl panicked, tears streaming down her face as she cried, Sister, Uncle, are you saying Mommy can't be saved? At her outburst, Gu Yish became even more flustered, awkwardly attempting to comfort her. No. A vegetative state isn't quite the same as being dead. It's more akin to being in a deep sleep. By the way, why do you call her sister and me uncle? I'm only a few years older than her. You should call me brother instead. The little girl only cried louder. Gu Yish was on the verge of tears himself. Miss Shen, please, you must comfort her. Gently, Shen Wan picked up the little girl and soothed her. Your mother is not dead. It is you who has passed away. Gu Yish's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this supposed to be comforting? How is this any different from stabbing someone in the heart? Sister, have I really died? The little girl asked, surprisingly stopping her tears, tilting her head in confusion. Shen Wan nodded. Yes, are you scared? The little girl shook her head in bewilderment. Mommy said if Daddy died, we wouldn't see him anymore. If I die, can I see Daddy? If your father is still in the afterlife, then yes, you could see him, Shen Wan explained. Even if you can't see him, he will always live on in your heart. The little girl began to cry again. But if I die, won't mommy be unable to see me? I don't want mommy to be unable to find me. She will cry. Shen Wan spoke softly. I can help your mother see you. Really? The little girl looked up at her with tear-filled eyes, full of hope. Shen Wan turned to Gu Yish. Gu Yish appeared bewildered. Me? Shen Wan clarified. Your mother can't awaken right now. Her soul is trapped within her body. I can temporarily allow her spirit to leave.
Gu Yish was astonished. You?
Allow her mother's spirit to leave? Are you truly the little shaman Li Hanting spoke of? Shen Wan replied. Did he call me a little shaman? Ahem. That's not what I meant. He merely said you were the disciple of a revered master sent by old Master Li. I referred to myself as a little shaman. Feeling somewhat guilty, Gu Yish shifted the topic. Is there something I should do? It's quite simple. I will give you a talisman. You need to place it in her mother's hand. How can I do that? If the director finds out, I'll be reprimanded. Gu Yish shook his head. You just need to briefly place it in her palm for a few seconds, then take it back. The purpose of the talisman is to awaken her slumbering soul. It won't affect you or her body. Gu Yish remained skeptical. Brother, I want to see mommy, can I? The little girl looked at him with tearful eyes. Gu Yish's heart softened, and he ultimately agreed to let her place the talisman in Liu Peijian's hand. He even ensured the talisman was sterile before taking it inside. When the talisman was placed in Liu Peijian's hand, Gu Yish distinctly saw her fingers tremble suddenly. A cold breeze swept past him, heading outside. Although he saw nothing, he hurriedly ran back to his office. Upon entering, he witnessed Liu Peijian's spirit already in an emotional embrace with her daughter. Overcome with emotion, he couldn't help but shed tears. This is so incredibly moving, he exclaimed, wiping his tears on Shen Wan's shoulder. Do you believe I won't snap your fingers? Shen Wan remarked. Gu Yish sobbed. It's so touching, don't you think? Shen Wan retorted. That's not a valid excuse for wiping your tears on my clothes. Master, thank you for allowing me to see my daughter. I no longer wish to live. I want to follow my daughter, Liu Peijian said, holding her daughter tightly. Her face filled with despair. Shen Wan stated honestly, your daughter's fate is sealed. However, you still have decades of life ahead of you. If you willingly relinquish your will to survive, it equates to suicide. In the afterlife, suicide is a grave sin, and you may not even have the opportunity to see your daughter again. Upon hearing this, Liu Peijian broke down in tears. What should I do? Meng Meng is my only hope in this world. As long as I have my daughter, I have a reason to live. But now that she is gone, I don't want to live anymore. Why won't even death allow us to be reunited? Meng Meng dried her mother's tears, saying, Mommy, I don't want you to die. Indeed, why must she face such a severe punishment in the afterlife for relinquishing her will to live? It's simply unjust. Gu Yish expressed indignantly. Shen Wan replied, every life carries its own karmic debts. Ending one's life before settling those debts is a crime. Suicide does not resolve everything. It only exacerbates suffering. Mrs. Liu, I foresee that you'll have another daughter in the future, and your bond with Meng Meng will not be entirely severed. Gu Yish quickly caught on, joyfully exclaiming, so Meng Meng will be reincarnated and become Mrs. Liu's daughter? Shen Wan nodded, precisely. Liu Peijian cried. But I still can't bear to part with Meng Meng. She is only 5 years old. If she is reincarnated, will she still be my Meng Meng? Meng Meng cupped Liu Peijian's face and sweetly assured her, Sister said, I will still be Mommy's daughter. I promise I will come back to find you. Please don't die. Wait for me. Chapter 53, Kneeling and Apologizing to the Murderer? Liu Peijian held her daughter tightly, unable to contain her tears. Since the day you were born, I have never given you a comfortable and stable life. You've always had to endure hardship alongside me. While other children wear beautiful dresses, you have only worn the hand-me-downs. Every time we passed the amusement park, I saw the envy in your eyes. And it broke my heart. Meng Meng, my dear daughter, it's because I have lived so meekly that I couldn't provide you with a good life. This time, I will work hard to earn money and wait for you, ensuring you can live as happily as other children. The mother and daughter embraced each other, weeping. Gu Yish watched, tears streaming down his face. Who says ghosts are frightening? This is even more touching than a drama. He turned to Shen Wan. How long can Meng Meng stay in the mortal realm? Shen Wan replied, tonight at midnight. A ghostly official will take her away. That soon? Gu Yish was taken aback, realizing that they had to part so soon after their reunion. All good things must come to an end, but fortunately, their bond is not yet severed. They will meet again someday. After that, The two stepped out of the office, granting Lu Peijian and her daughter some private time together. Why are you still here? Shen Yuni emerged from the director's office, his expression grave. Noticing Shen Wan and Gu Yish standing side by side, his frown deepened. Dr. Gu. What is going on between you two? Just as Gu Yish was about to respond, Shen Wan retorted, none of your business. Shen Yuni's expression suddenly darkened, as if anyone is eager to mind your business. This is a hospital. Please be mindful of your impact. Shen Wan chuckled softly. What have I impacted? Your presence impacts me. Shen Yuni glanced around, ensuring no one was observing before gritting his teeth. I do not wish for your illustrious name to circulate in the hospital alongside peculiar rumors. I implore you to leave immediately. Dr. Shen. Why are you being so harsh towards Miss Shen? Gu Yicht interjected, unable to bear the sight any longer. Besides, this is a hospital, not your home. You can't just dismiss her. Shen Yuni shot him a cold glare. This is a family matter. It has nothing to do with you. Gu Yicht's stubbornness flared. Miss Shen isn't bothering anyone here. Moreover, she stayed to assist others. Assist others? Just her? Shen Yuni recalled the scene of her assaulting Sheng and on the street. A dull ache throbbing at his temples. He spoke curtly. The news of your public assault on Sheng and has reached the Sheng family. They initially intended to break one of your arms as retribution, but I managed to negotiate, allowing you to merely apologize to Sheng, and Gu Yich's eyes brightened. The Sheng family? The same Shen Wan mentioned by Elder Yi? Shen Yuni scoffed. Yes, that very family. Since you haven't left, you can accompany me to Sheng An's ward to offer him an apology. Shen Wan gazed at him with a bemused smile, her large, expressive eyes, dark and clear, fixed intently upon him. Shen Yuni felt a shiver run down his spine under her scrutiny. Do not look at me with those eyes. Were it not for my intervention, you would have lost an arm by now. How could the Sheng family know so quickly that I was the one who assaulted Sheng'an? Shen Wan met his gaze unwaveringly. Shen Yuni's discomfort was evident. Do you think the Sheng family is just idle? Investigating this is child's play for them. Shen Wan smirked. It was you who leaked the information, wasn't it? Her cold, piercing gaze seemed to see right through him. Shen Yuni dropped the pretense, boldly stating, yes. I informed Shen Wan. Isn't that the truth? Do you truly believe yourself to be some arbiter of justice, entitled to judge? He continued. You nearly inflicted grave injury upon Shen Wan's brother, who now lies in a hospital bed. They merely request an apology. It is entirely reasonable. Gu Yicht incredulously asked Shen Wan, you were the one who hit Sheng'an? Imagining the battered figure in the hospital bed, he could scarcely believe that this delicate and seemingly fragile Shen Wan could be capable of such violence. She didn't do it all, but she led the attack. Shen Yuni clarified. Gu Yicht frowned. Dr. Shen, are you aware that a little girl died in that car accident? Shen Yuni nodded. I was present at the scene. Do you need to remind me? Gu Yicht scoffed. Sheng An killed someone, causing a single mother to lose her child, and now she lies in the ICU, fighting for her life. Sheng An merely took a few punches, and you expect Shen Wan to kneel and apologize to a murderer? Can you still discern right from wrong? Shen Yuni retorted coldly. Yes, Sheng An caused a death, and the Sheng family will compensate Lu Peijian handsomely. However, actions must be accountable. Shen Wan's role in the assault is unacceptable. If she does not apologize, the Sheng family will not let her off lightly. I am advising her for her own good. Shen Yuni commanded, the Sheng family is not as lenient as the Shen family. If you stubbornly refuse to go, you will face consequences you cannot bear. He had already assured Shen Wan that Shen Wan would personally kneel and apologize to her brother. Gu Yicht, observing Shen Wan's silent demeanor, assumed she was too distressed to speak and quickly defended her. I heard that it was Sheng An's own actions that incited public anger after the accident. He deserved the beating. Miss Shen is your sister. How can you bear to have her kneel in apology? In my opinion, just forbidding her from dinner tonight would suffice. Shen Yuni's expression darkened. Dr. Gu, if you do not refrain from speaking, no one will consider you mute. It is precisely because she is my sister that I must ensure she is properly educated. What business is it of yours, an outsider? Gu Yicht was left speechless. Shen Wan finally spoke, her expression calm. Which ward is Sheng'an in? Shen Yuni sighed in relief, thinking she had agreed to apologize, and said, I will take you there.
All right.
When we see Sheng'an, do not argue. Just do as I say. Kneel and admit your fault. Bow until he forgives you. And then this matter will be concluded. Shen Yuni incessantly reiterated the precautions. Gu Yicht secretly observed Shen Wan's expression, noting her lack of any visible response. He suddenly felt an odd sensation, for Shen Wan did not seem like someone about to apologize. She walked with her head held high and an air of authority. as if she were going to confront someone rather than offer an apology. Looks like there's a show to watch. Gu Yicht quickly opened the office door and shouted inside. Let us go. Lu Peijian and her daughter swiftly followed. Arriving outside the VIP ward, Shen Yuni, with a serious demeanor, instructed, remember what I just told you. As soon as you enter, kneel and apologize. Do not utter a single unnecessary word. Shen Wan smiled and gave him an okay gesture before pushing the door open. Chapter 54. Another beating. Shen Wan entered and promptly locked the door behind her. Inside the ward were only 3 individuals, Sheng En, bruised and with his arm in a cast, and 2 servants dispatched by the Sheng family to tend to him. The servants were conversing with Sheng En, young master. Focus on your recovery. The lawyer will handle the aftermath. Damn that woman. Why didn't she just die? Half alive, she'll be demanding a fortune. Sheng En swollen, bruised face displayed his irritation. I don't want to pay a single cent. She wrecked my beloved sports car. She should pay with her worthless life. Lu Peijian, upon hearing this, was infuriated and rushed forward, intending to strangle him. Shen Wan grabbed her and signaled her to refrain from acting foolishly. Lu Peijian's face was filled with hatred. This scoundrel, he caused my daughter's death and yet speaks so brazenly, without an ounce of remorse. He deserves to die.
Who are you?
The servant noticed Shen Wan's entrance and asked in surprise. Shen Wan ignored him, surveying the room until her gaze landed on a fruit basket. Sheng En, trying to widen his swollen eyes to glare at her, was about to scold the smelly girl when the familiar scene unfolded before him. The fruit basket flew towards him and struck his face with a heavy thud.
Ah!
Sheng En screamed in pain, and before he could react, his casted hand was broken.
Ah!
Young master. The 2 servants stood frozen in shock. Sheng En, writhing in agony, yelled, You idiots! What are you standing there for? Get her! To his dismay, the 2 servants found themselves rooted to the spot, unable to move. They could only watch helplessly as this mad girl assaulted their young master with a fruit basket.
Shen Wan, stop.
Open the door. Open the door. Outside, Shen Yuni was taken aback by the commotion inside the ward, repeatedly banging on the door. Gu Yicht, peering through the glass on the door, clearly saw Shen Wan mercilessly beating Sheng En, each strike delivered with determination. Before long, Sheng En's cries faded into silence, and he was rendered unconscious by her relentless assault. Shen Wan turned to Lu Peijian and her daughter, who were clinging to the servant's legs in terror, and smiled, feeling relieved. Lu Peijian was both touched and frightened. Master Shen, you should run. This little brat looks like he's from a wealthy family. Once he wakes up, he won't let this go easily. Sister, hurry. Meng Meng urged her. Shen Wan replied cheerfully, It's all right. We will leave together. The 2 servants stared at Shen Wan in terror. Who is she talking to? And why couldn't they move? Shen Wan opened the door. Outside, Shen Yuni continued to shout in desperation. Calm and composed, Shen Wan opened the door to let him in. Shen Yuni, upon witnessing the bloodied and unconscious Sheng En, instinctively raised his hand to strike her. However, Shen Wan deftly grasped his wrist, her gaze light yet piercing, and declared, If you seek an apology from me, very well. This is my manner of expressing remorse toward scum. Her eyes brimmed with indifference and disdain. The mere sweep of her glance sent a shiver coursing through Shen Yuni, for such a gaze was solely possessed by those who had long ascended to power, an expression he had only encountered once before. Belonging to the supreme ruler of the imperial capital, Shen Wan was merely 18. How could she possibly possess such a soul-stirring gaze? Do you realize that your actions have utterly offended the Sheng family of Longchen? Shen Yuni's brow furrowed. Even if my brother and I intervene, we cannot quell the wrath of the Sheng family. Shen Wan replied with an air of nonchalance. There is no need for the young masters of a Shen family to concern themselves with my affairs. Shen Yuni, exasperated, retorted, Who do you intend to seek for resolution? Dr. Gu or Lu Beichen? How could they dare offend the Sheng family on your behalf? Shen Wan, are you truly oblivious to your own standing? Raising her head, Shen Wan said with a smile that failed to reach her eyes, Would you care to try? With that, she leisurely rolled up her sleeves, adopting a stance as if ready to strike. Shen Yuni, incensed, exclaimed, Very well, you have become quite formidable. I shall eagerly await to see how you plan to placate the Sheng family's fury. He hurried off to assist Sheng En. As Shen Wan emerged from the ward, she was seized by Gu Yish, who urged her toward the hospital's back door. Hurry and escape while the Sheng family has yet to arrive. Gu Yish propelled her through the door and pressed a small slip of paper into her hand, inscribed with a series of numbers. Quickly call Li Hanting. He is your only protector now. Shen Wan, bemused, replied, there is no need. You have no idea how immense the Sheng family's influence is in Longqing. Even if your grandfather, Shen Huayan, intervenes, the Sheng family may not heed him. Gu Yish analyzed the situation, but Li Hanting could. Just tell him I sent you. And he will assist. Unfazed, Shen Wan pulled out her phone and tapped a few keys, then showed it to him. You're still playing on your phone while the flames are licking at your heels. Gu Yish's voice trailed off abruptly as he took the phone in disbelief. The news of Sheng and S' fatal accident had already surged to trending status, alongside his contemptuous remarks at the scene, captured and uploaded by witnesses. His derogatory exclamations, despicable wretches. They deserve to die, incited a torrent of outrage among netizens. Furthermore, Shen Wan had just disseminated a compilation of Sheng and's dark past, swiftly attracting the attention of the online community. Gu Yish, astonished, asked, where did you uncover such dirt? Shen Wan replied, from the victim's Weibo. Due to the Sheng family's overwhelming power, no matter how grievous Sheng and's transgressions, they were obscured, and the victim's Weibo accounts were covertly throttled, leaving their grievances unheard.
Now,
Shen Wan had utilized an anonymous account to publicly disclose all the victim's Weibo posts. As netizens began to tally the accounts, they were shocked to discover there were as many as 24. You intend to wield public opinion to cyberbully Shen? Shen Wan retorted coldly, cyberbullying? He has committed numerous crimes. To label it merely as cyberbullying would be far too lenient. I intend for him to rot in prison for life. Gu Yish was taken aback. You truly have no fear? Shen Wan shrugged. What is there to fear? The Sheng family should be in disarray by now. Under immense public pressure, they can no longer afford to let Sheng escape unscathed, nor would they dare to trouble me at this juncture, as it would only exacerbate their predicament. Gu Yish was astonished by her profound foresight at such a young age and couldn't help but applaud. So you had anticipated this all along. No wonder you dared to storm into the ward and strike him without hesitation. Now we must return, Ms. Liu requires further medical attention. Shen Wan, unperturbed, turned to head back. Chapter 55. Shen Wan. Upon their return to the hospital, they witnessed the Sheng family's vehicle hastily transporting Sheng away. Shen Yuni stood beside a Mercedes S-Class, conversing with Shen Wan, his expression clouded with guilt. Junior sister. I am truly sorry. I had promised you that Shen Wan would be made to kneel and apologize to your brother, but unexpectedly, she became enraged and injured him severely. Shen Wan was brought to our Shen family from a drunken fool in the countryside. Her temperament mirrors that of a drunken madman. Junior sister, rest assured. The Shen family will impose strict punishment upon Shen Wan to provide your family with an explanation. Concern etched across Shen Wan's beautiful face. She replied, Senior brother. You need not apologize to me on behalf of such a person. I can distinguish right from wrong. My current concern is for Xiaowen. His nasal bone is fractured, and his eyesight nearly lost. Given the uproar online, he cannot remain in Jiangqing Hospital for treatment. Xiaowen is still young. This accident was unforeseen. I cannot believe Shen Wan harbored such malice. This is a classic case of class resentment. Shen Yuni nodded in agreement. As they conversed, the subject of their discussion approached. Shen Yuni's expression shifted as he confronted Shen Wan. You dare return. He lunged toward her, attempting to drag her by the hand to kneel before Shen Wan and apologize. However, Shen Wan deftly evaded, causing Shen Yuni to stumble and nearly fall. Shen Wan rushed to support him, her concern evident. Senior brother, are you alright? No, I'm fine. Shen Yuni stammered, his face flushed with anger as he pointed accusingly at Shen Wan. You are truly beyond reason. Shen Wan, with an expression of indifference, retorted. Sheng ran a red light and caused someone's death, while another victim lies in the ICU. His words have stirred public outrage. Why should I not strike him? Does he not deserve it? Second young Master Shen, do not abandon your principles merely to appease your beloved. Shen Yuni, exasperated, exclaimed, You. Shen Wan scrutinized Shen Wan disdainfully. Standing at under 5'6", her petite stature was inconsequential, yet this frail girl had managed to inflict severe injuries upon her brother? What a joke! In a harsh tone, Shen Wan demanded, So you are the one who has injured my brother? Shen Wan cast a dismissive glance at her. I have heard that the Sheng family has a long-standing legacy in medicine. How could you not distinguish between minor and severe injuries? The truly grievously injured person lies in the ICU, while Sheng and superficial wounds hardly qualify as severe. Rendered speechless, Shen Wan's chest heaved with indignation. Shen Yuni, sensing her ire, quickly soothed, Junior sister, this is just how she is. Do not take her words to heart. Do not allow such a person to affect your mood. His words only fueled Shen Wan's response. Is this what you call arrogance? What then do you label Shen Wan? Arrogant? Overbearing? Bullying the weak? Treating lives as mere trifles? Gu Yish, unable to contain his amusement, observed the scene. They stood at the entrance, drawing the attention of passers-by with Shen Wan's bold declarations. How can she remain so brazen after causing a death? Had I been there, I would not have hesitated to give that rich second generation a beating. Rich second generation? Do you not see that he is from the illustrious Sheng family of Longcheng, a renowned medical lineage? Is this how a medical family raises their children? Truly disgraceful for the profession. As the crowd murmured and speculated, Shen Wan's composed and beautiful visage faltered, realizing her brother was being subjected to intense online scrutiny. She could not afford to exacerbate the situation. Pouting, she adopted an expression of feigned innocence, bowing slightly to the crowd. I apologize, everyone. I have failed to educate my brother properly. My purpose in Jiangcheng is to ensure Lu Peijian receives the best treatment, and my family will actively compensate. Oh dear. Such sweet words. Just don't take revenge behind the scenes, Gu Yish remarked pointedly. Shen Wan shot him a glare, striving to maintain her expression while apologetically addressing Shen Wan. Miss Shen, I believe your actions were justified. My brother is indeed a failure, and he deserves the punishment. Shen Wan regarded Shen Wan, who was capable of both humility and assertiveness, and couldn't he help but marvel at her. Truly, she is destined to be the formidable pillar of the Sheng family in the future. Sheng Wan was indeed a disgrace, later committing numerous offenses that nearly led to the family's ruin, bringing them to the brink of bankruptcy. It was Shen Wan who bravely navigated the storm, rescuing the Sheng family and enabling them to rise once more as the leaders in pharmaceuticals in Longcheng. Of course, her success was not achieved through legitimate means but rather through lucrative ventures in the gray areas, such as organ trafficking. Now in her 20s, Shen Wan was not only strikingly beautiful but also astutely capable. Her words elicited a sense of sincerity from passers-by, instantly altering their perception of her. Shen Yuni shot a fierce glare at Shen Wan, thinking, see, she's gloating again. I knew there would be trouble wherever she was. Gu Yicheng nudged Shen Wan with his elbow and whispered, this Shen Wan possesses remarkable medical skills. Even Elder Yi has praised her. With her treating Lu Peijian, there's a great hope for recovery. Shen Wan raised an eyebrow, pondering, her, skilled in medicine? How could I forget the numerous medical mishaps associated with her in my past life? Indeed, Gu Yicheng murmured, her character may be questionable, but her medical prowess is genuinely impressive. To be frank, Shen Wan felt uneasy about Shen Wan's medical abilities. Considering Lu Peijian's fate, she believed survival was possible. She refrained from saying much, merely instructing Gu Yicheng, if any issues arise, seek me out promptly. Shen Yuni overheard and immediately derided, seek you? Who do you think you are, a medical genius or a divine healer? Gu Yicheng, unable to tolerate the situation, gently cautioned, Dr. Shen, please refrain from such remarks. I've said it before, my family affairs are none of your business. Shen Yuni retorted brusquely, Dr. Gu, are you idle? I heard one of your patients is in critical condition. Why are you meddling in my family's matters? Gu Yicheng's expression darkened. Fine. Go ahead and provoke her. Just don't come crying to me when you find yourself in trouble. Shen Yuni frowned. Trouble? What era are we in to still believe in superstitions? He looked at Shen Wan and realized she was entirely disinterested in him. Her attention was elsewhere, making him increasingly uncomfortable. Grandfather is already aware of your altercation with Sheng Wan. You need to explain yourself to him when you return home tonight. Shen Wan's demeanor grew colder. What does it matter to me if Shen Wan returns? He claims to care for me as his granddaughter, yet he merely watched as I was bullied. Even when I was wrongfully accused of theft, he did nothing to defend me and simply moved away. Chapter 56. The Hypocritical Grandfather. Once, she had believed Shen Wan genuinely cherished her, treating her with the affection of a true granddaughter. It was only after she ran away and became a master of metaphysics that Shen Wan's spirit found her, instructing her to protect the Shen family. That she realized the old man had known all along that she hadn't stolen the gold watch. Moreover, his reason for bringing her back was not out of compassion for their bloodline, but rather to have her shield the family from calamity. This was the true motive behind Shen Wan's invitation for her return. Indeed, during her 4 years at the Shen family home, the fortunes of each member had flourished remarkably. The moment she departed, misfortunes began to plague them. Those 4 years had been more arduous and despairing than her previous 17 in the countryside. Reflecting on it now still sent a chill through her. Shen Yuni, visibly displeased, remarked, "What kind of expression is that? Grandfather has returned from the mountain villa specifically for your sake. Isn't it appropriate for you to go?" Shen Wan's expression remained indifferent, regardless of what I say. Your family is unwavering in your beliefs. What good would my presence do? Grandfather is the one who cares for you most in this family. Your words are truly disheartening. Where was this caring person when I needed help the most? If it weren't for grandfather bringing you from the countryside to the city, you would still be living in a hellish existence. Aren't you grateful for that? Yes, that's the only thing I can be grateful for. Shen Yuni felt his temples throb with irritation. Why is she being so obstinate, like a mule, resistant to reason? In any case, I've said all I needed to. You may choose to go, or not. Shen Yuni stormed off, only to turn back to Shen Wan with a softened expression. Junior sister. Let us go check on Lu Peijian's condition. Shen Wan nodded, casting Shen Wan a meaningful glance as she departed, as if laden with a warning. Gu Yicheng teased. Dr. Shen's ability to change her demeanor is truly remarkable. Master Shen, what should I do? Lu Peijian lamented, holding her daughter with reluctance. Shen Wan replied, You are not destined for demise. In a year, you shall encounter your true match, and Meng Meng will once again share a mother-daughter bond with you. However, if you do not let her go, her prolonged stay in the mortal realm will hinder her reincarnation and cause you to miss the opportunity to renew your bond in this life. Tears welled in Lu Peijian's eyes as she embraced her daughter tightly. Meng Meng, Mommy doesn't want to part with you. But I fear even more for you becoming a wandering spirit. This time, I will be prepared to welcome you back as my precious daughter. You must come find me. All right? Meng Meng nodded obediently. Shen Wan, still uneasy, reminded Gu Yicheng, Lu Peijian's survival is not guaranteed, but awakening her is no simple task. If any issues arise, contact me immediately. Note down my phone number. Gu Yicheng jotted it down, chuckling dismissively. You're genuinely worried about Shen Wan's medical skills? I've told you. She is talented, even praised by Elder Yi. Rest assured, everything will be fine. Let us hope so. After leaving the hospital, Shen Wan rode a tricycle towards the Shen family villa. She dismissed Shen Yuni's words from her mind, but felt it was necessary to meet Shen Huan. At that moment, in the Shen family villa, Shen Huan sat on the main sofa, while Shen Jiaming and Lu Meifang stood nearby, embellishing the events of the past few days. So you're saying the cooperation with Changfeng fell through, Lu Yu is beaten, Qian Shui is hospitalized, and Hauer went to the juvenile detention center. All because of Shen Wan? Shen Huan's face turned a deep shade of anger as he slammed the dragon-headed cane against the floor, producing a heavy thud. When did this child become so reckless? Lu Meifang lamented. Dad, the one suffering the most is Hauer. He is enduring poor food and sleepless nights in the detention center, and I've heard other bad kids are bullying him. He is barely a teenager. How can he withstand such hardships? Shen Huan's heart ached for his grandson. I will use my connections to get Hauer released. Thank you, Dad. Shen Jiaming seized the opportunity to complain. This time, please don't let Shen Wan stay any longer. Hurry and make her leave. Remove her from the family tree. If she remains, our family will be ruined. Shen Huan's expression darkened as he sternly admonished, Be quiet. Do not utter such ill-omened words. I have my reasons for keeping Shen Wan in the family. What did I instruct you before she left? Shen Jiaming, feeling guilty, stammered. You told me not to let her leave, but she chose to go on her own, and we couldn't stop her. Lu Meifang chimed in to support her husband. Yes, Dad, this child has changed completely. The siblings at home are all suffering because of her. We genuinely cannot provoke her any longer. Shen Huan angrily thumped his cane. If you treated her better, would she have chosen to leave? Shen Jiaming retorted indignantly. The whole family has been more than accommodating to her. What more could we possibly do? She is simply insatiable and overly greedy. Shen Huan coldly replied, Are you unaware of how much disdain you harbor for her? I have said it many times. No matter what, she is your biological daughter. Even if you despise her, do not cast her out. Consider her merely as an extra servant in the household. Before he could finish, Shen Wan strode in confidently. Shen Huan's expression shifted noticeably, a fleeting look of panic flashing in his eyes, quickly masked by a genial smile. Wan, why have you returned so late? Your father mentioned that you had a disagreement with the family and left home. This is unacceptable. As a young lady, how could you choose to reside in such a sinister place? You must heed your grandfather's words and return home promptly. Calmly, Shen Wan took a seat, her tone neither warm nor cold as she replied, "Is Shen Shao suggesting that I am to be punished for having struck Xing'an?" Shen Wan was utterly taken aback by her audacity to speak to him in such a manner. His son and daughter-in-law had consistently remarked on how Shen Wan had transformed, but he had not anticipated such a dramatic change. The timid little girl he once knew seemed like a distant memory, replaced by a vastly different individual. Clearing his throat, Shen Wan insisted, "That is not the case. Do not pay heed to your second brother's nonsense. Your grandfather simply misses you and wishes to see you. But you leaving home is concerning. You can tell grandfather if anyone has bullied you, or if you felt wronged." Observing the kind expression on the old man's face, in the past, she would have believed that her grandfather genuinely cared for her. Yet, in truth, Shen Wan had merely offered superficial inquiries about her feelings, never taking tangible steps to address her grievances. He was skilled at maintaining a facade, turning a blind eye to her plight as long as she remained within the Shen family. In this instance, however, she decided to play along with his facade, feigning a victimized demeanor. "Grandfather, I have indeed suffered great injustices." Shen Wan faltered momentarily, taken aback by her boldness. She had never spoken so assertively before, always keeping her head down and claiming nothing was amiss. Reluctantly, he pressed on, "Who has wronged you? Speak up, and grandfather will seek justice for you." Chapter 57. Holding a Grudge. Shen Wan immediately pointed at Xin Jiaming, accusing, "The entire family has wrongfully accused me of stealing from my younger sister. My father has threatened to send me back to the countryside and disown me." Xin Jiaming, furious, protested, "When did I ever truly intend to send you away? Furthermore, if you behaved more appropriately and were more considerate, perhaps we wouldn't find you so disagreeable." "Shen Wan, you should reflect on your own behavior." Silence. Shen Wan struck his son on the head with his cane. "I instructed you to take good care of Wan, and this is how you fulfill that duty? And you dare to make excuses?" He turned his attention back to Shen Wan, his tone firm. "From this moment on, Wan shall move back home. How can my granddaughter reside in such a dreadful place?" Shen Jiaming nodded awkwardly. "All right, father, I understand." With a warm smile, Shen Wan addressed Shen Wan, "I have already reprimanded your father. Come back home. They will treat you better from now on. If anyone dares to bully you again, tell grandfather, and I will ensure they face consequences." Shen Wan felt a cold smile creep across her lips. They claimed to seek justice for her, yet their words were merely empty platitudes, devoid of sincerity. Was this truly justice? In reality, she felt more at ease living outside, where she was not subjected to the disdain of the entire family. She politely declined, and upon hearing her refusal to return home, Shen Wan's face fell. "This is your home. How can you not return?" Shen Wan cast a glance at him. Shen Wan coughed lightly, altering his demeanor once more, adopting a kindly tone. "Everything you need is here. I cannot rest easy knowing you are living in that ominous place. Besides, don't you wish to improve your relationships with your brothers? You are their biological sister." He was acutely aware that since her arrival in the family, she had endeavored to win the affection of her 4 brothers, whose disdain for her was palpable. They looked down upon her for her humble origins and perceived lack of refinement. Yet, none of that mattered to him. What was crucial was that Shen Wan remained within the Shen household. However, Shen Wan replied with a smile, "It is my brothers who have cast me aside." Shen Wan's expression soured. Wan, I have heard that not only did you injure your 4th brother, but your 7th brother was also sent to a juvenile detention center because of you. How long do you intend to continue this cycle of retaliation? What further lengths are you willing to go?" His tone grew serious, his demeanor grave. In moments like this, Shen Wan often felt compelled to kneel and apologize, seeking forgiveness from his wrath. Yet, as he waited for her response, she remained seated, indifferent, as though she were a mere observer in this unfolding drama.
Wan?
Taking her time, Shen Wan responded, "I have endured a year of hardship that was not in vain. If you truly wish to seek justice on my behalf, then I require tangible actions that demonstrate your sincere desire for my return." Shen Wan was taken aback by her forthrightness, his brows furrowing as his expression darkened. "Your 4th brother suffered a concussion because of you, and Xiao Hao was sent to a detention center. What further justice do you expect from your grandfather?" "Integrity," she replied. "I seek sincerity regarding my return home." Lu Meifang interjected, "Little Wan, could it be that you are seeking financial compensation?" At this, Shen Jiaming bristled. "Money is out of the question. The moment it reaches you, your adoptive father will siphon it away. Even if our family is prosperous, we cannot afford to support your gambling adoptive father." Shen Huan echoed his son's sentiments. Wan, grandfather knows you are a good child, mindful of your adoptive parents in the countryside, but you must understand that you are a member of the Shen family. Your loyalty should lie with us. If you desire money, I can provide it, but I hope you will use it for your own benefit. As Shen Wan gazed upon her family, who remained unwilling to offer her genuine kindness, she had long seen through their hypocrisy. She had never harbored any expectations of change. Her return was merely to convey to Shen Huan that it was not she who had abandoned the family, but rather the family that had never made room for her. She intended to incite discord within the Shen household. Grandfather, how could you think so poorly of me? Shen Wan's expression shifted, and she feigned a pitiful demeanor. Since returning home, when have I ever asked for money? Only during the new year, in front of relatives, did my father force 5,000 yuan upon me. At that time, my adoptive mother was ill and hospitalized, and to repay their kindness, I gave every penny to her for treatment. Since then, I have not taken a single cent from the family, nor have I ever asked for anything. Shen Jianming hurriedly defended himself. The family provides you with ample food and shelter, and you have no need for money. Shen Wan followed his line of reasoning. Indeed, the family ensures I lack for nothing, but every member treats me as an outsider. I share living quarters with the servants, performing the same tasks as they do, while they receive monthly wages of several thousand, and I am left with nothing. Even so, I have never complained about the family. All I desire is to be genuinely accepted by everyone. Yet, grandfather, no one in the family likes me. I do not wish to remain here and subject myself to humiliation. Shen Huan was taken aback by the depth of her cunning at such a young age. Though she claimed not to hold grudges, it was evident that she had been silently nursing resentment all along.
Jamming.
Shen Huan directed his ire towards his son. Look at the situation you have created. Can't you see how wronged your child is? How can you call yourself a father? Shen Jianming was left speechless, unable to respond. Wan, grandfather acknowledges that the entire family has wronged you. How about this? Return home, and I will ensure that everyone apologizes to you. From now on, they will treat you well. What do you think? Once again, the conversation circled back to the same point. Shen Huan's sole objective was to bring her back home to shield himself from trouble. With a bright smile, Shen Wan inquired, "Why is it so imperative for you that I return home? Knowing full well that I am unhappy here, why do you insist on subjecting me to further suffering? You inquire if I am well, but the answer is no, not at all. This home, devoid of warmth and colder than the ominous dwelling I currently inhabit, is a place I cannot return to." Seeing her adamant refusal of his kind offer, Shen Huan shed his pretense. He slammed his cane heavily against the floor. "Shen Wan, as your elder, your own grandfather, I am not negotiating. I am commanding you to return home." Shen Wan maintained an air of indifference. "I won't return." Shen Huan's murky eyes narrowed slightly. "You are still quite young, and I am uneasy about you living alone outside. If you truly wish to stay, then I will summon your adoptive parents to Jiangcheng to attend to your daily needs." The very thought of her adoptive father sent chills down Shen Wan's spine. Should he make this demand, she would undoubtedly flee back home in terror. Chapter 58. Averted Calamity. Shen Huan believed he could intimidate her. Yet he observed that Shen Wan remained unfazed.
"Suit yourself," he remarked.
The three were momentarily taken aback, convinced they had misheard. "I said, I will have your adoptive parents brought down from the mountains to look after you," Shen Huan reiterated sternly. Shen Wan shrugged dismissively, her expression nonchalant. "That sounds fine."
Now.
All three were utterly bewildered. In the past, merely mentioning her adoptive father would send her into a panic, her face pale and trembling. What had changed? It was as though her adoptive father was merely an inconsequential stranger, no longer worthy of her concern. Shen Huan scrutinized Shen Wan with his keen yet murky gaze. Unable to fathom how the timid child of yesteryears had evolved into such a formidable individual, Shen Jianming, witnessing his father's furious countenance, could not help but chastise Shen Wan. "Were it not for your grandfather bringing you back, you would still be toiling in the mountains, struggling to find enough to eat.
Now.
Everyone is humbling themselves to ensure you live well, and yet you refuse?" Lu Meifang added, "Indeed, Wan, how can you speak to your grandfather like that? Apologize at once. Did I ever plead for you to bring me back?" Shen Wan retorted without courtesy. "Shen Wan." Shen Huan was truly enraged, his dragon-headed cane thumping ominously. "Do you genuinely wish to return to the countryside and continue living a life of hardship? If so, I shall send you back immediately, and I will never concern myself with you again." Shen Wan chuckled. "Why must I choose between the Shen family and the countryside? I am an adult, capable of my own judgments. I will not return to the Shen family, nor will I go to the countryside. I am content to dwell in this haunted house, and no one has the right to intervene. Shen Wan's eyes widened in fury, shaking his cane threateningly at her. Very well. You have grown wings and no longer require your grandfather or the Shen family. If that is the case, I won't force you. Just don't come crying to the Shen family for sustenance later. Shen Wan smiled. I only hope the Shen family won't come pleading on their knees to me in the future. Shen Wan's face darkened. You are truly incorrigible. When has the Shen family ever been in a position to beg you? Shen Wan replied, a hint of mockery in her smile. Wouldn't that be ideal? If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Rising from her seat, she paused to add, Oh, Mr. Shen, please inform your sons to cease bothering me. I am quite capable of handling things fiercely. Should anyone be harmed next time, do not blame me. Shen Jianming, seething with indignation, exclaimed, You have truly lost your mind. The three watched in stunned silence as Shen Wan departed from the house. Father, I warned you that this insufferable girl should not be brought back. Just look at her arrogant demeanor. One would think she is someone of great importance. Shen Jianming fumed. Shen Wan's expression darkened. Shen Wan must return to the family. Shen Jianming and Lu Meifang exchanged glances, perplexed as to why the elder insisted on her return. Father, you have seen how rebellious Shen Wan is. Her return will only stir chaos in our home. I refuse to acknowledge such a daughter. Shen Wan, exasperated, struck Shen Jianming on the head with his cane. You will acknowledge her, whether you like it or not. Father, Shen Jianming protested, I truly do not understand why she must return. What is so special about her? At this point, Shen Wan revealed the secret. I have calculated our family's fortunes, and I foresee calamities befalling us in the next 5 years. Only by having Shen Wan return can we avert disaster and ensure the safety of the entire family. Otherwise, our fortunes will only worsen. Shen Jianming laughed in disbelief. Father, in this day and age, how can you still be superstitious? Shen Wan retorted coldly, superstitious? Consider this. Before Shen Wan returned home, did you not discover a tumor in your body? Chongfeng's company faced financial difficulties. Yun Yi nearly contracted a virus during surgery. Mo Ran was kidnapped while attending a tech conference abroad. Luo Yu nearly drowned while filming. Qian Shui suffered from nightmares and insomnia for several days. And both Jiao Jiao and Xiao Hao encountered their share of misfortunes. That very night after Shen Wan returned home, Chongfeng's company resumed normal operations. Yun Yi's test results revealed no infection. Mo Ran was rescued by international police, and Luo Yu gained a larger following due to her misfortunes. Furthermore, Qian Shui no longer experienced nightmares. And Yu, who were diagnosed with a malignant tumor, found herself completely unscathed after the surgery. As Shen Jianming pondered his father's words, he began to understand. Since Shen Wan's arrival, each family member's fortunes had improved significantly. Now think back. Did our family not face numerous troubles after Shen Wan left? Father, you are indeed correct. Shen Jianming exclaimed in astonishment. Is Shen Wan truly that powerful? Shen Wan spoke gravely. Shen Wan's fate is unfortunate. Her ties to kin are weak. Yet she possesses a unique advantage. She is our family's benefactor. As long as we keep her close, she will not only shield us from calamity, but also elevate our fortunes. Shen Jianming's eyes widened in realization, so that is why you are so determined to keep her. Indeed. Who would have anticipated that you would mistreat her and drive her away? Shen Wan was infuriated, adamant that she must be brought back. As long as she stays with us for 5 years, our family's tribulations will pass. Lu Meifang inquired curiously, Father, what will happen to Shen Wan after 5 years? Shen Wan responded dispassionately, She will serve as a catalyst. Once her purpose is fulfilled, she will be of no further use. Shen Jianming quickly grasped the implication. So you mean, will Shen Wan die after 5 years? Whether she lives or dies is uncertain. Shen Wan replied coldly. She merely needs to shield the family from disaster for those 5 years. After that, the Shen family will have endured the trials. Father, I understand. I shall inform the children to feign goodwill toward Shen Wan, ensuring her return to continue protecting us, Shen Jianming declared. It was best that as few people as possible were aware of this, to prevent Shen Wan from discovering it, lest she refuse to come home. Shen Wan suggested, Inform the children to accept Shen Wan. Her outburst stems from a desire for acceptance within the family. Let us grant her this wish. Before that, we must keep a watchful eye on her to prevent her from wandering too far. The longer she stays away, the more detrimental it is to the Shen family's fortunes. Shen Jianming, now anxious, hastily called the children, stating that a family meeting was to be convened and none could be absent. Excluding Shen Wan and Shen Shihao, who was in a juvenile detention center, the other 6 were summoned home. Upon hearing their father insist that everyone must re-accept Shen Wan as a family member, the Shen siblings displayed a myriad of reactions. Chapter 59 Greed. Shen Jiao reacted the most strongly. I refuse to acknowledge that kind of person as my sister. Father. I feel embarrassed to even mention Shen Wan outside. She brings me nothing but shame. Following her, Shen Luo Yu rolled her eyes to the heavens. Father. I do not agree to let Shen Wan return. She is rotten to the core. Lastly, Shen Yunyi, recalling Shen Wan's recent explosive behavior, did not hesitate to reject her return. I also oppose her coming back. She is like a ticking time bomb. Anyone who touches her will get blown up. Shen Jiaming's expression grew grave. Regardless of her behavior, she is still your blood relative. You must endure her presence. The Shen siblings scoffed in response. Shen Qianshui, ever the empathetic one, chimed in. Father, I support Shen Wan's return, and I am willing to restore her position as the 5th young lady of the Shen family. 5th sister. The Shen brothers gasped in disbelief, all voicing their dissent. Shen Luoyu exclaimed, Qianxue, you are truly our 5th sister. What is Shen Wan? She is not worthy to be considered one of the Shen family's 5 daughters. She must be dreaming. Shen Qianshue's eyes turned red as she responded. It was originally I who occupied Wan's identity. It is understandable that she is upset and has chosen not to return home because of this. Now that she intends to come back, I should take the initiative to return her identity to her. This way, she won't have any conflicts with the family. As long as we can all live harmoniously together, I am willing to make some concessions and endure a little discomfort. Her words, filled with understanding and grace, only deepened her brother's affection for her. Regardless of whether Shen Wan returns home or not, you will always be our sister, even dearer than a biological one. Shen Yunyi declared resolutely. Seeing that the entire family held disdain for Shen Wan, Shen Jiaming felt increasingly helpless. At that moment, Lu Meifang stepped forward and said, Darling, Wan has lived in that environment since childhood, and she harbors wariness towards everyone. It would be uncomfortable for her to live under the same roof as the entire family. How about this? We can build a small flat in the backyard for her and hire a caretaker to attend to her needs. This way, she can live comfortably on her own, and we won't have any further conflicts. She would still be considered part of the family. Shen Jiaming's eyes brightened at the suggestion. Indeed, this is a good solution. As long as she remains in the family, where she lives is of little consequence. Shen Chongfeng looked at his father, his brow furrowed. Dad, why must Shen Wan return home to live? It is evident that you do not even like your own daughter. Since he did not care for her, why bring her back to be an eyesore? Shen Jiaming replied, Your grandfather scolded me today, and upon reflection, he was right. Shen Wan is, after all, my biological daughter. She has been lost to the outside world for 17 years, and as her father, I should take proper care of her. It was my negligence. Shen Chongfeng countered. What if she refuses to come back? Shen Jiaming said, Chongfeng, you're the eldest. Shen Wan has always respected you. She will surely listen to your words. Would you please go to that dreadful house and bring her back? After a moment of silence, Shen Chongfeng recalled Shen Wan's resolute demeanor and saw the sincerity in his father's desire to mend their relationship. He eventually nodded, very well. I will find an appropriate opportunity to have a serious conversation with her and persuade her to return home. With the eldest son taking action, Shen Jiaming felt considerably relieved. The others, seeing his determination, chose not to speak further. Only Shen Qianshue's expression darkened even more than before. The following day, before 5 in the morning, Shen Wan was awakened by a phone call from Gu Yish.
Shen Wan.
Great news! Gu Yish exclaimed excitedly from the other end of the line. I just witnessed Shen Wan administer an injection to Lu Peixian alongside the director. Guess what? Within just an hour, Lu Peixian awakened from her vegetative state. She truly is a genius doctor. Haha, I told you your worries were unfounded. By the way, Ming Meng has already been taken away. Lu Peixian wants to see you. Please come to the hospital once it's light out. That's all I wanted to say. You can go back to sleep now. I won't disturb you any longer.
Bye-bye.
Shen Wan felt an overwhelming urge to give him a good scolding. Fully awake from the ruckus, she decided to rise and exercise until 7 o'clock, after which she had breakfast and rode her tricycle to the hospital. At that moment, the ward was packed with people. Lu Peixian's in-laws, along with her brother, sister-in-law, and relatives, were all present. They were arguing fiercely over the compensation for the car accident, completely disregarding Lu Peijian's well-being, and had even started to shove each other. Stop the noise. This is a hospital. The patient needs peace and quiet. Gu Yish rushed in to intervene, only to be slapped by her brother, Lu Jiqiang, leaving him momentarily stunned. What does my sister's situation have to do with you? So, you took the widow Yang's benefits and want to drive me away? I am not leaving. My niece was killed in a car accident, and my sister is still lying in bed needing care. The compensation must go to me, her brother. Widow Yang was not pleased, her face twisted with greed. Why should the compensation go to you? That was my granddaughter, my own flesh and blood. The money should belong to the Yang family. Your sister is but a married daughter, water that has been spilled. How dare you, an outsider, meddle in our family affairs? Have some shame. Lu Jiqiang laughed in anger. When your son died, you received 800,000. Why didn't you share that with my sister and niece? Now you acknowledge they are your family? It's too late. Who doesn't know that it was the Sheng family of Longqing that killed Meng Meng? The compensation will surely be astronomical. Widow Yang, you've already pocketed your son's 80,000. This time, you won't get a single cent.
Ugh.
Widow Yang spat at Lu Jiqiang's face. That is my granddaughter Yang Xiaoming's death compensation. She bears the Yang surname, not Lu. How dare you take her money? The two families continued to bicker, neither willing to back down, and no one noticed that Lu Peijian on the hospital bed was turning paler by the second, unable to utter a word in her fury. When Shen Wan arrived, the ward was overflowing with relatives from both families. Security. Security. Gu Yish exerted all his strength to squeeze through the crowd and spotted Shen Wan outside. He felt like crying. Your arrival is futile. Lu Peijian's family is blocking her, all of them wanting to swallow the compensation whole. Gu Yish touched his swollen cheek, feeling a mix of humor and exasperation. Shen Wan calmly suggested, in this situation, I recommend calling the police. Upon hearing the word police, Lu Jiqiang's wife suddenly turned around, pointing at her and cursing. Who do you think you are? Don't meddle in affairs that don't concern you. Try calling the police, and I'll make sure you regret it. She continued, venomously. Shen Wan smirked, stepping forward to deliver a resounding slap across her face. You dare hit me? Lu Jiqiang's wife was momentarily stunned, her head buzzing. When she regained her composure, she exploded in rage. I'll kill you. The attention of other relatives shifted, and the Lu family rushed out, seeking to confront Shen Wan. Gu Yish quickly called out. Step back. Everyone, retreat. This girl has a history of mental illness. She just came to the hospital for medication, and whoever shouts at her will be met with violence. Upon hearing that Shen Wan had a mental illness, the crowd instantly distanced themselves, retreating 3 meters away. In this day and age, being labeled mentally ill was akin to holding a get-out-of-jail-free card. Even if one were to be beaten to death, it would simply be bad luck for the victim. Not only the Lu family, but even the Yang family's relatives were frightened into retreating. The ward, which had been as noisy as a market, fell into an eerie silence. No one dared to breathe, fearful that a single word could provoke Shen Wan into a frenzy, resulting in indiscriminate violence. Shen Wan cast a languid glance at the instigator. Gu Yish shot her a pleading look, silently asking for help to make them leave. Shen Wan pondered for a moment, her lips curling into a slight smile. Gu Yish suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Sure enough, the next second, her hand swung towards his face. Gu Yish reacted quickly, pretending to be struck hard, and fell to the ground with a thud.
Ouch.
That hurts so much. The crowd stepped back a few more paces. Seizing the moment, Gu Yish urged, What are you all standing around for? If you have business, take it home to discuss. This is a hospital. There are many patients here. If she truly goes berserk and injures someone, it won't be good for anyone. Lu Jiqiang's wife, clutching her painfully stinging face, quietly advised her husband. Why don't we go outside to talk? Otherwise, if this lunatic goes crazy, we won't even be able to claim compensation for our injuries. The Lu family's relatives, who had initially come to support, were reluctant to be randomly assaulted by a madwoman and nodded in agreement. Lu Jiqiang contemplated for a moment, exchanging glances with his wife. They both reached a consensus and led their relatives away to another location. Shen Wan had a rough idea of what they were planning, and seeing that Lu Peijian's mother-in-law, Widow Yang, still refused to leave, she shouted, They're going to find the responsible party for money. Widow Yang's eyes widened in alarm, realizing the implications. In a flurry of activity, the relatives of the Yang family were summoned to pursue the Lu family. Gu Yish rose from the ground, dusting off his trousers and mused. With so many people seeking out the Sheng family, Dr. Sheng must be quite overwhelmed. As Shen Wan entered the hospital room, Lu Peijian's tears cascaded down her cheeks upon seeing her, yet she remained motionless, only able to emit fragmented, indistinct sounds. Thank you, Master Shen. Shen Wan cast a skeptical glance at Gu Yish, questioning, is this what you meant by having cured her? If it weren't for Dr. Sheng's timely intervention, she might never have awakened and would have been condemned to a life as a vegetable. Gu Yish sighed. Indeed, as Old Yi praised her, she is truly remarkable. Remarkable? My foot. Shen Wan retorted with an exasperated smile. Did I not tell you to contact me should any issues arise? Gu Yish, perplexed, replied, there's no issue. She has awakened. Shen Wan countered gloomily. Yes, she has regained consciousness, but she is completely paralyzed. How is that any different from being a vegetable? Gu Yish, bemused, responded, you may not have studied medicine, so perhaps you don't understand. To rouse a vegetable in such a short time is nothing short of miraculous. How many in the world could achieve such a feat? Dr. Sheng is not as incompetent as you claim. Her medical skills are genuinely extraordinary, and she is willing to compensate. I heard the Sheng family intends to offer 3 million to settle the matter. Shen Wan interrupted. Can 3 million truly sue the mother who has lost her child and is now bedridden? Do not forget, Mengmeng shares a bond with her as mother and daughter. If Lu Peijian spends the rest of her life paralyzed, she will never conceive again. Gu Yish suddenly realized, smacking his forehead. Ah, I nearly overlooked that. What shall we do now? What else can we do but strive to restore her health? Dr. Sheng has said that her awakening is already a miracle, and our specialists have concurred. Recovering from paralysis to regain normal function is akin to scaling the heavens. Shen Wan remained silent, moving to perform a thorough examination of Lu Peijian. Though her mind was clear, her body was weak and unresponsive, her muscles slack and unable to move or articulate normal speech. Stagnation of blood, liver qi stagnation, Shen Wan stated gravely. She cannot remain in this ward any longer. We must expedite her transfer to the VIP area. After all, it's the Sheng family footing the bill. Let her rest in peace, free from the disturbances of those leeches. Leeches, Gu Yish chuckled, nodding in agreement. All right, I will confer with Dr. Sheng. Shen Wan turned to Lu Peijian, saying, I understand your worries. Rest assured. I promised you would reunite with Meng, and you shall. Take care of yourself. Lu Peijian nodded earnestly through her tears. Once outside the hospital, Shen Wan prepared a prescription and submitted it to the pharmacy, requesting that it be made into pills. The medicinal ingredients were precious, and she directly utilized a gold bar given to her by Zhang Xia. Not batting an eyelash, she resolved to assist Lu Peijian. Recognizing that women are already at a disadvantage in society, having the means, she would lend a helping hand. Subsequently, she purchased some nutritional supplements to aid in recovery and returned to the hospital. Lu Peijian had already been moved to the VIP area. Upon her arrival, she found Shen Wan and the lawyer present in the room. Madam Lu, my brother is currently under custodial supervision, and I sincerely apologize on his behalf. I am truly sorry. Rest assured, even if you are bedridden in the future, the Sheng family will cover all subsequent expenses and additionally offer you 3 million. How does that sound? Lu Peijian struggled desperately, yet remained immobile, summoning all her strength to utter, I want to stand up. The hospital director interjected on Shen Wan's behalf. Were it not for Dr. Sheng's exceptional skills, you would not even have had the chance to awaken, destined to remain a vegetable. The lawyer produced documents stating, your mother-in-law has already signed to relinquish accountability, Madam Lu. As long as you express your forgiveness for Sheng and in front of the camera, the 3 million compensation will be promptly delivered to your family. Tears streamed down Lu Peijian's face as she wished desperately to leap from her bed and demand they leave. But she was powerless, devoid of any sensation. The director scoffed. What family has ever compensated 3 million for a fatal car accident? Be grateful. 3 million is no small sum. How much more do you wish to extort?
Bang.
Shen Wan kicked the door open. Upon seeing her, Shen Wan's expression darkened. 3 million for your wife and child's lives. Is that acceptable? Shen Wan asked with a smile. The director's face turned a shade of fury. Who are you to speak so indiscreetly? Oh, but what wrong did your wife and child commit? How about this? 3 million for your life. Would you agree? Chapter 61. The Oppression of Power. The director fumed. What is my status? You think 3 million could buy my life? What a joke. Shen Wan derisively remarked. What status do you possess? Just an old fool. You know that life cannot be measured in monetary terms, so why urge Madame Lu to be magnanimous? Tears flowed freely down Lu Peixian's cheeks upon hearing this. Shen Wan frowned. Indeed, life cannot be measured by wealth, but the deceased are gone. What matters is the living. Is it not? Shen Wan replied coolly, you have no right to coerce Madame Lu into providing a letter of forgiveness. Shen Wan glanced at the lawyer, who instantly understood the implication and declared, due to Madame Lu's incapacitation and inability to respond, her family members can fully represent her in this matter. My lady respects Madame Lu, which is why she sought her consent. Even if Madame Lu does not agree, as long as her mother-in-law consents, this matter would be resolved. Upon hearing her mother-in-law would handle matters on her behalf, Lu Peixian grew frantic, emitting muffled sounds. The director scoffed, so, you better accept it, otherwise, the compensation will all go to your mother-in-law, and you will receive nothing. Lu Peixian looked helplessly at Shen Wan. Shen Wan offered her a reassuring glance, then inquired, I have heard that Dr. Sheng possesses remarkable medical skills, if she can cure Madame Lu's paralysis and enable her to stand again. Before Shen Wan could respond, Shan Yuni arrived, and at her words, he couldn't help but scoff in disbelief. For Master Sheng to awaken Lu Peixian is already a miracle. For her to stand again, unless a celestial being descends, it is simply impossible. Shen Wan frowned, taken aback by Shen Yuni's disregard for the patient as he uttered such words to defend Shen Wan. Lu Peixian's tears flowed uncontrollably. Dr. Shen, do you truly believe that stating in front of Madame Lu that she cannot be cured is something a morally responsible physician should say? Shen Wan retorted without reservation. Shen Yuni's expression shifted slightly as he regarded the tearful Lu Peixian. Steeling himself, he said, Madame Lu, I know you desperately wish to regain your health, but the aftereffects of your accident are far too severe. I trust that Dr. Sheng has exerted her utmost efforts to awaken you, but as for standing again, it is indeed very difficult. I hope you can prepare yourself mentally. Shen Wan nodded. The Sheng family will cover all your subsequent treatments, so you need not worry about care. I will ensure the best medical team looks after you. Lu Peixian wept inconsolably. Both individuals failed to comprehend why she could not find contentment. Shen Yuni suspected Shen Wan was instigating Lu Peixian to extort more compensation. He pulled Shen Wan aside and whispered, Junior sister, I think you need to speak with Lu Peixian privately, without Shen Wan's interference. With her around, nothing good will come of it. Shen Wan sighed in exasperation. Senior brother, I truly do not understand why she insists on meddling. Has Lu Peixian promised her some advantage to incite this turmoil? Senior brother, my brother is currently under police custody. I must obtain a letter of forgiveness from Lu Peixian. So, can you ensure Shen Wan keeps her distance? Seeing Shen Wan's pitiful demeanor, Shen Yuni readily agreed. All right, I will do my best to keep her away. He turned around. Just as he intended to pull Shen Wan away, Lu Peixian spoke up, her words fragmented. If you can help me stand again, I will provide my letter of forgiveness. Shen Wan's brow furrowed. The director's face darkened. Your injuries are too severe. It is impossible for you to stand again. Is what you said true? Shen Wan asked, if I can help you stand again, will you provide a letter of forgiveness to absolve my brother? Lu Peixian replied, yes. Shen Yuni was taken aback, exclaiming, Junior sister, her paralysis is a settled matter. It is exceedingly difficult for her to stand again. Shen Wan replied, I will fetch Elder Yi. Both Shen Yuni and the dean were astonished. Elder Yi, as the luminary in the medical field? He had recently departed Zhangcheng after a seminar just days ago. It would indeed be quite a challenge to summon him again. Shen Wan gritted her teeth, declaring, no matter the cost, I must bring Elder Yi here to treat her. I refuse to believe that with Elder Ye's expertise and the backing of the Sheng family, we cannot help her stand. Lu Peixian merely mentioned standing. She did not specify restoring full mobility. As long as she can stand, that suffices. After all, we have lawyers documenting everything. Lu Peixian cannot possibly renege on her word. Are you satisfied now? Shen Yuni glared at Shen Wan. Come out. I have something to discuss with you. Shen Wan remained indifferent. I said come out. Shen Yuni raised his voice significantly, insisting, do not disturb Ms. Lu's rest.
Step outside to speak.
Shen Wan cast a glance at him, still ignoring his commands, and simply said to Lu Peixian, with Elder Ye's miraculous skills, we can be half assured with his presence. Shen Wan shot her a cold look, questioning, what do you mean by being half assured with Elder Ye's presence? What about the other half? As if the Sheng family is utterly incapable of assisting. This Shen Wan is utterly insufferable. Lu Peixian nodded, tears brimming in her eyes. Shen Wan then leisurely exited the hospital room. Addressing Shen Yuni, spit it out if you have something to say. Shen Yuni's expression darkened. Father has instructed you to return home. He has even built you a room in the backyard. Although I do not entirely agree with your return, your constant antics outside are detrimental to our family's reputation. It is best you return home. Aunt Lu will arrange for a caretaker to attend to your meals and daily needs. You need not live under the same roof as us. It will not inconvenience you. Shen Wan laughed. Am I being accused of flaunting myself? Shen Yuni retorted. Isn't that the case? You have no familial ties with Lu Peijian. Why meddle in her affairs if not to swindle her? He continued. Upon your return, you shall not lack for food or drink. Father has also agreed to provide you with 5,000 yuan monthly for your living expenses, which should suffice. Spare us the embarrassment here. As Shen Yuni spoke, he deliberately glanced back at Shen Wan in the hospital room. Shen Wan responded with a smirk. I have never taken a penny from Lu Peijian. I simply cannot abide the oppression of the powerful over the vulnerable. Shen Yuni's eyes widened in indignation. What do you mean by oppression of the vulnerable? Sheng En is barely out of his teens, just as you are, and simply rebellious. Following this incident, the Sheng family has actively compensated and is willing to bear Lu Peijian's subsequent treatment. When have they oppressed her? Shen Wan's gaze turned frigid. If they have not oppressed her, why then did Shen Wan bring a lawyer? Surely, it is to resolve issues. If they are resolving issues, why invoke her mother-in-law as a threat? Shen Yuni, unable to counter her logic, redirected the conversation. In any case, just return home. Do not waste your efforts trying to swindle money from Lu Peijian. Shen Wan, filled with sarcasm, replied, Shen Shao. Do you think returning home is a grand favor you bestow upon me? Shen Yuni raised his chin slightly, asserting, Is it not? I have never seen father bow his head to anyone. Shen Wan, you should be grateful. Our entire family is enduring humiliation for your sake. It is time for you to temper your rebelliousness. Shen Yuni scrutinized her. You have been causing turmoil for the family. Is it not simply to gain the privileges that a wealthy heir should possess? Father has granted you independence and a monthly allowance for living expenses. You have food and shelter and need not worry about working. Is that not enough? Shen Wan laughed. Of course, that is not enough. 5,000 yuan is insufficient? He continued, go inquire. Recent university graduates earn only 3,000 a month. 5,000 is quite generous. Shen Yuni was astounded by her lack of shame. Shen Wan replied coolly, I had no intention of bringing this up, but you yourself mentioned the privileges of a wealthy heir. Pray tell, Shen Shao, does your sister Qian Xue receive a monthly allowance in the 7 figures? Shen Yuni instinctively responded, you cannot compare yourself to Qian Xue. She retorted, indeed. I cannot compare because she has lived with you all her life. You are a family bound by blood. That is not my point. To give Qian Xue 7 figures while I barely receive a pittance. All the while you adopt that superior demeanor of condescension. Do you believe I should kneel to accept this 5,000 yuan? Expressing gratitude for your family taking me in and providing me with sustenance? Shen Yuni felt somewhat humiliated and stammered an explanation. You and Qian Xue are inherently different. Qian Xue is still studying. She has numerous academic expenses and social events to attend. How could she possibly manage without decent attire? That is why father allocates her extra funds for her wardrobe. She enjoys luxury goods, but that is also a form of investment. You, having come from the countryside, simply do not understand. Shen Wan chuckled. So my dignity is insignificant, to be trampled upon at will? Who has trampled upon your dignity? Shen Yuni countered. Qian Xue instructed a servant to plant Xin Jiao's belongings in my room. I was beaten by her father. I was even made to kneel in the rain one night. Did any of you inquire about my welfare? Even after I cleared my name, did any of you offer an apology? Shen Wan's voice turned icy. To this day, Shen Shao, you maintain your lofty attitude and command me to return, as if you are the aggrieved party. Shen Yuni frowned. I did not expect you to harbor such resentment. Why cling to past grievances? Why must family be so petty? To you, it may be in the past, but for Shen Wan, who was wronged and had to prove her innocence at the cost of her life, that stormy night remains forever etched in memory. Calmly, Shen Wan declared, I will never return to the Shen family. If your entire family refuses to acknowledge my existence, then continue to treat me as if I were heir. I shall not entangle myself with you, and you should refrain from provoking me. Shen Yuni frowned. Regardless, I am still your second brother. Should I allow you to flaunt yourself outside, tarnishing the Shen family name? Shen Wan's gaze sharpened. Having seen through him, you may publicly declare that I am no longer a foster daughter of the Shen family, that I am unrelated to you. After all, fabricating lies is a cherished tradition among the Shen family. Shen Yuni was greatly angered, exclaiming, "You are truly beyond redemption." Shen Wan shrugged, "We are equally matched. Senior brother." Shen Wan emerged, her face glowing with joy. "The Sheng family has just informed me that Elder Yi is willing to meet with me in Jiangcheng and assist in treating Liu Peizhen." Shen Yuni's anger dissipated, replaced by excitement. "You truly are impressive, junior sister, to have persuaded Elder Yi. He publicly praised you at the last seminar." Shen Wan, both surprised and delighted, asked, "Is that true? Senior brother, do not jest with me. How could Elder Yi know who I am? I would never jest with you." Dr. Gu was present, and Elder Yi commended your exceptional medical skills, stating you have surpassed your predecessors. Shen Yuni praised, "You were already outstanding in medical school. You are even more remarkable now." The two conversed as if no one else were present. Shen Wan, uninterested in their chatter, entered the hospital room to check on Liu Peizhen's condition. "Am I truly capable of recovery?" Liu Peizhen asked, her eyes glistening with tears. Shen Wan leaned in close, whispering a few words in her ear. Upon hearing her, Liu Peizhen's expression visibly brightened, and she affirmed, "I believe you." "By the way, I need to know your husband's birth date and time," Shen Wan requested. Liu Peizhen looked puzzled. Shen Wan explained, "Regardless of your condition, we must address matters concerning your mother-in-law. I wish to ascertain whether he has been reincarnated. If not, your husband should seek out his mother." Liu Peizhen understood and relayed her husband's birth information in fragments. Once Shen Wan obtained the details, she returned to Shanghai Bay from the hospital. She lit incense, placing a bowl filled with clear water before the incense burner, inscribing the birth details on a yellow talisman. Holding the talisman before the incense flames, she burned it and cast it into the bowl, then sprinkled a handful of rice into the water, murmuring incantations. Yang Liang, born at midnight on the first day of the 5th month in the Guihai year, your wife is in peril in the mortal realm. Can you return, O soul? Amidst the swirling incense, the rice that had sunk to the bottom of the bowl began to float to the surface, forming the character to be. Shen Wan understood the situation and revealed the entirety of Liu Peizhen's predicament, further disclosing that his mother, Widow Yang, was seeking to meddle with his wife, aiming to seize compensation funds. The rice in the bowl trembled violently, akin to leaping fish, as both water and rice began to bubble. Shen Wan stated, "You have departed. I had no intention of disturbing you, yet your mother has truly overstepped. I implore you to restrain her and your kin." The rice formed the character, Hal. Good. Shen Wan continued, "Your daughter has already been taken by the emissaries of the underworld. You may wish to see her." The rice then displayed the character, Ship. Thank you. Subsequently, Shen Wan offered a plethora of incense and gold ingots for him. That very night, Widow Yang and the relatives from the Yang family dreamt of the deceased Yang Liang, who appeared in their dreams like a vengeful spirit, brutally chastising them with a bloodied face for tormenting his wife and children, warning them that should they offend again, he would drag them down to settle scores. Widow Yang awoke in a cold sweat, initially dismissing it as mere longing for her son. However, when she sought out her relatives to continue pressing for funds at the hospital, she was met with a marked change in their expressions, as they hastily concocted excuses to avoid her. Enraged, Widow Yang exclaimed, "Are you no longer my kin? Do you forsake the money? It amounts to millions." One relative lamented, "Sister-in-law, do not speak of millions. Even if it were tens of millions, we must first have our lives preserved. Indeed, last night, we all dreamt that your Liang Liang came to settle accounts with us, warning that if we continued to bully his wife, he would take us away." Widow Yang was immediately drenched in cold sweat. Chapter 63. The Taoist Physician. For she too had dreamed of her son, imploring her to cease her torment of her daughter-in-law. The thought of relinquishing the substantial compensation to Liu Peizhen weighed heavily on her heart. Clinging to a sliver of hope, she urged her relatives, "My son and granddaughter are gone. As a widow, how can I survive without some financial security? We are family and ought to assist one another. Once I obtain this money, should anyone face hardship, I will certainly extend my aid, and after my passing, the remaining funds shall belong to you." Some relatives were swayed by her words. "Sister-in-law, we are certainly on your side, but your Liang Liang is restless in the afterlife. Why not seek a Taoist master to offer more paper money to quell his anger before we take further action?" Widow Yang found this reasonable. "Indeed, my son must not stray from our family. I shall promptly seek a master to burn paper money for him." She did not exert much thought, and merely found a shop selling sacrificial items, hastily burning paper money for her son at a crossroads. Afterward, Widow Yang, accompanied by some relatives, returned to the hospital to confront individuals. Upon learning that Liu Peixian had been transferred to the VIP section, Widow Yang was instantly enraged. Her face contorted with dissatisfaction. She has become paralyzed. Why is she in a VIP section? The daily cost must be exorbitant. Shen Yuni intervened, explaining that Dr. Sheng had invited a top medical expert to treat her daughter-in-law, who required a tranquil environment, and that family members were temporarily prohibited from visiting. With hands on her hips, Widow Yang spat vitriol at him. What top expert? They are merely charlatans out to swindle money. I warn you, that money belongs to my granddaughter's death compensation. Liu Peixian shall not be allowed to squander a single cent. I command you to release my daughter-in-law. I shall take her home to recuperate. Shen Yuni's expression darkened as he held back his fury, asserting, Ms. Liu requires professional treatment. To hell with you. Widow Yang was undeterred, rudely shoving him aside as she and her relatives attempted to force their way into the VIP section. Shen Yuni lost his balance, tumbling to the ground. Nearby, Shen Wan's mocking voice rang out. Spotting her arrival, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he hurriedly got to his feet. What are you laughing at? What brings you back to the hospital? Shen Wan remained composed, replying, I heard that Elder Yi has arrived, so I came to take a look. In her previous life, when she had met Elder Yi, he had already passed on, serving as the head of the first hospital of the underworld. He was a kind old gentleman with exceptional medical skills, and they often exchanged insights on difficult ailments. In this new life, encountering the living Elder Yi felt like a stroke of fate. Upon hearing her mention of Elder Yi, Shen Yuni scoffed, his eyes clouded with disdain. You? Do you even know who Elder Yi is? How could you possibly know him? Shen Wan, uninterested in engaging in further dialogue, merely pointed to Widow Yang and her relatives who were clashing with security. Realizing the potential chaos, Shen Yuni swiftly contacted the security department, urging them to dispatch additional personnel. The VIP area housed only the upper echelons of society. Allowing someone like Widow Yang to create a disturbance could lead to accountability for the entire hospital. By the time Shen Yuni turned back to find Shen Wan, she had already vanished from sight. In the VIP room, Shen Wan listened intently to Elder Yi as he discussed Liu Peixian's examination results. Hearing Elder Yi declare that it would be incredibly difficult for her to stand again, Shen Wan quickly nodded in agreement. Elder Yi, you are entirely correct. My conclusion after examining her is also that it will be exceedingly difficult. Ms. Liu, she continued, you have heard this firsthand from a distinguished figure in the medical community. If he says it is difficult for you to stand, I truly cannot guarantee your recovery. Shen Wan's candidness caused Elder Yi to furrow his brow, pulling her aside to speak softly. Little Sheng, you cannot be so direct in front of the patient. Mindset dictates everything. By delivering such discouraging news, are you truly acting in her best interest? Elder Yi was somewhat taken aback, as the prescription he had provided for the old patriarch was entirely motivated by the patient's physical and mental well-being. How had their brief encounter left him with the impression that this young prodigy was simply shirking responsibility, making excuses for potential failure? Sensing the reproach in Elder Yi's tone, Shen Wan responded with trepidation. Elder Yi, I assure you it is for her benefit. I am the one who wishes for her recovery the most. But her sequelae are indeed severe. Given the current medical conditions, it is truly challenging. Elder Yi, in your esteemed opinion, does she still have hope of standing again? Elder Yi glanced at her, responding with my abilities, it is also quite difficult. Shen Wan felt a twinge of helplessness. However, the old man recalled a special technique known as the Taiji 9 needles, capable of treating stubborn ailments that persist despite chronic illness. 20 years ago, in his youth, he had witnessed a prominent figure utilize the Taiji 9 needles to cure a patient who was fully paralyzed, a veritable miracle. Shen Wan eagerly inquired, Elder Yi, do you know where this prominent figure is now? I will have someone fetch them immediately. Elder Yi shook his head. The Taiji 9 needles are a secretive skill of the Taoists, said to possess a history of over 1,000 years. The technique is unique and profound. Taoists are elusive. You cannot simply summon them at will. It requires a certain fate. I have lived for over 70 years and have only encountered this prominent figure once. That singular experience was enlightening and beneficial for a lifetime. Elder Yi mused, if only this prominent figure were here, they would surely be able to cure her. Alas, I only learned a mere fraction of the technique, and combined with your Sheng family's Qing needling technique, it can enable her limbs to move slightly, preventing complete paralysis. However, to regain full mobility seems impossible. Shen Wan respectfully replied, then I must rely on you, Elder Yi. Together, they worked in the ward, administering acupuncture to Liu Peixian. When Shen Wan arrived, she found security stationed at the door. Upon hearing that Elder Yi was inside administering treatment, she refrained from entering, opting instead to wait quietly in the corridor. An hour and a half later, the door to the ward opened. Elder Yi and Shen Wan emerged. Little Sheng, I did not expect you to possess a fraction of your grandfather's talent in traditional medicine at such a young age. In 20 years, you may surpass him.
Elder Yi praise.
Shen Wan, exhausted and drenched in sweat, smiled brightly. Thanks to Elder Yi's assistance, your kindness is greatly appreciated. This is all your achievement. I merely assisted you from the sidelines. Most of it was accomplished by you alone, Elder Yi remarked. However, this is just the first round. In 2 hours, there will be another. Xiao Sheng, you should go and rest for now. Shen Wan nodded with a smile. Elder Yi, you have worked hard as well. I'll come to seek you again in 2 hours. Very well. As Shen Wan caught sight of Elder Yi, she was about to speak when she noticed Shen Wan casting a vague glance in her direction, deliberately obstructing Elder Yi's view. The two chatted cheerfully as they departed down the corridor. Chapter 64, an unwarranted display of skill. Shen Wan paid it no mind. After all, Elder Yi was still alive, and there would be plenty of opportunities for conversation. Sister Lu, I have come to see you. How do you feel after Elder Yi's treatment? She inquired as she pushed the door open. Lu Peijian lay upon the hospital bed, appearing somewhat better than the previous day. Master Shen, you've come, she said. Though her speech was still halting, it was considerably more coherent than before. Lu Peijian struggled to lift her hand to show her. It was Dr. Sheng who administered the acupuncture. After her treatment, I can feel my arms and legs gradually regaining some strength. Shen Wan was taken aback, not Elder Yi? Lu Peijian nodded. Elder Yi assisted her. Most of it was done by Dr. Sheng. I underestimated her. She does possess some skill. Shen Wan mused as she settled beside the bed, placing her hand gently on Lu Peijian's wrist to assess her condition. Suddenly, Lu Peijian began to tremble, convulsing violently. Sister Lu. Shen Wan hurriedly grasped her shoulders. Lu Peijian's face turned an alarming shade of red, her pupils dilating rapidly. With a sudden heave, Lu Peijian expelled a mouthful of dark blood onto Shen Wan's chest. Shen Wan's expression shifted dramatically. She disregarded the bloodstains on her clothes and quickly turned to the table where the silver needles lay, decisively seizing one for use. An hour later, Shen Wan, unable to shake her concern for Lu Peijian's condition, after all, her recovery was tied to her brother, returned to check on her. Upon entering the ward, Shen Wan was immediately taken aback to see Lu Peijian covered in silver needles. What has happened? She gasped, her expression changing as she feared the worst. She rushed out to find Elder Yi, colliding with Shen Yuni in the process. Junior sister, why do you look so pale? Shen Yuni asked, concern etched across his face. Where is Elder Yi? Shen Wan asked anxiously. In the lounge, I believe, he replied. Shen Wan hurriedly made her way to the lounge, finding Elder Yi engrossed in a medical text on perplexing ailments. Elder Yi, Lu Peijian, Elder Yi, upon hearing her, immediately assumed something was amiss and set aside the case files to follow her to the ward. Upon entering, he first checked Lu Peijian's vital signs and, upon confirming she was still alive, felt a measure of relief. As he took her pulse, his eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of the silver needles adorning her. Xiao Sheng, you've truly outdone yourself. Elder Yi's sudden praise left Shen Wan bewildered. Elder Yi, what do you mean? With admiration gleaming in his eyes, Elder Yi continued. Her vital energy has reversed direction. Thankfully, you intervened in time. Not only has her life been saved, but her meridians are also unblocked. Her pulse has returned to normal. Xiao Sheng, with such medical prowess, you need not wait 20 years. I dare say, in just a few short years, you may surpass me. Shen Wan felt a jolt of surprise. Could it be that the silver needles on Lu Peijian were not the work of Elder Yi, who then had performed the treatment? I always knew my junior sister was a rare talent. Shen Yuni beamed with pride, showering her with compliments. You've even healed a paralyzed patient. Truly, you are a genius among geniuses. Though Shen Wan was acutely aware that the work was not her own, the way Elder Yi regarded her with such admiration stirred an unprecedented feeling within her. This was the very gaze she had longed for. With a modest smile, she humbly replied, Elder Yi, you flatter me. I am merely doing what I am capable of. Is this the unique clear needle method of your Sheng family?
Elder Yi marveled.
Your technique is audacious, much like your prescriptions, targeted and effective. Truly impressive. Recognizing her talent, Elder Yi contemplated taking her on as his disciple. Xiao Sheng, Would you like to become my apprentice? He asked with a smile. If I take you under my wing as my last disciple, I will impart all my knowledge to you. With the skills I teach you, in less than 5 years, your reputation will surely eclipse mine. Though Shen Wan was uncertain of how Elder Yi had come to know of her prescriptions, the prospect of becoming his disciple filled her with elation. Elder Yi is a luminary in the realm of Chinese medicine, and to be his apprentice is the dream of countless aspiring physicians. I am willing. I would be honored to be your disciple.
Eldarye beamet, el jalant.
Let's choose an auspicious day to formalize the apprenticeship ceremony. Shen Yuni, filled with genuine happiness for Shen Wan, spoke without envy. Junior sister, congratulations. You will now be Elder Ye's esteemed disciple. This is an unparalleled honor. Shen Wan could hardly contain her excitement at the thought of becoming Elder Ye's disciple, eager to share the good news with her grandfather. Junior sister, Shen Yuni called out. What about the silver needles on her? Shen Wan glanced at Lu Peixian, noting her improved condition. Since she did not know who had performed the acupuncture, it was best to remove the evidence without hesitation. They can be taken out now, she replied confidently. You intend to endanger her? A cold voice suddenly pierced through the air from the doorway. The three turned to see Shen Wan leaning casually against the entrance, her upper garment inexplicably damp, as if she had just washed it. Shen Yuni frowned, his disdain evident. Why are you still here?
Leave.
Ignoring him, Shen Wan reached for the needles. Shen Wan interjected coolly. Those are the 5 life-reviving needles, meant to balance life and restore vitality. If you remove them, the energy will flow backward, and even the most skilled practitioner would be unable to save her. Elder Ye's eyes lit up at her words. Young lady, you may be young, but you possess quite an understanding of medical knowledge.
Eldarye, usincereli apologize.
She is an adopted daughter of the Shen family and has had little formal education. Thus she has unwittingly made a fool of herself before you, Shen Yuni hastily explained, worried that Shen Wan's temperament might offend Elder Yi. And did not forget to scold her. Get out. You have no place here. Shen Wan had heard their conversation from outside earlier. She had merely gone to wash the blood off her clothes after seeing Lu Peixian stabilize. Upon her return, she found her contributions overshadowed by others. Not in a hurry to expose Shen Wan, she merely smiled and said, Second young master Shen is correct. I was indeed out of my depth. I had no idea Dr. Shen's skills were so profound, capable of healing paralysis. Shen Wan raised her chin slightly, casting a cold glance at her. Do you have any further matters? If not, please leave. You are not welcome here. Elder Yi regarded her with a hint of surprise. This young lady certainly possesses medical talent, but her attitude leaves much to be desired. Sensing Elder Ye's scrutiny, Shen Wan quickly adjusted her demeanor, speaking gently, Miss Shen. Lu's recovery is not yet complete, and she remains in treatment. I kindly ask you to leave the ward to avoid interrupting her healing. Shen Wan appeared contemplative. But if I leave, you may very well cause her demise. Shen Yuni's expression darkened.
What do you mean by that?
Junior sister's medical skills are exceptional. Elder Yi himself has confirmed that she has saved Lu Peixian. As long as we wait for her to awaken and continue her rehabilitation, she will be able to move freely. How can you claim that you would cause her death? Illiterate fool. Leave at once. Chapter 65. Exposing her. Shen Wan was well aware that the silver needles were certainly unrelated to someone like Shen Wan. Yet she could not tolerate Shen Wan's audacious questioning of her. What was she? A country bumpkin, rumored to have received little education, daring to challenge her? I have heard from senior brother that you grew up in the mountains, and due to your family's circumstances, you only attended school for a few years before dropping out. Shen Wan retorted. Shen Wan, you may dismiss my medical skills. I am indifferent to your opinion. But I will not tolerate you casting aspersions on Elder Ye's expertise. The fact that Lu Peixian is improving is undeniable. On what grounds do you claim that I would harm her? Do you have any evidence? Shen Wan maintained a composed demeanor. Dr. Sheng, since you are convinced that you are the one who saved the patient, do you truly dare to remove the silver needles? If they were not your own insertion, recklessly extracting them could lead to dire consequences, a fact well understood by all present, is it not? Shen Yui scoffed. My junior sister personally treated Lu Peixian. She certainly knows which needles to extract. Is it necessary for you to comment? Turning to his junior sister, he commanded, remove one for her to see. Shen Wan hesitated, a sense of trepidation creeping into her heart. Only she was aware that the silver needles on Lu Peixian were not her handiwork. However, given Lu Peixian's improving condition, surely removing them would pose no issue. Elder Yi noticed her hesitation and inquired, Little Sheng, is it time to extract the needles? What are you waiting for? Are the needles on the patient not your doing? Instinctively, Shen Wan replied, Of course they are. Elder Yi stated, with Lu Peixian's condition improving, it is indeed time to remove the needles. Go ahead. Taking a deep breath, Shen Wan surveyed the silver needles on Lu Peixian, estimating there to be over 20. Which needle should she remove first? After a moment's contemplation, she chose a seemingly inconspicuous needle from an obscure acupuncture point and pulled it out. Lu Peixian remained asleep, and the life monitoring equipment showed normal readings. Shen Wan silently breathed a sigh of relief. Shen Yui retorted directly at Shen Wan, "Did you see? My junior sister is a genuine medical prodigy. How dare you question her skills?" Shen Wan regarded Shen Wan with a look of incredulity. "I have heard that the Sheng family possesses a remarkable technique known as the clear needle method. Dr. Sheng must have learned it from a young age. How could you not understand that pulling a needle from here could affect the entire system?" Shen Wan scoffed, "Miss Shen, don't pretend to be knowledgeable if you are not. Pray tell, what does it mean to affect the entire system?" Pointing to the seemingly chaotic arrangement of the silver needles, Shen Wan explained, "The needle you just removed was pivotal. Its absence means that removing any subsequent needle could cause her entire circulation to reverse. The consequences could range from paralysis to death." Shen Wan's expression shifted, and unease welled up inside her as she listened to Shen Wan's articulate explanation. "Elder Yi, do you find her reasoning sound?" Elder Yi leaned in to observe, but Shen Yui acted swiftly, darting forward to extract another silver needle. I refused to believe that the words of a semi-literate could hold any truth. Only then did Elder Yi discern the precise acupuncture points of each needle, and his expression changed dramatically. The needle technique bore an uncanny resemblance to the profound intricacies of the Tai Chi 9 needles. "This is dire."
Elder Yi exclaimed in alarm.
"Quickly, reinsert the silver needle." As his words fell, Shen Yui had not even time to react. The monitoring device suddenly emitted a cacophony of alarms. Beep, beep, beep. Lu Peixian's complexion turned ashen. Shen Yui was taken aback, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead, fear and shock filling his eyes.
How could this be?
My junior sister had already treated Lu Peixian. He had merely removed a single needle. How could such severe consequences ensue? "Give it here." Elder Yi barked, snatching the needle from Shen Yui's hand and hastily reinserting it to its original position. The beeping of the device finally ceased. "What is happening?" Shen Yui's back became drenched in cold sweat as he helplessly looked at Shen Wan. "Junior sister, I didn't mean to." Shen Wan was equally astonished. The mere removal of one needle had nearly cost a life. Elder Yi observed the pallor on both their faces and quickly grasped the situation. With a solemn expression, he queried, "Little Sheng, do you not know how to extract your own needles? Are these truly your own?" Shen Wan grew anxious, stubbornly insisting, "I am." Elder Ye's expression hardened further. "Very well, continue extracting." Feeling a surge of fear, Shen Wan unconsciously took a step back. "Your hesitation is because these needles are not your doing at all." Elder Yi called her out angrily. "I detest dishonesty above all else. Why would you lie and deceive? Nearly costing a life?" Shen Wan's face drained of color as she bowed deeply, self-reproach evident in her voice. "Elder Yi, I did not intend to claim this credit. When I arrived in the ward, there was no one else here. I had no time to explain. You all assumed I was the one who saved her. I thought, since she was fine, I need not clarify. Elder Yi, it was my fault. Please do not be angry. I shall never do this again." Elder Yi shook his head in disappointment. "You." Shen Yui looked terrified. "If it is not my junior sister's doing, then whose is it? Having already removed one needle, what shall we do about the rest?" Elder Yi turned to Shen Wan. "Little girl, come here. Your words have come to pass. Did you not see the physician who inserted the needles? Where might he be?" This unique needle technique can only be performed by a true physician, Elder Yi conjectured, convinced that a skilled practitioner must have passed by and saved Lu Peixian. Perhaps it was that renowned physician from 20 years ago.
Shen Wan.
Shen Yui urged. "If you saw that an expert was saving people, why did you not speak up sooner? Quickly tell us where that expert is." Shen Wan crossed her arms, her expression serene as she surveyed the faces of the three before her. "Why should I know so much? Indeed, why would you know?" Shen Wan glanced at Shen Yui. "Because the person who inserted the needles is me." Upon hearing this, Shen Yui burst into laughter, dismissively retorting, "You? Even if you were given another 18 years, you could never master such profound medical skills." Shen Wan was taken aback by his words, her face a mask of skepticism. "Miss Shen, this is no laughing matter. It concerns a life. Please be honest." Shen Wan chuckled. "The dishonest one is you, is it not?" Shen Wan's expression darkened. Shen Yui could no longer tolerate it. "My junior sister simply failed to clarify. Why do you insist on this? Elder Yi pushed the two apart and approached Shen Wan. His murky, yet perceptive eyes fixed intently upon her. Suddenly, a whimsical and amusing thought struck him. Chapter 66. She is a physician. Elder Yi spoke with a mix of hope and gravity, listing several medicinal names. Both Shen Wan and Shen Yui were perplexed by his intentions. Particularly, Shen Wan. Thinking herself clever, inquired Elder Yi, these medicinal herbs are quite rare and precious, yet they seem unrelated to Lu Peixian's condition, do they not? Elder Yi gazed at her with a knowing expression. Little Sheng, do you not find these herbs familiar? Shen Wan pondered for a moment before shaking her head. I know the properties of these herbs, but I do not understand your meaning, Elder Yi. Shen Yui quickly realized, junior sister, these herbs are from the prescription you wrote.
I have seen it.
Shen Wan furrowed her brow. Prescription? You have mentioned this prescription multiple times. What exactly is it? At this, Elder Yi comprehended entirely. No longer casting a glance at Shen Wan, directing his attention to Shen Wan instead, smilingly asking, your name is Shen Wan, correct? I heard Shen Yui call you that earlier. Shen Wan, their names were indeed quite similar. What do you think of the herbs I just mentioned? Shen Wan replied coolly, have you seen the prescription I wrote for Elder Lu? Her words ignited Elder Ye's excitement. So it was you, the medical genius. Elder Yi exclaimed, extending his hand eagerly for a handshake. You are a physician, are you not? Only a true physician would be so innovative and unconventional. Shen Wan smiled, graciously shaking his hand. She is a physician?
How could that be?
Shen Yui exclaimed incredulously. Elder Yi, Shen Wan has been a notorious liar since childhood. Do not let her deceive you. She can barely read. How could she possibly be a physician with such advanced skills?
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
I would wager my medical career on it. Shen Wan could never be a physician. Elder Yi regarded him with disdain. Were you not present at the last academic exchange? I have previously revealed that prescription, and I mentioned Shen Wan's name at that time. However, I distinctly heard the name Shen Wan, not your junior sisters. Shen Yuni simply refused to accept the truth. Elder Yi, with a hint of irritation, remarked, it is quite normal for me to mispronounce Shen Wan's name as Shen Wan due to my accent. However, I must admit that I have only heard of Shen Wan's name and have never truly met her.
Now,
I can assert with certainty that the prescription was indeed penned by Shen Wan, and it was she who saved Lu Peixian. In an effort to distinguish between the two names, Elder Yi deliberately enunciated Shen Wan's name in Mandarin. I still do not believe it. Shen Yuni challenged her. Shen Wan, tell Elder Yi the truth yourself. You possess no medical skills and are merely deceiving us. Shen Wan remained composed and replied, I am not like certain individuals who, despite not having accomplished something themselves, take credit for it. I will, of course, acknowledge what I have done. It was I who saved Lu Peixian, and the prescription Elder Yi mentioned was indeed written by me. Yes, I am a Taoist physician. Shen Yuni was beside himself, his fury erupting as he shouted, what nonsense. You have been at the Shen residence for a year. How was I unaware of your talents? Shen Wan, please stop pretending. Return to your original self.
This is simply not you.
Elder Ye's eyes brightened. Young Lady Shen, since he does not believe you saved her, why not demonstrate your skills publicly and remove the needle? Shen Wan nodded and, with an air of tranquility, proceeded to perform acupuncture, observing her deft hand movements as she skillfully manipulated the needle. Both Shen Yuni and Shen Wan were rendered speechless. Such precision and speed could only be honed through years of dedicated practice. As Shen Wan swiftly completed the procedure, Lu Peixian's complexion began to return to normal. Shen Yuni, maintaining a stoic demeanor, retorted, even if you possess some rudimentary acupuncture skills, it does not mean you can save Lu Peixian or restore her from paralysis. Shen Wan, you shall pay dearly for your arrogance. Should Lu Peixian awaken and find her condition unchanged or worsened, your life will be ruined. Disregarding his words, Shen Wan took a silver needle and gently pricked it into Lu Peixian's forehead. Lu Peixian, roused from her slumber, murmured, thank you, Master Shen, for saving me once again. Aware that she had nearly crossed over before losing consciousness, she was filled with gratitude upon seeing Shen Wan's efforts to save her. Overwhelmed, she grasped Shen Wan's hand with fervor. Witnessing this, Shen Yuni and Shen Wan felt an acute sense of embarrassment, wishing to sink into the ground. Shen Wan had indeed accomplished the impossible. She had saved a paralyzed individual. Shen Yuni's gaze fixed on Shen Wan, his eyes wide with disbelief. Prior to her arrival at the Shen household, they had conducted a thorough background check, which revealed no mention of her medical abilities, let alone her prowess as a Taoist physician. Shen Yunyi's emotions were a tumultuous blend of anger and humiliation, his cheeks flushed like a monkey's backside. When did you learn medicine? He questioned, his tone tinged with a hint of melancholy. Shen Wan replied indifferently, what does it matter to you? Shen Yunyi found himself momentarily speechless. How could it not matter? I am your second brother, and I am a doctor. You, a Taoist physician, have hidden such talents for so long. Shen Wan, this is deliberate. Shen Yunyi's expression morphed into one of profound perplexity. Elder Yi chuckled heartily, young lady Shen. I am quite taken with your talents. Would you consider becoming my disciple? Beside them, Shen Wan, feeling embarrassed, hurriedly fled the room. Junior sister. Shen Yunyi hastily pursued her. Elder Yi snorted, no wonder I always found Shen Wan somewhat off. A person of such character does not deserve to be my protege. But you're different. Young lady Shen, why not become my disciple? Shen Wan chuckled, I already have a master. Elder Yi, unwilling to relent, huffed. Who is your master? Can he compare to my abilities? I would impart all my knowledge to you. There is no master in the world as generous as I. Shen Wan smiled quietly. Noticing her indifference, Elder Yi decided to refrain from pursuing the matter further, though a knot remained in his heart. He was eager to discover who Shen Wan's master was. In the hospital garden, Shen Yunyi found Shen Wan sitting on a bench, her face buried in her hands as she wept. Junior sister, he approached cautiously. Shen Wan cried, brother, do not come any closer. I am utterly humiliated. I never imagined Shen Wan was a Taoist physician. Shen Yunyi felt a lump in his throat. He too had not expected that after spending a year together, he would remain unaware of her extraordinary medical skills. Brother, Shen Wan interrupted, not wishing to hear further praises for Shen Wan. The fact that she is a Taoist physician was concealed from your family. Could she have ulterior motives for infiltrating the Shen household? Chapter 67. Hypocrisy. Shen Yunyi furrowed his brow. Now that you mention it, it is indeed strange. Had I not witnessed it today, I would never have believed that Shen Wan was a Taoist physician. She likely learned a few tricks from some country barefoot doctor. Her knowledge cannot possibly compare to yours, junior sister. You are a genuine graduate of a prestigious medical school. While Shen Wan merely stumbled upon a fortunate coincidence in saving Lu Peijian. Do not take her lightly, Shen Wan replied, her expression suddenly brightening. If I had known Shen Wan could heal, I would not have invited Elder Yi and assisted him in treating Lu Peijian. Shen Yunyi's eyes widened in realization. Junior sister, are you implying that before Shen Wan, both you and Elder Yi treated Lu Peijian? She nodded, yes, but I performed most of the acupuncture, with Elder Yi assisting me. Shen Yunyi appeared enlightened, I knew it. She is merely a lucky cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. What do you mean? Shen Wan inquired. Clearly, you and Elder Yi treated Lu Peijian before her. It was your treatment that improved her condition. Shen Wan merely added the finishing touches. The greatest credit should go to you. Shen Wan, with an air of indifference, replied, I do not concern myself with such matters. As long as Lu Peijian recovers and can provide a letter of understanding for my brother, that is all that matters. Suddenly realizing, Shen Wan rushed to find a lawyer, urging him to return to the ward for Lu Peijian's signature now that her condition had improved. In the ward, Shen Wan was advising Lu Peijian on her upcoming rehabilitation exercises when the lawyer entered, requesting her signature. Lu Peijian, incredulous, exclaimed, You come to me for a release letter so soon after my daughter's death? Is that appropriate? Shen Wan, filled with remorse, responded, My brother is only 18. He is still young. Mrs. Lu, I can empathize with your pain of losing a loved one. I am willing to offer a greater compensation. Would 400,000 suffice? 400,000? Lu Jiqiang's sharp voice rang from the doorway. He rushed in, his face alight with excitement as he spoke to Shen Wan. 400,000 is acceptable. When will the money be transferred? Lu Peijian, furious, interjected, Brother, sister, the Sheng family is offering 400,000. What more do you need? Quickly sign the release letter and take the money home. I will take good care of you. Lu Jiqiang's greed was palpable. Indeed, Mrs. Lu, once you sign, the money will be transferred to your account immediately, Shen Wan added. Shen Wan, however, perceived the underlying scheme. This was a VIP area, unless the patient consented. Family members were not permitted entry. Who let you in? Shen Wan inquired, directing her gaze at Lu Jiqiang but focusing on Shen Wan. Shen Wan readily confessed, Mrs. Lu has just lost her daughter. I thought having her true family by her side during this time would be better for her. True family. The text is rife with veiled sarcasm aimed at Shen Wan, an outsider meddling in affairs that do not concern her. The implication is clear. Her own brother is present, and he wishes for her to depart. Lu Jiqiang reacts swiftly, vehemently rebuking Shen Wan. You are not truly mentally ill. You are merely feigning madness. What business do you have circling around my sister? You intend to swindle her, don't you? Get out. He advances menacingly toward Shen Wan.
Lu Jiqiang.
Lu Peijian exclaims, summoning all her strength to call his name. Dare you speak ill of my savior? Lu Jiqiang glares at Shen Wan with malice, retracts his hand, and approaches the hospital bed, feigning concern. Sister, come home with me. Your mother-in-law, the widow Yang, certainly doesn't care about your well-being. She is only fixated on Meng Meng's compensation. We are blood relatives. If no one else cares, I must look after you. Just sign here, and I will take you home to recuperate, all right? Lu Jiqiang's words dripped with insincerity. Had Lu Peijian not experienced being cast out onto the streets by him, she might have genuinely believed that her brother would care for her. Give up that thought. I will not part with a single cent of the compensation. Lu Jiqiang's expression darkened instantly, urgency creeping into his voice. If you don't give to family, who will you give to? The widow Yang? Sister, don't be foolish. Have you forgotten how she cast you out? She even swallowed your husband's death compensation. Now that you've lost Meng Meng, do you expect her to harbor any feelings for you, an outsider? Dream on. Lu Peijian replied coolly. The one dreaming here is you, brother. Your memory seems rather poor. Should I remind you? After my husband passed, I was expelled from home by my mother-in-law, with nowhere to go after Meng Meng was gone. I returned to seek your help, merely requesting to borrow the vacant old house to catch my breath, find work, and stabilize before moving out. What did you say? You declared that a married daughter is like spilled water, telling me not to entertain thoughts of taking a single thread for my family. At this point, tears streamed down Lu Peijian's face. You are my brother. When I married, you took the entire bride price of 88,000, claiming it was to be set aside for our mother's retirement. But did you ever produce that money when she fell ill? You watched her suffer and die in pain, only informing me after her burial. Lu Jiqiang, has your conscience been devoured by dogs? And now you covet Meng Meng's compensation? You must be dreaming. As Lu Peijian grew more agitated, her complexion turned pale. Shen Wan stepped forward, grasping her arm and gently pressing a specific acupoint, allowing her breathing to steady slightly. Shen Wan observed this interaction, her expression darkening further. Lu Jiqiang, in a self-righteous tone, declared, Mother had cancer, an incurable ailment. Do you wish for me to be left with nothing? I am still your brother. You've lost your husband and child. What will you do without my support? True, you possess millions now and might look down on me, but Lu Peijian, never forget, I remain a man of the Lu family. With all this money, you ought to support your nephew. Otherwise, what a tragic fate awaits you when you pass. No one to care for you in your old age. Lu Jiqiang's pride swelled, his chin raised high, embodying the very essence of a petty tyrant. Lu Peijian was too enraged to respond. He boldly seized the settlement agreement and seal from the lawyer, thrusting them before her. Sign. Chapter 68. A life for a life. Lu Peijian felt a surge of rage, nearly spitting blood at her brother's shameless demands. She longed to leap from the hospital bed and hurl the agreement at his face. Sign it. What are you hesitating for? After all, I am your only reliance from here on out. Lu Jiqiang's arrogant demeanor was utterly repugnant. Shen Wan watched with calm detachment, intentionally placing Lu Jiqiang in this position to coerce Lu Peijian into signing. She had promised Lu Jiqiang that if he could persuade Lu Peijian to sign the settlement, he would receive an additional 100,000 in private. For that sum, Lu Jiqiang would undoubtedly exhaust every effort to secure Lu Peijian's signature. Lu Peijian was rendered speechless by anger. Shen Wan inquired, Do you require my assistance? Simply nod or shake your head. Lu Peijian nodded. What do you intend to do? You little vixen? Before Lu Jiqiang could finish, a silver needle shot toward him.
Ah!
He screamed, feeling his body weaken in an instant, collapsing to the ground. Shen Wan was taken aback. What have you done to him? With just one needle, an ordinary man had fallen. Such terrifying ability, was it truly just the rudimentary skills spoken of by her senior? Lu Jiqiang, feeling utterly powerless, struggled but could not rise. Terror etched across his face. What have you done to me? Shen Wan replied with composure. Your sister wishes not to see you. Please crawl out now, and you shall regain your strength once you are outside.
What?
Lu Jiqiang fumed in agony. You want me to crawl out of the hospital? What about my dignity? You need not crawl if you prefer to remain paralyzed on one side. Lu Jiqiang gritted his teeth in rage. You wretched girl, I will remember you. Just wait. He began to crawl out of the ward, using both hands and feet. Shen Wan cast a glance at Shen Wan, realizing that as long as she remained, the settlement agreement would be unattainable. This Shen Wan was truly insufferable. She had no business here, and yet she was more diligent than those mourning the dead. Lu Peijian recognized Shen Wan's apprehension toward Shen Wan and boldly stated, Dr. Sheng, I will never forgive your brother, nor will I issue a settlement agreement. Shen Wan frowned, but you previously stated that if you could walk again, you would be willing to settle. Lu Peijian replied, indeed. But I said that under the condition you could heal me. The one who has healed me is Master Shen. Shen Wan felt her position weaken, her expression turning cold. Ms. Lu, just state the amount of compensation you require for settlement. My daughter is gone. If a life can be measured in monetary terms to you, then fine. I seek no compensation. I demand Sheng An's life in exchange for my daughter's. Shen Wan's expression darkened. Ms. Lu, your demands are excessive. Debts must be repaid, and a life must be atoned for. Lu Peijian's face was filled with hatred. Your brother killed my daughter. How can it be excessive for me to demand his life in return? Shen Wan observed the seemingly honest woman before her, contrasting sharply with the meek demeanor she had displayed during the investigation. She glanced at Shen Wan, suspecting that this was likely tied to her influence. Shen Wan remained nonchalant. Indeed, some of this was knowledge imparted to Lu Peijian, yet these words were truly from Lu Peijian's heart. Lu Peijian seethed. To take a life and merely imprison him, I am being far too merciful. Shen Wan's expression soured, shedding all pretense as she regarded the two. Very well. You have made your choices. Let us see how this unfolds. The attorney asserted that compensation would be based on market value, without the need for additional damages. I refuse to believe that without a settlement agreement, my brother could not extricate himself from this perilous situation. With a darkened expression, Shen Wan departed. Lu Peijian expressed her concerns. I've heard that the Sheng family wields considerable wealth and influence in Longqing. Perhaps Sheng An will indeed escape unscathed. Shen Wan remarked. To evade culpability, they will likely exploit Sheng An's medical history. I suspect the Sheng family will fabricate documents indicating he has a history of mental illness to evade legal repercussions. As a member of the lower class, facing such overwhelming power, I found myself utterly powerless to seek justice for Meng Meng, leading Lu Peijian to despair. Shen Wan smiled mysteriously. What is so difficult about this? If Sheng An dares to feign insanity, I shall ensure he truly descends into madness, condemned to languish in an asylum for the rest of his days. Events unfolded precisely as she had anticipated. Upon learning they could not obtain a settlement agreement, the Sheng family promptly bribed experts to conduct a fraudulent psychiatric evaluation for Sheng An, falsely diagnosing him with schizophrenia. They claimed that he had an episode while driving, resulting in the tragic accident of running a red light and causing a fatality. Shen Wan received this information from Gu Yish. Discovering that Sheng An had been taken back to Jiangcheng and was now confined in the 4th Hospital, a notorious mental institution in the area. Shen Wan set up a summoning array by the lakeside of Shanhai Bay, calling forth the restless spirits within a 10-mile radius. 100 or so spirits appeared, each with a gruesome tale of demise, their presence chilling and macabre. Shen Wan offered them benefits and appealed to their emotions by explaining Lu Peijian's plight. The restless spirits, having nothing better to do, eagerly accepted the offer of incense and the prospect of entertainment. Some spirits went to the 4th Hospital to torment Sheng An, compelling him to manifest genuine symptoms of schizophrenia. Others split into 2 groups, creating disturbances at the homes of Widow Yang and Lu Jiqiang, ensuring they experienced sleepless nights filled with dread. The following morning, Shen Wan received a call from the 4th Hospital, and upon hearing that her brother had truly lost his sanity, she was left dumbfounded. She rushed to the hospital, only to find her brother covered in wounds, some so severe that bone was visible. He appeared deranged, repeatedly banging his head against the wall, blood streaming as he continued this self-destructive behavior. The doctors, helpless, could only restrain him to the bed, binding his limbs. What on earth has happened? Shen Wan exclaimed, panic rising within her. Doctor. My brother suddenly lost his mind last night, claiming he saw many ghosts, and began to harm himself. We could not restrain him, and after a consultation with our experts, it is confirmed he truly suffers from schizophrenia, coupled with severe self-harming behavior. Chapter 69. She is a poor thing. Shen Wan's complexion turned dark, and she rebuked. I know my brother's character better than anyone else. How could he suddenly develop a mental illness? You must have done something to provoke him. The attending physician, looking fearful, insisted, "This has nothing to do with us. To avoid scrutiny, we placed your brother in a private room. Initially, we thought he was merely putting on a show for the higher-ups until he began violently smashing his head against the wall like a madman." Shen Wan remained unconvinced. She understood her brother well. He was never one to engage in self-destructive behaviors. With a fiery determination, she declared, "Release the restraints. I will personally examine my brother." The doctor urged, "Miss Sheng, the patient is currently extremely unstable and may harm you. It is safer to keep him bound." "What patient?" Shen Wan retorted angrily. "I know my brother best. I will not allow you to treat him like livestock." Unable to argue further, the doctor instructed the nursing staff to administer a sedative to Sheng and before cautiously loosening the restraints. As Shen Wan approached the bedside, her heart ached at the sight of her brother's injuries. She gently stroked his cheek, whispering, "Brother, I'm sorry. As your sister, I have failed to take care of you." Suddenly, Sheng opened his eyes and lunged at her.
Ah!
Shen Wan barely had time to react before he tackled her to the ground, his sharp nails slicing across her face. His laughter echoed eerily, his fingers twisted grotesquely, clawing at her visage. Soon, her once beautiful face was a bloody mess. With a terrified scream, she cried, "Help!" Several attendants rushed in, yet they struggled to pull Sheng off. He possessed an extraordinary strength, biting down fiercely on his sister's earlobe. The doctor quickly administered another dose of sedative, and only then did Sheng gradually lose his strength, collapsing to the floor, blood pouring from his mouth. "Miss Sheng." The attendants hurriedly helped her up. Shen Wan's face was gruesomely marred, her left earlobe torn, blood gushing uncontrollably. "Quick, we must leave," she exclaimed, shaken to her core, her countenance pale. "He has truly lost his mind." Upon exiting the ward, she trembled uncontrollably, utterly bewildered as to how her brother had descended into madness so suddenly. The restless spirits communicated the news of Shen Wan's disfigurement to Shen Wan. After hearing the report, Shen Wan remained composed. "Since Shen wishes to evade legal consequences, I shall ensure he pays a heavy price in my own way." A separate group of restless spirits returned with their own reports. The Yang and Lu families, disturbed by the hauntings, assumed it was Yang Liang returning for retribution, leaving them plagued by nightmares throughout the night. Neither family dared to entertain thoughts of the several million in compensation any longer. They might find that the saying "a life to claim, but no life to spend" rings true. Lu Peixian's situation seemed to have reached a conclusion. Just then, Uncle Li arrived with news that the necessary items for the array had been prepared, calling her over. After bathing and changing, Shen Wan gathered her equipment and went next door. Li Hanting was already lounging beneath a garden umbrella, still clad in his black silk pajamas, exuding an air of languor. Upon her entrance, Shen Wan was immediately captivated by his presence, mentally chiding herself for her inappropriate thoughts. Cough, cough. She cleared her throat, trying to divert her mind from those unwholesome notions. "Your young master is delicate. The morning dew is heavy, and the chill is intense. He should dress more warmly," Uncle Li remarked with a chuckle. "It's rather peculiar. The young master used to wear pajamas only in his bedroom and never ventured out in them. However, Shen Wan, rest assured, the young master has recently improved in health. Being overly warm isn't beneficial either." Shen Wan smiled, redirecting the conversation. "Where are the items?" "They are all right there." Uncle Li pointed beneath the umbrella. "Everything you requested is prepared." "Good," Shen Wan replied as she moved to set up the yin-yang 5 elements array. Though Li Hanting appeared to be absorbed in his iPad, his peripheral vision remained fixed on her. He watched intently as she expertly arranged the items in their designated positions, applying talismans and carving seals. So focused that she scarcely took a moment to glance up. "Master Shen, you truly embody the singular disciple of the Tai Xian Celestial Master. With such a display, I have a premonition that you shall thrive for a long time to come." Uncle Li exclaimed. Li Hanting inquired, "Have you found any trace of her master?" Uncle Li shook his head. "No, the Tai Xian Celestial Master seems to have vanished from public view for over 20 years. Li Hanting lowered his gaze slightly, recalling the first time he had seen Shen Wan. She had sat all alone on the dilapidated threshold of a mountain temple, perhaps searching for her master, only to discover his absence. "What about her?" Uncle Li feigned ignorance. "Ah, young master, whom do you refer to?" Li Hanting cast him a sidelong glance. Uncle Li feigned realization. "Oh, Master Shen. I investigated, and she is not the adopted daughter of the Shen family, but the biological daughter of Shen Jiaming. 18 years ago, Two individuals bearing the surname Shen mistakenly exchanged their children at the hospital. Master Shen's adoptive father, Shen Wang, is a slothful and gluttonous drunkard, spending his days either indulging in alcohol or gambling, leaving their home in a state of utter destitution, almost unable to sustain themselves. By the time Master Shen reached the first year of junior high, Shen Wang forbade her from continuing her education and forced her to tend to pigs. It is indeed lamentable to reflect on Master Shen's childhood. At such a tender age, she was compelled to forage for pig fodder in the mountains, shovel excrement, cultivate vegetables, and cater to her adoptive parents. Li Hanting listened intently, his brow furrowed. His deep-set eyes were drawn to the diminutive figure in the corner of the garden. It was no wonder she appeared so frail. She had grown up in such an environment, deprived of adequate nourishment and warmth. Uncle Li expressed his indignation. Ever since Shen Wan brought her back to the Shen family, they have all bullied her. They even wrongfully accused her of theft, which prompted Master Shen to leave home in a fit of anger. Indeed, it was on that day at the mountain temple that she fled her home. Li Hanting's gaze deepened further. She had left her home in search of her master, but alas, her master was also no longer present. How pitiable she was. Young master. Setting up this yin-yang 5 elements formation will require considerable expenditure. Just as he was lost in sympathy, Shen Wan's voice drifted over. Li Hanting offered a resigned smile, his tone unusually gentle. Very well, whatever amount you deem fit. Uncle Li looked at him in astonishment, then at Shen Wan, and back at him. Could it be that he was not mistaken? The young master was displaying such a tender demeanor? Chapter 70. My young master is not cheap. Ha ha ha, I was merely jesting. The materials are provided by you all. I'm merely lending a hand. Shen Wan turned her head, her eyes slightly narrowed, flashing a radiant smile at him. Li Hanting was momentarily taken aback. That smile was bright and resplendent, akin to the spring breeze melting the winter snow, imparting a warm sensation. She seemed to radiate light. Master Shen, do you need my assistance? The sun is quite fierce. Uncle Li suddenly called out. Li Hanting, can she not shine? The sun has risen, casting golden rays upon her, making her glow brilliantly. No need, it's already arranged. Shen Wan clapped her hands, stood up, and walked over to Li Hanting, handing him a small wooden token. A red string threaded through the token, which was pitch black, resembling something that had been charred, intricately carved with complex runes. What is this? Li Hanting inquired, puzzled. Shen Wan smiled. This is lightning-struck jujube wood, used for warding off evil and protection. I have inscribed spiritual patterns and incantations upon it, which can effectively safeguard you and dispel the white tiger's malevolence. Li Hanting marveled at her craftsmanship. The piece of lightning-struck jujube wood was exquisitely compact, perfect for carrying. Thank you, I shall keep it close. He grasped the token tightly, feeling quite pleased. Uncle Li seized the moment. Master Shen, to express our gratitude for your formation, would you care to stay for lunch? Shen Wan smiled and waved her hand. No need for formality, Uncle Li, I have matters to attend to. In truth, she had no pressing engagements. She was merely seeking an excuse. Who would have known that Li Hanting, lacking perceptiveness, would directly inquire, what matters? I have an appointment. Shen Wan asserted, her words firm. Having said that, her refusal should have been sufficiently clear, yet one who possessed insight would have kept silent. Li Hanting's handsome face bore an earnest expression. Who is it? Shen Wan face-bombed. Just as she was about to name someone casually to deflect, her phone rang. It was a call from Liu Beichen. She eagerly held it up, waving it in front of Li Hanting. He.S. looking for me. Hello? Shen Wan answered the call while walking outside. Master Shen, are you free today? Liu Beichen asked. Send me the address. Surprised by her directness, Liu Beichen happily informed her that he would be picking her up at Shanghai Bay and would arrive shortly. Shen Wan decided to wait for him at the entrance. Uncle Li rushed out, without a word, shoved a blank check into her hands. Uncle Li, what is this for? Shen Wan stared at the signed and stamped blank check, bemused. I told you, I wouldn't accept money. You know the customs of your profession. The young master has also stated that you cannot work for free. He mentioned the amount is entirely up to you, but it must not be less than his worth. Shen Wan's lips twitched. What does not less than his worth even mean? Uncle Li chuckled. Master Shen, you saved the young master. How much do you think his life is worth? Considering Li Hanting's current value, it must be at least over 100 million. So if she wrote down 999, 999, would he actually part with it? Of course. That aligns with my young master's worth. Master Shen, you should fill in that amount. Anything less would make my young master seem too cheap, and he would be displeased. Shen Wan. She was aware of Li Hanting's wealth, but never anticipated he had reached such extravagant heights. Before she could return the check, Uncle Li merrily slipped away, seemingly afraid she might give it back. Shen Wan pondered. Given Li Hanting's current state, he would undoubtedly require her assistance in the future. Beyond the feng shui formations and protective talismans, he would also need herbal remedies and dietary care. Her efforts could not be completed in just a day or two. She considered it her remuneration for the labor she would expend, as well as for the consumption of materials. Thus, she gladly accepted the check, intending to fill in the sum when necessary. After waiting at the door for about 10 minutes, Liu Beichen arrived by car. Master Shen, I apologize for the abrupt call. I have an internal charity auction coming up, and I wanted to see if you'd be interested in attending. Though it's a charity event, the items being auctioned are all collectible antiques, well worth the visit. Liu Beichen explained as soon as he stepped out of the car. Shen Wan smiled faintly. Sure, let us go. In her previous life, she had participated in many such charity auctions. Helping others while accumulating merit was a win-win situation. Liu Beichen, beaming with joy, opened the car door for her. Throughout the journey, he elaborated on the auction process, which she was already familiar with. It was a private collector's auction, where all proceeds would be donated to a major illness fund for children, transparently directed towards assisting families unable to afford exorbitant medical expenses. Liu Beichen mentioned that the charity auction was initiated by his grandfather, held annually. This year, as the elder was recuperating, the responsibility fell upon him. He even provided her with a catalog featuring all the items to be displayed that day. Shen Wan briefly perused it. The offerings consisted of antique calligraphy and paintings, jewelry, and ancient artifacts. Master Shen, take a look and see if there's anything you like. I could bid on it in your name. Shen Wan smiled and politely declined. No need to be so courteous, Mr. Liu. If I see something I fancy, I will bid for it myself. With a blank check in hand that could be filled with billions, she could consider herself an invisible little heiress now. The auction was held in a private gallery brimming with artistic ambience. By the time they arrived, numerous artists and collectors were already engaged in conversation. Dressed modestly in simple attire, Shen Wan attracted attention as soon as she entered. Who is that girl Mr. Liu brought? Indeed, she looks rather shabby. Their whispers caught Shin Chongfeng's attention, and upon glancing towards the entrance, his blood seemed to freeze as he recognized Shen Wan. In such a solemn and sophisticated setting, how could she dare to show her face? With a darkened expression, Shen Chongfeng quickly approached Shen Wan, lowering his voice. What are you doing here? Shen Wan, disinterested, brushed past him. You. Just as Shen Chongfeng attempted to follow, he was intercepted by Liu Beichen. Miss Shen is my esteemed guest, specifically invited. Does Mr. Shen have any objections? Shen Chongfeng's demeanor turned frigid. Mr. Liu, you are well aware of the discord between Shen Wan and my family. Are you intentionally bringing her into such a setting to disgrace the Shen family, or to make me the subject of gossip at this auction? Liu Beichen was amused. Miss Shen has shown kindness to both my grandfather and me. Do I need to seek President Shen's approval to bring my benefactor to our own auction? As for President Shen, if you wish to leave, no one will stop you. Shen Chongfeng's expression darkened, biting down on his teeth as he coldly remarked, Fine, since she is a distinguished guest invited by President Liu. I trust you will keep an eye on her to ensure she does not make a fool of herself. Chapter 71. The Stench of Poverty. Liu Beichen frowned. Miss Shen is my invited guest. President Shen, please be mindful of your words. Shen Chongfeng sneered. I know what kind of person she is better than you do. Just don't regret it. The atmosphere between the two became tense. Shen Wan calmly stated, Young Master Shen, if you choose not to speak to me, no one will know of our relationship. Do not blame me for affecting your dignity when you approach me like a clingy leech. To her surprise, she found him just as disdainful as Shen Yui. Shen Chongfeng was taken aback by her audacity, his face growing dark. Shen Wan shrugged, smiling. If young Master Shen continues this conversation, others may begin to suspect. In that case, it would be you who loses face, not me. I am indifferent. Seeing that others were indeed paying attention, Shen Chongfeng lowered his voice. Very well. Shen Wan, with Liu Beichen backing you, your wings have truly grown strong. Today is a charity auction. Everyone present is a person of status, and no one will leave empty-handed. Shen Wan, I will be watching how much your pride can contribute. Having said that, he turned and walked to the other side of the gallery, ignoring her further. Liu Beichen quietly remarked, Master Shen, Do not take his words to heart. As long as it is something you desire, I can secure it for you, provided it is within 8 figures. Bid freely. I will cover the expenses. Thank you. Shen Wan replied with a slight smile. Subsequently, under the arrangement of the hostess, Shen Wan and Liu Beichen took their seats in the prime C position of the front row. Shen Changfeng was also in the front row, 3 seats away from her. He observed Shen Wan, seated in the C position, appearing calm and composed, his brow furrowed in confusion. Shen Wan had always shunned such elegant gatherings, fully aware of her incongruity within such environments. Each time there was a family banquet or a dinner invitation, she invariably shook her head in refusal, hurriedly concocting excuses. Yet now, seeing her sitting there with such poise and ease, Shen Changfeng found it quite peculiar. In the center of the gallery stood a glass display case, housing each item to be auctioned, with guests bidding for them, and all proceeds to be donated. Liu Beichen handed her a paddle marked 001. Shen Changfeng scoffed upon seeing it. A wild chicken aspires to become a phoenix. What a delusion. Liu Beichen's expression darkened, ready to rise and throw him out. Shen Wan coolly replied, "It matters not. Mere barking." Her voice was neither too loud nor too soft, just enough for Shen Changfeng, 3 seats away, to hear. His face grew even uglier. Were it not for the esteemed company present, he would have taught her a lesson long ago. As her brother, how could she dare to say he was barking like a dog? Such a blatant affront. The auction commenced. The host took the stage, microphone in hand. Introducing the first item, an angel wing brooch, adorned with precious gems and diamonds, dreamlike in its beauty, starting at a price of 8 million, with increments of 1 million. The bidding began. Soon, a businessman raised his paddle. "I'll take it for 10 million. I bid 11 million. Shen Wan had little interest in jewelry, aimlessly flipping through the auction catalog. Liu Beichen had initially thought she would like the sparkling items and intended to bid on one for her. However, upon noticing her disinterest, he observed as several jewelry pieces were auctioned off. Following that, antique paintings and artifacts were put up for bid. Liu Beichen secured a renowned painting for 25 million. Shen Changfeng, not to be outdone, spent 28 million on an antique vase. During the intermission, Shen Changfeng approached uninvited, mocking Shen Wan, who had left empty-handed. "This is no ordinary auction. It is a charity event. Do you not feel ashamed to arrive empty-handed and leave the same way?" Liu Beichen, somewhat irritated, responded, "President Shen, do not be so hasty in your judgments. I will donate the painting I just acquired in Miss Shen's name. She will not leave empty-handed." Shen Changfeng ignored him, his scornful gaze fixed on Shen Wan. "This is not a place for you, Shen Wan. Why must you humiliate yourself? While there is still time, you can scurry away with your tail between your legs." Liu Beichen's anger flared. "President Shen, Miss Shen is still your sister. Is it necessary to be so harsh?" Shen Changfeng sneered. "People do what they are capable of doing. This event is simply not for her. Mr. Liu, you should never have brought her here. Look around. Everyone is a person of stature. And what about Shen Wan? She is merely a country bumpkin from the mountains. Does she even comprehend the meaning of charity? Can she afford to bid on any of these items? Perhaps she cannot even afford the cheapest one." Shen Changfeng scoffed. "No, I have overestimated her. She couldn't even produce 10,000. Such a wretched person should never have been present. I am her brother, and I understand her." Shen Wan found his words amusing. "Young Master Shen, did I mishear?
Who are you to me?"
Shen Changfeng's lips twitched slightly, lowering his voice for only them to hear, "Whether you admit it or not, I am still your nominal big brother. Here are the car keys. Go to my car first. I have something to discuss with you after the auction ends." Just as he produced the keys, Shen Wan brushed his hand away, her expression indifferent. "The auction is not over yet. Young Master Shen should not jump to conclusions. You are not my brother. I have no brother who would trample his own sister into the mud. Moreover, I have never believed that charity should be a competition. If charity is approached with ulterior motives like young Master Shen's, then your merit cannot possibly accumulate. Are donations from those without money less significant? Just because they give less, does that mean it is not charity?" Shen Changfeng's expression shifted. "I did not mean that. You are deliberately misinterpreting." Shen Wan replied with a gentle smile. "Since I am here, I will donate whatever I can manage, so there is no need for young Master Shen to worry." Shen Changfeng scrutinized her, a hint of mockery in his cold demeanor. "Very well, I will watch to see how much you borrow to donate. Shen Wan, if you have the ability, do not seek help from others. Rely on your own means." Liu Beichen recognized the implication directed at him. And just as he was about to speak, Shen Wan interjected. Indeed, I will rely on the money I earn through my own efforts for charity. She had left the Shen family with nothing. Now every penny she possessed was earned by her own hand. Chapter 72. The Bet. Shen Chongfeng laughed. I advise you not to pretend to be affluent. When the time comes, the one embarrassed will not only be you, but also the face of President Liu. He could not believe that without Liu Beichen's assistance, Shen Wan, a remarkably impoverished individual, would even consider bidding. The lowest item here started at 1 million. 1 million. Even if she were sold, she would not be worth that amount. Shen Wan looked at Shen Chongfeng's face, which seemed to revel in her anticipated humiliation, and found it amusing. Among her 4 brothers in the Shen family, she had once held Shen Chongfeng in the highest regard. From the moment she first laid eyes on him, she was captivated by his aloof and elite aura. Once, she had believed that Shen Chongfeng, as an elder brother, was different from her other siblings. He was merely distant, lacking in expressiveness. Now, however, it seemed that the Shen family was all cut from the same cloth. What if I managed to win a bid? What will young Master Shen say then? Shen Chongfeng chuckled coldly. If you can purchase a piece of art independently without borrowing money from anyone, I shall publicly apologize to you in front of all. Upon hearing this, Shen Wan laughed, her face brimming with disdain. What is the worth of Shen young master as apology? Shen Chongfeng's expression darkened. What do you intend to do? Shen Wan smiled slightly. I want you to declare before everyone that I am in no way related to you or the Shen family. Upon hearing this, Shen Chongfeng's face turned completely grim. What do you mean? It was he who looked down upon Shen Wan, but now it seems she looks down upon them instead. This reversal was too much for Shen Chongfeng to accept. How dare you disdain the Shen family? He seethed, incredulously asking, who do you think you are to say such things? It was as if she were the one dismissing the Shen family. Shen Wan smiled. What's the matter? Is Shen young master afraid to wager? Shen Chongfeng sneered. Fine, if you can successfully bid for it. I will publicly declare that the Shen family has no ties with you. But if you fail, how will you manage to save face? Shen Wan shrugged. You may propose whatever you like. After staring at her for a while, Shen Chongfeng said, I want you to move back home. Don't get the wrong idea. It is not that I like you. It is because our father insisted on your return, and I promised him. Shen Wan readily agreed very well. Shen Chongfeng regarded her radiant smile with deep contempt. He thought to himself that she would certainly feign a loss just to use that as an excuse to return home. He regretted not making a different bet that would at least teach Shen Wan a lesson about respecting her elders. The latter part of the auction commenced, with everyone taking their seats. Each item presented was bid upon. To ensure Shen Wan could secure the bet with minimal effort, Liu Beichen discreetly manipulated the situation, introducing a few low-priced items, merely worth hundreds of thousands. Shen Chongfeng noticed, but had no desire to expose it. After all, even if it were hundreds of thousands, Shen Wan could not afford it. Liu Beichen observed as several items worth hundreds of thousands were taken by others, and Shen Wan never raised her paddle. He began to worry for her. Master Shen, there's a piece priced at 300,000, if you don't bid on it. The following items will be the finale and grand items, starting from at least 30 million. Shen Wan calmly replied, I will consider it further. Shen Chongfeng shot her a mocking glance, as if to say, I await your embarrassment. As the last item priced at 300,000 was sold, Liu Beichen was sweating with anxiety. The finale item was a jade incense burner sculpted in the shape of 2 dragons, intricately carved with a rich jade hue, truly impeccable. Shen Wan's eyes brightened at the sight, but still did not raise her paddle. Liu Beichen noted that this incense burner was the only piece she seemed to covet. The starting price was 30 million. Without hesitation, Liu Beichen raised paddle 001, 35 million. Shen Chongfeng noticed and sneered, Mr. Liu, your bid does not count. It must be based on her own merits. Shen Wan, surprised, asked Liu Beichen, Mr. Liu, do you like this antique? Liu Beichen lowered his voice. I've already instructed my secretary to transfer the funds to your bank account, the 35 million. Just use your card to pay later. Shen Wan chuckled, I appreciate your kindness. But please retract it. She quickly snatched paddle 001 from him. Liu Beichen was practically in a cold sweat. Master Shen, I can assist you with the last piece. You should bid on this one. Shen Wan remained composed. The incense burner was eventually sold for 36 million. Shen Chongfeng sent another ruthless taunt. The grand item at the auction has reportedly been unsold for 10 years. It's a sky-high price. Shen Wan, it seems you've hit a wall this time. Shen Wan did not even glance at him, her gaze lightly sweeping over the auction catalog. The final page of the catalog featured the grand item. It appeared to be an unremarkable ancient jade, but it held great significance. The last piece originated from a top private collector in the capital, a rare treasure-level ancient jade, dating back thousands of years. This item had no bidding. It was set at a fixed price of 600 million. As the host's voice fell, the display platform slowly rose. The ancient jade was quietly showcased in the glass cabinet. It had remained unsold for 10 years. Indeed, people weren't lacking in wealth. But spending 600 million for charity was an act of folly. We come once a year, and that's enough charity. Who would willingly spend 600 million at once? Murmured the crowd, yet no one raised a paddle. Shen Changfeng glanced at the unmoving Shen Wan, smirking inwardly. He had known she was incapable, merely a talker. If she couldn't afford a 300,000 piece, how could she manage 600 million? Liu Beichen wiped his brow and quietly said to Shen Wan, Master Shen, if you don't wish to return home, no one can force you. I will stand by your side. Shen Wan smiled, her gaze fixed on the display platform. Ordinary eyes could not perceive its essence, but she could see it. The ancient jade was enveloped in a faint golden glow, and she could sense the rich spiritual energy contained within it. Securing this would allow her to carve a spiritual inscription, far surpassing the effectiveness of thunderstruck jujube wood. It was perfectly suited for Li Hanting. Chapter 73. Saving Face. Spending his money to procure it for him was just right. The host announced, mysterious ancient jade, fixed price of 600 million. Does any esteemed guest wish to bid? Shen Changfeng, seizing the opportunity, stood up and proclaimed loudly, Mr. Liu, this Miss Shen you brought supposed to bid? If she has the ability to secure this mysterious jade, I, Shen Changfeng, will publicly call her sister. Liu Beichen's expression turned cold and tense. Mr. Shen, please show mercy. Shen Changfeng scoffed. Didn't she claim she would rely on her own abilities for charity? Now she understands the taste of overreaching, doesn't she? The others began to chatter. Who would be foolish enough to donate 600 million? In this day and age, money is hard to come by. Unless charity can offset some taxes, I wouldn't willingly part with such a substantial amount. Hearing that this girl was Shen Changfeng's foster sister, adopted by the Shen family a year prior, they thought it was a great fortune for a girl from the countryside to witness such an occasion. 600 million? Even the richest, Shan Huayan, wouldn't easily part with that. Shen Changfeng had let her stay. She had insisted on remaining, now truly embarrassing herself. What was there to be ashamed of? A foster daughter was still a foster daughter, not an official Shen family heiress. She was merely losing her own face. Listening to the crowd's discussions about Shen Wan, Liu Beichen's face darkened, and just as he was about to speak, Shen Wan leisurely raised paddle 001. Liu Beichen was taken aback. No. Has she lost her mind? The jade is worth 600 million. How dare she raise her paddle? If she fails to produce the 600 million, she will surely be disqualified from Jiangcheng and become a disgrace in high society. Ha ha ha, she came from the mountains. Even if she is disqualified, she can return to the countryside to farm. Would Shen Changfeng end up footing the bill for this 600 million? In an instant, the air in the gallery was saturated with derisive laughter. Shen Changfeng found himself both amused and infuriated by her foolish antics and bluntly stated, Shen Wan, you would do well to put down that paddle right now. Shen Wan cast a dismissive glance in his direction and retorted, What's the matter, young Master Shen? Are you afraid? Afraid of what? Shen Changfeng scoffed, his face a mask of disdain. If you fail to produce 600 million later, do not kneel before me begging for mercy. He continued, You're merely putting on a show. You probably don't even grasp the value of 600 million. Do you? How can someone so ignorant exist in this world? Liu Beichen's anger flared. Shen Changfeng, may I suggest you temper your words? Shen Changfeng, abandoning his aloof demeanor, erupted into laughter. Did I not warn her earlier? She foolishly insisted on wagering against me. Now that the stakes have risen, she finds herself unable to play. Shen Wan turned her head, regarding him with a look brimming with contempt and disdain. Young Master Shen, why the urgency? The auction continues. The host, regaining his composure, wore a somewhat enigmatic expression as he almost whispered to Liu Beichen, Mr. Liu, what do you think? Should we proceed? Before Liu Beichen could respond, Shen Changfeng interjected mockingly. She raised her paddle. Why the hesitation? Let her bid. Master Shen, are you serious? Liu Beichen was left with no choice but to quietly inquire of Shen Wan. Shen Wan smiled sweetly, indeed. Liu Beichen signaled to the host. The host raised his microphone and announced loudly, Lot 001. Going once. Are there any esteemed guests wishing to bid? Potential competitors would need to verify their funds, as only those of considerable means could acquire the mysterious ancient jade. The hall fell silent, all eyes fixated on Shen Wan, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Liu Beichun clenched his fists, contemplating whether to grit his teeth and bid. Even if it meant temporarily straining his financial resources, he could not allow his savior to endure such humiliation. He slowly raised his paddle. However, Shen Wan pressed his hand down. Liu Beichun looked at her in astonishment, concern etched in his eyes. Yet, Shen Wan offered him a warm smile, exuding an aura of reassurance. Liu Beichun's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Master Shen truly had a solution to their predicament? Should he trust her instincts? Or should he disregard all and bid on the mysterious ancient jade, preventing Shen Chongfeng from humiliating Master Shen further? Just as Liu Beichun was caught in his indecision, Shen Chongfeng impatiently urged the host, "What are you dawdling for? Time's running out." The host, with no choice, continued Lot 001, going twice. Are there any esteemed guests wishing to bid? Still, no one responded. Liu Beichun strained to lift his paddle, but Shen Wan firmly held his wrist down, preventing him from raising it. Lot 001, going 3 times. The mysterious ancient jade is sold. As the host's words echoed, the crowd's gazes towards Shen Wan were laced with even more derision. Shen Chongfeng seized the opportunity to humiliate her further, stating, "The mysterious ancient jade. The highlight of the auction. Took 10 years to sell. I believe it is necessary to verify funds publicly to see if certain individuals, who are merely putting on a facade, can genuinely produce 600 million to purchase this jade.
Indeed.
We too wish to ascertain whether she possesses the funds and ISNT merely making empty boasts, tarnishing the auction's reputation, allowing anyone to disrupt the event." Exactly. I concur with Mr. Shen's sentiment. Attendees of this auction are either social elites or dignitaries, and someone of Shen Wan's background has never been seen here. Who knows if she might deceive us? Verification is essential. Liu Beichun felt a surge of fury, his temples throbbing. Shen Chongfeng, must you be so caustic? Shen Wan is your sister. Shen Chongfeng sneered. Is she? She herself denies being a member of the Shen family. Why should Mr. Liu rush to her defense? You. Liu Beichun was irate. Shen Wan remained silent, merely rising to stand before Shen Chongfeng, slowly raising her hand. Shen Chongfeng's expression turned icy. Unlike my fourth brother, I will not indulge you. If you dare lay a finger on me, you'll discover just how painful a belt can be. Shen Wan's lips curled into a slight, disdainful smile. I have no intention of striking you. There's no need for such theatrics, young Master Shen. She reached out and plucked the pen from his suit pocket, producing a blank check. Liu Beichun's keen eyes immediately caught sight of the name Li Hanting inscribed on the check. Upon seeing that name, his anxious heart settled. Shen Chongfeng, however, only noted the check itself, oblivious to the name, and wore a mocking expression. You even managed to find a fake check, Shen Wan? Have you never attended such an event? Don't you realize there are bank officials here to verify funds? Do you think you can fool anyone with a counterfeit check?
How naive.
Shen Wan paid him no mind, swiftly inscribing a sum on the blank check before handing it to the bank official for verification. Chapter 74. Slapping Shen Chongfeng's face. The derision on Shen Chongfeng's face deepened. I feel embarrassed for you. Before he could finish his sentence, the bank official announced, verification successful for 600 million. This check from Miss Shen is indeed authentic. The auction hall fell into a stunned silence. Impossible, this cannot be. Shen Chongfeng's shocked voice shattered the eerie quietude. He rushed toward the bank official, his composure slipping as he questioned, You're from the Liu family, aren't you? The bank official calmly produced his work ID. Mr. Shen, you may question my character, but not my professionalism. Shen Chongfeng was left dumbfounded, while the onlookers were equally astonished. 600 million? Where did you acquire such funds? Suddenly, a realization struck Shen Chongfeng, and his countenance darkened dramatically. Shen Wan, did you steal money from the family? This check is from your pilfering.
Slap.
A sharp crack echoed throughout the auction hall. All eyes widened in disbelief, shocked to witness Shen Wan, an adopted daughter, publicly slap the eldest son of the Shen family. Had she lost her mind? Shen Chongfeng stared in disbelief. You actually dare to hit me? You may have struck the fourth brother, but I am the eldest. How can you humiliate me before so many? As he regained his composure, he raised his hand to Red Ali. Shen Wan swiftly seized his wrist, her expression frosty. What do you mean by stealing from your family? The police already cleared my name last time, and now you accuse me of theft again? Do you wish to be charged with defamation, young Master Shen? Shen Changfeng struggled vigorously, yet he could not break free from her grasp. An overwhelming shock coursed through him. Shen Wan, a seemingly frail girl, possessed an unexpected strength. He, a grown man, was unable to escape her hold. When he met her gaze, he found himself ensnared by her strikingly clear eyes, filled with a calmness that radiated a chilling authority. For the first time, he perceived a depth in her eyes that belied her age, instilling within him a flicker of fear. Fear? How could he possibly be afraid of someone like Shen Wan? What a ridiculous notion. Release me. Shen Changfeng barked. Shen Wan casually let go of him. He stumbled back, nearly losing his balance. Enraged and humiliated, he retorted, "If you didn't steal it, then how did you acquire that check? It must have been pilfered from grandfather's room." Shen Wan, dare you assert otherwise? Liu Beichen, observing Shen Changfeng's increasingly hoarse tone, shook his head in a mix of sympathy and disdain. Mr. Shen, if I were you, I would prudently choose to remain silent. Li Hanting is no ordinary individual. He hails from an elite family in the imperial capital, a true aristocrat, a leader of high society. In the presence of Li Hanting, the Shen family pales in comparison. To speak such words would only bring shame upon the Shen family and further humiliate Shen Changfeng. Shen Changfeng sneered. So, this check was given to her by you? Liu Beichen smiled and shook his head. No, I lack the capability to do so. Shen Changfeng glared at Shen Wan. Speak. If it wasn't he who stole it, then who gifted it to you? Shen Wan regarded him with a look of sheer incredulity, gesturing towards the check. Are you illiterate? Can't you read the name yourself? A collective roar of laughter erupted from the crowd. Shen Changfeng, belatedly grasping the situation, rushed forward to examine the name on the check. Upon seeing Li Hanting's name, his expression shifted dramatically. Li Hanting? How could you possibly possess a check personally signed by him? Have you stolen it from him? Shen Changfeng's thoughts immediately veered towards the idea of theft. Shen Wan cast a glance at him. Shen young master, it seems you are genuinely courting legal trouble.
Li Hanting,
the esteemed heir of the Li family in the capital? The mention of his name altered the expressions of everyone present, their gazes towards Shen Wan transformed. How could a girl from the countryside have a check from Li Hanting? It must be stolen. Otherwise, I cannot fathom how she came by it. Suddenly, Shen Changfeng recalled something. I had the fortune of meeting the steward of the Li family during my previous visit to the capital. I even requested a business card. And I still have his number saved on my phone. If this check is indeed from Li Hanting, a simple call will confirm it. Shen Changfeng retrieved his phone, navigating to the dial screen, and coldly remarked, Shen Wan, I will grant you one chance to admit that this check was obtained through theft. You could then consider it a confession. Once this call is made, you could be facing decades behind bars. Weigh your options carefully. Do not let a moment of vanity ruin your life. Unfazed, Shen Wan replied, Who are you calling Uncle Li? Yes. The steward of the Li family. What do you refer to him as? Shen Changfeng scoffed. Uncle Li. How dare you address him so casually? Only those close to him have the privilege to call him that. Outsiders refer to him respectfully as Steward Li. While the title of steward may seem less than prestigious, the reputation of the Li family's steward far surpasses that of Shen Changfeng's grandfather, the wealthiest man in Jiangcheng. It had taken considerable effort for him to obtain that business card. Shen Wan made a gesture. Then go ahead and call him.
Be my guest.
Shen Changfeng sneered. You truly are one who doesn't shed tears until they see the coffin. Fine. I shall call and show you. He deliberately switched to speakerphone mode so that everyone present could hear. The ringing continued for a while before the call was answered. Hello? Uncle Li's voice resonated. Shen Changfeng's tone shifted to one of warmth and respect. Hello, Steward Li. This is Shen Changfeng from Jiangcheng. Beep, beep, beep. Upon recognizing the caller as a member of the Shen family, Uncle Li promptly ended the call. Shen Changfeng, a wealthy businessman, kindly remarked, No wonder he is the steward of a top-tier family. He truly commands a presence. Shen Changfeng dialed again. This time, the call was answered almost immediately, but Uncle Li's voice was brusque. Are you done yet? Shen Changfeng maintained his polite tone. Steward Li, I sincerely apologize for the sudden interruption. I encountered a girl at an auction in Jiangcheng holding a check with your young master's signature. I wondered if perhaps your young master inadvertently lost it, and she might have taken it. I wanted to confirm if a check was indeed missing. Uncle Li quickly caught on and inquired, What is the name of the girl holding the check?
Shen Wan.
On the other end, Uncle Lee rolled his eyes. What girl with a check? This was clearly Shen Chongfeng attempting to humiliate Shen Wan. He could faintly hear others nearby. Suspecting Shen Chongfeng was using speakerphone to extract information from him to slander Shen Wan, Uncle Lee huffed and asked, "How much was it for?" 600 million. Shen Chongfeng enunciated the figure with emphasis. The next moment, Uncle Lee's shocked voice erupted from the phone. What? 600 million? Chapter 75. Shen Chongfeng humiliated to the point of despair. Upon hearing Uncle Lee's astonishment, Shen Chongfeng was instantaneously convinced that Shen Wan was indeed the thief. Unable to suppress his delight. Stewardly, the thief who has stolen your young master's check is right here with me. I will apprehend her immediately. However, before Shen Chongfeng could finish, Uncle Lee interrupted him. 600 million? How could she have spent only 600 million? Miss Shen has truly saved our young master a fortune. This remark left Shen Chongfeng dumbfounded, hastily correcting, "Stewardly, you must be mistaken. She stole the check." "What nonsense are you spouting?" Uncle Lee retorted without reservation. "The check was personally signed and sealed by our young master. And I was the one who handed it to Miss Shen, who's been spreading rumors that she stole it. Miss Shen is simply too thrifty. How about this? Let's give her another 600 million and charge it to our young master's account." Listening to Uncle Lee's extravagant declaration, the onlookers were left speechless. Shen Chongfeng was hit hardest. Uncle Lee's words struck him like a barrage of lightning, short-circuiting his mind into a blank state. How is this possible? How could Shen Wan possibly know Li Hanting? Even if she did, how could Li Hanting be so generous as to spend such an exorbitant amount on her? Shen Chongfeng struggled to regain his composure. Liu Beichen mocked him without restraint. "Shinzong, now that the truth is laid bare, do you not owe Miss Shen an apology?" Shen Chongfeng's face darkened, yet his gaze remained sharply fixed on Shen Wan, incredulously questioning, "Why would Li Hanting give you so much money? What unspeakable transaction could a girl like you, with no background or advantages, possibly have made with him?" His words undoubtedly cast doubt on the origins of Shen Wan's substantial check. Shen Wan responded with indifference. "Do I owe you an explanation regarding how I acquired the check? Or perhaps you would like to call Li Hanting yourself to inquire what unspeakable dealings we have?" Shen Chongfeng retorted angrily. "Do not think I would shy away from asking. Otherwise, why would he give you so much money?" Shen Wan scoffed. "Would you dare risk incurring Li Hanting's wrath by offending him? You certainly would not. You cannot comprehend why he would bestow such a generous check upon me, for that is none of your concern. What matters is that you, Shen Young Master, must now pay the price for your earlier words and actions." Shen Chongfeng's expression darkened. "What price?" "I have already secured the ancient jade at 600 million. The funds have been verified successfully." "What did you say earlier, Shen Young Master?" Liu Beichen interjected with a glint of schadenfreude in his eyes. Shinzong said that if Miss Shen were to successfully bid for the ancient jade, he would publicly call her sister. Shen Chongfeng immediately felt his dignity and authority being provoked. For him, the elder brother, to publicly address her as sister was more humiliating than receiving a slap in front of everyone. What a ludicrous notion. How could an elder brother address a sister in such a manner? "Shen Wan, are you not afraid of divine retribution?" Shen Wan remained unfazed. "Do you recall our wager from earlier?" "I have one. What is it you are to announce publicly?" Shen Chongfeng's stern countenance darkened. He had initially believed Shen Wan would deliberately concede to him, only to return home. However, seeing her current unyielding stance, it was clear she harbored a deep aversion towards the Shen family. "I wondered why you suddenly transformed into someone else. It seems you have colluded with the Li family, gaining a powerful ally, emboldening you to disregard the Shen family." Shen Wan regarded him, who was still hurling mud at her, with a smile rather than anger. "Shen Young Master, have some decency." Shen Chongfeng frowned. Shen Wan directly seized the microphone from the host and proclaimed loudly, "Can you honestly say that the Shen family treated me well, respected me, or accepted me?" In an instant, all eyes turned towards Shen Chongfeng. His expression darkened, and he gritted his teeth. "What are you stirring up now? You are embarrassing yourself." Shen Wan chuckled lightly. "It is not that I hold the Shen family in disdain, but rather that the Shen family has never acknowledged my existence. I shall declare before all the distinguished guests present that, to me, the Shen family is nothing but excrement. The Shen family is a stinking cesspool. May you all rot in that cesspool. I shall no longer serve you." Upon hearing her public humiliation of the Shen family, Shen Chongfeng's countenance darkened, and he rushed forward to seize the microphone. Shen Wan, however, casually thrust the microphone into his embrace, a smile playing on her lips as she remarked, "Young Master Shen, it is time for you to fulfill your wager. There are numerous witnesses here. Should you violate the agreement, it would merely attest to your lack of character. A person of poor character cannot possibly thrive in the business world. Wouldn't you agree, young Master Shen?" Shen Chongfeng's eyes widened in fury as he glared at her, wishing to tear her tongue from her mouth. When did Shen Wan become so eloquent? He stared at her, feeling an overwhelming sense of strangeness. Liu Beichen, seeing him frozen in place, called out loudly, "Indeed, everyone here is a witness. Let not young Master Shen be untrustworthy." Shen Chongfeng clenched the microphone tightly, struggling to utter the most humiliating words of his life. "Fine, I accept the bet. Shen Wan, you're my sister. Is that sufficient?" The crowd stifled their laughter. Having never witnessed Shen Chongfeng in such an embarrassing moment, they considered themselves witnesses to history. Shen Wan replied with a smile, "Although you call me sister, I cannot claim you as a brother with such distorted values." Shen Chongfeng. Shen Wan continued, "However, since you have addressed me as sister, I would kindly advise you to mend your ways and become a better person." Shen Chongfeng's face turned a deep shade of anger, his desire to kill her evident. Liu Beichen reminded him, "Young Master Shen, please continue. Your words are not yet complete." Shen Chongfeng gritted his teeth, enunciating each word with difficulty. "I hereby declare that Shen Wan has no connection whatsoever with the Shen family." A wealthy merchant scoffed. "Shen Wan has climbed to great heights, aligning herself with the Li family of the capital, who would still regard the trifling Shen family of Zhongcheng." He continued, "In my opinion, Shen Chongfeng is quite foolish. With a sister so accomplished, he should cherish and protect her, yet he accuses her of theft. If it were you, would you be willing to be siblings with such a person? The top-tier families of the capital are notoriously deep and complex. I am quite curious as to why Li Hanting treats Shen Wan so well. Indeed, she is short and dark, not particularly attractive. What could possibly endear her to anyone?" "Sure, keep your voice down. Have you not seen how Liu Beichen defends her? It seems Shen Wan possesses extraordinary qualities. Otherwise, how could these young elites treat her so favorably?" Chapter 76, Short-lived. "I have honored my wager, Shen Wan. I hope you can uphold the choice you made today." Shen Chongfeng said coldly, "Do not return to me on your knees, abandoned by others. Today marks the most humiliating day of his life." From this day forth, he vowed never to concern himself with Shen Wan's affairs again, even if she were to fall into poverty and perish on the street. He would not cast a glance in her direction. After speaking, Shen Chongfeng cast aside the microphone in anger and stormed away. Curious onlookers approached, offering business cards and expressing a desire to know Shen Wan, but their true intent was to leverage her connection to the illustrious Li Hanting. Shen Wan politely declined each overture. After obtaining the ancient jade, she departed from the gallery. Liu Beichen, concerned about her carrying 600 million worth of jade, offered to escort her home. Throughout the journey, he observed her intently examining the jade, and several times he opened his mouth to speak but refrained. "Are you not curious like the others as to why Li Hanting provided me with such a hefty check?" Liu Beichen's face flushed. "Would it be too abrupt to ask directly?" "It's fine. You are my friend, so I don't mind sharing," Shen Wan replied. "I saved his life. It is as simple as that." Liu Beichen's eyes widened in realization. No wonder Li Hanting is so generous. 600 million for a life is but a trifling sum for someone of his stature. After a moment's thought, he inquired, "Master Shen, does the Shen family still remain unaware of your true identity and abilities?" He noted that Shen Chongfeng did not address her as Master Shen, but rather as Miss Shen. Shen Wan replied casually, "Shen Yui is already aware that I am a Taoist physician, but he likely believes I learned haphazardly from a barefoot doctor in the countryside." Liu Beichen chuckled, "The Shen family is blind. If one day they discover you are not only a Taoist physician but also a master of metaphysics, they will surely regret their actions." "Their regrets are of no concern to me," Shen Wan scoffed. "I would never place my wonderful life in the hands of such wretched individuals." However, it seems the heavens enjoy playing tricks on her. In her past life, when she endeavored to please the Shen family, they regarded her with disdain and cold indifference. Now that she had distanced herself, members of the Shen family appeared one after another around her. Shen Wan rubbed her temples, gazing out the window at the swiftly passing scenery, lamenting, what a twisted fate. Liu Beichen delivered her to her doorstep, and Shen Wan smiled as she watched him depart. Upon returning home, she took some money and entrusted Zhang Xia to purchase medicinal herbs. Zhang Xia accepted the money and rode off on a scooter. Subsequently, Shen Wan locked herself in her bedroom. She sat cross-legged on her bed, placing the ancient jade on the quilt before her. The white tiger Shah can be resolved, but his short-lived fate remains a concern. In essence, even if the white tiger Shah is dispelled, other fatal calamities still await Li Hanting. According to the trajectory of her past life, he would not live beyond 30. There were 10 years remaining. Every moment that passes would erode Li Hanting's vitality. Even if he were to survive for those 10 years, he would grow increasingly frail, merely existing in a state of prolonged suffering. She had promised Uncle Li not to let the elderly lose a son to death before his time. Of course, she also held her own selfish motives. The deceased Li Hanting had treated her exceptionally well. Had he not died, his life would undoubtedly have been more splendid. Shen Wan gazed intently at the ancient jade, her brow slightly furrowed. The jade contained rich spiritual energy and was shielded by a mysterious golden light. If combined with her own, it should ensure his safety and peace. Shouldn't it? An hour and a half later, Zhang Xia returned with the medicinal herbs. Just as she was about to knock on Shen Wan's bedroom door when it suddenly swung open. A pale, bloodless face came into view. Zhang Xia gasped in shock and hurriedly supported her. Master Wan, you look unwell. What happened? Is it your time of the month? Master Wan appeared drained of vitality. Her face and lips devoid of color, looking utterly exhausted. Shen Wan waved her hand. I am fine. Please prepare the herbs for me to brew. I will return to drink it. All right, do you need me to support you? No need. Shen Wan clenched the ancient jade and went next door to ring the doorbell. Uncle Li promptly opened the door, beaming upon seeing her. Master Shen, you have arrived. Is young Master Li at home? Yes, he is reading. Upon entering, Shen Wan saw Li Hanting seated on the living room sofa, absorbed in a book. This time, he was not in pajamas but rather dressed in a simple, casual outfit. When he noticed her arrival, he paused in surprise, a smile quickly brightening his eyes. What brings Master Shen here? Shen Wan approached him, slightly bending at the waist. The fragrant, delicate scent emanating from the young girl enveloped him instantly. Li Hanting casually set down his book, somewhat astonished. Master Shen, what are you planning to do? More specifically, what was her intention in getting so close to him? Uncle Li, standing nearby, felt his face flush and discreetly lowered his gaze. Unexpectedly, as soon as he looked down, he heard a cry from his young master. Shen Wan, what are you doing? Uncle Li hastily looked up to see Master Shen gripping the young master's hand. A silver needle was embedded in the young master's fingertip. Shen Wan leisurely removed the silver needle, squeezing out the blood. As the blood oozed forth, she eagerly produced the ancient jade, allowing the droplets to fall onto its surface. Shen Wan released his hand, clutching the ancient jade while murmuring incantations in a language unfamiliar to both. In a swift moment, the drop of blood was absorbed by the jade, rendering it even more luminous and translucent. Here, Shen Wan said, presenting the jade to him. It's a gift for you. Li Hanting gazed at the jade, so familiar yet so astonishingly close, and found himself momentarily dumbfounded. For me, this was the very jade he had selflessly donated to the auction. Uncle Li recognized it as well, exclaiming in surprise, isn't this? Thank you, Li Hanting interrupted, his deep-set eyes glancing at him before he accepted the jade with a smile. Uncle Li, understanding the unspoken words, fell silent. Shen Wan added playfully, you needn't thank me, for it was purchased with your own money, 600 million, to be precise. Li Hanting had no qualms about receiving his own possessions back, even if they had cost him a fortune. His curiosity, however, was piqued. Why did you use my blood on the jade? Shen Wan explained. The jade possesses a rich aura, surrounded by golden fortune. The act of dripping blood is akin to the protagonists in films acknowledging their sacred artifacts. In essence, by doing so, you become the jade's master. Its beneficial energy can protect you, and keeping it close can nourish your body and prolong your life. Li Hanting was aware of the jade's extraordinary heritage, yet he seldom paid heed to such relics at home. He had not anticipated that Shen Wan would acquire it, ultimately returning to him, suggesting a fateful connection. He lifted his gaze, a smile brightening his features as he looked at her. I truly appreciate this gift. It reflects your thoughtfulness. Thank you. Chapter 77. Concern. After placing the jade down, Shen Wan announced her departure. Li Hanting sensed her desire for distance and initially contemplated inviting her for dinner, but decided against it. Yet he noticed her pallor, a sign of weakness. Master Shen, are you unwell today? Perhaps just a slight cold, but it's nothing. I should be on my way, Shen Wan replied, waving her hand dismissively, unwilling to linger. Li Hanting watched her retreating figure, then turned his attention back to the jade in his hand, which emanated a comforting warmth. Uncle Li chuckled. So, Master Shen spent 600 million to buy a gift for the young master. But why didn't the young master allow me to inform her that this jade originally belonged to you? Li Hanting replied nonchalantly. There's nothing to discuss. She likely wished to return it without feeling indebted to me. Uncle Li, she refuses to accept money. Please find some health supplements to send her. She appears too thin. Just now, he noted how her slender silhouette seemed even more fragile than his own. He was well acquainted with the necessity of nourishing supplements. Uncle Li nodded and hurried to the underground storage room, gathering an array of nutritional products before dashing next door. When Zhang Xia opened the door to find Uncle Li nearly buried under the supplements, she exclaimed, Uncle Li, what on earth is this? These are health supplements from our young master for Master Shen. Where is she? Master Wan drank a bowl of medicine and went to sleep. I'm not sure whether she should accept these. Perhaps you should take them back until she wakes up. One cannot return a gift once given, Uncle Li insisted, placing the numerous bags down and swiftly departing. Meanwhile, at the Shen residence, Shen Changfeng had sequestered himself in his study since returning from the auction. Shen Jiaming knocked at his door, waiting a considerable time before it finally opened. Changfeng, what troubles you? Is the company facing difficulties? Shen Jiaming inquired with concern. His eldest son appeared noticeably haggard, as if burdened by some heavy blow. Shen Changfeng glanced at his father, opening his mouth to speak yet failing to voice the humiliation he had suffered that day. Fortunately, his father had retreated from active involvement in the company, so the events of the auction had not reached his ears. Father, I'm fine. It's just that work has been exhausting, Shen Changfeng offered a vague excuse. Unfortunately, Shen Jiaming brought up the very topic he wished to avoid. Didn't I ask you to find Shen Wan and persuade her to move back home? Did you manage to do that? The mention of her name flooded Shen Changfeng's mind with the humiliating images from the auction. Father, he exclaimed, his fists clenching in indignation. Observing his son's reddened eyes and barely contained fury, Shen Jiaming was taken aback. What's wrong? You didn't go? Didn't I tell you? No matter her faults, she is still your sister. I refuse to acknowledge her as my sister. Shen Changfeng interrupted angrily. Shen Wan can never be my sister. Shen Jiaming was momentarily stunned by his eldest son's outburst. Changfeng had always been the most composed among his siblings. When had he become so unhinged? Changfeng, did Shen Wan refuse to come home? Did she insult you? Shen Jiaming speculated, considering Shen Wan's boldness even before their grandfather. He couldn't help but suspect that his eldest son had been rebuffed by her. Shen Changfeng shut his eyes, the demeaning memory of calling Shen Wan's sister in public flashing before him. A disgrace. It was the greatest humiliation of his life. He could never forgive Shen Wan. Speak up, Shen Jiaming urged, frowning. Shen Changfeng felt a surge of near madness, pushing his father towards the door. Father, you should leave the matter of finding Shen Wan to someone else. I have company affairs to attend to and no time to seek her out. He struggled to articulate the truth, that he had not only been publicly humiliated by Shen Wan but had also received a slap from her. Shen Jiaming was pushed out of the study, gazing at the closed door with astonishment. Did Shen Wan truly scold him? I thought she quite liked her elder brother. This headstrong girl was acting like a mad dog, snapping at everyone. He had never been fond of Shen Wan returning home. Her very presence was disconcerting. And now she had become confrontational. If it weren't for his father's insistence on having her back, he would have preferred to pretend she didn't exist. Father. As Shen Jiaming descended the stairs, Shen Qianxue approached him. Perhaps I should go find Wan? No, Qianxue, this matter does not concern you. Besides, given Shen Wan's current state of mind, she might harm you. By the way, your fourth brother mentioned that tomorrow he has a luxury brand event on a yacht, where he can bring a female companion. Would you like to attend? Shen Qianxue looked worriedly towards the study, shaking her head. Elder brother is in a bad mood. I prefer to stay home and keep him company, perhaps making some of his favorite snacks. Shen Jiaming felt a sense of pride. Qianxue, you are such a good child. How wonderful it would be if you were truly my biological daughter. Upon hearing this, Shen Qianxue's expression dimmed. Realizing he had misspoken, Shen Jiaming quickly reassured her. No matter the blood ties, you are still my daughter. Raised for 18 years. Though not by birth, you are akin to my own. If you don't wish to go, that is fine. I will ask Jiao Jiao. Shen Qianxue nodded obediently. Earlier, she had overheard her father and elder brother's conversation. Seeing how the family still harbored disdain for Shen Wan brought her some comfort. However, Why did her father insist on bringing Shen Wan back home? Despite his obvious dislike for her? Was it for the grandfather's sake? Yet, grandfather did not seem particularly fond of Shen Wan either, after just one day back. He had left, purportedly angered by her. Regardless, the unanimous disdain for Shen Wan within the family was sufficient for her. At Villa 44, Shanghai Bay, Shen Wan slept for an entire day and night. During this time, Zhang Xia, worried that she might have succumbed to sleep, cautiously entered her room, gently placing her fingers beneath Shen Wan's chin to check for breath. Satisfied that Shen Wan was still alive, she quietly exited the bedroom. When Hu Xiaoqing returned for dinner, he inquired about Shen Wan. Upon learning from Zhang Xia that she was resting due to her menstrual cycle, he blushed and coughed for a while. Then I shall prepare her a bowl of brown sugar ginger tea. No need, Zhang Xia replied with a smile. Master, one has already taken her medicinal concoction. I consulted the herbalist, and those ingredients are meant to replenish her energy and blood, far more effective than ginger tea. However, Master, one has been asleep for too long. It's been an entire day and night without waking. As for girls during those particular days, it is indeed wise to indulge in rest and refrain from excessive movement. Hu Xiaoqing grasped a fragrant candle, letting its aroma waft through the air. My second sister is attending a yacht banquet tonight, so I shall take a look. I leave Wan in your capable hands. Chapter 78. The Water Ghost Grabs a Substitute. The yacht night, endorsed by Shen Luyu for a certain luxury brand, was held on the river, where invited guests could indulge in the splendid night view while savoring gourmet delicacies aboard a lavish yacht. As the banquet commenced, Hu Xiaoqing floated before the table, inhaling the delectable scents with great enthusiasm. Not even the candles Wan bought for me can compare to this. Feeling somewhat bored, Hu Xiaoqing sought to find his second sister for some amusement, but after drifting around, he could not locate her. It was only upon overhearing a nearby conversation that he learned the second daughter of the Hu family was absent from this gathering. With nothing else to do, he beckoned others to engage in games. Noticing Liu Beichen and Shen Luyu were present, he also spotted a girl beside them, adorned in a princess gown and a crystal crown, most likely Shen Luyu's sixth sister, Shen Jiao. Observing Shen Jiao strutting about like a proud peacock, Hu Xiaoqing felt an urge to tease her. He floated over, just about to snatch her crystal crown, when a sudden gasp rippled through the crowd. Someone has fallen into the water. Quick, save them. Hu Xiaoqing hurriedly glided over to investigate, and what he witnessed left him astounded. The one struggling in the icy river was none other than Su Niannian, the little daughter of the luxury brand's owner. Su Niannian flailed helplessly in the water, while several individuals jumped in to rescue her, yet none could grasp her. Hu Xiaoqing observed a dark figure swirling beneath her, clutching her foot and dragging her deeper into the depths.
Hey,
What kind of water ghost is this? Just as Hu Xiaoqing contemplated diving in, he abruptly recalled his inability to swim, opting instead to stand on the yacht's deck, cursing vehemently at the water ghost. Dare to endanger a life, and I'll have my Wan master send you to the netherworld. Upon hearing his irate outburst, the water ghost emerged from behind Su Niannian. It bore a grotesque face, grotesquely swollen from water exposure, resembling a monstrous visage. Its hair hung long and thick like seaweed, clinging to Su Niannian's form. The pallid, bloated face was as white as melted wax, with hollow eye sockets devoid of pupils, merely two dark voids that fixated on him with malevolence. Even if he were to transform into a spirit, such a sight would chill Hu Xiaoqing to the core. Without hesitation, he seized a wine glass and hurled it downwards. What are you staring at? Keep staring and I'll hit you. In the ensuing chaos, no one noticed the glass strike the water ghost's head. As the number of rescuers increased, the water ghost reluctantly relinquished its grip on Su Niannian. A few minutes later, she was hoisted onto the deck, her body marked by dark handprints that startled everyone present. What? What is that? Surely, it's just the result of everyone trying to save her too eagerly, they murmured. Yet, a shroud of doubt and fear enveloped every heart in attendance. How could an act of rescue leave such numerous handprints on a person? Moreover, the marks were not limited to one area. Particularly around her ankles, they appeared bruised, nearly drawing blood. Following this shocking incident, the banquet was abruptly terminated. The unconscious Su Niannian was rushed to the hospital for urgent care, while the others were sternly warned by the Su family not to disclose any details about the events of the evening aboard the yacht. As they all operated within the same circle and the service staff had signed confidentiality agreements, no one dared to share the occurrence online. Upon disembarking from the yacht, Liu Beichen promptly dialed Shen Wan's number. However, she remained asleep, her phone switched off. With no other option, he found himself waiting outside Shanghai Bay for an entire night. Hu Xiaoqing, hitching a ride with him, eagerly recounted to Zhang Xia how he had seen a water ghost attempting to abduct the young daughter of the Su family. Since meeting Hu Xiaoqing, Zhang Xia's curiosity had surged, prompting her to search for news on her phone. While she found no mention of Su Nianyan's fall into the water, she did discover that Shen Liyu's fans were vehemently criticizing the organizers for the disastrous yacht night that prevented them from witnessing their idol's radiant beauty. Hu Xiaoqing's lips twitched. These fans truly have a knack for turning their idol into a target for disdain. Shen Liyu, aware of the situation and fearing backlash from the luxury brand, rushed to comfort her fans with a Weibo post featuring a 9-grid image. What about Wan? Is she still asleep? When she wakes up, I must tell her that I saved Su Nianyan, Hu Xiaoqing declared, striking a pose of self-importance. The following morning, at 5 o'clock, Shen Wan finally awoke, refreshed and ready. Descending the stairs, she spotted Hu Xiaoqing standing at the bottom, hands on his hips, as if he had been waiting for ages. What is it? With great pride, Hu Xiaoqing recounted the water ghost incident from the previous night. As Shen Wan sipped the congee Zhang Xia had brought her, she pondered aloud. Water ghosts can often be found in various bodies of water. Last night's apparition likely sought to claim Su Nianyan as a substitute. Substitute? Both Hu Xiaoqing and Zhang Xia leaned in, eager to absorb her insights. Ghosts that drown in water harbored deep resentment and malice. It is no wonder that 7 or 8 individuals could not pull Su Nianyan from the water. A water ghost's strength is magnified underwater, comparable to that of 10 adult men combined. These spirits dwell at the bottom of the water. Without a substitute, they cannot be reborn. They typically resort to forceful methods to seize a substitute, although they may also employ deceit, such as using guiding fish. It does not just capture anyone, it must find a substitute that aligns with its fate. Shen Wan analyzed further. The numerous ghostly handprints on Su Nianyan suggest that the water ghost indeed sought her as a substitute. Your intervention may have saved her life. But with so many people diving in to assist, the water ghost was reluctant to release her. Hu Xiaoqing's demeanor swelled with pride as he continued to stand with his hands on his hips. I told you, I was the one who saved her. Shen Wan continued. If the water ghost holds a grudge against you, it can follow the water's flow to seek you out wherever there is water. And it will certainly go after Su Nianyan as well. Hu Xiaoqing dropped his arms, his voice trembling slightly. What? It wants to find me? I didn't kill it. Shen Wan replied. It had finally found a substitute, and you disrupted its plans. Do you think it will not seek revenge? However, I believe it will primarily pursue Su Nianyan. Suddenly, Hu Xiaoqing recalled something. By the way, Liu Beichen seems to be looking for you regarding Su Nianyan. He waited outside Shanghai Bay all night. Shen Wan exclaimed, why didn't you say so earlier? When opportunity knocks, one must answer. Having finished her meal and prepared herself, Shen Wan gathered her belongings and headed out. Indeed, Liu Beichen's car was parked at the roadside. Approaching, she found him sound asleep in the driver's seat. Water ghosts do not wait for anyone. Shen Wan decided to rap on the car window, rousing Liu Beichen from his slumber. Master Shen. Liu Beichen hurriedly exited the vehicle. My uncle's daughter had an accident last night. Before he could finish, Shen Wan cheerfully interjected, I already know the full story.
Just take me to the hospital to see Su Nianyan.
Liu Beichen was taken aback. Master Shen truly is shrewd. No, more like she possesses foresight. Chapter 79. Shen Wan, you are too malicious. In the hospital, Shen Yuni was conducting an examination on Su Nianyan. Su Wei was anxious, exclaiming, Yuni, why hasn't my daughter awakened after an entire night? Uncle Su, please do not worry. Nianyan is fine. She merely inhaled river water, leading to pneumonia. A bit more rest will do her well, Shen Yuni explained. Su Wei pressed on. What about the black handprints on her body? Can they be removed? Shen Yuni reassured him, the young lady has delicate skin, and it is likely that during the rescue, others grasped her too forcefully, leaving marks. It's nothing serious. I have developed an effective scar removal cream. I will bring her a couple of jars, and it will be as if nothing ever happened. Su Wei let out a sigh of relief, gratefully shaking his hand. Yuni, I am so thankful to have you here, at a splendid yacht soiree. One cannot fathom how such unfortunate events transpired. The intention was to seize the opportunity to announce the delightful news of your fourth brother, Shen Liu, being elevated to the status of a global ambassador. Alas, the situation has become quite tumultuous. Shen Yuni consoled. Uncle Su, the safety of Nian Nian is of paramount importance. My fourth brother has assured me that he will devote every effort to ensure Nian Nian's recovery. You need not worry. I will do everything in my power to facilitate her healing. As they conversed, Liu Beichen entered with Shen Wan. Uncle Su, Liu Beichen greeted warmly upon spotting Su Wei. A hint of fatigue graced Su Wei's smile as he replied, Beichen, you have arrived. The moment Shen Yuni laid eyes on Shen Wan, he exclaimed, Why are you here again? It seems you are everywhere. Shen Wan cast an indifferent glance at Su Nian Nian, who lay on the sickbed, her neck, hands, and ankles marred by dark handprints, her complexion pale and frail. Su Wei regarded Liu Beichen with confusion, wondering why he had brought this adopted daughter of the Shen family along. Since Shen Yuni was already aware of Master Shen's identity as a healer, Liu Beichen spoke candidly. Uncle Su, I am concerned that Nian Nian may be in danger, so I invited Master Shen to take a look. Master Shen? Su Wei's expression grew serious as he scrutinized Shen Wan from a position of authority. Beichen, are you jesting? She is merely a girl adopted from the countryside by Yuni. When did she become a master? Shen Yuni's face bore a mocking smile as he chimed in. Uncle Su, you are absolutely right. Shen Wan is just a country girl who has barely studied and learned a few acupuncture techniques from a barefoot village doctor. Does she truly consider herself a formidable healer? Su Wei's demeanor darkened slightly, but out of respect for Beichen's good intentions, he chose not to press the matter, gently suggesting, Beichen. Yuni is here to care for Nian Nian. She requires tranquility to recuperate, and the ward cannot accommodate too many visitors. Perhaps you should take your friend and leave for now. With the conversation reaching this juncture, Liu Beichen understood that Uncle Su was subtly issuing an eviction notice. However, he recalled that Master Shen had mentioned Nian Nian was entangled with a water ghost, indicating a situation beyond mere drowning. Liu Beichen glanced at the smug Shen Yuni, knowing that this fellow would never speak with any wisdom. Dr. Shen, I have matters to discuss with Uncle Su. Would you kindly step away? Shen Yuni, rather than leaving, exacerbated the situation by disparaging Shen Wan. Uncle, do not be deceived by her. I know her true character. Here, we have professional medical personnel caring for Nian Nian, and we do not require any meddling outsiders to impede the process. Su Wei nodded in agreement with Shen Yuni's remarks, addressing Liu Beichen. Beichen, I appreciate your concern for Nian Nian. Once she is on the mend, I will call you to visit her. Liu Beichen's expression grew urgent, Uncle. But Mr. Liu? Shen Yuni interjected, Nian Nian needs peace to recover. If you truly care for her, you should not bring outsiders to disrupt her treatment. He pointed toward the door, insisting, Please leave. Liu Beichen, feeling helpless, turned to Shen Wan. She merely observed Su Nian Nian and concluded, at the stroke of midnight, a water ghost will come to claim its life. Both Su Wei and Shen Yuni were momentarily taken aback. Su Wei furrowed his brow, casting an irritated glance at Shen Wan. Shen Yuni reacted more vehemently. Shen Wan, what nonsense are you spouting? In this day and age, why cling to superstitions? Liu Beichen interjected, Uncle Su, Nian Nian was genuinely nearly taken by a water ghost last night. It has targeted her and may return at any moment. Su Wei's anger flared. Beichen, how can you indulge such absurdity from a country girl? There are no such things as ghosts. Liu Beichen struggled to articulate an explanation to Uncle Su, and with Shen Yuni's meddling, every word he uttered only deepened Su Wei's skepticism. Shen Wan calmly stated, Water ghosts fear fire. If the situation becomes dire, surrounding Su Nian Nian with fire will temporarily ward off the ghost. Without pausing for a response, she turned to leave. Master Shen. Liu Beichen hurried after her. Do not take Uncle Su's words to heart. He has always been skeptical of the supernatural. Shen Wan replied, regardless of belief, he will have no choice but to accept it tonight. Liu Beichen's curiosity piqued. How did you deduce that the water ghost would strike at midnight? Shen Nian Nian lay weakly, shrouded in a faint layer of moisture. If you doubt me, measure the humidity in her room. It is undoubtedly heavier than in other wards. Water ghosts typically manifest at night, with midnight being their most potent hour, making it the ideal time for them to seek a replacement. As they continued their discourse, Shen Yuni emerged from the ward, intercepting Shen Wan. His gaze bore scrutiny as he inquired, Are you aware that Sheng's younger brother has encountered misfortune? Shen Wan maintained her composure. Oh, you seem unfazed, indicating you are already informed. Shen Yuni retorted angrily. Sheng's younger sister was left disfigured by her brother and is currently receiving treatment in the hospital. Shen Wan remained unperturbed. And so? Shen Yuni's face twisted with rage. Had you not meddled, Liu Beichen would have signed a settlement long ago. And would not have been sent to a psychiatric facility and turned into a lunatic. And Sheng's sister would not have been disfigured. Shen Wan's laughter nearly escaped her lips. Second young Master Shen, I must assert that your reasoning is quite flawed. You should seek treatment for that brain of yours. It has devolved into a state of lunacy. You, Shen Yuni seethed, I have long suspected you to be malevolent, pretending to be meek at home while harboring a heart full of malice and wickedness. Shen Wan retorted playfully, pray tell, where is your sense of morality? The true culprit is not Sheng En, who ran a red light and caused a fatality, but rather me, the eyewitness? Shen Yuni's expression soured further. While Sheng En may have erred, what does that have to do with Sheng's sister? You should mind your own business. If not for your interference with Liu Peijian, she would have willingly signed the settlement. Had that been the case, Sheng's sister would not have had to send Sheng En to a psychiatric institution or suffer disfigurement at his hands. The thought of Sheng's sister's once beautiful face marred by violence left Shen Yuni distressed. Observing his self-righteousness, Shen Wan's disdain for him deepened. Second young Master Shen, I believe you are ill-suited for the medical profession. You ought to devote your efforts to being a sycophant, orbiting around your beloved Sheng's sister. However, allow me to offer a word of caution. Be wary of becoming so engrossed that you end up with nothing. Shen Yuni's sardonic laughter echoed. It seems I have struck a nerve, and now you feel exposed. Shen Wan scoffed. Firstly, Liu Jie, as the victim, possesses the right to choose whether or not to settle. No one is entitled to influence her decision, for the one who has lost a daughter is not you, but her. She is the one who has suffered the most. Second young Master Shen, your generosity in urging others to be magnanimous and settle is commendable. But let me pose a question. If Sheng En had taken the life of Xin Qianxue, would you still advocate for reconciliation? Shen Yuni's expression darkened significantly. Why do you drag fifth sister into this? What does she have to do with this matter? Shen Wan chuckled. See, even a mere analogy causes you to erupt. Fear not, your beloved Qianxue is alive and well, while Liu Jie has genuinely lost her daughter. You have no right to demand reconciliation, nor can reconciliation even occur. Moreover, Sheng En, in a bid to evade legal consequences, feigned insanity. His current state is a just retribution for his actions. Lastly, Shen Wan, who shielded a murderer and sought to exploit legal loopholes to grant Sheng an immunity from punishment, ultimately faced disfigurement at his hands. Is that not her just deserts? With each word Shen Wan uttered, Shen Yuni's expression darkened further, and by the end, he found himself at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, he managed to stammer, regardless, you are still inextricably linked to this matter. You are nothing but a venomous and malevolent woman. Shen Wan shrugged her shoulders, an expression of indifference on her face. Indeed, I embody malice. What can you do about it? Shen Yunyan gritted his teeth in fury. Senior sister, Sheng has already been disfigured, but I will never allow you to approach Su Niannian and harm her. Liu Beichen was on the verge of unleashing a torrent of curses. Master Shen has rushed here early in the morning for Niannian. Dr. Shen, if you know nothing, do not casually slander others. Mr. Liu, let's go. There is no point in conversing with such a mindless sycophant. We shall procure some food. Shen Wan cast a scornful glance at Shen Yunyan and strode away. Shen Yunyan, incensed by her disdainful look, pointed at her departing figure and erupted in a torrent of abuse. Do not think that with Liu Beichen backing you up, you can act arrogantly and disregard everyone. Shen Wan, I tell you, I will firmly guard the entrance to the ward, preventing you from even stepping inside. The medical staff in the corridor were left dumbfounded by his outburst. How could the typically gentle Dr. Shen be so unhinged? However, upon realizing that he was berating Shen Wan, they understood. Dr. Shen indeed harbored a strong dislike for Shen Wan. He had discarded every meal she had delivered, and they had witnessed it all. Liu Beichen parked the car outside an upscale restaurant. Master Shen, we have arrived. Shen Wan shifted her gaze from her phone to the restaurant and chuckled. I already dined before leaving home. I was simply making conversation. Please take me to the riverside instead. Oh, all right. Liu Beichen, while driving, observed her through the rear-view mirror. Master Shen was engrossed in her phone, continuously engaged. Liu Beichen cleared his throat to break the silence. Master Shen, are you playing a game? No, I'm checking for new listings on a paranormal forum. No new listings have appeared. However, Shen Wan did notice a new comment under a post about summoning a minor ghost. It was from Yao Yao Lin contacting the original poster. Please remove me from the blacklist. I have a significant business proposition to discuss with you. The date was 2 days prior. She calculated briefly, her brow furrowing. How unfortunate. Lin Xia must have already terminated her pregnancy and transformed the child into a new minor ghost. A biological child turned into a minor ghost. the resentment will multiply. Liu Beichen, perplexed, asked, Huh? Master Shen, what are you talking about? It's nothing, just observing a familiar person engaging in self-destructive behavior. Shen Wan tucked her phone away. Liu Beichen drove her to the riverside. As soon as Shen Wan stepped out of the car, the overwhelming aura of negativity hit her, causing her expression to shift. Such a heavy aura. It seems many have jumped into the river here. Why did Su Wei choose to hold the gala by the river? Liu Beichen timidly raised his hand. Ahem, it was my company's proposal. Shen Wan smiled. No wonder you are so concerned about Su Nianyan's safety, rushing to find me overnight. I also did not anticipate this occurrence. If anything were to happen to Nianyan, I would feel utterly ashamed before Uncle Su. Liu Beichen bore a look of guilt. This isn't significantly related to you. You need not feel too burdened, Shen Wan reassured him. With me here, I will assist you. Liu Beichen expressed his gratitude. Master Shen, please instruct me on what you require. Shen Wan glanced at the tranquil surface of the river, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Then please take me to a shop for ritual supplies. Ritual? Master Shen, are you planning to perform a rite for the water ghost? Liu Beichen voiced his disapproval. It nearly caused Nianyan's demise, so why would we offer tribute to it? Shen Wan replied, There is not just one water ghost in the river. Her words sent a chill down Liu Beichen's spine, and he felt goosebumps arise as he gazed at the expansive river. The two entered the ritual supply shop. Shen Wan purchased numerous incense sticks, joss paper, and ceremonial utensils in one breath. All these items were stuffed into the trunk of Liu Beichen's car. In the midst of their flurry of activity, time slipped away unnoticed, and afternoon turned to evening. The two then casually dined at a restaurant, and by the time they finished, night had fallen. Let us wait at the hospital entrance, Shen Wan suggested. Liu Beichen still felt uneasy. Should I take a torch and guard the ward, waiting for an opportunity? Shen Wan chuckled. Are you not afraid that Su Wei and Shen Yunyan might deem you insane and expel you? I would accept that, as long as Sister Nianyan is safe. No need. We shall simply wait here. If you are truly uneasy, you might send Su Wei a message. What message? In the absence of fire protection, encircle the hospital bed with alcohol, and should any abnormalities occur, ignite the alcohol directly. But of course, this must be done under supervision. We wouldn't want to actually set the ward ablaze. Liu Beichen hurriedly composed the message and sent it. Su Wei saw the WeChat message and frowned, tossing his phone aside. How could such a well-behaved child like Beichen be led astray by a country girl? What nonsense is this? Is he trying to burn my daughter alive? Chapter 81. The Water Ghost. Shen Yunyan, overhearing, scoffed. Uncle is right. It must be Shen Wan who taught Liu Beichen to say such things. She is a peculiar and malicious individual. We must never allow her to come into contact with Sister Nianyan. She is truly ominous and ill-fated.
So wake and Kerth, previously.
When Qian Shui visited our home to see Nianyan, she mentioned that Shen Wan was unscrupulous, having stolen numerous items from her. I truly wonder what flowery words she used to deceive Beichen. Shen Yunyan was fully aware that Liu Beichen's kindness towards Shen Wan stemmed from her having saved the life of old Master Liu. Yet, he refused to acknowledge this fact, attributing everything to Shen Wan's cunning nature. She acted meekly in my home, as if our entire family owed her a debt. Now that she has ingratiated herself with Liu Beichen, she no longer regards the Shen family with any respect. Su Wei's expression turned serious. The next time I see Beichen, I must have a serious talk with him. Such an exceptional young talent as Beichen could have any number of noble ladies vying for his attention. How could he be taken with someone as unseemly as Shen Wan? I must find time to speak with old Master Liu about this matter. We must not allow Shen Wan to ruin Beichen's life. In the dead of night, the corridor outside the hospital was suffused with the scent of disinfectant, silent and still. Su Nianyan lay unconscious on the hospital bed, her condition still critical. The life-monitoring equipment emitted a faint, rhythmic beeping sound. Su Wei sat on the sofa, dozing off. Shen Yunyan stood vigil by the bedside, pen in hand, diligently recording notes. The window of the ward was slightly ajar, and a sudden gust of cold wind rushed in, causing the white curtains to flutter, and in the haze, it seemed a shadow had materialized. Shen Yunyan looked up and stood to close the window. Suddenly, a wave of icy air surged from the corridor, and the ward door swung open with a crash. Beep, beep, beep. The sounds from the equipment grew frantic, each beep resonating like a countdown to a life slipping away. Nianyan. Su Wei jolted awake, his eyes widening as he saw Shen Yunyan attempting to resuscitate his daughter. He rushed over, only to find his daughter's face pale. Her lips tinged with blue, as if something were choking her throat, rendering her breathless. "What has happened to my daughter?" Shen Wan, while performing CPR, replied, "It may be due to a worsening infection causing respiratory distress."
Bang.
The previously shut window was suddenly blown open by the wind. Cold air surged in, sending the curtains into frenzied motion. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. Outside the ward, it seemed as if the sound of dripping water echoed, each drop heavier than the last. Su Wei's countenance changed. He hurried to close the door. To his surprise, the door swung back and forth in the wind, and before he could dodge, he was knocked unconscious to the ground.
Uncle Su.
Shen Wan rushed over to assist him. Just as he bent down, someone leapt over his head.
Who?
Shen Wan looked on guard. There stood Shen Wan, holding a bottle of alcohol, swiftly pouring it around the hospital bed before tossing a lighter. With a resounding whoosh, flames erupted, encircling Su Wan in a ring of fire. "Are you insane? How dare you set fire in a hospital?" Shen Wan was taken aback. Shen Wan did not spare him a glance, her focus solely on the wet footprints leading out the door.
Stop,
she called sharply, quickly pursuing the figure. Shen Wan was still in shock when Shen Wan leapt over him. His expression instantly soured, resembling that of someone who had just swallowed a green fly. Shen Wan followed the water-stained footprints to the bathroom. The lights within flickered ominously, casting erratic shadows. Clutching a yellow talisman, her gaze swept coldly around the room. Behind her, a ghostly silhouette was projected on the frigid tiled wall. The apparition grew larger, its shadow enveloping Shen Wan's form, as if a gaping maw of an abyss sought to consume her. With a sense of foreboding, Shen Wan was well prepared. She deftly sidestepped, and the talisman flew from her hand, landing precisely upon the water ghost. In the dim light, she discerned the ghastly figure before her. The water ghost resembled a grotesque mound of decaying flesh, its ashen skin swollen from prolonged submersion, akin to an inflated balloon. Filthy liquid oozed from its creases, emitting a nauseating stench. Its face was utterly disfigured, features contorted beyond recognition. Most chilling was its belly, grotesquely distended, allowing a glimpse of rotting organs within, bubbling with murky liquid that gurgled ominously. Shen Wan furrowed her brow, pondering the age of this wretched entity. The ghost's hair resembled putrid water plants, disheveled and clinging to its body. Strands appeared to possess a life of their own, inching toward her. Without hesitation, Shen Wan drew the peachwood sword from her waist and slashed. The hair recoiled instantly. The water ghost glared at her menacingly as the temperature in the bathroom plummeted. A thin layer of frost formed on the tiled walls, encroaching from all directions. Shen Wan shivered, dispelling any hesitation, and thrust her sword forward. The ghost opened its mouth and spat. Tue. Shen Wan rushed into the bathroom, exclaiming, "What are you doing hiding in here?" With a crash, black sludge rained down, drenching Shen Wan and leaving him resembling a drowned rat. Shen Wan managed to evade the foul liquid, remaining untouched. The sewage pipe had burst, leaving Shen Wan covered in viscous, black filth, rendered speechless, and in a state of shock. Shen Wan observed the water ghost breaking free from the talisman's restraint. Before she could pursue, the ghost swiftly dove into the toilet, escaping through the flowing water. Looking at Shen Wan, now reeking, Shen Wan pinched her nose in disdain. "Who told you to follow me? You've ruined my plans." Finally snapping back to reality, Shen Wan opened his mouth to curse, only to have a slimy object slide into his mouth. "What is this?" He spat into his palm, revealing a fish tail, rotten and crawling with maggots.
Ah.
Shen Wan turned pale, his face contorting in horror as he retched. Shen Wan found his reaction even more repulsive. She sidestepped him and exited the bathroom, returning to the hospital room. The fiery circle had extinguished, and Su Wan was unharmed. Su Wei, seeing her enter, disregarded Liu Beichen's attempts to restrain him and unleashed a barrage of insults. "Shen Wan, who allowed you to start a fire in the hospital? Do you wish to endanger my daughter's life? You truly are as wicked as your brother claims," he continued. "Are you envious of my daughter's love from her father and family, wishing to burn her alive?" Listening to Su Wei's reckless tirade, Liu Beichen, drenched in sweat from anxiety, desperately tried to intervene. "Uncle, you are gravely mistaken about Master Shen. She came to save Nian." "Nonsense. If it weren't for Yuni's timely rescue, my daughter would have perished in flames," Su Wei shouted. "I will report you for arson. You attempted to kill my daughter, and I will ensure Shen Wan pays the price." Chapter 82. Swift Retribution. Su Wei was livid. Nian Nian was his only daughter, cherished since childhood. He could not tolerate such indignity. Were it not for Liu Beichen's intervention, he might have struck Shen Wan.
Uncle Su.
Please calm down. Master Shen means no harm to Nian Nian. She is here to help. Liu Beichen pleaded earnestly. Fuming with indignation, Su Wei pushed him aside, barking. Did I ask for your opinion? Whether Shen Wan is saving or harming, I have my own eyes to see. Liu Beichen, acknowledging his elder's authority, had initially refrained from confrontation, but he never anticipated that in the dead of night, he would find this lunatic in the hospital starting fires. Leave. And do not call me uncle again. Su Wei's words were final, signaling a severed relationship with the Liu family. Liu Beichen, feeling helpless, repeated, Uncle Su. Silence. I do not wish to hear another word. Take her and leave. If you linger even a moment longer, I shall call the authorities. Su Wei pointed vehemently towards the exit. Shen Wan's expression remained calm. I am here solely for Mr. Liu's sake. If one chooses to be ungrateful, then so be it. Prepare to receive your daughter as remains. Furious, Su Wei seized a bouquet, ready to hurl it at her. Dare to speak again, and I will. Shen Wan turned her back and walked away. You two, get out.
Su Wei's job Liu Beichen is Said.
Liu Beichen, filled with exasperation, called after him, Uncle Su, please. He turned to chase after Shen Wan. As they passed the bathroom, they spotted medical staff carrying Shen Yuni out, his body reeking of filth, having fainted from the stench. Master Shen, Uncle Su. I understand. Shen Wan dismissed him. Let us proceed to the riverside for the ritual. The riverside at midnight was terrifyingly dark. Even with the moon, the water's surface remained shrouded in inky blackness. The stillness along the bank unnerved Liu Beichen, who cautiously glanced at Shen Wan, only to find her nonchalant as she methodically unloaded ritual supplies from the trunk onto the stones. Shen Wan lit incense and gold and silver ingots, instructing Liu Beichen to scatter paper money into the water. To the water ghosts lurking within, I am aware you dwell in the depths, suffering the icy chill of the night, enduring the scorching heat of the sun, and the agony of rain as if pierced by 1,000 arrows. Your existence as water ghosts is fraught with torment, yet those untainted by blood may seek refuge on the banks, awaiting the day your lifespan wanes, when the emissaries of the underworld will escort you home. She proceeded to burn a large paper mansion. The obedient water ghosts, drawn by her call, stepped ashore atop the paper money, surrounding the mansion with excitement. With a house, we shall no longer suffer in torment. Thank you, Master. Liu Beichen, unable to see the ghosts, felt only the chilling gusts of wind brushing against him. Shen Wan gazed into the water, where the massive mound of decaying flesh lay in wait, fixated upon her. Time to call it a night and return home. On the way back, Liu Beichen inquired, Master Shen, if the water ghost has escaped, will it seek out Nian Nian? Shen Wan nodded. Indeed, the water ghost will undoubtedly strike again within 3 days. Otherwise, it will miss its opportunity and remain in the depths for years. Curious, Liu Beichen asked, you mentioned the water ghosts feel cold at night, are scalded by the sun, and suffer during the rain. Is that true? I thought ghosts were devoid of such pain. You underestimate them. Although they lack corporeal forms, they experience pain. A spiritual agony far more profound than physical suffering. How tragic for those who leap into the river, thinking death was an escape, only to find themselves in deeper despair. Shen Wan affirmed precisely, which is why I perform these rituals and provide them with a home, at least a refuge from the elements. Liu Beichen admired her compassion. Master Shen, you possess so many admirable qualities. I fail to comprehend why the Shen family treats you with such bitterness. If they were to discover Shen Wan's true prowess in metaphysics, they would likely regret their actions immensely. Upon returning home, Shen Wan warmed some medicinal soup, consumed it, and promptly fell asleep. Later that night, at the hospital, Su Wei sat beside his daughter's bed, eyes bloodshot and weary, anxiously watching over his comatose child. He had set aside all work to guard her, fearing that Shen Wan, in her madness, might attempt to infiltrate the hospital and wreak havoc. Upon reflecting on Shen Wan's actions, Su Wei muttered a few more curses under his breath. Nian Nian, my precious daughter, please awaken soon. If your mother were watching from above, she would surely be heartbroken. Please, wake up for me. I promise to support your desire to attend the film academy. Initially, he had been reluctant to let his daughter enter the entertainment industry, that vast cesspool. Yet now, compared to his daughter's health and happiness, attending a film academy seemed trivial. Su Wei let out a sigh. Suddenly, the lights in the hospital room flickered. Instinctively, he glanced towards the door, which was ajar, revealing only the pitch-black corridor outside. An inexplicable sense of unease washed over him until he caught a whiff of a damp, decayed odor wafting in from the doorway. What is that smell? It's horrid. Rising to close the door, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the previously spotless floor, now marred by a pair of wet footprints that seemed to lead toward the hospital bed. Remembering Shen Wan's words about water ghosts, Su Wei froze, terror flickering in his eyes. Do not harm my daughter. He rushed to the bedside, flailing his arms as if to ward off an unseen menace.
Beep, beep, beep.
The medical equipment emitted its familiar urgent sounds once more. Looking at his daughter, he saw her face drained of color, her lips a ghastly shade of blue, as if something were choking her. Moreover, the blanket had suddenly become soaked, weighing heavily upon her. Drip, drip. Water, like a continuous stream, fell from the blanket. Su Wei's eyes widened in panic, unsure of what to do. Suddenly, he recalled the text message from Liu Beichen. Frantically, he searched around until he spotted a bottle of alcohol-based hand sanitizer on the table. He hastily opened the cap, circled the hospital bed, and tremblingly pulled out a lighter to ignite it. The flame erupted with a roar. The wet footprints retreated swiftly to the doorway, coalescing into a puddle. In horror, Su Wei saw a grotesque, swollen face reflected in the water, a ghastly visage fixated on his daughter, Nian Nian. Its mouth slowly cracking open to release a stream of foul, murky liquid. Get away! Su Wei trembled as he splashed the sanitizer towards the door and ignited it again. The water ghost glared at him resentfully before vanishing into the depths of the dark corridor. Rather than feeling relieved, Su Wei trembled in terror. There truly was a ghost, a water ghost haunting Nian Nian. Shen Wan was right. He needed to find Shen Wan. Chapter 83. A Show of Authority. Su Wei scrambled to retrieve his phone and called Liu Beichen. Upon seeing the caller ID, Liu Beichen, concerned for Su Nian's safety, answered without hesitation. Hello, Uncle Su. Beichen. Quickly call Shen Wan. There really is a water ghost. Hurry, have her come to the hospital to protect Nian Nian. Hearing Su Wei's panicked voice, Liu Beichen fell silent for 2 seconds before asking, Uncle Su, have you seen the water ghost? Su Wei hurriedly recounted everything that had just transpired. I never believed in ghosts, but it truly has its sights set on Nian Nian. Beichen, as her brother, you must help her. The thought of the water ghost's grotesque face sent Su Wei into a frenzy, fearing what harm it might inflict upon his beautiful daughter. Liu Beichen, surprisingly accommodating, replied, Of course, I will assist Nian Nian. However, Uncle Su, regarding Master Shen, what about her? Does she want money? Fine, I can afford it. Su Wei, now frantic, interjected. Liu Beichen chuckled incredulously. It's not about money, Uncle Su. It's about you.
Me?
What do you mean? Su Wei was taken aback. Uncle, you've disparaged Master Shen repeatedly. Now that you need her help, shouldn't you personally go to request it? Liu Beichen's question struck a chord.
Su Wei, feeling somewhat embarrassed,
protested, Do I really need to personally ask her? What importance does she think she holds to make me, a dignified president, come to her? Uncle, is your pride more important than Nian Nian's life? Liu Beichen pressed. He was indeed irritated by Su Wei's continuous belittling of Master Shen. Uncle, you need to demonstrate your sincerity. Looking at his daughter, pale as a ghost and frail, Su Wei finally relented. All right, at dawn, I will personally seek out Shen Wan. Worrying about leaving his daughter alone in the hospital room, fearing the water ghost might return in broad daylight, he instructed his secretary to keep alcohol and a lighter ready by the bedside at all times. The secretary thought to himself, the president has truly lost his mind. Following Liu Beichen to Shanghai Bay, Su Wei was astonished. Why would she leave the Grand Shen family villa to reside in such a haunted house? Liu Beichen chuckled. There's nothing wrong with this place. It's quite tranquil. The 44th villa has seen the deaths of over 10 people. It's infamous for being haunted. Initially a skeptic of the supernatural, Su Wei now trembled at the thought of the ghostly presence. Surely, there were malevolent spirits within. Liu Beichen, with a knowing tone, remarked, Uncle Su, have you forgotten what Master Shen does? Realization dawned upon Su Wei. It seemed Shen Wan possessed some genuine abilities. A typical master would likely not dare dwell in such a haunted abode. Uncle, you must remember to show your sincerity when you request Master Shen's assistance. Do not utter any disparaging remarks. I find them quite grating. All right, I understand, Su Wei replied, casting an annoyed glance at Liu Beichen. Did he really need a younger person to remind him how to conduct himself? The two arrived at the door of villa number 44. Liu Beichen pressed the doorbell, and Zhang Xia opened the door. Master Wan is exercising on the rooftop. Please come in and wait. Thank you for your kindness, Liu Beichen replied politely. Su Wei, initially filled with trepidation due to the villa's notorious reputation, worried about attracting any unclean spirits or bad luck. However, upon entering, he was surprised to find the villa warm and inviting, in stark contrast to its haunted reputation. He had not expected Shen Wan coming from the countryside to possess such taste. Su Wei scrutinized the interior decor from a lofty perspective. Liu Beichen quickly urged him to take a seat, whispering, "Uncle Su, you're doing it again." Su Wei ran his hand over the leather sofa, exclaiming, "Wow, this is genuine leather. A sofa worth hundreds of thousands. Shen Wan must be quite wealthy. That was bought by him. He certainly chose the best quality," Liu Beichen replied. As Zhang Xia brought in tea, Su Wei continued to pick and choose, even earning a disapproving glance from Zhang Xia. "When will Shen Wan arrive? I don't have all day to wait for her." After sitting for about 10 minutes, Su Wei grew restless. Zhang Xia replied curtly, "Master Wan is occupied. If you're in a hurry, you may leave." As a prominent businessman, Su Wei had never been spoken to in such a manner, and his temper flared. "I've come all this way to personally invite her. How much longer must I wait? Is she deliberately trying to put me in my place because I've spoken ill of her?" Zhang Xia rolled her eyes. "You can leave. No one is stopping you." Fuming, Su Wei was on the verge of slamming the table when Liu Beichen quickly grasped his arm, looking as though he could weep. "Uncle Su, if you continue like this, I truly won't help you anymore. If the water ghost comes for Nian Nian again, you'll have to handle it yourself." At last, Su Wei composed himself and sat back down. Another 20 minutes passed before Shen Wan finally descended from upstairs, freshly bathed and changed. Upon seeing her, Su Wei immediately stood, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Master Shen certainly has a grand sense of self-importance. Never have I been made to wait so long." As the owner of a luxury brand, he was accustomed to others waiting for him, and he had never endured such humiliation. Shen Wan replied coolly, "You leave." "You." Su Wei's brows knitted together as he glanced at Liu Beichen, silently urging him to speak. Feigning ignorance, Liu Beichen picked up his teacup and sipped quietly. Su Wei finally conceded. "It was my fault. I should have had a better attitude when seeking your help." His face flushed slightly. He lowered his tone. "I've come to request your assistance in dealing with the water ghost." "Oh?" Shen Wan teased him deliberately. "What ghosts could possibly exist in this world? Do not speak nonsense." Su Wei's expression turned awkward as he forced himself to say, "I apologize for my previous remarks. It is only natural that I would lack belief in spirits, having never encountered one before. Master Shen, please do not hold it against me. I sincerely apologize. Is that sufficient?" Zhang Xia retorted without reservation. "The way wealthy people apologize is truly unique, as if everyone owes them money." Su Wei's lips twitched, and he shifted his demeanor, bowing solemnly to Shen Wan while presenting the prepared check. "Master Shen, my daughter is currently haunted by a water ghost. I am offering a substantial sum for your exorcism services." Zhang Xia leaned in to glance at the amount on the check, her mouth slightly agape. 200,000. Su Wei smirked, a hint of arrogance in his demeanor. "That is merely a deposit. I will pay an additional 400,000 upon capturing the water ghost. I inquired within the industry beforehand, and 300,000 is the going rate. I am offering you double, not a penny less." Liu Beichen observed Su Wei's arrogance, unable to suppress a sigh. Master Shen had saved both him and his grandfather, for which he had gifted houses and furniture worth millions. Though it was not particularly noteworthy, at least it demonstrated sincerity. Li Han-ting, on the other hand, could spend over 100 million in one go. Uncle Su had only offered 60,000. What was there to feel proud about? Chapter 84. The Lost Soul. Su Wei noticed that Shen Wan remained silent, her expression peculiar. "You do not find it lacking?"
Do you?
60,000 is quite a sum. Shen Wan ignored him, leisurely enjoying her tea. Su Wei awkwardly glanced at Liu Beichen, desperately blinking at him for assistance. "Master Shen, my uncle has made mistakes in the past. I kindly ask for your understanding." Shen Wan replied with a wry smile. "Why should I extend my understanding to someone who does not trust me?" Su Wei felt increasingly embarrassed and flustered, hastily lowering his tone. "Master Shen, I was blinded by ignorance. Please do not hold my faults against me. That water ghost has fixated on my daughter, and in this moment, I cannot find anyone else to save her. Please, for Beichen's sake, lend me your aid." Shen Wan replied indifferently, "I am not interested, leave." Desperate and at a loss, Su Wei exclaimed, "You want me to kneel and beg for your forgiveness?" Shen Wan sipped her tea in silence. With gritted teeth, he finally knelt before her. Very well. For my daughter, I shall kneel. Master Shen, I apologize. I earnestly beg you to save my daughter's life. Liu Beichun was taken aback to see his uncle truly kneeling. Cautiously interjecting, Master Shen, my uncle is genuinely at his wit's end. I implore you to assist him this once and save sister Nian Nian. Shen Wan slowly set down her teacup. Fine, for your sake, Liu Beichun, I shall make an appearance. Su Wei. Was it not the money that mattered, but rather Liu Beichun's word? Here he was, a dignified boss, personally visiting her home, humbly offering a significant sum. And yet it was not enough compared to a single word from Liu Beichun. Su Wei felt a sense of humiliation, but he dared not voice any further thoughts. As long as Master Shen agreed, everything would be well. Shen Wan pocketed the check and prepared to visit the hospital.
On the way,
Su Wei received a call from his company that required his immediate attention, so they parted ways, with him promising to return to the hospital later. Upon reaching the hospital room, the secretary, having received Su Wei's call in advance, politely greeted the two. Mr. Liu, Mr. Su has informed me about your arrival. I will take my leave for breakfast and return shortly. After the secretary left, Shen Wan stepped forward to take Su Nian Nian's pulse. Liu Beichun observed her furrowed brows and asked, Master Shen, how is Nian Nian? Shen Wan lowered her hand. The soul is lost. If it is not recovered before dawn, she will undoubtedly perish. Liu Beichun's face paled significantly. Lost soul? She was merely grabbed by the water ghost and fell into the water. How could it be so severe? Humans possess 3 souls and 7 spirits, each serving its purpose within the body. If the life soul is separated for an extended period, death is imminent. Shen Wan contemplated for a moment and said, Let us set up here first. When the water ghost comes to ensnare itself, we will capture it and retrieve the soul. As she spoke, she took out the prepared ritual rope from her bag. Just as Liu Beichun reached out to take it, Shen Yuni entered the room. Witnessing the scene with shock. What are you two planning? Why do you have that rope? Are you intending to strangle Nian Nian? Shen Wan, you are truly malicious. As he spoke, he moved to call security. Liu Beichun retorted, Uncle Su has already agreed to our presence. What business is it of yours? How could my uncle allow Shen Wan to enter and harm her? Shen Yuni seethed. Nian Nian is my patient, and I am her primary physician. How is this not my concern? You two are taking advantage of Uncle Su's absence to scheme, aren't you? Shen Wan glanced at him coolly. Ah, the second young Master Shen has recovered rather quickly. She mentioned it, and it reminded Shen Yuni of the disgusting scene from last night. Despite showering multiple times and dousing himself in deodorant, he still faintly sensed an unpleasant odor, along with the memory of the half-rotten fish tail that had slipped into his mouth. Shen Yuni felt his stomach churn. Shen Wan, do you have a problem? Why bring that up? He had become the laughingstock of the entire hospital because of it. He had not yet had the opportunity to settle the score with her, and she was now bringing it up herself. Fuming with rage, Shen Yuni exclaimed, You caused me to be ridiculed by the whole hospital. How could you be my sister? Now you want to harm someone else? Come, we are going to the police station to confess, he said, moving to drag her away. Shen Wan swiftly swung the ritual rope, flicking it onto his shoulder. With a sharp crack, it was not overly forceful, but certainly painful. Shen Yuni grimaced. Where is security? Liu Beichun chuckled. I already told you that it was Uncle Su's approval that brought us here. Master Shen is here to help. Please do not create chaos. Shen Yuni ground his teeth in frustration. I have never heard of using ropes to save someone. That is due to your ignorance, Shen Wan replied coolly. All right then. I am curious to see how this amateurish healer plans to assist. Shen Yuni rubbed his shoulder, adamantly refusing to leave. The two ignored him and approached the bed with their ritual rope. Shen Yuni suddenly seized upon the opportunity. I knew you were planning to kidnap Su Nian Nian. You intend to scheme for her life, don't you? Just wait. I am calling the police, and we will catch you in the act. He grabbed his phone. Dr. Shen? The secretary entered with bread and coffee, startled by Shen Yuni's ruckus. Shen Yuni quickly embellished. You arrived just in time. These two are attempting to kidnap Nian Nian. Hurry, and inform Uncle Su. The secretary smiled. Dr. Shen, you misunderstand. Mr. Liu and Miss Shen were invited by Mr. Su himself. He called me early this morning. Shen Yuni was taken aback. How could that be? Wasn't Su Wei equally disdainful of Shen Wan? How could he possibly agree to let her near his precious daughter? Gazing at the ritual rope in their hands, Shen Yuni suddenly considered a possibility. Secretary, your boss Su may have been kidnapped by these two. Otherwise, he would not be absent. Nian Nian was his beloved, and he had kept vigil by her side for 2 consecutive nights without leaving. As long as she remained in danger, Uncle Su would never feel at ease. Quickly video call him. We must see if anyone answers. The secretary. Liu Beichen waved. Go ahead. Reluctantly, the secretary dialed Su Wei for video call. Before the call could connect, Shen Yuni snatched the phone from her. After ringing for about 10 seconds, the call was answered. Su Wei's face was not yet visible, but he appeared displeased as he inquired, Yuni, I am in a meeting. What are you rambling about? Shen Yuni was momentarily stunned. As Su Wei switched the camera, dozens of individuals were seated in the conference room. Just moments ago, Shen Yuni's thunderous voice had resonated clearly throughout the space, reaching every ear present. Shen Yuni's face flushed crimson with embarrassment as he hurriedly apologized. Uncle, I am terribly sorry. I was unaware that you were in a meeting, I thought. Su Wei, displaying palpable impatience, interjected, Shen Wan was invited by me. Her actions are none of your concern. But Uncle Shen Wan, she. Shen Yuni's words were abruptly cut off as Su Wei terminated the call. The secretary retrieved the phone, clearing his throat softly. Dr. Shen, as I mentioned, Mr. Su informed me early this morning. How could I possibly allow unrelated personnel to enter? You are making too much of a fuss. Shen Yuni's expression soured, his glare directed at Shen Wan filled with resentment. What kind of cunning scheme did you employ to sway my uncle in just one night? Shen Wan, however, did not engage with him, instead calmly instructing the secretary. Please ensure that those unrelated are escorted out. After all, I am a Taoist physician, and my secret techniques must remain undisclosed. The secretary nodded and addressed Shen Yuni. Dr. Shen, I apologize, but you will need to step outside for the time being. Miss Shen will handle matters here. Fuming, Shen Yuni glared daggers, nearly seething with rage. The secretary, ever considerate, even drew a curtain to shield Shen Wan from his view, standing guard at the door. Chapter 85. Malicious intent. Shen Yuni was so incensed he could hardly contain himself, stomping his feet in frustration. Uncle will surely regret allowing Shen Wan to treat sister Nian Nian. How could someone who has barely studied for a few years possibly compare to me? A graduate from medical school. The secretary feigned ignorance, steadfast at the door. After all, the boss had instructed him to keep Dr. Shen from causing disruption, and the intricacies of the situation were beyond his knowledge. With no means of entry, Shen Yuni pivoted and departed to seek out Shen Wan. Ever since Shen Wan's face had been marred by Sheng En, she had sought Shen Yuni's treatment. The scar removal cream he had developed had proven effective, but, gazing at her reflection, wrapped in bandages resembling an Indian, her eyes reddened with fury. This is all Shen Wan's doing. What had initially been a simple car accident spiraled into chaos due to Shen Wan's meddling, leading the assault on her brother.
Now.
He had been confined as a mental patient, while she bore the scars of dozens of wounds, a piece of her earlobe bitten away. Meanwhile, Shen Wan was blissfully enjoying the olive branch extended by old Yi. Shen Wan felt a surge of resentment. At that moment, Shen Yuni stormed in, muttering curses under his breath. Upon hearing Shen Wan's name, Shen Wan lowered the mirror and inquired, Senior brother, has Shen Wan angered you again? Shen Yuni exaggeratedly recounted how Su Wei had placed his trust in Shen Wan. Shen Wan furrowed her brow. Even Su Wei believes in her medical skills? Is Shen Wan truly that formidable? How could a mere few years of schooling surpass both of us, legitimate graduates from medical school? Both were filled with discontent. Shen Yuni gritted his teeth, yet, inexplicably, Su Wei has faith in her. It's quite baffling. Shen Wan narrowed her eyes, a glint of malice flashing within. Liu Peixian's matter can be overlooked, but Su Nian Nian is different. Her family is one of the 3 major luxury brands in the country, wielding significant influence. Senior brother, you must treat her. Otherwise, it could tarnish your reputation. Shen Yuni had not considered this angle until now, and he realized the truth in her words. If Shen Wan were to stumble upon success, once more, Su Wei would undoubtedly be grateful to her. Should that happen, Su Wei might then proclaim Shen Wan's medical prowess to be superior to his own, leaving him humiliated. No, he could not allow her to run rampant. He had to keep a watchful eye. Shen Yuni could no longer remain seated. He sprang up and rushed outside. In the hospital room, Shen Wan had already laid a meticulous trap to capture the water ghost. Shen Wan, as Su Nian Nian's chief physician, I command you to exit the room immediately. Shen Yuni's voice boomed from outside. I am beginning to seriously suspect your intentions. You must be up to no good. If you do not come out, I will force my way in with security. Liu Beichen could no longer tolerate this fool and rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront him. Master Shen, Perhaps I should go out and deal with him. He's insufferably annoying. Shen Wan assessed Su Nian's condition, contemplating her next move. Tonight's attempt to capture the water ghost will likely create quite a stir, and with Shen Yuni causing a ruckus outside. Please call Su Wei and have him take Su Nian home. Liu Beichun was taken aback. Can Nian go home in her current state? Shen Wan replied nonchalantly. She can return. Her prolonged unconsciousness is due to her lost soul. We merely need to retrieve it. Liu Beichun nodded and moved to the window to call Su Wei. Shen Wan then began to gather her talismans and ritualistic items. Initially, Su Wei had opposed the idea of bringing his daughter home. But upon hearing Liu Beichun's mention that the VIP area housed influential individuals, he realized the potential for scandal if they learned Su Nian was haunted by a ghost. Concerned for his daughter, Su Wei promptly agreed to send a nanny van to fetch her.
Bang!
The hospital door was forcefully flung open by security. Shen Yuni stormed in, his demeanor aggressive as he sneered, Shen Wan, what illicit activities are you engaged in behind closed doors? Liu Beichun frowned. Dr. Shen, mind your language. Shen Yuni barked orders to the security personnel. She is not affiliated with this hospital, nor does she possess a medical license. Throw her out. As security moved to act, the secretary entered, speaking on the phone. Wait a moment. Shen Yuni scoffed. How could you, as Mr. Su's secretary, stand idly by while your young lady is in peril? When Mr. Su returns, I will certainly inform him of your negligence. The secretary replied in a subdued tone. Mr. Su just called. He said Miss Nian is no longer receiving treatment at your hospital. Shen Yuni's expression shifted dramatically. What? Not receiving treatment at our hospital?
Why?
There is no reason. The nanny van will arrive shortly. Dr. Shen, let us proceed with the discharge procedures, the secretary stated. Furious, Shen Yuni exclaimed. Nian has not recovered. She remains in a coma. How can you take her away? The secretary replied, Mr. Su will arrange for the best private medical team to attend to Miss Nian at home. You need not worry. Shen Yuni's anger intensified as his gaze, filled with venom, bore into Shen Wan. He felt a growing certainty that Su Wei's sudden change of heart was intricately linked to this insufferable girl. Faced with the family's insistence on discharging the patient, Shen Yuni found himself powerless to intervene and begrudgingly accompanied the secretary to finalize the discharge procedures. Soon after, Shen Wan and Liu Beichun followed the nanny van to the Su family villa. Su Wei had already given the staff the day off, leaving only a trusted butler to oversee affairs. Upon Shen Wan's arrival, the butler welcomed her and Liu Beichun with warmth, already familiar with the unfolding events. Shen Wan instructed the butler to place Su Nian in the guest room closest to the swimming pool, where she proceeded to rearrange her formation. Liu Beichun and the butler assisted her in the preparations. As night enveloped the villa, Su Wei returned to safeguard his daughter. The house fell into an eerie silence. Liu Beichun and Su Wei concealed themselves within a wardrobe, having been doused with Shen Wan's concoction, their nerves frayed as they dared not breathe too deeply, hearts racing. Liu Beichun whispered, Uncle Su, your heartbeat is quite loud. Su Wei's voice trembled, likewise. From beneath the bed, Shen Wan heard their hushed conversation and cautioned, do not whisper. Maintain silence. Su Wei responded loudly, understood. Liu Beichun shot him a reproachful glare. Su Wei, feeling guilty, turned his head away. Time slipped by, and amidst the tranquil villa, the sudden sound of dripping water echoed. The two men within the wardrobe fell utterly silent. Fearful yet curious, they peered through the cracks. They beheld dark, murky water seeping slowly from beneath the closed door, steadily rising and transforming into a monstrous water ghost, accompanied by an overpowering stench that was nauseating. Su Wei, having encountered such a sight before, was somewhat prepared. But it was Liu Beichun's first encounter, and he was so startled that his eyes widened in shock, utterly flustered. Chapter 86, The Unseen Titan. Ghosts, indeed, they exist. And a particularly hideous water ghost at that. In an instant, Liu Beichun's heart raced like a drum. Su Wei, perceiving his fear, shot him a sharp glance, a reminder not to lose his composure. Liu Beichun struggled to suppress his terror and continued to observe. The water ghost was grotesquely bloated, its limbs abnormally large. It slowly raised a thick, pallid finger, pointing towards Su Nian on the bed. Its hair, resembling aquatic plants, spread out in an extraordinarily bizarre manner, like countless writhing blackwater snakes cascading from the ghost's head, swiftly enveloping the entire room. The strands were thick and long, coated in a slimy filth, intertwining and ensnaring everything. The light from the crystal chandelier was obscured by the hair, casting the room into a dim, eerie gloom. As if it were on the verge of being devoured entirely, Shen Wan lay beneath the bed, observing the droplets of water falling from the hair onto the floor. Plop,
Plop.
gripping her peachwood sword, she swiftly slid out from under the bed as the hair began to encroach upon it. With a decisive swing of her sword, she severed the writhing strands, inflicting a wound upon the water ghost's abdomen.
Splash.
The foul black water within its belly gushed forth. The stench, overwhelming and acrid, made the two individuals hidden in the wardrobe gag uncontrollably. Upon noticing the three additional figures in the room, the water ghost did not flee. Instead, a strange smile spread across its bloated, pallid face. A substitute, 3 supplementary souls, it cackled ominously. In my next life, I shall be wealthy. Shen Wan retorted disdainfully. What delusions are you harboring? Do you think the judges of the underworld are vegetarians? Life for a life. Besides, you bear the taint of blood. How many lives have you claimed? This was no ordinary water ghost. It had been trained, thriving on the suffering of others. Much like a deranged fiend, the ghost's cavernous black eyes fixed hungrily upon her, its large, slippery tongue licking its decayed lips. The flesh of a female celestial master must be delectable.
It hissed.
You foolish girl. Did you think I feared you? Those past few days were but a test. I sought to ensnare you in my web, he. It gestured towards Su Nian on the bed, declaring, tonight, I shall claim her life, along with yours.
So wait.
Suppressing his nausea, shouted, what grudge do I have against you for you to harm my daughter, you grotesque creature? The water ghost, enraged by his words, sent its writhing hair surging towards Su Wei. Dare to call me ugly? You seek death.
Su Wei screamed in fright.
Shen Wan reminded him, the protective talisman. Suddenly recalling the yellow talisman Shen Wan had given them, Su Wei shakily retrieved it from his pocket and held it up. Just as the hair was about to touch the talisman, it was repelled back. Su Wei breathed a sigh of relief, steeling himself, and shouted, you hideous beast. The water ghost let out a furious roar, its form swelling as the hair spread in all directions throughout the room. Shen Wan commanded, reel it in. Liu Beichen and Su Wei, receiving the signal, immediately grasped the ritual cord and pulled it taut. The cord sliced through the air, scorching the ghost's bloated waist. It glanced towards the window, making a swift dash for escape, attempting to snatch Su Nian in its wake. Shen Wan was prepared. She flung a spiritual talisman with precision. The water ghost shrieked in agony as it plummeted from the windowsill, landing directly in the swimming pool below. Upon witnessing this, the butler quickly cast a net. We've got it! The butler exclaimed with a mix of shock and joy. Shen Wan effortlessly supported herself on the window ledge and leaped from the second floor. With a flick of her wrist, several talismans landed on the water surface, activating the formation. Streams of spiritual light wove together, ensnaring the water ghost. The ghost thrashed violently, colliding against the net, desperately trying to break free from the magical array. Shen Wan formed a seal with her fingers, chanting incantations. As the light net constricted, the ghost found itself ensnared tighter. Foul girl, even if my soul is shattered, I shall take you with me. The water ghost howled defiantly, preparing for a final, desperate strike. It swelled to such a size that even the net struggled to contain it. Without hesitation, Shen Wan pierced the spirit talisman with her peachwood sword, driving it directly into the ghost's massive form.
Stab.
The sword penetrated the water ghost, igniting true flames from within. The ghost writhed in a frenzy, yet found itself unable to resist any longer. By the time Liu Beichen and Su Wei rushed over, the water ghost was already engulfed in flames, gradually disintegrating into a puddle of viscous goo, its spirit dissipating into the ether. Su Wei pinched his nose in disgust, his face twisted in revulsion. Butler. This swimming pool is no longer usable. Have it filled in by morning. The butler nodded. Understood, sir. Liu Beichen sighed in relief, turning to Shen Wan. Master Shen, are you alright? Did the water ghost harm you? Shen Wan shook her head. No, Mr. Su. She glanced at Su Wei, who now regarded her with newfound respect. Asking earnestly, Master Shen, do you have any further instructions? Bring me something your daughter treasures most before we depart.
Huh?
The water ghost has been dealt with. What more is there to do? Your daughter has lost a soul. We must call it back. Upon hearing this, Su Wei was alarmed, hastily rushing to his daughter's bedroom to retrieve her cherished stuffed toy, a bebe, which she had loved since childhood. Shen Wan led Su Wei to the crossroads. At midnight, the intersection was deserted, not a single vehicle in sight. The surrounding stillness was chilling. Sue clutched the plush toy tightly, cautiously inquiring, "What must I do?" Shen Wan replied, "I will set up the soul-calling array. You must continuously call your daughter's name. Only when the bell rings will it signify her soul's return." Sue nodded. Shen Wan tied a copper bell to the plush toy, then lit incense candles at the 4 cardinal points of the intersection, burning a talisman inscribed with Su Nianyan's birth details. The soul-calling commenced. Shen Wan chanted softly, her hands in constant motion, scattering white paper money into the air. Her deep, resonant voice echoed at the crossroads. "Su Nianyan, return to your soul."
Suvek viklifelot sut, calling out, Sunianian, Sunianian, Sunianian.
The paper money danced in the wind alongside her name. Suddenly, a chilling breeze swept through, carrying with it the sound of a girl weeping. Sue recognized his daughter's voice but could not see her. Growing increasingly anxious, he raised his voice, calling out, "Su Nianyan, my daughter, come back. Return to us."
Sunianian.
Dingling. The copper bell attached to the toy finally rang out with a clear chime. Sue could not help but weep with joy. "Master Shen, has Nianyan returned?" Shen Wan nodded. "Yes, it is her. Let us return. Once her soul finds its way back to her body, all will be well." "Thank you, Master Shen." Sue, now genuinely respectful, apologized. "I am deeply sorry for my previous disrespectful behavior. I did not recognize your greatness. Please forgive my transgressions." Chapter 87. Shen Wan's Transformation. Shen Wan smiled faintly, taking no offense. Upon returning to the Su residence, she promptly guided Su Nianyan's soul back into her body, administering a few acupuncture needles before handing Su a prescription. "She has a slight lung infection. This remedy will alleviate the inflammation, and she will be fine after a day's treatment." Su presented her with the remaining payment check, expressing his gratitude profusely. "Thank you, Master Shen." As Liu Beichun escorted her home, he noticed her fatigued demeanor and expressed genuine concern. "Master Shen, I cannot thank you enough for saving Su Nianyan today." Shen Wan chuckled lightly. "I conduct my work for a fee. There is no need for such formality, Mr. Liu." Initially intending to invite her for breakfast, considering the night of turmoil they had endured, he refrained from mentioning it upon observing her exhaustion. Instead, he simply delivered her to her doorstep. Once home, Shen Wan bathed and collapsed into bed. Her current stature was diminutive, her nutrition inadequate, and her cultivation still in its infancy. Otherwise, at the level of such a water ghost, a decade hence, she could simply wield a ghost-slaying talisman to reduce it to ashes. There would be no need to expend effort or resort to intricate spells and formations to deplete the water ghost's strength. Shen Wan slumbered until midday the next day, awakening to receive a call from Liu Beichun, informing her that Su Nianyan had regained consciousness and was in good spirits. She also received a text from Su Wei. "The young lady is no longer in critical condition. Tomorrow evening, a brand gala will be held at the 8-star hotel in Jiangcheng, and we cordially invite Master Shen to attend." Shen Wan replied affirmatively. "Okay." Su Wei responded almost instantaneously. "I will have my secretary deliver the invitation." Reflecting on the upcoming gala, Shen Wan surveyed her wardrobe. It contained only a few sets of garments, all simple and modest. Having been accustomed to frugality, she had never been particularly concerned with her attire. However, for such a prestigious gala, the dress code not only represented her status but also served as a sign of respect towards others. Thus, Shen Wan summoned Zhang Xia to accompany her to the mall, where she purchased a new outfit for herself and several new ensembles for Zhang Xia. Initially, Zhang Xia hesitated, but upon hearing Shen Wan mention that she had further matters to discuss with her, she graciously accepted, feeling it would be inappropriate to refuse. The task Shen Wan required assistance with was the preparation of the newly acquired medicinal herbs. These herbs had been specially tailored to her health needs, promising to nourish her body while enhancing her beauty. Zhang Xia advised her to seek the assistance of a makeup artist. Shen Wan politely declined, having noted that after consuming just 1 dose of herbal soup, her complexion had significantly brightened. "Goodness, Master Wan, your remedy is truly miraculous. You've only had 1 bowl, and your complexion has improved so markedly?" Zhang Xia exclaimed in astonishment. "Your skin appears so much fairer. It's so effective, I must try it too." Shen Wan replied with a smile. "Certainly, you can omit these few herbs." 30 hours later, Liu Beichun's car pulled up at the villa's entrance. He stood there, clad in a finely tailored Italian suit, leaning against the car door, awaiting her arrival. When Shen Wan finally appeared, Liu Beichun almost failed to recognize her, his eyes widening in astonishment. Unlike her previously unadorned self, today she exuded a radiant charm. She donned an elegant black qipao, devoid of excessive embellishments, with only a few strands of minimalist silver thread tracing delicate hidden patterns, imparting an air of mystique. The black fabric accentuated her arms, which were as pale as lotus roots, slender and graceful. Yet the most striking feature was her face. Just yesterday morning, she had appeared gaunt and pallid, but now her complexion resembled that of a perfectly peeled egg, smooth and unblemished. Liu Beichun could discern that she had applied no makeup, yet her natural beauty was breathtakingly flawless. "What are you staring at? Is there something on my face?" Shen Wan inquired, touching her cheek, having washed it before departing. Liu Beichun quickly diverted his gaze, his ears tinged with a slight blush. "No, I was merely curious about the skincare product Master Shen used during our brief separation, as the results are astonishing." Shen Wan chuckled. "I do not rely on chemical skincare products. I simply consumed some herbal medicine to nurture my body." Liu Beichun nodded in understanding. Upon their arrival at the 8-star hotel, the venue was already ablaze with brilliance and teeming with luminaries. Learning from the previous yacht gala, the Su group had opted for a more grandiose setting this time. As Shen Wan entered the banquet hall, she spotted the Shen siblings from afar. This time, not only had Shen Liu brought Shen Jiaojiao, but Shen Qianxue was also present. The three siblings were engaged in light-hearted banter when they noticed Shen Wan's entrance. Shen Jiaojiao exclaimed in disbelief, "Is that Shen Wan? How has she changed so drastically?" Shen Qianxue was equally astonished. "Is this truly the same Shen Wan who came from the countryside?" Shen Liu scoffed. "She must have been dressed up by Liu Beichun. It's passable. At least not so rustic anymore." Shen Jiaojiao retorted. "Tonight is your stage, fourth brother. Surely Shen Wan isn't here to cause trouble?" At this, Shen Liu recalled the numerous times Shen Wan had thwarted his plans, and his heart sank. "It's highly likely. Last time she caused me to lose the Jiangcheng endorsement, and the time before that, she halted my film production. This time, she must be here to exact revenge." With this thought, Shen Liu could no longer remain seated. He abruptly rose and strode toward Shen Wan, lowering his voice to angrily reprimand her. "Damn it. What are you doing here? Haven't you caused me enough trouble already? Today I am being upgraded to a global brand ambassador. Dare you to disrupt this?" Shen Wan did not spare him a glance, taking her seat beside Liu Beichun. Shen Liu scoffed. "You think you deserve to sit in the guest of honor seat? Riding on Liu Beichun's coattails makes all the difference." Liu Beichun frowned, firmly stating, "Miss Shen is a distinguished guest invited by the brand. Is this how you treat a guest as a brand ambassador?" Shen Liu nearly burst into laughter. "Her? What guest is she? Does she even know what this brand represents? If it weren't for you, Liu Beichun, she wouldn't even be able to cross the threshold of this hotel, and yet, she's a guest? How absurd." Shen Wan regarded him coolly. "Do not provoke me to strike you in front of so many people." Shen Liu, involuntarily recalling memories of being soundly defeated by her, instinctively took a step back. I was merely here to warn you not to cause trouble as you did in the studio. I will not tolerate it this time." After delivering his threat, Shen Liu returned to his seat. "Fourth brother, what did you say to Shen Wan?" Shen Jiaojiao inquired curiously. Shen Liu snorted dismissively. "Nothing much, just warned her not to make a scene. Look at her, she hasn't dared to utter a word." "Qianxue." Suddenly, a sweet voice rang out. Shen Qianxue turned to see Su Nianyan approaching. "Nianyan, I heard you fell into the water and fell ill the other day. Are you feeling better now?" Su Nianyan beamed. "I'm fine, just a bit of pneumonia. I heard from my dad that you were coming today, so I rushed over. By the way, I owe my recovery to your second brother's rescue. Here are 2 brand new bags that haven't been released yet. One for you, and one for Jiao Jiao." Su Nianyan generously handed the designer bags to them. Chapter 88. The Turmoil of the Gala. Shen Jiaojiao exclaimed in delight. "Ah,
It all is pay.
thank you, Sister Nianyan." Su Nianyan smiled. "I'm glad you like them. There are more new products to be unveiled later. Let me know if you see something you fancy, and I'll get it for you." Turning to Shen Liu, she added, "Congratulations, fourth brother. On becoming our brand's global ambassador, you are the only one. Your family has great taste." "I will not disappoint the title of global ambassador," Shen Liu replied, then shifted his gaze toward Shen Wan, pointing accusatorily. "Does she even have an invitation? I remember that for such a high-profile gala, one cannot enter without an invitation, not even as a guest with another guest." Su Nianyan glanced at Shen Wan, her expression shifting. "Shen Wan? How could such a person be present at the gala? And seated with Brother Beichen? Shan Luoyu wore a knowing expression. It seems Shen Wan indeed lacks an invitation and has entered solely due to Lu Beichen. Shen Qianxue remarked, Wan has never attended such a gala. It's good for her to broaden her horizons. Su Nianyan's face darkened. I will not allow someone like her to attend the gala. She is beneath the dignity of our event.
How dare she?
With that, she lifted her skirt and strode towards the guest of honor's table, clearly intent on confronting Shen Wan. Nian, don't go. Spare her some dignity. Shen Qianxue attempted to rise to stop her, but Shen Jiaojiao restrained her. Sister, let Nian handle it. She is the organizer and has the right to determine Shen Wan's presence. Shen Jiaojiao, relishing the drama, added, Nian is alone and vulnerable. I'll go support her. With that, Shen Jiaojiao followed after Su Nian. Su Nian approached the table with a fierce demeanor. Lu Beichen greeted her with a smile. Nian, are you feeling better? Su Nian crossed her arms, huffing. Brother Beichen, why did you bring such a person to the gala? Lu Beichen's smile faltered, his expression turning serious. Such a person? Are you referring to Master Shen? Su Nian cast a disdainful glance at Shen Wan, her eyes brimming with contempt. Master Shen? Beichen, are you jesting? She then turned her ire toward Shen Wan. My family's banquet does not welcome a thief of your low moral character. Leave this instant. Lu Beichen's expression darkened. Su Nian, do you even comprehend with whom you are speaking? Master Shen is your savior. Brother Beichen, why do you scowl at me for such a person? Su Nian interrupted him, her displeasure palpable. I simply detest Shen Wan.
Shen Wan.
Why are you still sitting there? Get out now, do you have no shame? She shouted, drawing the attention of those nearby. Your audacity is astounding. If I were you, I would have scurried away by now. How embarrassing. Shen Jiaojiao chimed in. Exactly. Shen Wan, how can you remain seated when no one here welcomes you? Hurry and leave. The voice of Su Wei rang out. Su Nian. Turning around, Su Nian immediately adopted a sweet demeanor. Daddy, please expel this thief from our presence. I do not wish to see her. Upon hearing her words, Su Wei felt a wave of darkness wash over him, nearly toppling over. After his daughter awoke, she had no recollection of the water ghost or the summoning. And to spare her fear, he had chosen silence. Who would have thought that she would humiliate Master Shen in front of so many? Furious, Su Wei retorted. Su Nian apologized to Master Shen this instant. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Apologize to her? Who does she think she is, to deserve that? A resounding slap echoed as Su Wei struck Su Nian, rendering her momentarily speechless, while the onlookers were left in shock. Shen Jiaojiao quickly protested, Uncle Su. Why would you strike Nian? What she said was not wrong. Su Wei, his eyes ablaze with anger, reprimanded her. If you utter another word, I shall discipline you as well. Shen Jiaojiao pouted, casting a defiant glare at Shen Wan.
Dad,
how could you strike me? You've never laid a hand on me, no matter how willful I've been, and now you do this for Shen Wan. Su Nian cried indignantly. Even if the banquet is cancelled today, I want Shen Wan out. Shaking with rage, Su Wei exclaimed. Do you comprehend whom you have offended? Master Shen is your lifesaver. Upon hearing this, Shen Luo, you could no longer remain silent. She stepped forward and said, Uncle Su, I believe you've made a mistake. It was my brother who implored for all his efforts to heal Nian. How has it become Shen Wan's credit? With so many witnesses present, Su Wei found himself at a loss for words. He could not openly declare that Shen Wan had exorcised a spirit. The repercussions on the company would be immense. Lu Beichen interjected, Master Shen is a Taoist physician. She indeed saved Nian. Shen Luo, you nearly laughed in disbelief.
What?
A Taoist? That one? She barely studied for a few years. Ask anyone here if they trust my brother, a graduate of medical school, or a girl who dropped out of middle school. I heard that Master Shen's brother is a chief physician at the #1 hospital in Jiang City, and his skills are exceptional. Yes, I have heard that too. His laboratory is quite impressive. It must have been Shen Yun Yi who saved Su Nian. I also believe it was Shen Yun Yi who saved me.
Su Nian insisted.
Father, did you hear that? It was obviously Brother Yun Yi who saved me. Why are you thanking her? I told you Shen Wan is a thief. She not only stole Qianshue's belongings, but now even Brother Yun Yi's skills and reputation. Su Wei, his head buzzing, shouted, I saw it with my own eyes. How could it be false? You must apologize to Master Shen at once. Kneel down. Su Nian felt even more wronged. I refuse to kneel before Shen Wan. You. Su Wei, exasperated, raised his hand as if to strike her again. Having heard countless tales of Shen Wan's misdeeds from Shen Qianshui, Su Niannian had always harbored disdain for her.
Now,
Being coerced by her father into apologizing only fueled her rebellion. She defiantly leaned forward. Go ahead, strike me, even if it kills me. I will never apologize to Shen Wan. Su Wei nearly fainted from frustration. Finally, Shen Wan, who had remained silent, stood up leisurely. Mr. Su, I appreciate your invitation, however. I shall take my leave from this banquet. I will not accept any future courtesies from the Su family, be they gifts or apologies. Su Wei's heart raced at her words, and he hurriedly explained, Master Shen, my daughter has been willful since childhood. Please do not take her words to heart. The consequences of offending a master in metaphysics are beyond what the Su family can bear, especially since Shen Wan is your daughter's savior.
Desesperación grip Su Wei.
And he disregarded the onlookers, bowing deeply to Shen Wan in apology. Su Niannian was on the brink of madness. She rushed to tug at him.
Daddy.
Your esteemed status, how could you bow and apologize to someone like Shen Wan? Su Wei, his vision dimming, kicked her aside in frustration. If you still acknowledge me as your father, kneel and apologize to Master Shen. Su Niannian struggled to rise, indignation boiling over as she shouted, Absolutely not. What is Shen Wan that I should bow and apologize to her? Father, you have truly lost your mind. Su Wei, looking at the impassive Shen Wan, was prepared to kneel. Master, I have failed in raising my daughter. Uncle Su. Shen Luo Yu could no longer bear to watch and rushed to pull him back. Shen Qianshui stepped forward, grasping Su Wei's hand.
Uncle Su.
You cannot kneel to Shen Wan. Regardless of the circumstances, she is still a junior. It is she who should bow to you. Fuming, Su Wei shot back. You have no understanding of the situation, so do not meddle.
Su Niannian.
Am I deaf, or did I not instruct you to kneel and apologize?
Su Niannian.
Feeling utterly wronged, pouted. I will only kneel if I am dead. Shen Luo Yu, bewildered, said Uncle Su. I fail to comprehend why you insist on forcing Nian Nian to apologize to Shen Wan. She truly does not deserve it. Her words drew an icy glare from Su Wei. With an intensity that made Shen Luo Yu feel small, he replied coldly. Today's banquet was meant to announce your promotion, with Master Shen personally presenting you with a uniquely tailored global mascot. Now, what do you have to say? Master Shen does not deserve it? You are the one most unworthy. My company must have been blind to appoint someone with such a warped perspective as a global ambassador. I declare, from this moment forth, your contract is terminated. Shen Luo Yu was left dumbfounded, struggling to comprehend.
Uncle Su.
Are you jesting? To protect someone like Shen Wan, you would go so far as to terminate our contract?
Who is truly misguided.
Seeing his fourth brother wronged, Shen Qianshui immediately defended him.
Uncle Su.
I believe there must be some misunderstanding. Contract termination is a serious matter. Let us discuss this privately. Su Wei turned his ire towards her. And you, Shen Qianshui, you often come to my home to complain about how Shen Wan has bullied you, leading me to mistakenly believe Master Shen is of poor character. It turns out you are the most venomous of individuals. Henceforth, you are prohibited from associating with my daughter, lest you lead her astray. Shen Qianshui's face drained of color, her eyes reddening as tears threatened to spill. Uncle, you must be mistaken. I have done nothing.
Su Niannian.
Kneel and apologize this instant. Su Wei's fury reached its zenith. Su Niannian had never witnessed her father so enraged, and her own anger surged. Clearly, she was the daughter of the Su family. Why was her father treating her as though Shen Wan were his own child?
No.
What father kneels to apologize to his daughter? It should be the ancestors. Her father had truly lost his mind to regard Shen Wan as a deity. The more she thought, the more incensed she became. Grabbing a tall glass, she slammed it onto the table. With a shattering crash, the glass broke. She raised the sharp crystal shard. You want me to apologize? Fine, kill me. Su Wei felt his head spin with frustration. I have truly failed as a parent. He extended his hand and unexpectedly struck his own face with great force. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances. Some murmured that Mr. Su had lost his mind, while others speculated that Su Wei might actually be right, considering that perhaps the true savior was indeed Shen Wan. Su Niannian, witnessing her father's erratic behavior, felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment.
Dad.
Shen Luo Yu directed her ire at Shen Wan. Are you pleased now? Wherever you are, chaos ensues. Shen Wan, I knew you came here with the intent to ruin the banquet. Anyone who associates with you is truly unfortunate. Shen Qian chimed in quietly, Wan Wan. Look at the discontent you've caused. You should clarify things for everyone. Shen Wan calmly glanced at her. Shen Qian. So, it turns out you have been tarnishing my reputation outside. Shen Qian expression shifted dramatically. When did I ever steal anything from you? What are you talking about? She stammered, unable to articulate a defense. Last time, you conspired with Zhang Ma to frame me for stealing Xin Jiao's necklace. I reported it to the police, and they have confirmed that I have never stolen anything from the Shen family. Shen Wan fixed her gaze on her. Why do you slander me in public?
It was all a misunderstanding.
Zhang Ma had ulterior motives. She wanted to drive you out. I was deceived by her too. Shen Qian's explanation was disjointed. Shen Luoyu stepped forward to defend Shen Qian. Shen Wan, what are you trying to achieve with your aggressive tactics? This is not the doing of Qian Shui. She is not the one who made those slanderous remarks. Shen Wan cast a glance at Su Nian and suddenly recalled something intriguing. Do you happen to possess a globally limited bracelet, of which only 10 exist? Upon mentioning the bracelet, Shen Qian's complexion paled considerably. Su Nian inquired, yes, that bracelet was a gift from my father for my coming of age, but unfortunately, I lost it. Oh, that bracelet is in Shen Qian's drawer. She stole it. Shen Wan's revelation sent shockwaves through the room. Shen Qian felt as though the ground had shifted beneath her. How could Shen Wan know such a secret?
Sunian furolet herbrol.
Casting a disbelieving look at Shen Qian, is what she said true? Absolutely not. Shen Qian hastily defended herself. The bracelet I have merely resembles yours in style. It cannot possibly be yours. Su Nian, still skeptical, replied, that is true, you are my good friend. Why would you steal from me? Moreover, my bracelet has my birthday inscription on it. You wouldn't be foolish enough to take it. Shen Wan, you simply cannot stand to see Qian possess something valuable and are thus slandering her. Shen Wan replied, unfazed, the bracelet's code is 515, with the initials. Both Su Nian and Su Wei's expressions shifted dramatically. If Shen Wan had not seen it, how could she accurately recite the bracelet's code? Su Wei slammed his palm on the table, seething with anger. This is a gift I specifically customized for Nian's coming of age. A global limited edition worth a fortune. Shen Qian, do you have a death wish, stealing this? Shen Qian's face drained of color, and she nearly collapsed. She propped herself against the table, insisting she had not stolen it. I swear, she is just fabricating lies. Shen Wan's smile was devoid of warmth. It is not a fabrication. Half a month ago, while I was tidying your room, your drawer was open. The bracelet was exquisitely beautiful, and I picked it up to examine it. It is indeed S515. In her previous life, Shen Wan had not known it belonged to Su Nian. She had only seen it in Shen Qian's drawer and thought it delightful. However, a year later, Shen Qian took her to Su Nian's birthday party and presented the bracelet to her, claiming it was to broaden her horizons, but in reality, it was to publicly accuse her of stealing Su Nian's bracelet. Shen Wan still vividly recalled the moment when she was branded a thief by everyone. It was also that instance that marred her reputation in Jiangcheng, subjecting her to public scorn. At that time, wherever she went, people derided her for being untrustworthy. Although she later forced Shen Qian to kneel and apologize, confessing her wrongdoing, the resentment and indignation of being wronged remained fresh in Shen Wan's memory. This time, she intended to make Shen Qian experience the bitterness of being pointed at by the masses. Qian, is what she said true? Su Nian stared at her in shock. Shen Qian desperately insisted, it's not me. Of course, it's not me. Nian, you must believe me. I am a Shen family heiress, living without worries. Why on earth would I steal your bracelet?
Su Nian froned.
But how does Shen Wan know the code of my bracelet? Shen Wan replied coolly, I recall that by this time, Shen Yun had already returned home. Shen Qian, do you dare to publicly ask him to take a photo of the contents of your drawer? Whether you stole it or not will be evident. Shen Qian retorted angrily. The items in my drawer are my personal belongings. Why should I show them to you? Shen Wan remained composed. Then let us return directly to the Shen residence and allow Su Nian to check your bedroom. After all, she is your close friend. It should be fine for her to take a look, right? Su Nian's gaze fell upon Shen Qian. I trust that you have done nothing wrong to me. But, since Shen Wan presents reasonable evidence, could you have your second brother take a photograph for verification? If your drawer does not contain the bracelet, or if the bracelet merely resembles mine, I will certainly compel Shen Wan to kneel and publicly apologize to you. Shen Qianshui bit her lip tightly, her eyes betraying her panic. Or perhaps I should just go to your house and check.
No.
Shen Qianshui's face grew increasingly pale. The bracelet indeed belonged to her, not because it was beautiful or valuable, but because Su Nian's smugness in flaunting it before her had infuriated her. Moreover, Su Nian, knowing her secret of being a false heiress, had the audacity to boast, Qianshui, how wonderful it would be if you were the true Shen family heiress. Uncle Shen would surely gift you something too. This bracelet is valuable for collection, but alas, it's so expensive that Uncle Shen would not want to spend more on you, especially since you are not his biological daughter. It was precisely because of Su Nian's arrogance and belittlement that she had taken the bracelet. Little did she expect that Shen Wan would know it was Su Nian's item. Shen Qianshui, feeling the intensity of everyone's gaze upon her, had no choice but to muster her courage and pick up her phone. It's just a photo. Fine, I'll have my second brother take it. In front of everyone, Shen Qianshui composed a message to send to Shen Yunyi. She could only silently pray that the maid had hidden the bracelet at the very bottom during cleaning, or that it had been stowed away in the cabinet. After waiting for about 2 to 3 minutes, Shen Yunyi sent back the photo of the drawer. Before Shen Qianshui could even open it, her phone was snatched away by Su Wei. Upon opening the photo and zooming in, the bracelet he had given his daughter lay unmistakably in the drawer, with the S515 code clearly visible. Shen Qianshui, Su Wei exclaimed furiously, "How dare you steal the coming-of-age gift I presented to my daughter? This is a globally limited edition." Su Nian, upon seeing the image of her beloved bracelet, was instantly taken aback, realizing it truly was her bracelet. The revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. Shen Qianshui's face turned ashen, desperately searching for someone to blame. But realizing that she was the only one from the Shen family present at Su Nian's coming-of-age event, she found no one to serve as a scapegoat. "Shen Qianshui, explain to me why my bracelet is in your drawer," Su Nian questioned, her voice filled with disbelief and disappointment. Shen Luoyu and Shen Jiaojiao were both dumbfounded, unable to believe that Shen Qianshui could commit such an act. Shen Luoyu instinctively thought of blaming Shen Wan, but as her gaze shifted towards her, Shen Wan merely remarked, "Do not hastily involve others. I have never attended Su Nian's coming-of-age ceremony. The only person who did was Shen Qianshui. I never said it was you. Why are you so anxious?" Shen Luoyu quickly smiled at Su Nian. "Nian, dear, this must be a misunderstanding. Perhaps you all were too caught up in the festivities." And Qianshui inadvertently brought it home in her bag. Su Wei, a man in his 40s, coldly remarked, how could he be deceived by such rhetoric? Even if she accidentally brought it home, she should have recognized that it belonged to Nian. Why not return it? It is evident she desires the bracelet for herself. Shen Qianshui's delicate face turned pale, and beads of sweat began to form on her smooth forehead. Faced with the scornful and derisive gazes of those around her, she wished she could disappear into the ground. Once a proud figure in the elite circles of Jiangcheng, her reputation was now in tatters because of Shen Wan. "Shen Qianshui, speak up." Su Nian was equally distraught. The thief of the bracelet turned out to be her most trusted sister. It was heart-wrenching, truly heart-wrenching. Shen Qianshui finally broke under the pressure, sobbing, Nian, I have not wronged you. I truly brought it home by mistake. I intended to return it, but I feared you might misunderstand and think I stole it. I just couldn't find the right moment to explain everything to you. Nian, after all these years of friendship, do you really believe I would steal from you?
Nian furore terbror.
Indeed, their sisterhood, forged over many years, could not possibly be overshadowed by a mere bracelet. Is that true? Of course it is. Shen Qianshui, her eyes red, grasped her hand. It's all my fault. I should have returned it sooner. Nian, please do not be angry. I promise to return it and gift you your favorite necklace as well, alright? At this point, Su Nian's anger had diminished considerably. Su Wei, witnessing his daughter being so easily manipulated, felt his vision darken with rage. Nian, can't you see clearly? Shen Qianshui is clearly the one with unscrupulous intentions and poor character. Shen Luoyu stepped forward to counter. Qianshui has claimed it was merely an accident, Uncle Su. Is it really necessary to be so pedantic? Besides, it is just a bracelet. Does the Shen family lack the means to purchase one? Brother Shen is right. Su Nian chimed in. I have known Qianshui for over a decade. I am more aware of her kindness than you are, father. Even if she did take it, I would forgive her. After all, to err is human. Everyone makes mistakes. I believe our friendship has withstood this trial, and it will emerge even more genuine and steadfast in the future. Father, at my age, you should understand the value of friendship.
Suay's anger intensified.
His eyes nearly bulging. Shen Qianxue, bowing her head submissively, said, Uncle, it was my carelessness that led to this mistake. Silence. Su Wei snapped, You thief. It is you who has stolen, yet you spread rumors about Master Shen. How can a young lady harbor such deep schemes? I did not. Shen Qianxue wept. Her pitiful, tear-streaked face caused Shen Luoyu immense sorrow. What a worthless bracelet. I would compensate you tenfold.
Su Wei scoffed, Shen Luoyu.
Perhaps you should first consider compensating for the hefty breach of contract. Shen Luoyu was taken aback. What breach of contract? It was your Su group that proposed the termination. You should be the one compensating me. Su Wei retorted coldly, You have publicly humiliated my esteemed guest, which is tantamount to striking my face in public. Do you expect to escape unscathed? Just then, Shen Wan languidly interjected, Shen Qianxue has committed more than one misdeed. Shen Qianxue's expression shifted dramatically. Indeed. Shen Wan was beginning again. Wan, I do not know how I have offended you. Why do you go to such lengths to slander me? Shen Wan cast a detached glance at her, then turned her gaze to Su Nian, unleashing a shocking revelation. You know your high school crush was actually reciprocating your feelings? Do you know why your confession failed? It was because Shen Qianxue backstabbed you, spreading rumors about your promiscuous behavior, referring to you as a bus, which frightened your crush away. Upon hearing this, Su Nian abruptly released Shen Qianxue's hand. Gasps filled the crowd.
Bus.
Such a derogatory term for women was audaciously uttered. Shen Wan continued, Moreover, the recent gossip about your rendezvous with a muscular man for 3 days and nights? That was also leaked by Shen Qianxue to the paparazzi. Su Nian's expression darkened. Shen Qianxue, is what she said true? I can overlook the muscular man incident, as I indeed had no relations with him. We merely spent the night gaming with friends. But I cannot tolerate the matter concerning my high school crush. I must clarify. Is Shen Wan's assertion factual? Shen Qianxue's eyes flickered with uncertainty. Nian, how can you believe her? I am your best friend. Bus? Su Nian suddenly recalled something, her expression darkening further. I was rejected by my crush just days before this term was circulated at school. At that time, I was absorbed in the pain of heartbreak, paying little attention to the world around me, yet there were indeed people referring to me in that manner before my eyes.
Shen Wan.
Su Nian turned to glare at her. How did you come to know about these things? Shen Wan replied nonchalantly. I overheard Shen Qianxue making a call to your crush at home. She was in the garden weeding at the time. She may not have noticed me, but she spoke ill of you to him with very green tea-like words, even saying, You are so excellent. I cannot bear to see you deceived. If you do not believe me, feel free to call your crush or ask others at school. You'll discover who's been spreading rumors about you. Shen Qianxue's complexion turned pale, cold sweat pouring down her face. How could Shen Wan, that wretched girl, know so many secrets? If she failed to clarify this in front of so many people, her reputation would truly be ruined. Nian, please let me explain, Shen Qianxue began. But Su Nian forcefully shook off her hand and called her crush and classmates for confirmation. A few minutes later, after receiving the calls, Su Nian's face turned ashen as she raised her hand and struck Shen Qianxue hard, her voice filled with fury. Shen Qianxue, I considered you a best friend. Yet you spread rumors that I am keeping a male model and sleeping around in the entertainment industry? I am innocent. Yet you have sullied my name with such vile tactics. The revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. Shen Qianxue's mind went blank, leaving her with only 2 words. Finished.
Slap.
Su Nian struck her again. You even spread rumors that I have a contagious disease, causing my classmates to distance themselves from me. I found it odd that even though my crush is the school heartthrob, I am not lacking in charm myself. Why did everyone suddenly avoid me? It turns out it was you, this petty person, spreading rumors behind my back. No wonder people say you are beautiful yet wicked. It seems you have trampled on my reputation to elevate your own. Su Nian trembled with rage. Su Wei, furious and humiliated, exclaimed, My daughter regarded you as a close friend, sharing everything with you. Shen Qianxue, how could you be so malicious as to destroy my daughter's reputation? Shen Qianxue was left speechless, unable to defend herself. The crowd began to surround her, condemning her. How could a girl harbor such malicious thoughts? Abus, a contagious disease. How could she dare utter such things? This so-called friendship is merely a facade. Shen Qianxue appeared pure on the surface, yet her true nature was insidious. Defaming another girl's purity is truly malicious. In an instant, the atmosphere was charged with tension. The cacophony of disdain and accusations was relentless. Shen Qianxue stared wide-eyed, her cheeks stained with crimson, as tears streamed down her face. With a voice trembling with emotion, she implored, "Nian Nian, I never anticipated that our years of sisterly affection could be so easily overshadowed by mere words from others. How could I possibly engage in such despicable acts? You are gravely mistaken about me." Shen Qianxue clenched her jaw, adamantly refusing to concede. In the glaring presence of onlookers, to admit guilt would shatter her meticulously cultivated reputation like fragile crystal, impossible to mend. Those people were merely envious of our bond, intentionally sowing discord. Nian Nian, do you truly believe those who slander you over me rather than trusting in my innocence? Su Nian Nian gazed at Shen Qianxue, whose tears flowed like a torrential downpour, evoking a sense of sympathy within her. Could it be that she had genuinely misjudged Shen Qianxue? Chapter 92. Shen Luoyu's unruliness. Then why is it that when I inquired with others, they all claimed it was you who spread the rumors behind my back? Shen Qianxue lamented, covering her swollen face. Within the academy, our bond is the strongest. They are envious and will surely seek to divide us. Nian Nian, I truly did not expect you to strike me over someone so inconsequential. With that, Shen Qianxue fled, weeping uncontrollably. Shen Luoyu, in a fit of rage, shouted,
Su Nian Nian.
If anything were to happen to my sister, I will not forgive you. With that, he hurried after her. Shen Jiaojiao, discarding the bag Su Nian Nian had gifted her, tossed it to the ground and exclaimed, Sister Qianxue is the kindest person. How could she possibly do such a thing? Nian Nian, you have truly wounded Sister Qianxue's heart this time. I refuse your gift. She too followed suit. Su Nian Nian stood frozen in place, questioning, Is this truly my fault? Su Wei rolled his eyes, exasperated. Oh, foolish daughter, have you fallen prey to Shen Qianxue's manipulation? Enough of her. You must quickly apologize to Master Shen. That is of utmost importance. Yet, Su Nian Nian stubbornly retorted, Father, why should I apologize to Shen Wan? She disrupted the banquet and jeopardized my sisterly bond with Shen Qianxue. Upon hearing his daughter's obstinate words, Su Wei's face paled in frustration. Shen Wan remained impassive, stating, Su Nian Nian, I kindly warned you, and if you dismiss my intentions before warned, you are destined to encounter misfortune. Should you lose your life, do not seek me out. The notion of misfortune struck Su Wei like a bolt of lightning, prompting him to kneel before Shen Wan, pleading, Master Shen, I implore you, save my daughter. She is my only child. She cannot come to harm. Shen Wan's gaze was indifferent. I have already said what needed to be said. Mr. Lu, I appreciate your escort. I shall take my leave. Shen Wan turned to depart. Liu Beichen, glancing at Su Wei, deemed it unnecessary to linger, stating, Master Shen, allow me to accompany you. As he left, he paused beside Su Nian Nian, coldly remarking, Su Nian Nian, you shall pay a steep price for your current obstinacy. Su Nian Nian's expression darkened. Brother Beichen, why do you? Liu Beichen offered no further words and hastened after Shen Wan. Su Wei, pale and despondent, collapsed onto the ground, exclaiming, It's over. Su Nian Nian rushed to assist him, but he shrugged off her hand, his face stern.
Su Nian Nian.
I have indulged you far too much. I have never chastised you for your caprices, but this time is different. You must learn to endure hardship to truly grow. Henceforth, I shall cut off your bank card and living expenses. You must fend for yourself. Su Nian Nian was taken aback. Father, how can you do this? Su Wei replied coldly, moreover, regarding the rumors Shen Qianxue spread about you, I hope you will thoroughly investigate the matter yourself. Do not allow these malicious individuals to truly jeopardize your life. That is of utmost importance. Su Wei surveyed the scene. This should have been a splendid banquet. Yet it had devolved into chaos, due to the Shen family's turmoil. Onlookers feasted on the drama, but as the host, he owed an apology. He stepped onto the stage, filled with remorse and contrition. I thank all esteemed guests for attending this banquet. It is my oversight, and I accept full responsibility. I hope for your understanding. The crowd responded with sympathy. Thus, the grand banquet concluded. Fortunately, the Su Group's public relations team acted swiftly, preventing the incident from trending online. However, Shen Luoyu's fans, initially celebrating his ascension to global spokesperson, were met with a termination notice from the Su Group. This incident shot to the top of trending topics. Fans denounced the Su group for their perceived injustice against their idol. Shen Luoyu, already seething over Shen Qianqua's treatment, took to Weibo to confront the Su group, demanding an explanation. The Su group, unyielding, released behind-the-scenes footage of Shen Luoyu's earlier arrogance during an advertisement shoot. In the video, he appeared haughty, demanding assistance from a junior assistant while playfully placing his foot on a girl's head, jokingly stating, "You should be grateful to assist me. It's your fortune." Upon release, the video surged to the top of trending topics. Shen Luoyu's arrogance. Shen Luoyu the worker. What is wrong with working people? The tide swiftly turned. Workers, already disgruntled, found solidarity in their grievances against Shen Luoyu, incited further by his fans' blind defense of their idol. The workers erupted in outrage, flooding Shen Luoyu's posts with scathing comments. The backlash intensified, with Shen Luoyu facing public derision. "Why should I apologize? I was merely joking with that girl." Shen Luoyu nearly lost his composure upon receiving a call from his manager, demanding an apology online due to the fallout from the contract termination and his previous arrogance. The manager stated sternly, "Your reputation has plummeted, and even collaborators are questioning me. If you do not apologize, film and endorsement opportunities will go to Qiaoguang instead. Do you wish to become irrelevant?" Shen Luoyu's temper flared, scoffing, "My family is the wealthiest in Jiangcheng, with 30 million followers on Weibo. Why should I fear obscurity? This is merely a ruckus created by detractors." He resolutely declared, "I will not apologize." Unable to persuade him, the manager reluctantly ended the call. Ultimately, the situation escalated, resulting in Shen Luoyu losing several endorsements and film offers. However, he remained unfazed, confident that better opportunities awaited him. His ire was directed at Shen Wan, whom he believed was responsible for the rumors that led to Shen Qianqua's unjust suffering. Unable to contain himself, Shen Luoyu disguised himself that evening, armed with a baseball bat, and drove to Shanghai Bay, intent on confronting Shen Wan to exact his vengeance. Upon returning from the banquet, Shen Wan chose not to head home immediately, but instead stopped by Kaetang to procure some medicinal herbs. Upon entering her home, a wave of metallic scent assaulted her senses. Shen Wan's expression shifted dramatically as she quickly turned on the lights. There, she discovered Zhang Xia, battered and barely conscious, lying in the living room, her face bruised and swollen. "Is it Shen Luoyu?" Zhang Xia weakly uttered before losing consciousness. Enraged, Shen Wan immediately dialed for emergency services. Rather than contacting the police, she assessed Zhang Xia's condition, ensuring she was safely transported to the ambulance before retrieving a steel rod from the storage room and departing on her tricycle. Chapter 93. The Counterattack. Shen Luoyu, engrossed in scrolling through comments on Weibo, found the vitriol against him escalating. These detractors seem to have nothing better to do. These fools are clearly unemployed and envious of my endorsements, attempting to instigate a contract termination with the brands I represent. How dare they? Shen Luoyu reclined on the sofa, grumbling incessantly when suddenly, a call interrupted his thoughts. Glancing at the unfamiliar number, he presumed it to be yet another call from his agency, and, disinterested, he promptly hung up. To his surprise, a text message arrived just 2 seconds later. "I am Shen Wan." The brevity of those 4 words jolted Shen Luoyu upright, muttering to himself, "Oh, so the little brat finally dares to show herself." Without hesitation, he redialed the number. As soon as the call connected, he unleashed a torrent of insults. "Shen Wan, you wretched harbinger of misfortune, anyone who crosses paths with you is doomed. You are nothing but a plague, bringing calamity wherever you go. It's no wonder not a soul in your family cares for you. You are a pariah." On the other end, Shen Wan's calm voice interjected, "Finished cursing? I'm waiting for you at the park near the Shen residence." Before he could retort, she had already hung up. In an instant, he sprang to his feet, donned his shoes, and seized a golf club, racing outside. "Damn that harbinger of misfortune. You've caused me to lose an endorsement, been berated by mindless detractors, and even made Qianqua endure a slap. Today, I shall return every ounce of humiliation to you." Upon arriving at the park, he spotted Shen Wan seated on a bench. He rushed towards her, brandishing the golf club and shouting, "Why are you hiding? Why not continue your evasion? When I sought you at the haunted house, you vanished." Shen Wan rose slowly, her gaze piercing through him. "Did you strike Zhang Xia?" Shen Luoyu scoffed, his face brimming with arrogance. "Indeed, I did. I merely exchanged a few words with you, and she dared to retort, accusing me of wearing a dual facade. What right does she have to judge me? I merely nudged her slightly. She lost her footing and fell. Yet, she attempted to rise and strike me, so I had to teach her a lesson. He exhibited no remorse, defiantly lifting his chin. I showed her mercy. After all, my true target was you. With the club in hand, he struck it against his palm, seething with rage. Shen Wan, I overlooked your youth during previous incidents, but that does not equate to forgiveness. I never anticipated that you would dare to overstep at the Su family banquet. If it weren't for your machinations, I would not have lost my endorsement. The most innocent victim remains Qianxue, who was slapped by that vile Su Nian. Qianxue's face is still swollen and unrecognizable. As your blood relative fourth brother, I must impart a lesson upon you, so you understand whom to provoke and whom to avoid. With that, he swung the golf club towards her.
Bang!
The club did not connect with her, but was intercepted by a steel rod. Shen Liu sneered, "Oh, so you wish to retaliate for that girl? When you struck me at the haunted house, I simply wasn't prepared. Do not forget, I am a grown man. Far stronger than you, a mere girl. To think you could retaliate. How naive." His laughter echoed with arrogance and disdain, piercing through the air. Shen Wan replied calmly, "As long as you admit to striking her, that suffices." Shen Liu, you are mistaken. Even if we share blood, we are merely strangers. Fourth brother? You are not worthy. With no further words, Shen Wan seized the steel rod and, with all her might, struck it down upon his leg. Crack! The sharp sound of bone fracturing reverberated, accompanied by Shen Liu's piercing scream echoing throughout the park. His leg bent at an unnatural angle, his body lost balance, and he fell heavily to the ground. Shen Wan, you. His face contorted with sheer terror and disbelief. He never fathomed that Shen Wan would strike him so ruthlessly. Was she trying to kill him? The pain. It was excruciating. A searing agony coursed through his entire being. Trembling, Shen Liu beheld Shen Wan lift the steel rod once more, his complexion paling in fear as he shrieked, "Stop! I struck your friend. You have struck me. We are even." Shen Wan casually slung the rod over her shoulder, looking down at him with an air of superiority. Shen Liu clutched his shattered leg, his body quaking uncontrollably, beads of sweat cascading down his chiseled face. The pain and terror twisted his expression into a grotesque mask of despair. What about the interest? Shen Wan's nonchalant remark ignited a fire of rage within Shen Liu. What interest? Your friend merely has superficial injuries, while you have broken my leg. Shen Wan, you possess a truly venomous heart. With a smile, Shen Wan took 2 steps closer, planting her foot firmly on his fractured bone, applying pressure and grinding it mercilessly.
Ah!
Shen Liu's wretched screams filled the air, his face pale as a ghost, devoid of color. Shen Wan's expression remained indifferent. Shen, fourth young master, I have warned you before. Do not provoke me. Why did you not heed my warning? You may challenge me, but if you lay a hand on my friends, you are courting death. At that moment, Shen Liu's hatred for her intensified, and he roared, Shen Wan, you dare break my leg. I will not let you go unpunished. Shen Wan smiled as she pressed down harder.
Ah!
The pain surged through Shen Liu, threatening to engulf his consciousness entirely. I will be waiting for you. But try touching my friend again. Do you believe I want to break all your legs? Her words floated lightly, as if discussing a trivial matter. Shen Liu gazed at her, memories flashing of the day she had furiously assaulted his fans. Today, she was entirely different. Back then, she had been pulling hair and crying. But now, she looked down upon him with a cold, composed demeanor, as if crushing an ant beneath her heel. An indescribable sense of dread enveloped him. Shen Wan had indeed changed drastically, as his second brother had warned. He could scarcely meet her gaze. The profound agony was something he would never forget in this lifetime. Shen Wan finally lifted her foot, her expression even more apathetic. Shen, fourth young master, should you wish to report me to the authorities, feel free. But prepare for your reputation to be utterly destroyed. As I understand it, your name has already begun to tarnish. If your fans and the public discover that you broke into a private residence and harmed an innocent girl, what do you think will become of you? Chapter 94. The Haunted Hospital. Shen Liu seethed with rage. So you had this all planned out. Shen Wan, how utterly malicious you are. Shen Wan cast a disdainful glance at him, filled with disgust and hatred. Since you have labeled me as malicious, it would be remiss not to embody that title. Shen Liu felt a surge of bitterness rising in his throat, tasting the metallic tang of blood. This is your final warning. Provoke me again, and it will not merely be a broken leg. With that, Shen Wan turned and left. Shen Luoyu watched her retreating figure with an overwhelming desire to leap up and plunge a blade into her, reducing her to tatters. My leg. Seeing it bent at an unnatural angle, darkness clouded his vision. He struggled to pull out his phone, trembling as he dialed Shen Yuni. Hello, second brother, it's me. I'm in trouble at the park nearby. Please come quickly. Upon receiving the call, Shen Yuni rushed over, and upon seeing Shen Luoyu's leg, he was instantly horrified. Fourth brother, what happened to your leg? Who did this? Shen Luoyu clenched his teeth, refusing to utter Shen Wan's name. I accidentally fell, second brother. Please take me to the hospital quickly. I fear my leg may not be salvageable. His silence was not born of fear of Shen Wan, but rather of embarrassment. The debt for this broken leg would be repaid in kind. Once he recovered, he would ensure Shen Wan spent the remainder of her life confined to a wheelchair. At the hospital, Shen Wan purchased food and nutritional supplements to visit Zhang Xia. Gu Yicheng conducted an examination for her. Fortunately, it was merely a minor abrasion, and with a few days of rest, she would recover swiftly. Master Shen. Gu Yicheng pulled Shen Wan aside and whispered, I heard that doctor. Shen's brother accidentally broke his leg and is currently receiving treatment in our hospital. I can't help but feel that this incident is somehow related to you. Did you perhaps use some sort of spell to cause him to fall? Shen Wan smiled. I used rebar to break it. Gu Yicheng was instantly taken aback, retreating 2 steps in shock. What? You broke Shen Luoyu's leg? Zhang Xia, upon hearing this, felt a mix of gratitude and concern. Master Wan, thank you for avenging me. But breaking Shen Luoyu's leg, your family won't let you off easily, right? Shen Wan calmly replied, they are not my family. Since Shen Luoyu dared to come and provoke me, he must be prepared for retaliation. Gu Yicheng looked at her petite frame, astonished that she could break a grown man's leg, and began to see her in a new light. However, Shen Luoyu, in a twist of fate, found himself the subject of public scorn online, but now, with his broken leg, his fans were utterly distressed. Just look, the nurse's station is overflowing with flowers and gifts sent by his admirers. Shen Wan chuckled. Fans can be a double-edged sword. When they idolize you, you're a treasure, but once they turn against you, they'll trample you mercilessly. They remained unaware of Shen Luoyu's true nature. Gu Yicheng lamented, it's best to be clear-headed. What I dread are those who, despite knowing their idol is nothing but a heap of rotten filth, still mindlessly defend them. Shen Wan chose not to comment, shifting the subject. Weren't you just saying you had something to discuss? Gu Yicheng pondered for a moment and nodded. Indeed, I have a matter to bring to your attention. I think there are ghosts in the hospital. Gu Yicheng whispered. Shen Wan's lips twitched slightly. Brother, this is a hospital, a microcosm of life and death. Daily occurrences of death and rebirth are entirely normal. Ghosts are to be expected. Gu Yicheng, with a woeful expression, replied, Sister Wan, please don't scare me like that. How am I supposed to work night shifts after this? Just tell me what you encountered. Last night, while on night duty, I was in the office reviewing medical records when, around 2 in the morning, my computer, which had been turned off, suddenly powered on. The medical system appeared to freeze, and countless medical records flooded the screen like snowflakes, along with garbled black text. Initially, I couldn't decipher the words until those black characters formed numerous cries for help. I wondered if it was a restless spirit seeking my assistance, so I mustered the courage to ask. But then the computer crashed and went black. Gu Yicheng said, It's fortunate you're here today. I wanted to ask you what to do in such a situation. Shen Wan contemplated for a moment and replied, Experiencing supernatural events in a hospital is quite common. Gu Yicheng insisted, It's not normal at all. I've never encountered anything like this before. I only heard my colleagues talk about it, and I thought they were joking until you scared me with your cow's tears after seeing Lu Peijian and her daughter. Shen Wan inquired. By the way, how is Lu Peijian doing now? She received 2 million in compensation and is currently in our hospital's rehabilitation department. She should be able to discharge in a week or 2. Gu Yicheng shifted the topic back. Sister Wan, I've called you sister, so please help me. I cannot bear to encounter such things every time I work a night shift. It's truly unsettling. All right, take me to your office. Let us have a look. They arrived at the office. Shen Wan surveyed the surroundings. There was no lingering malevolent energy or resentment. It did not appear to be the work of a vengeful spirit. Gu Yicheng sulked. Then what is it? Shen Wan casually opened his computer. Watching her fingers deftly dance across the keyboard, Gu Yicheng exclaimed, Sister Wan, you're impressive. You even know how to code. Shen Wan replied nonchalantly, Indeed, as a master of metaphysics, one must keep pace with the times. In the future, There will even be cyber ghost hunting, where one can capture spirits in photographs using specially designed phones. It will be much more convenient. After a thorough search, Shen Wan paused her typing. It's not a haunting, it's a human affair. What do you mean by a human affair? In simple terms, you've offended someone. Someone has hacked your computer and implanted a virus that releases at specific times, causing your computer to display various garbled texts, like medical records scattering across the screen with pleas for help. Gui Cheng's face darkened upon hearing this. Damn it, who could be so malicious? I've traced the IP. It's right here in the hospital, likely from the pediatrics department. Pediatrics? Gui Cheng suddenly recalled something. I know who did it. Sister Wan, follow me. They made their way to a pediatrics ward. There, they found a gaunt boy sitting on the bed, engrossed in a video game on his laptop. By Xiaoyan. Upon seeing Gu Yicheng, the boy let out a yelp and attempted to flee, tossing his laptop aside.
Stop.
Gu Yicheng couldn't catch him and called out to Shen Wan at the door. Sister Wan, grab him. The boy collided directly into Shen Wan. Instantly, she sensed a heavy aura of malevolence mixed with the scent of death emanating from him, rushing towards her. Chapter 95. The Hacking Boy. Just one glance was enough for Shen Wan to ascertain that the boy was a natural magnet for dark energies. She swiftly closed the door. Bai Xiaoyan, unable to escape, was apprehended by Gu Yicheng. You've become quite bold, daring to hack into my computer and unleash some terrifying virus, huh? Bai Xiaoyan grinned. Bro, you said you weren't afraid of ghosts, so I thought I'd give it a shot. Gu Yicheng retorted. If it weren't for my prior experiences with fright, I might have had a heart attack from your antics. Bro, how did you figure it out? Bai Xiaoyan asked, astonished. I thought it would take you at least a week to realize your computer was infected. Gu Yicheng proudly declared, a master helped me solve it. Bai Xiaoyan's curious gaze fell on Shen Wan, pointing at her. Just her? Gu Yicheng lightly swatted his hand away. Don't point. It's impolite. Most people wouldn't have found my program. How did you know? Shen Wan smiled faintly. It's quite simple. There is no residual malevolent energy in the computer. So, it must be the work of a virus. Upon hearing the term malevolent energy, Bai Xiaoyan's eyes flickered, and he scoffed. What malevolent energy? As if you've seen a ghost. Shen Wan, observing the boy's defiant demeanor, suddenly recalled someone. Hacking Candy. Upon hearing that name, Bai Xiaoyan froze, astonished. Who sent you? How do you know my code name? Gu Yicheng was even more shocked. Hacking Candy. You are the champion of the recent new generation hacker competition in Huaxia? Bai Xiaoyan's cheeks flushed crimson, and he quickly waved his hands. No, I'm not Hacking Candy. What kind of childish name is that? Seeing his reaction only confirmed Shen Wan's suspicions. Hacking Candy was her adversary 5 years hence, Shen Moran. In her previous life, Shen Moran had sought her out regarding Hacking Candy, even presenting personal information to her, requesting that she perform some sort of sorcery to suppress him. At that time, she had merely glanced at the information. Now she recalled that the name on the documents was indeed Bai Xiaoyan. Bai Xiaoyan, feeling the weight of Shen Wan's deep, dark gaze upon him, felt a chill run down his spine. He resorted to covering his head with the blanket, reluctantly admitting, It's me. All right? You happy now? I didn't expect you to be the first one to find me. I accept my defeat. What do you want me to do? Shen Wan was puzzled. What do you mean by accepting defeat? Gu Yicheng chuckled. Hacking Candy made a bold statement after the competition, saying that whoever found him first in real life could have him complete any task unconditionally. You've hidden yourself quite well. Shen Wan smiled. Bai Xiaoyan pulled down the blanket, looking stern. Whether it was a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat or just a coincidence, I stand by my words. Now, what do you need me to do? Just as Shen Wan was about to speak, the ward door was suddenly flung open. A disheveled man burst into the room, panting and clad in a white lab coat from the research facility. Hacker Candy, I found you, he exclaimed, exuding an air of intellectual fervor. This was none other than her eccentric scientist brother, Shen Moran. To his surprise, he encountered Shen Wan here, his brows furrowing in disdain. What are you doing here? He asked dismissively, but quickly brushed it aside. Shen Moran shoved past her and rushed to the hospital bed, urgently retrieving a prepared contract from his pocket. Candy, I have but one request. Join my research institute.
Bai Xiaoyan resolutely replied, No.
I'll offer you an annual salary of 1 million. Not interested. Shen Moran's irritation grew, and he tossed the contract onto the blanket, his face cold. You said that the first person to find you would get one unconditional favor. Are you reneging on that? This little brat certainly had a fiery temperament. The hacker's skills were precisely what the institute required, and they were willing to invest heavily in his training. Bai Xiaoyan pointed at Shen Wan. The first person to find me was her. At this, Shen Moran's expression darkened, and he erupted with fury. Shen Wan, did you just spy on my computer? Shen Wan replied nonchalantly, he's a talent our research institute desperately needs. What do you, a desperate illiterate, have to do with this? Shen Moran sneered. Bai Xiaoyan, she is not worthy of conversing with geniuses like us. I was the first to find you, and my only condition is you're joining my institute. With a salary of $1 million and housing provided, I believe these terms are too favorable for you to refuse. However, Bai Xiaoyan, a passionate youth with a stubborn resolve, was not swayed. She was the first to find me. I will only listen to her. Shen Moran scowled, casting an exasperated glare at Shen Wan. Fine, Shen Wan, you tell him to join my institute. Shen Wan regarded him with a bemused smile. She understood Bai Xiaoyan's potential. If he joined Shen Moran's institute, he would not receive the treatment or training he deserved. She later learned that Shen Moran's ulterior motive for recruiting talent was not merely to harness their skills, but also to appropriate their research achievements. Those who signed contracts were often silenced, forced to watch as Shen Moran pilfered their hard work while basking in glory. She was uncertain why Bai Xiaoyan had not joined in her previous life, but it had certainly been the right choice. I said, speak up. Are you deaf?
Shen Moran,
consumed by his obsession with research, was oblivious to the changes in Shen Wan. He still believed she was the obedient girl who would comply with his every command. Shen Wan, observing Shen Moran's haughty demeanor, turned to Bai Xiaoyan and gently inquired, as long as I say so, you will heed my words, correct? Bai Xiaoyan thumped his chest, declaring with confidence, of course. Bai Xiaoyan, never tell lies. Hurry and get him to sign. Shen Moran urged, snatching the contract and thrusting it into Shen Wan's hands without hesitation. Shen Wan flipped through the pages of the contract, her disdain evident. The terms were utterly exploitative. Confidentiality clauses and all research outcomes belonged to the institute, with penalties for breach amounting to 9 figures. No wonder someone had been driven to suicide in her past life. With that thought, she no longer felt inclined to tolerate Shen Moran. In front of him, she tore the contract into shreds and hurled it back at him. Shen Moran erupted in rage.
Shen Wan,
Do you even realize what you are doing? Shen Wan smiled calmly. Oh, I am fully aware. Turning to Bai Xiaoyan, she continued, my request is this. Please do not join his institute. Chapter 96. Utterly embarrassing. Shen Moran exploded with anger. Shen Wan, what the hell are you saying? Shen Wan remained unfazed. You don't need to keep invoking your mother's name. My mother is not related to yours. What wrong did our mothers commit to be insulted by you, an unfilial son, all these years?
You.
Shen Moran was on the verge of a breakdown, tugging at his unruly hair, shouting, Bai Xiaoyan, don't listen to her. She can offer you nothing, but I can. I was the first to find you. She merely spied on my computer and discovered your information before I could. Shen Wan regarded his deranged expression with a sense of calm. Third, Master Shen, did the Shen family not inform you that I have long since moved out? Furthermore, your computer is at the Research Institute. How long has it been since I visited? Am I supposed to become a ghost to sneak in and spy on your computer? Don't project your own misdeeds onto me. Bai Xiaoyan, unable to stifle a laugh at her retort, chimed in, Sister, you are quite amusing. I will follow your advice. I have no interest in that dreadful research institute. Having grown up as an orphan, he was accustomed to freedom and had no desire to be shackled by a contract. He was fortunate that this sister was the first to find him. Otherwise, he might have been deceived by that disheveled man. Shen Moran, seething, retorted, even if you haven't seen it, you shouldn't have interrupted. Shen Wan, do you even understand what hacking and research entail? You are squandering his youth and stifling his talent. Shen Wan shot back incisively. Oh, so you mean that joining the institute would enable him to showcase his talent? Shen Moran barked, of course. Then pray tell. Aside from your slightly more illustrious reputation, do those who join the institute even have names? You know nothing. Everyone is quietly devoted to their research. Who cares about fame? Then you should return to your quiet research and stop barking. You. Shen Moran was fuming. Bai Xiaoyan, I have offered you such advantageous terms. Are you truly willing to heed this illiterate's words and refuse to join my institute? Bai Xiaoyan replied nonchalantly, my word is my bond. If I say no, then it is no. Shen Moran glared at the two of them in fury. Fine. Don't come crying to me later. With that, he stormed out, kicking the door in a fit of rage. Guiyish stood dumbfounded. Master Shen, is it a genetic condition that your family members all seem to have a temper? Sister, You're actually Shen Moran's sister? Bai Xiaoyan tilted his head in curiosity. No, I have no relation to him. Shen Wan pondered for a moment before cautioning. Your constitution isn't great. I advise you to avoid staying up late, or you might attract something undesirable. Bai Xiaoyan's eyes lit up. Before he could ask further, Shen Wan mentioned she was going to see Zhang Xia. Dr. Gu, do you believe in ghosts? Bai Xiaoyan queried. Gu Yish had intended to say he did. But given his white coat, he felt it inappropriate to discuss such matters with a minor. Bai Xiaoyan, we should believe in science. Science only goes so far before it meets the metaphysical. Doctor, you must have never encountered a ghost, right? I've seen more than one. Bai Xiaoyan declared, his expression a mix of mystery and disdain. Gu Yish, do you know what Shen Wan does? Like me, she is a hacking expert. No, she specializes in ghost hunting. Bai Xiaoyan's eyes immediately sparkled. Really? That's more precious than pearls. During her time at the hospital caring for Zhang Xia, Shen Wan busied herself drawing talismans, intending to sell them soon. As she was about to leave, Shen Yuni, having heard of her presence, approached with his usual mocking demeanor. Ah, so you've taken an interest in someone else again. Shen Wan, why do you spend your days loitering in the hospital? I advise you to refrain from using your dubious schemes on patients. You might shorten your own lifespan. Shen Wan replied lightly. I'm here to visit a friend. Do I need your permission? Is this hospital yours? Shen Yuni felt a surge of frustration, glancing at Zhang Xia in the hospital bed, adopting a seemingly benevolent tone. This lady, don't be deceived by her. She is nothing but a fraud. Zhang Xia retorted with annoyance. I am good friends with Wan. Doctor, do you reside by the seaside? Why are you meddling in matters that do not concern you? Shen Yuni replied, good intentions mistaken for foolishness. Shen Wan, do you not frequent the hospital daily? Your fourth brother has a broken leg. Why do you not pay him a visit? Shen Wan smiled, realizing that Shen Luoyu had refrained from disclosing the truth about his injury. How unfortunate for him. Can he even stand? Upon hearing her sardonic tone, Shen Yuni felt a surge of anger within him. You truly lack compassion. You rush to care for those who are unrelated to you. Yet you do not even spare a glance for your own brother whose leg is broken. How can there exist such a heartless sister in this world? Shen Wan cheerfully responded, did your fourth brother not inform you? Inform me of what? His leg, I broke it. What? Shen Yuni was taken aback, as if he had heard the most outrageous statement. What did you say? Repeat that. Go ask Shen Luoyu yourself. Shen Yuni cast a deep glance at her before turning on his heel and rushing towards Shen Luoyu's hospital room. Inside the hospital room, after undergoing surgery, Shen Luoyu's left leg throbbed with pain as the anesthesia wore off, causing tears to well up in his eyes. Shen Luoyu. Shen Yuni burst into the room, demanding, why did you conceal this from Shen Wan? Did she break your left leg? Shen Luoyu felt a wave of despair wash over him. Second brother. Could you refrain from saying such things? It's utterly humiliating. Is it truly her doing? Shen Yuni was filled with both shock and fury. Call the police? Do it now. Shen Luoyu hurriedly interjected, no. By the way, second brother, how did you know it was her? Shen Yuni explained that Shen Wan was present at the hospital. Upon hearing this, Shen Luoyu was engulfed by a sense of dread, trembling involuntarily. Is she coming to settle scores with me? Her friend is hospitalized. Tell me what exactly transpired. Shen Luoyu reluctantly recounted the events, though he omitted any mention of the banquet, merely hinting that Shen Wan had caused him to lose an endorsement and face online harassment. Frustrated, he sought her out, only to be insulted by her friend, which left him no choice but to retaliate. Shen Yuni's expression darkened as he absorbed this information. No wonder I found Zhang Xia so displeasing. It turns out they are birds of a feather. Even if you struck Zhang Xia, Shen Wan had no right to break your leg. Where does she derive such strength? I will confront her. Shen Luoyu exclaimed in alarm. Second brother. If you wish to end up like me, go ahead, I won't stop you. But I must tell you this. Shen Wan is no longer the same Shen Wan. As he mentioned this, a deep sense of trepidation and fear flickered in Shen Luoyu's eyes. But you cannot simply endure her blows. Does she even regard us as brothers? Shen Luoyu interrupted helplessly. Second brother, do you not see that I am a cautionary tale? The current Shen Wan is akin to a lunatic. Do you really think you can best her? Do not seek her out. The further you distance yourself from such ill fortune, the better. Despite Shen Luoyu's warnings, Shen Yuni could not dismiss the idea. The thought of his brother being so grievously injured, unable to continue his work and facing online harassment, was unbearable. He set off to find Shen Wan in Zhang Xia's hospital room, only to discover that she had already departed, leaving Zhang Xia resting. Miss Zhang, how did you and Shen Wan come to know each other? Shen Yuni seized the opportunity under the pretense of making rounds, eager to gather information. Are you aware of her past? Zhang Xia, lying on the bed, appeared impatient. Dr. Shen, are you attempting to sow discord? Spare me, she retorted. Shen Yuni's expression soured slightly. I only wish to protect you from being deceived by her. Do you know how many people Shen Wan has misled and how unsavory her character is? Dr. Shen, Zhang Xia admonished, if you continue to disturb my rest, I shall file a complaint. Shen Yuni, realizing he could not sway her, left disheartened. Zhang Xia promptly sent a message to Shen Wan, informing her that Shen Yuni was maligning her. Shen Wan merely smiled faintly, unfazed by the remarks. Upon parking her small tricycle in front of her home, she heard a rustling sound from the nearby greenery. Come out. Shen Wan assumed it was one of Shen Luyu's misguided fans stirring up trouble once more. Instead, she saw Bai Xiaoyan emerging from the bushes, grinning widely with a mouthful of white teeth. Sister Wanwan, it's me. Shen Wan gasped in surprise. How did you know I was here? Bai Xiaoyan pointed next door. Dr. Gu brought me here. He went to find his friend, but I just wanted to see you. See me? Shen Wan recalled the events at the hospital and chuckled. What is it you wish to discuss? Bai Xiaoyan did not answer directly, but surveyed the 44th villa, saying, I heard this house is famous for being haunted. Sister Wanwan, have you ever encountered a ghost in a haunted house? Shen Wan glanced at him, opening the door. Let us talk inside. Bai Xiaoyan, feeling at ease, sprawled on the sofa, exclaiming, Ah, it's so much more comfortable here than in the hospital. Home? Shen Wan interjected. This is not your home. Still, it's much better than the hospital, Bai Xiaoyan remarked. I like it here. It's for rent, right? Little Candy, just speak plainly. Don't beat around the bush. Shen Wan poured 2 glasses of water, handed one to him, and calmly sat across from him. Bai Xiaoyan mimicked an adult's demeanor. Sitting up straight. Dr. Gu told me you are a ghost master, is that true? Shen Wan found his serious expression amusing. Yes, I am. Then do you know why I often fall ill? You are born with a yin body. If unclean entities linger near you for too long, your constitution will weaken, leading to frequent illnesses. Bai Xiaoyan's eyes widened in awe. You truly are a master of metaphysics. Sister Wanwan, can I pay you to let me stay at your house? I can be your housekeeper and bodyguard. Just let me stay. Shen Wan was taken aback. Why choose my house specifically? Bai Xiaoyan explained with conviction. You are unafraid of living in a house where over 10 people have died, so you must be more formidable than any ghost. He continued from a young age. The village shaman said, I was born with a yin body. The cemetery behind the village always had the spirits clinging to me, which has made me sickly since childhood. My village elder sent me to the big city to seek my fortune, and here I am. I'm an orphan, raised by the kindness of many families. Listening to his woeful tale, Shen Wan replied thoughtfully, While it is true you lost your parents young and have been frail, your features suggest that your family background is better than you claim. You must have someone from your grandparents' generation taking care of you, likely with considerable wealth. Young man, did you sneak out on your own? Bai Xiaoyan felt embarrassed. Sister Wanwan, you truly are a master of metaphysics. No need to probe further. You can stay. I won't charge you rent. The house is large, so pick whichever room you like. You'll be responsible for cleaning and chores, though. And as for being a bodyguard,
You are not suited for that.
why not? Look at your slender arms and legs. Who would you protect? A few moments later, Gu Yicheng arrived with Li Hanting, ready to take Bai Xiaoyan back to the hospital. Upon learning that Bai Xiaoyan would be residing in the 44th villa, Li Hanting's expression shifted slightly. Gu Yicheng noticed his subtle change and teased him with an elbow jab. Why is everyone moving to Shanghai Bay? Li Hanting, can I stay at your place too? Li Hanting succinctly replied, Get lost. All right, then I'll stay next door. Gu Yicheng grinned. Master Shen, is your house still available for rent? Li Hanting interjected. Go stay in the guest room on the 2nd floor. Gu Yicheng nearly burst out laughing. Shen Wan explained, Bai Xiaoyan has a unique constitution. If he stays at my place, the protective array will keep wandering spirits at bay. Upon hearing the mention of wandering spirits, Li Hanting's brow furrowed slightly, revealing his discomfort. I'll be heading back now. Once he left, Gu Yicheng boldly quipped, he never believes in ghosts, Master Shen. Why not take the opportunity to spray some cow-eye tears in his eyes? That way, he'll know the truth firsthand. Shen Wan remarked indifferently, with differing worldviews. Why must we impose our beliefs upon others? Such matters can only be truly understood through personal experience. Bai Xiaoyan and Gu Yish fervently nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Absolutely right." The following morning, Bai Xiaoyan completed his discharge procedures and moved into the Shanghai Bay residence. Zhang Xia, who also returned, expressed her frustration. "I simply cannot tolerate that foolish Dr. Shen any longer. He clung to me like a leech, prying into your private affairs and inquiring about your studies in traditional Chinese medicine. His incessant nagging nearly drove me mad, prompting me to check out and file a complaint. As I was leaving, I saw Xin Yuni being reprimanded by the dean. How hilarious." Bai Xiaoyan's presence added a touch of liveliness to the household. Shen Wan had also set up protective formations around the villa to prevent lonely spirits from being drawn in by his peculiar affinity for the supernatural, which could turn the place into a sanctuary for ghosts. Bai Xiaoyan selected his bedroom, opened his laptop, and immediately got to work. 2 minutes later, he stormed into the living room, brandishing his computer and indignantly pointing at the private messages on his homepage. "Sister Wan, does the entire Shin family suffer from some ailment? Look at this message from Shin Moran. It's filled with curses directed at you." Chapter 98. The adoptive father arrives. Shen Wan casually glanced at the private message Shin Moran had sent to Bai Xiaoyan. It was nothing more than flowery language enticing him with monetary rewards, with the remaining 2/3 filled with vitriolic insults against her, branding her a woman of poor character and moral depravity. Unable to contain his anger, Bai Xiaoyan furiously typed away, hacking into Shin Moran's research institute system. As a result, crucial data was left unsaved, and the computer crashed as if it were infected with a virus. Shen Moran, realizing it was Bai Xiaoyan's doing, stormed over to the hospital, only to find out that Bai Xiaoyan had already been discharged. Unaware that Bai Xiaoyan had moved into Shen Wan's home, Shen Moran begrudgingly turned to visit Shen Luoyu instead. After listening to Shen Moran insult Shen Wan for 3 hours straight, Shen Luoyu could no longer endure it. "Third brother, I've never seen you so irate. I understand your anger, but please calm down and have a drink of water to soothe your throat." Shen Moran gulped down a glass of water and gritted his teeth. Grandfather should never have brought such a malicious person back home. Shen Luoyu agreed but hesitated to inform him that Shen Wan was the one responsible for his broken leg. Given Shen Moran's current state of mind, he would undoubtedly seek revenge on Shen Wan. The thought of both brothers lying in hospital beds was too embarrassing to bear. "Third brother, isn't he just a young hacker? You could easily find someone else. Why fixate on that milk candy? You don't understand. This kid has talent, reminiscent of my younger self. With proper guidance, he could become a top-notch talent." As he spoke, Shen Moran resumed his tirade. "If it weren't for that meddlesome Shen Wan, I would have brought Bai Xiaoyan back to the institute long ago." He continued to rant for another 3 to 4 hours, eventually leaving Shen Luoyu with a trip to the Yenti department for his eardrum. At Shanghai Bay, Shen Wan enjoyed a rare day of leisure, planning to prepare a nourishing hot pot at home. She personally selected fresh, high-quality ingredients at the market. Knowing that Li Hanting, her neighbor, was also frail, she thought a wholesome hot pot would benefit him. She decided to invite both him and Uncle Li over for a meal. Upon opening the door, she was surprised to see Su Wei standing outside, burdened with an array of extravagant gifts. With a look of contrition, Su Wei said, "Master Shen, I sincerely apologize for the banquet incident. Once I returned home, I thoroughly reprimanded my daughter." Shen Wan replied coolly, "What was the outcome of your reprimand?" Su Wei shook his head in despair. "My daughter has been spoiled since childhood, quite willful. I scolded her, and even made her kneel as punishment, yet she refuses to come with me to apologize. Mr. Su, I believe I made my stance clear at the banquet. Henceforth, I shall not accept any gifts from your family." After saying this with a dispassionate expression, Shen Wan turned and pressed the doorbell to her neighbor's house. Su Wei stood awkwardly, unsure of what to do next. The driver whispered, "This Shen Wan truly doesn't know her place. Mr. Su, you personally came to apologize, and she disregards you." Silence. Su Wei snapped, glaring at him. "What do you understand? It's my failure to educate my daughter properly. However, given Master Shen's demeanor, she doesn't seem like the petty type." Su Wei feared offending Shen Wan, concerned she might use her metaphysical skills against his company and family. He had done all that was necessary. Surely, she wouldn't hold a grudge. "Let us go. We should avoid provoking her in the future." Su Wei got into the car, leaving the gifts at the door. When Shen Wan returned from next door, she found a pile of gifts waiting. Zhang Xia was inspecting them. "These are all quite expensive, Master Wan. Are you really not going to accept them?" Shen Wan shook her head. "Handle it as you see fit. whether to discard them or donate. I do not wish to keep them. Zhang Xia pondered. Most of these health products could be taken to the nursing home. By the way, didn't you go next door to invite Uncle Li and young Master Li? Did they refuse to come? They are not home, Shen Wan replied. We can manage on our own. Just as Bai Xiaoyan set the table, their meal was interrupted by a loud and rude knocking at the door. Bai Xiaoyan volunteered to answer it. As soon as he opened the door, an unpleasant odor wafted in, accompanied by the entrance of a hunched middle-aged man. Before Bai Xiaoyan could react, he was pushed aside. How dare that little wretch live in such a fine villa, without my knowledge? Came the irate voice. Shen Wan turned to see that the intruder was none other than her adoptive father, Shen Dazhuang, a man who had once filled her with terror and revulsion. Shen Dazhuang, clearly intoxicated, staggered forward, reeking of smoke and alcohol. His mouth, filled with crooked yellow teeth, bore remnants of food between them. Isn't this my precious daughter? I heard you're doing quite well for yourself, living in this grand villa. How wonderful! Shen Dazhuang attempted to plop himself onto the couch. Bai Xiaoyan quickly rushed over, grabbing him with a forced smile. May I ask who you are? Shen Dazhuang shrugged off his hand. I am Shen Wan's father. Shen Wan replied calmly. You are her former adoptive father. In her past life, every encounter with Shen Dazhuang during his drunken rages had been agonizing. He would lash out, using her as a punching bag, often locking her in the pig pen for a night as punishment. After dropping out of school to care for her adoptive parents, she endured the backbreaking labor of gathering pig feed, tending to livestock and farming. The meager earnings from selling the chickens and ducks she raised were always seized by Shen Dazhuang, who would squander it all in no time, only to return home in a drunken stupor. Her adoptive mother, even more timid than she, being Shen Dazhuang's second wife, cowered in fear and remained silent. It took Shen Wan a long time in her previous life to overcome the psychological shadow cast by her adoptive father. Yet, the woman before him was no longer the timid girl she once was. Shen Wan gazed at Shen Dazhuang with indifference. He appeared as disheveled as ever. His clothes and person unwashed for ages, dirty and greasy, with several buttons missing, hanging loosely on him. A year ago, when Shen Huayan took her away, he had given Shen Dazhuang a substantial sum of money. She recalled it being several $100,000. Given his current dismal state, it was evident he had squandered it all. As for why he was here, she surmised it had something to do with Shen Huayan. My daughter, you're living so well now, in this grand house with abundant food. Have you forgotten about your father? Shen Dazhuang shamelessly extended his hand. Quickly give me some money. Once I win, I'll buy you something delicious. Shen Wan smiled slightly. How much do you need? Shen Dazhuang's face lit up with excitement, thinking he had struck gold, and boldly demanded. 1 million. Chapter 99. Closing the door on the dog. Zhang Xia's eyes widened in disbelief. 1 million? Are you out of your mind? She truly did not expect Master Wanwan's background to be so tragic. It was bad enough having those eccentric brothers from the Shen family. Now there was this unscrupulous gambling stepfather. No wonder Master Wanwan preferred to live alone in a haunted house. Shen Dazhuang glared fiercely at Zhang Xia. Stop your whining. I'm not asking you for money. I'm merely requesting some for my own daughter. Isn't that right, my dear? I raised you with great difficulty. And now that you've made something of yourself, it's time for you to support your father. With a proud grin revealing his yellowed teeth, Shen Dazhuang continued. Just hand over 1 million for starters. If that's not enough, I'll come back for more. Shen Wan looked at him coolly. 1 million? That certainly won't suffice. Shen Dazhuang's eyes lit up, and he laughed uncontrollably. I never thought that old man was telling the truth. Your capabilities are indeed impressive now. Good daughter. Can you give your father a few million? He leaned closer, the pungent stench of smoke and alcohol almost unbearable. Shen Wan responded with a smile that did not reach her eyes. A few million is still insufficient. How about I give you 10 billion instead? What? 10 billion? Shen Dazhuang was taken aback. How on earth did you earn so much money? Did the Shen family give it to you? Shen Wan replied, not just 10 billion. 100 billion is within my means. Shen Dazhuang was ecstatic, rubbing his hands together greedily. All right, my good daughter, hurry and give me the money. Shen Wan smiled. Just wait at home. I'll burn it for you at midnight. What did you say? Shen Dazhuang snapped back to reality, furious as he smashed a bowl on the floor. You ungrateful little wretch. Are you toying with me? He declared that if he did not receive 1 million today, he would not leave. Zhang Xia and Bai Xiaoyan were incensed at his shamelessness. Shen Wan calmly rolled up her sleeves. Shen Dazhuang, seeing this, scoffed. thinking she would cower as she did in childhood when he flipped the table. Instead, Shen Wan said, "Xiaoyan, shut the door." Bai Xiaoyan, puzzled, asked while closing the door. "Sister Wan, you can't possibly want him to stay here, right? An old man, filthy and stinking, would make us sick." Shen Wan smiled slightly, her gaze sharp. "It's better to close the door to deal with the dog." Furious, Shen Dazhuang suddenly grabbed the steaming hot pot, bellowing, "You little brat, you've grown too bold. Daring to call me a dog." With a crash, he overturned the pot, splattering soup everywhere and nearly scalding the three of them. Zhang Xia felt a chill as she imagined her stern, patriarchal father, frozen in shock. Shen Dazhuang, his face twisted with rage, shouted, "If you don't give me money, none of us will have it easy." He threatened to smash more dishes. Shen Wan signaled for the others to step back and then grabbed a chair, bringing it down heavily on Shen Dazhuang's leg. "Ah!" he cried out, caught off guard, collapsing onto the very pot he had just overturned. The scalding broth burned him, causing him to roll in agony, only to sit on the shattered pieces of the bowl. "Ah!" Shen Dazhuang let out a wretched scream, crawling to the corner in distress. Zhang Xia and Bai Xiaoyan felt a sense of vindication watching his misery. "You little brat, what are you trying to do?" Shen Dazhuang seethed. "You think you can fly away now that you've grown wings?" He noticed Shen Wan's indifference, her cold gaze fixed on him, an unsettling calmness about her. Something was amiss. This troublesome girl usually caved under his drunken rages, either yielding or helplessly allowing him to take all her money. What was different this time? Ignoring his pain, Shen Dazhuang's mind whirled with schemes. "My dear, I truly have no choice but to come to you. If you don't give me money, I'll be in serious trouble," he pleaded, his murky eyes scrutinizing Shen Wan's expression. Seeing she remained unmoved, he resorted to rolling on the ground. Wan, my good daughter, can't you just consider it a favor? Do you want to watch your father get beaten to death? If you don't give me this money, I'll haunt you as a ghost." His face was a mask of desperation and arrogance, his urgency mounting as he awkwardly leaned against the wall to stand. "Unfilial daughter, after all I've done to raise you, is it fair for you to give me nothing? You must give me money today, or I'll take out a high-interest loan and put your name on it, causing a ruckus at the Shen family. I refuse to believe they want to give you money." Shen Wan chuckled, "Go ahead. It would be best if you caused a scene at the Shen family, and see if they give you anything. Oh, by the way, your biological daughter, Shen Qianxue, is at the Shen family. Her monthly living expenses exceed $1 million. Shen Dazhuang's eyes sparkled. His biological daughter lived in such luxury? Over $1 million a month. He could only imagine the bliss it would bring him. However, he was all too familiar with the old man's tactics, and Shen Qianxue's brothers had warned him against approaching her. Despite his shame at facing his stunningly beautiful biological daughter, Shen Wan was different. He had watched her grow up. She was nothing but a nuisance. The more he pressed, the more he believed the stubborn girl would eventually relent and hand over the money. What did he care about his biological daughter? He had never raised her. "You, however, are my responsibility, and you should provide for your father," Shen Dazhuang shamelessly declared. "You raised me? Ha! After I was mistakenly taken back to your home, you dismissed me without a glance, and you even injured my biological mother during childbirth, leading to her untimely death. It was your second wife, my adoptive mother, who cared for me. When did you ever raise me, Shen Dazhuang? It should be I who supports you." As she spoke, Shen Wan leisurely picked up a pair of chopsticks from the table and approached him. "From the moment I understood my duties, I was tasked with household chores. When my adoptive mother went to the fields, I was just a child, barely tall enough to reach the stove, cooking for you, the drunken lout. If dinner was even slightly delayed, you would beat me with a broom until I was covered in bruises.